She always knew of her discontent. "Little one, hurry and fetch 2 buckets of water." The middle-aged woman cradled a young infant in her arms, softly cooing to the child. A petite figure skillfully balanced 2 wooden buckets upon a sturdy pole, lifting it with determination. The weight of the buckets and the yoke was considerable, causing the little girl's shoulders to sway slightly. Her small face bore a hint of pallor. The burden momentarily overwhelmed her, yet she quickly regained her composure. With a bright smile, she turned to her mother. "Mother, I shall fetch the water right away." The woman, though marked by the trials of life, possessed a pleasing countenance, her skin bearing the evidence of hardship, but still retaining a semblance of color. Seeing her daughter's obedient smile, balancing the buckets, softened her heart. "Hurry along, and later, I shall prepare you a bowl of eggs." The little girl walked steadily towards the door. As the woman watched her daughter's retreating figure, a flicker of doubt arose within her. Since her birth, the girl had always been robust. Due to her mother-in-law's neglect during the postpartum period, she weighed only 6 pounds at birth, and being a girl, she had been nurtured properly. Yet, contrary to expectations, she thrived, showing no signs of illness. Now, at the age of 4, it seemed her strength surpassed that of her male peers. Thus, she had taken on many of the household chores. Circumstances dictated that with the arrival of their son, Jinbao, her own time was rarely free from labor in the fields. It is precisely because she is a young boy that her mother-in-law treats her generously. Her husband often allows her to remain at home to care for their son, and her mother-in-law has made no objections to this arrangement. These tasks are something the young girl can manage, so she undertakes them willingly. The young girl traverses the forest path, carrying a heavy load upon her shoulders. In Pei Xihe village, there are no wells, and thus one must fetch water from the river. As she walks along the muddy path, recently softened by spring rains, her straw-soled shoes become sticky with mud. Yet, her strength surpasses that of an ordinary child. She understands that by performing these chores, she can earn a semblance of respect in her mother's eyes. The path beneath her feet is uneven, strewn with small stones, making her careful steps all the more challenging as she navigates the burden she bears. Before her younger brother was born, she was the sole child of her parents, who, despite her being a girl, treated her with kindness. It was only after her brother's arrival that she began to take on these responsibilities. Enduring the occasional sharp pain in her feet, she finally arrives at the riverbank. She sets down the wooden bucket, which tumbles to the ground and spins lazily. Rubbing her sore shoulders, she bends down to scoop a handful of water, splashing it onto her face. At the river's edge, she washes away the leaves and dust that have clung to her face after her exertions. The sweat now mingling with the grime. She cleanses herself. Her reflection appears in the crystal-clear waters, revealing the visage of a young girl. She bore no proper name, and the girl was not held in high regard within this small mountain village. Ever since her mother became pregnant with her younger brother, she felt the shift in her parents' attention toward that child. When he was born, and it turned out to be a boy, their favoritism deepened further, in stark contrast to her brother, who was joyfully named Jinbao upon his arrival. She had been a frail little bundle when she came into the world, seemingly unviable, and was henceforth referred to simply as xiaoya, Pei Xihe. Her petite face reflected in the river, revealing delicate features. Despite her slightly sallow complexion, it could not obscure the exquisite beauty she was born with. Her parents were the most striking figures in the village, and she had inherited their most appealing traits. Though small and with a pallid hue, her features exuded a certain refinement. Her pair of pitch-black eyes sparkled exceptionally bright. From a young age, she sensed that she was different from the other children in the village, that it was as if she had developed a clear awareness early on, allowing her to vividly recall the events that transpired around her. As the village's teacher often remarked, she seemed to possess an innate wisdom. Yet, she was uncertain whether she truly belonged to that category. As a girl, her parents would never consider allowing her to attend school. She could only sneak a glance and listen intently to the lessons taught by the instructor. The characters the teacher presented were such that the other children had to practice repeatedly to grasp their meanings, but she appeared to memorize them all with just a single leg. Lance. Xiaoya licked her dry lips, alleviating the slight sting of her chapped skin. She realized earlier than the other little girls in the village that, in the eyes of adults, boys and GI, RLS seemed to be regarded as fundamentally different. Yet, she could not fathom why. All she could do was to toil harder, hoping to divert her parents' attention from her younger brother. She understood her parents' attitude towards her far earlier than the children of her age. Perhaps it was her only source of solace. She lifted the wooden bucket, its rough surface causing discomfort to her palms. Submerging the bucket in the small river, she hoisted it back up, now filled with 2 buckets of what? The additional weight made the load heavier, causing her frame to sway slightly. Gritting her teeth, she persevered, though a slight sting in her shoulder compelled her to bite her lower lip, which, already chapped, brought forth an added sensation of irritation. The gentle flow of the river beside her produced a soothing murmur. The water mirrored her youthful face. Despite her tender age, she possessed an acute awareness. Ever since her brother's birth, she had been all too conscious of her unwillingness to accept such a disparity. Look at your little girl, she truly is quite sensible. Her face is becoming more and more like yours. Quite lovely, remarked an aunt seated in their home. She appeared to be in her 40s or 50s, with a robust demeanor. As she shelled peanuts on the wooden table, the shells scattered across the surface. In contrast, her mother regarded the plump aunt with a demeanor bordering on humility. The little girl sweetly greeted the aunt, then grasped the 2 buckets of water and made her way over to the large vat in the woodshed, where she precariously perched on a small ST. Old to pour the water in, she felt a twinge of unease as she gazed at the courtyard beyond the wooden door of the shed. The plump woman did not appear to belong to their village, and her mother had produced some peanuts that had been hidden away at home. Observing the woman's attire, which was not the coarse linen typical of their village, but rather a lustrous silk, only intensified her discomfort. It felt as though she were being appraised like a mere commodity. Yet, she dared not eavesdrop. The clucking of the chickens outside created a cacophony that rendered her efforts futile, and lingering there too long would only lead her mother to overthink. Venturing outside, she spotted the rotund woman preparing to leave. Her mother, with a beaming smile, bid farewell to the woman. At merely 4 years old, though somewhat more astute than the other children, she remained perplexed by her mother's thoughts. She lifted her small face and smiled at her mother. "Mother, I have already poured it into the water vat." Zhang Hua, having just turned around, caught sight of her little daughter, whose demeanor was obedient. Despite being a bit thin and having a sallow complexion, her features still revealed a certain beauty. She was securing a bright future for her little girl. There was no reason to feel guilty about it. Chapter 2. Relying on the silver from Xiaoya, Pei Xihe set down his hoe and took the sweat towel offered by Xiaoya, wiping the perspiration from his brow. He cast a glance at his daughter, a smile gracing his face. In his 30s or 40s, he bore the rugged, simple demeanor of a farmer. Yet his features revealed a certain handsomeness, a legacy of his youth when he was renowned in Pei family village for his good looks. However, poverty and limited land hampered his aspirations. His lofty standards delayed his marriage until he was in his late 20s or early 30s before he finally found a wife. He affectionately tousled Xiaoya's hair with his large, calloused hand before striding into the house. "Dear, where's Jinbao? Does my precious son miss his father today?" Xiaoya swiftly caught the sweat towel her father had tossed aside, watching him enter the house with a slight pursing of her lips. She moved away to fetch some water, rinsing the towel clean before hanging it up. Then, she hurriedly followed him inside. Life in Pei family village was, for the most part, quite ordinary. However, after Pei Xihe married, their household had seen a notable improvement, allowing them to scrape by. Recently, the crops in the fields had been less than favorable, and with the arrival of their first son, Pei Xihe and Zhang Hua felt the need to be more attentive in their nurturing. Zhang Hua, having given birth to a boy, busied herself with the care of their child. Understanding her plight, Pei Xihe refrained from sending her to the fields often, allowing her to manage household affairs while Xiaoya lent a helping hand. Life had been relatively comfortable of late. She prepared a pot of porridge, half composed of aged rice and half of sorghum, sought at a dish of stir-fried cabbage, and tossed a cucumber salad. Observing her husband cradling their son, wrapped in a quilt, she noticed that he inadvertently brushed against the child with his stubble, causing little Jean Bao to awaken and wail. She hurriedly took Jean Bao into her arms. Now 4 to 5 months old, the once red infant had blossomed into a plump, fair child under careful nurturing. "Oh, Jean Bao, my dear, you must be hungry. Mother has prepared a steamed egg custard for you. Let me feed you." In rural households, even during the confinement period, the arrival of a boy warranted the sacrifice of half a chicken to brew nourishing broth. Naturally, the milk supply was limited, and they had already commenced introducing solid foods to Jinbao. On the wooden table lay 2 dishes and a basin of porridge, accompanied by a small bowl filled with golden egg custard, drizzled with a few drops of fragrant sesame oil, wafting a sweet aroma. Pei Xihe felt a pang of hunger, yet the well-being of his son took precedence. He would never stoop to compete for food with his own child. As he watched his daughter rush in, he took a seat on the bench with purpose. Little Ya, quickly fetch the bowls and chopsticks. It's time for our meal. Right away, father, she replied promptly. Little Ya swiftly retrieved 3 sets of bowls and chopsticks, setting them on the table, then used a large ladle to scoop porridge, filling the bowls and serving her parents. Obedient and diligent, despite being merely 4 years old, she possessed a strength surpassing that of most boys her age. Her industrious nature earned her parents' affection, and Pei Xihe and Zhang Hua were far from stingy with her, allowing her to enjoy a generous bowl of the porridge they had prepared. Pei Xihe often ascended the hills with girls of her age to gather pigweed and forage for wild vegetables. She was acutely aware of the lives led by those girls at home. Only those favored by their families could enjoy a hearty meal at the table. The fragrant aroma of the egg custard that Zhang Hua was feeding Jinbao wafted towards her, causing her throat to involuntarily swallow as her thoughts drifted back to Zhang Hua's promise made during their outing to fetch water. Zhang Hua was quite skilled in the kitchen, using minimal oil and salt, yet the flavors of the lotus root and cucumber were still quite delightful. Xiaoya, please help your mother wash the dishes, Zhang Hua instructed. Pei Xiaoya possessed considerably more strength than the other children, and her appetite was somewhat greater as well. Her cleverness and willingness to assist endeared her to Pei Xihe and Zhang Hua, who never complained about her hearty appetite. Rather, they encouraged her to eat her fill. Hastily stacking the leftover bowls, she deftly used a rice bowl to gather the dishes before stepping out of the main room and into the kitchen to wash them. Pei Xihe observed Xiaoya's departure and noted the joy in Zhang Hua's expression. What is it? Has old Wang come by? He inquired. Zhang Hua smiled broadly. Old Wang visited today. Xiaoya has grown well with us and is in good health. Old Wang remarked that she appears quite capable, though she needs to consult with Lord Li for his opinion. The delight in her eyes was unmistakable as she raised her right hand to indicate a number. It could be this amount. Initially, Pei Xihe was not particularly invested in the matter, considering it beneath the dignity of a man of his stature. However, upon seeing the figure Zhang Hua gestured, he was a bit taken aback. Could it really be that much? A hint of a smile crept into his gaze as he glanced at their son, who had just fallen asleep after a satisfying meal. And a sense of determination flickered within him. 20 taels of silver, indeed. Heavenly Lord, after laboring tirelessly in the fields for 7 or 8 years. He scarcely earns as much. Yet, what of Master Li's son? A flicker of sympathy crossed his eyes, and Zhang Hua fell into a sudden silence. Nevertheless, she spoke up. Regardless of how foolish Master Li's son may be, his immense wealth cannot diminish our little girl's prospects. Perhaps she has tasted the sweetness of a better life, toiling alongside us in the dirt, and in the future, she might even accuse us of robbing her of her affluent existence. Pei Xihe pressed his lips tightly together, narrowing his eyes. Yet upon seeing the golden treasure resting on the bed, it was evident that he had inherited their fine features, his skin tender and fair. He resolved firmly, tomorrow, I shall take our little girl to the city to present her to Master Li. In truth, Zhang Hua was not entirely keen on this course of action. After all, their daughter was capable and sensible, already able to manage chores such as fetching water and tending to household duties on her own. Other families' daughters merely engaged in tasks like cutting pigweed or washing dishes. Yet, with the arrival of their son, a blessing bestowed upon them by the heavens, they wished to provide Jinbao with better nourishment and a few years of education, ensuring he would not be a fool in the world. They aspired for him to marry a beautiful daughter-in-law and to bear a robust grandson. How much effort would that require? They could only rely on the silver from their little girl. She nodded, contemplating how to spend the 20 taels of silver once they were in hand. Their home was quite dilapidated. The doors and windows were not secure, allowing the wind to seep in. While it was tolerable in the summer and autumn, repairs would be essential come winter, lest they neglect their own son. Chapter 3. She yearned to become such a person with minimal grease. Washing the dishes was not particularly arduous. The young girl adeptly cleaned all the crockery and placed it into the wooden cabinet. Her small hands were swollen from the water, and she wiped them on her apron to dry them. Suddenly, she recalled the plump woman who had visited her home earlier that day. Pei Xihe had always possessed an excellent memory, She vividly remembered the way the woman had looked at her. How to describe it? It was akin to a mother gazing at a succulent piece of meat. Or perhaps the expression one has when encountering an array of goods at the market for the few times she had attended. In the eyes of that portly woman, she seemed to be merely an object for sale. Moreover, her parents' exceedingly cordial demeanor towards the woman struck her as odd, almost subservient. She shook her head to dispel the unease that began to bubble within her. Surely her parents would not sell her off. Although life in Pei family village was modest, it was not to the extent of selling their children. Furthermore, she recalled overhearing the village aunties discussing a certain Wang sister from a neighboring village, whose family had been driven to despair and had sold her to a stranger for a meager sum. She contributed as much as she could at home. Considering herself a modest yet valuable laborer, her considerable strength promised an even greater capacity for work in the future. Though her family was not wealthy, they were not destitute enough to need a few coins. Once her mother began to work the fields, she would take on the responsibility of caring for her younger brother. With this thought, her heart settled. She entered the main room and saw her parents leaning against the bedside, gazing at her sleeping brother. The soft, amber glow of the oil lamp cast a gentle light, and she could not help but feel a twinge of envy welling up within her. If only she were a boy, she could go to school to learn to read and write and be cherished by her parents. When the little girl saw her father smile at her, her heart inexplicably filled with joy, pushing aside her previous vague concerns. She dashed over to her parents. Zhanghua, upon hearing her approach, glanced at her son, relieved he had not been awakened. A flicker of displeasure crossed her features as she furrowed her brow, but then she relaxed, contemplating something. Suddenly halting, she slowly approached them and softly said to Zhanghua, "I'm sorry, mother, I didn't mean to disturb my little brother." Her expression was cautious as she furtively observed her mother's face, feeling reassured when she noticed her brow had smoothed. Meanwhile, Pei Xihe smiled at the little girl and said, "It's nothing to worry about. Our little girl is becoming increasingly well-behaved. Tomorrow, you shall accompany your father to the market, and I will buy you a red hair ribbon." The little girl's face lit up with a smile. "Really, father?" "Of course. Thank you, father." Pei Xihe gently patted her head. "Now, off to bed with you." Pei Xihe nodded and stepped outside. Their home comprised 3 rooms. The larger one served as the main room, furnished with a bed and tables for dining and the couple's quarters. The 2 smaller rooms included a kitchen and a storage area for firewood, where they had set up a small bed for xiaoya. Reflecting on this, Zhanghua remarked, "Dear, once we have the silver, we must build another room. Otherwise, where will Jinbao sleep when he grows up?" Pei Xihe nodded slightly and then extinguished the oil lamp. In rural households, slumber descends early, and there is little activity to speak of. Lighting the lamp incurs a cost, does it not? Pei Xihe, hand in hand with Pei Xihe, wandered through the bustling market, where the air was filled with the cacophony of vendors calling out their wares. Candied hawthorn, wontons, fragrant wontons. How about a couple of buns, truly authentic? Dear guest, would you care for a bowl of xianxia noodles? Pei Xihe twitched her little nose, inhaling the delightful aromas that enveloped her, and couldn't help but lick her lips in anticipation. It was indeed enticing. Before they had ventured out, Zhanghua had already prepared mixed grain pancakes for them. How could they squander their money on such indulgences? As they navigated the thrumming streets, Pei Xihe fulfilled his promise and purchased a red hair ribbon for her. Pei Xiaoya's eyes crinkled with joy, her smile radiant. Pei Xihe, with his rugged hands, requested the vendor to style the ribbon on the spot. The vendor, skilled in her craft, tied a beautiful bow. Though the little girl's hair was not in the best condition, nourished by a hearty diet, she was neither pale nor emaciated. Her hair was a shade of faded yellow. The vibrant red ribbon intertwined with her hair symbolized a vigorous vitality, softening the appearance of her dry, split ends and lackluster sheen. The vendor cast a glance at her and couldn't help but exclaim, "What a charming little girl." Indeed, Pei Xihe possessed a lovely countenance. Though young and slightly sallow from a lack of fine nourishment, her inherent beauty was evident. With delicate bone structure and lustrous dark eyes, she couldn't help but smile coyly, and Pei Xihe's lips curled into a beaming grin as well. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed from the horizon. They couldn't help but glance upwards, where layers upon layers of clouds swirled, appearing to little Ye as if the heavens themselves had descended. At that moment, from within the cloud, an object resembling a ship emerged. Little Ye had never beheld such a magnificent creation. The ship's body, pristine and flawless, its towering sails, and the shimmering inscriptions etched upon its 18 oars, sparkling like jewels. On the ship's lofty deck stood a dozen individuals. Lilia found it difficult to articulate her thoughts. It was the first time she had encountered such beautiful brothers and sisters, as well as uncles and aunts. They were adorned in white, embroidered garments adorned with intricate golden patterns. Lilia perceived it all as though she were witnessing genuine celestial beings. The mythological figures from the tales she had heard springing vividly to life. They were immortals. Immortals indeed. A voice echoed from an unknown source. And the once closely gathered crowd suddenly knelt down, bowing repeatedly to the deities. Pei Xihe also knelt fervently, his eyes filled with reverence. Yet upon seeing his daughter gazing blankly at the immortals, he felt a surge of anxiety and abruptly pulled her down to kneel beside him. Foolish girl. What are you doing? Do you not know to pay your respects to the immortals, beseeching them for our family's prosperity in the coming year? Pei Xihe paid no further attention to her, continuing his prayers. Unable to resist, she stole another glance, captivated by the sight of the sister, a fellow maiden. Standing amidst the mist, her white attire accentuating her snow-like complexion, embodying the divine beauty she had never before witnessed. Her eyes shimmered with an astonishing light as she inhaled deeply. The cacophony of sounds around her was overwhelming, yet she distinctly heard the rapid thump of her own heartbeat. A sound that was alarmingly fast. She fixated on the golden embroidered edges of the white garment, unable to divert her gaze. How she longed to be that kind of person. Chapter 4. Her reluctance. The celestial vessel of the immortal came to an abrupt halt, and the surrounding mist gradually dissipated. A clear voice resonated, one that belonged to a single individual yet was audible to everyone in the marketplace. We are the Kunlun immortals. This year marks the decennial occasion for Kunlun to welcome new disciples. Anyone with the heart to seek enlightenment may come forth to test their spiritual roots. Should one possess the requisite spiritual affinity, they shall become an outer disciple of Kunlun and embark on the path of cultivation. This opportunity lasts for one day. The elder at the forefront exuded an aura of ethereal grace. With a flourish of his long sleeves, a small object flew forth. Spinning rapidly before it astonishingly enlarged into a colossal stone pillar, which descended straight into the heart of the marketplace, accompanied by numerous seats and cushions. Countless onlookers gasped in awe, many recalling similar experiences from their childhood. The Kunlun immortals would recruit disciples every decade, and in this region, as recounted by travelers from distant lands, different sects sought their own disciples. Pei Xihe had experienced this as well, yet there was no doubt he lacked spiritual roots. How could a being of such divine nature ever be imagined by someone toiling in the fields? He still reminisced about his childhood yearnings, only to be disillusioned later. He learned from the village elders that their mortal realm was divided into several dynasties, with their Pei family village situated within the Zhou dynasty. A dynasty, with a population numbering in the billions and nearly 10 million newborns annually, conducted tests every decade, limited to those under 16. Yet, each time, only a few hundred were discovered to possess spiritual roots. Why entertain such fantasies? Life had taught him he was but an ordinary man, destined for an ordinary existence. He glanced at the young girl beside him, struck by her intelligence. Despite her tender age, she already knew how to conceal the yearning and longing in her eyes. Yet their brilliance betrayed her. He chuckled inwardly, wondering if she harbored aspirations of becoming an immortal, when had such unrealistic notions taken root. Alas, after today, having received the 20 taels of silver, she would no longer be part of their family. He felt a pang of regret and reluctance, for she was his own flesh and blood, both intelligent and capable. It was a pity she was a girl. Had she been a boy, her intelligence and strength would have made her the pillar of their future. The immortal had already ascended, and with a wave of his sleeve, the massive ship shrunk countless times, disappearing into his sleeve. The group arrived at the stone pillar in the market center, their composure exuding natural grace. The test seemed straightforward, requiring only a touch of the pillar to detect the spiritual roots within. Pei Xihe gazed intently at the pillar, tugging at her father's sleeve. Father, however, Pei Xihe exhibited a hint of impatience. Enough. Do you realize that such things might only emerge from a multitude of thousands? Cease your daydreaming. I shall take you to another place. It would be unfortunate if we were late. The Li family awaited their arrival, and should they tarry, it might provoke the master's displeasure, resulting in a loss of silver. With a swift motion, he lifted Pei Xihe into his arms, but she found herself pressed against his chest, coughing in discomfort. Pei Xihe furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before gently setting her down, conserving his own strength as he took her hand and resolutely led her away. Though Xiaoya continued to cough, she couldn't help but glance back at the celestial masters and the children undergoing tests, feeling a pang of regret. To her astonishment, she was brought to such a grand estate. The imposing artificial mountain was adorned with flowing springs, while towering trees, lush and verdant in the summer, surrounded them. A few young maidservants clad in smooth satin revealed the opulence of their household. A sense of unease crept into Pei Xihe's heart. How could her father possibly know such a family? She instinctively clutched his hand tighter as they approached the main hall, furnished with exquisite redwood tables and chairs, flanked by delicate screens. Little Ye cautiously surveyed her surroundings. At the highest point sat a man who appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, roughly the same age as her father. He was adorned in splendid attire, with a finely carved jade ornament at his waist. Lacking discernment, she merely sensed that it must be quite precious. His demeanor radiated an elegance that was on an entirely different plane from her father's. Beside him was the plump matron she had encountered the previous day, who, rather than exuding the air of superiority she had displayed towards her mother, now showed great deference to another lady. Unfamiliar with the concept of flattery, she found the matron somewhat amusing. The lady held the hand of a small, chubby boy, who scrutinized her with a critical eye. The familiar sensation of being appraised like mere merchandise washed over her, causing her to instinctively shrink behind her father. From her concealed position behind Pei Xihe, she noticed the small boy drooling, his hands smeared with crumbs from the pastries on the table, while snot dangled at the tip of his nose, moving rhythmically with his breaths, utterly revolting. A sense of disdain stirred within her. At that moment, the man at the top broke the silence. "Is this your daughter?" Pei Xihe promptly nodded in affirmation, pulling Little Ye forth from her retreat. "This is my daughter, Pei Xihe." Little Ye stumbled slightly as she was pulled, regaining her balance. The lady and the gentleman exchanged a glance filled with an unspoken understanding. Mr. Li nodded. "She seems quite suitable. Are you truly willing to have her serve as a child bride for my son Mao?" "Certainly, certainly. It would be a blessing for this girl to attend to the young master." A flicker of amusement danced in the lady's eyes. She bore 3 sons and 2 daughters. Yet her youngest son was born with a mental affliction, a constant source of worry for her. After seeking various remedies for a long time, she ultimately resigned herself to the thought that, as he grew, no respectable young lady would accept him. Instead, he would likely end up with a lowly betrothed child bride. Having encountered countless individuals, she deemed this girl a true beauty, albeit of somewhat humble origins, making her easier to manage. She could serve as a maid, attending to Mao's daily needs, and eventually become a concubine when she grew older. Pei Xihe stood in stunned silence. A child bride? She had heard of such things, her keen mind recalling a tale from a neighbor who spoke of a distant niece sold into servitude to prepare for marriage from a young age. Was she to be paired with that chubby boy chuckling at the table? Upon hearing the term child bride, the boy's gaze suddenly fixated on Pei Xihe, and he clapped his hands excitedly. He wife. The woman's eyes crinkled with delight, clearly in high spirits. Pei Xihe trembled all over. No, she did not wish to become a child bride. She tugged desperately at Pei Xihe's clothing, shaking with fear. Father, father, I don't want this. I don't want this. I can be useful at home. I can take care of my brother. When I grow a bit more, I can work in the fields. Please don't sell me. I beg you. Pei Xihe felt a pang of reluctance. This was his own flesh and blood, bright and clever. Yet, 20 taels of silver were at stake. With that sum, his golden boy would be free from worries about marrying and starting a family. He sighed inwardly, steeling his heart against the burden of his decision. With a resounding slap, Pei Xiaoya's voice was abruptly silenced. Her figure swayed, and she collapsed onto the ground. Her small face flushed and stinging with pain. You still dare to cause trouble. Behave yourself. Pei Xiaoya's mind jolted. Why? Simply because she was a girl? She was intelligent. And prior to her brother's birth, her parents had never harbored such intentions. Now, they intended to sell her as a child bride, merely for the sake of her brother. Tears began to flow uncontrollably, one drop after another, leaving trails on her face. She ceased to speak, her tears cascading down the swollen side of her face, the stinging sensation intensifying her suffering. Chapter 5. Not a single opportunity will be wasted from a young age. She began to assist her family with chores. In her earlier years, she wiped tables, washed dishes, swept the floor, and accompanied older children to gather pig fodder, forage for wild vegetables, and tend to pigs, rabbits, and chickens. As she grew stronger, she was tasked with chopping firewood and fetching water. Each session of chopping left her arms aching for days. She believed her efforts were worthwhile, as only a dutiful child could earn the affection of her parents. She was far more capable than her peers. and thus her treatment at home was considerably better. However, with the arrival of her brother, it seemed he could acquire all that she had worked so hard to achieve without any effort. What was this feeling? A suffocating tightness in her chest, a dull ache, accompanied by a sharp sting of resentment. Her unwillingness and indignation were shattered by that slap. She sat dazed on the ground until she was abruptly yanked up by Pei Xihe. Lordly squinted slightly. Have you made up your mind? 20 taels of silver. Pei Xihe was aware that they were, in fact, somewhat satisfied, for the young girl's appearance and capabilities were undeniably commendable. A smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. It's all right. Thank you, sir. Pei Xihe felt the rough grip of Pei Xihe's large hand tightly clutching her wrist, having just pulled her up, causing her great pain. In that moment, she suddenly perceived her world collapsing around her. She had long been aware of her mother's conversation with that plump woman yesterday, and the subtle, disconcerting glances directed at her. Her parents intended to sell her off to a fool as a child bride. The noble couple seated on high, adorned in extravagant garments of fine silk, looked down upon her with contempt, as if she were merely a dog guarding their estate. The disdain and condescension that flickered in the lady's eyes struck her deeply, even at her tender age. She grasped the nuances of this disdain more profoundly than many adults might. Even if she were to enter that household, she would not be met with kindness. At her current age, even the smartest 4-year-old cannot possess great composure. Previously, she believed that as long as she demonstrated her abilities and endeared herself to her parents, her life would improve. Yet now, everything felt as though she had just been slapped awake by that realization. For the first time, she clearly understood the harsh reality of gender inequality. Her parents were unreliable. But what could she do now? She possessed some strength, yet it paled in comparison to the robust Pei Xihe and the numerous young servants accustomed to labor. She yearned to escape this place, but what awaited her beyond? From an early age, she had come to recognize a particular evil in the world, known as human trafficking. Yet now, were her own parents not the ones trafficking her? Tears streamed down her face, but no one came to offer her solace. They merely regarded her with cold indifference. Pei Xihe took a deep breath, hastily wiping the tears from her cheeks, soaking her sleeves in the process. Father, will I no longer be able to see you? The tremor in her voice was soft and filled with sorrow. Upon hearing her words, Pei Xihe could not help but feel his heart soften. After all, one's own blood evokes a natural compassion. However, he understood that sacrifices must be made for Jinbao, and thus, he felt compelled to put Xiaoya in a difficult position. Pei Xiaoya gazed into her father's eyes, where warmth briefly flickered, only to be swiftly replaced by resolve, deepening her anxiety. Unable to contain herself, she tugged at Pei Xihe's sleeve. Father, I cannot bear to part with you, nor with mother or my little brother. Once sold to the Li family, she would no longer belong to her own family, and to visit her would be a grave affront to old Master Li. Her heart grew heavier as the reality of her parents' stance settled in. Father, I wish to have a skewer of candied hawthorn. Tears glistened in her eyes, shimmering with unspoken longing. Pei Xihe suddenly recalled that Xiaoya had never tasted a skewer of candied hawthorn from the market, and it struck him that she had always been remarkably understanding. A wave of concealed guilt washed over him, enveloping his heart. His daughter, in her final moments, did not wail uncontrollably like other children he had witnessed, nor did she fidget restlessly. She merely craved a skewer of candied hawthorn, stirring within him a tender paternal affection. A flicker of hesitation and struggle gleamed in his eyes, while the composed Lord Li, seated at the head of the table, quietly sipped his tea, observing the impatience etched on his wife's face. After taking a sip of the fragrant brew, Lord Li slightly lowered his eyelids and waved his right hand. Xiao Pei, he said, if your daughter wishes for a skewer of candied hawthorn, let her have it. Pei Xihe promptly expressed his gratitude, as a sturdy young man in his 20s, bearing a friendly smile, emerged beside Lord Li. Pei Xihe smiled in return, yet Pei Xiaoya suddenly froze, her body tense. Lord Li had been scrutinizing the young girl and noticed her fleeting reaction. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. She was indeed a clever little girl, albeit born in the wrong circumstances. Pei Xihe gently took Xiaoya's hand, loosening his grip as they exited the grand estate. While the young man surnamed Xiao walked alongside Pei Xiaoya, flanked by people on either side. Xiaoya longed to flee. She was far too young to comprehend that even if she managed to escape, survival alone was not an option. Yet, instinctively, she chose to evade. The opulence of the estate behind her seemed to fade, transforming into a slumbering beast akin to a great tiger, ready to awaken and consume her whole. A sense of despair began to envelop her. The fine strands of hair on her forehead clung to her brow due to cold sweat, leaving her feeling decidedly uncomfortable. Upon arriving at the bustling marketplace, the cacophony of vendors' shouts enveloped her. Instantly, she felt the weight of the hair tie atop her head, firmly tugging at her strands. Navigating through the throng of people, she found herself before a vendor selling candied hawthorns. Moreover, there stood a stone pillar that lingered in her memory. Surrounded by ethereal figures of celestial beings, with a straight line of reverent individuals awaiting their turn. Despite the passage of time, without a single detection, the crowd continued to swell, forming an interminable queue. Xiao was off to purchase some candied hawthorns. She considered that the young girl, being of tender age, was unlikely to harbor ulterior motives, yet her grip remained tightly clenched. Observing the individuals pressing their hands against the stone pillar, she felt her heart sink. With each step closer, her heart raced violently, the intensity of her emotions impossible to ignore, fueled by her unwillingness to concede. Even if the chances were slim, she yearned for a singular attempt, regardless of the potential for worse outcomes. Pei Xihe, naturally strong, bit down resolutely on his fragile hand, prompting an instinctive release of her grip. In an instant, Pei Xihe dashed towards the stone pillar, undeterred by the wrath of those behind her. Driven by a desire to grasp at the elusive thread of hope, the queue, caught off guard by her sudden intrusion, momentarily stood in shock, while the celestial beings, endowed with heightened senses, quickly perceived the anomaly. However, they were taken aback by the girl's speed, surpassing that of an average adult male, and did not have time to wave her away. In a fleeting moment, Pei Xiaoya's hand pressed firmly against the pillar. The icy surface of the stone pillar suddenly emitted a radiant white light at that very moment. Chapter 6. A Connection with the Celestial Realm. This little girl. Even the celestial masters were somewhat taken aback, and Pei Xihe and Xiao Xiao were utterly dumbfounded. Pei Xihe, too, was momentarily frozen in astonishment. Throughout her journey to the market, she had been stifling her tears, but now they flowed freely, her eyes reddened. The dark stone pillar shimmered with a brilliant white glow. Among the celestial masters, the eldest among them rose to his feet. His expression was gentle, embodying the unique grace of a cultivator. The younger disciples respectfully addressed him. Elder Ji. Elder Ji was the outer sect elder and the leader of their current expedition. During this recruitment, if they could discover a gifted candidate, it would naturally yield rewards from the sect, thus dispelling any lingering dissatisfaction regarding the girl's earlier reckless behavior. In fact, their gazes toward her were tinged with a hint of anticipation. The greater the talent of the candidate, the more substantial the rewards from the sect would be. Elder Ji waved his hand, signaling them to quiet down. Within the white light, changes began to unfold. This white light symbolized the presence of spiritual roots, the fundamental essence of cultivation, the very foundation of all abilities. Now, it was time to reveal the specifics of her spiritual roots. Observing that Pei Xihe and Xiao Xiao seemed poised to take action, Elder Ji discreetly formed a sealing gesture with his palm, raising his index finger to silence the two. Pei Xiaoya's hand remained pressed against the stone wall. A peculiar current of energy surged into her being, enveloping her in a warm embrace that brought her immense comfort. The soreness in her eyes, a result of her recent tears, was significantly alleviated. As the white light gradually dissipated, the once opaque black pillar transformed into a translucent marvel. This astonishing metamorphosis elicited gasps of awe from the surrounding crowd, who were astonished to discover that someone had manifested a spiritual root. The news spread with remarkable swiftness, and soon the area was engulfed by an eager throng. Within the transparent stone wall, a streak of crimson hue swiftly emerged, coiling upward like a spiraling dragon encircling the pillar. The expression of Elder Ji grew increasingly jubilant, mirrored by the awe in the eyes of the disciples from various sections. How could such a remarkable spiritual root exist in this place? Yet, another golden streak ascended, causing their expressions to shift abruptly. The onlookers, though unfamiliar with the intricacies of spiritual roots, understood that a single spiritual root signified a far greater potential than a dual one. Then, a streak of inky blackness began to rise, dimming the fervor in their gazes. A triple spiritual root, they mused, is not particularly extraordinary. However, Elder Ji possessed a deeper understanding. His demeanor remained composed. Even a single spiritual sapling was a boon, and it was not as if it were a failed root. Why aspire for the unattainable and become overwhelmed by greed? As the spiritual roots continued to ascend, he felt a flicker of surprise. The roots were measured in 9 inches, nestled within the Dantian's spiritual consciousness. The longer they grew, the stronger their connection to the ethereal energies of the universe, signifying increasingly exceptional potential. They were categorized according to these 9 inches. The measurement of 1 to 3 inches is considered inferior, 4 to 6 inches is deemed average, while 7 to 9 inches is regarded as superior. At this moment, the tricolored radiance emanating from the stone pillar began to stabilize, reminiscent of 3 intertwined dragons gracefully spiraling, capturing the gaze of all who beheld it. The innate talent of the girl before them was finally unveiled to the celestial masters. Her fire spiritual root measured at 9 inches 3, the gold spiritual root at 9 inches 5, and the ice spiritual root at 9 inches 4. Astonishingly, all 3 spiritual roots had attained the level of superior quality. Their eyes gleamed with fervor, yet Elder Ji's gaze reflected a hint of regret. It was unexpected that such a remote place could yield a superior spiritual root, and yet it was a tri-spiritual root. A singular 9-inch superior spiritual root would truly be an unparalleled prodigy, effortlessly advancing in cultivation and elevating their realm. Although this young girl possessed 3 9-inch superior spiritual roots, the trifecta impeded her cultivation speed, reducing it to a third of its potential. Furthermore, with attributes such as ice, gold, and fire, the conflict between water and fire posed a challenge. Ice was merely a transformation of the water element. Had she been born with water and fire spiritual roots in this mortal realm, devoid of elixirs to nurture her, she would likely not survive beyond a month. However, the interplay of ice and fire was somewhat mitigated by the gold, allowing her to emanate a hint of spiritual energy. This was likely due to her remarkable 9-inch spiritual roots autonomously absorbing the meager spiritual essence to nourish her body. The presence of ice and fire, however, diminished her innate talent. Thus, a singular 9-inch superior spiritual root would rightfully be deemed a prodigy, whereas her tri-spiritual roots, despite being remarkable, were regrettably reduced to a level of merely above average due to the constraints imposed by ice and fire. A sigh escaped his lips, resonating with an unspoken lament. Observing the timid expression of the young girl, he found himself stifling a chuckle. As an outer sect elder, he was merely a foundational cultivator with dual mid-tier spiritual roots. What reason had he to fret over this little girl? The fact that she, a mere mortal, had suddenly acquired the potential for cultivation was already a remarkable stroke of fortune. A smile graced his lips. Little girl, you possess 3 spiritual roots. Would you care to join my Kunlun immortal sect? The girl pressed her lips together, having ceased her weeping, yet a surge of warmth blossomed within her heart. As if she had finally discovered a sanctuary, tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes once more. I am willing. Please, esteemed immortal grandfather, take me away. Changqing cast a glance at the 2 individuals nearby, his mind racing with conjecture. With a flick of his right index finger, he released the restraints binding them. Pei Xihe felt an immediate loosening of the constraints upon him, and could not help but exclaim loudly, little girl. Though the child possessed 3 spiritual roots, she was also an impressive 9 inches tall. Such potential was considered above average, far beyond their own reach. To bring her into their fold was to weave a thread of destiny. Should she succeed in her cultivation, would they not have a chance to share in her fortune? The elder stood aside, ensuring they did not act rashly. Child, is he your father? Ji Changjun held a growing suspicion in his heart, eager to hear the girl's response. Pei Xihe was utterly absorbed in the revelation that his daughter might ascend to immortality. Wouldn't that mean a rise in fortune for all? Perhaps his own son could also become an immortal. They shared the same parents. After all, surely his beloved child possessed even greater talent. He shouted exuberantly, I am her father. She is my daughter. Ji Changjun gazed intently at Pei Xihe. Under his scrutinizing gaze, Pei Xihe mustered her courage. She wiped away her tears and exclaimed, My parents wished to sell me to a fool as a child bride for 20 taels of silver. I refused to marry a fool. In her desperation, she bid her father and rushed forward. Immortal, I implore you. I yearn to cultivate immortality. I do not wish to be a child bride, nor marry a fool. Tears welled in her eyes, yet they did not fall. Ji Changjun sighed. In the realm of mortals, such matters were not particularly rare, but the surrounding disciples of the immortal sect, with their limited experience, displayed expressions of indignation. How can one sell a person to a fool? You do not appear to be destitute. Why sell your daughter? Pei Xihe, emboldened by an unexpected surge of courage, found himself speaking freely to the immortals he had previously deemed unattainable. I am her father. I shall do as I please. Arriving at the Li family's abode is akin to falling into a nest of riches. I shall not sell her now. As he spoke, a realization dawned upon him, the immense worth of his daughter. Ji Zhongjun waved his hand to quell the murmurs of the disciples around him, meeting Pei Xihe's gaze with a faint, enigmatic smile. Pei Xihe's heart jolted in response. Chapter 7. 50 Tales of Silver. Pei Xihe's fleeting courage seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon, causing him to instinctively shrink back. Ji Zhongjun spoke directly. Did you intend to vend your daughter for a mere 20 silver taels to a wealthy family's intellectually disabled son? Is this the truth? I, stammered Pei Xihe, his words laced with ambiguity. Instinctively, he yearned to deny the allegation, yet the sheer force emanating from the speaker filled him with trepidation. Unbeknownst to him, it was a form of pressure exerted by a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage, a spiritual coercion of sorts. Beads of perspiration trickled down Pei Xihe's brow as his fingers nervously tugged at the hem of his garment. Xiao, on the other hand, had discreetly retreated to the periphery, aware that the young girl possessed a stroke of extraordinary fortune and blessings. He dared not interfere rashly. Summoning a modicum of courage, Pei Xihe retorted, "She is my daughter. I have nurtured her into adulthood. Is there anything I cannot do with her? She consumes my resources, wears my garments, and owes her very existence to me. Would she dare utter a word of dissent?" Ji Zhongjun remained unfazed by the commotion. The ongoing aptitude tests came to a standstill as onlookers gathered to witness the spectacle. Pei Xihe's face flushed crimson, yet a flicker of audacity ignited within him. With so many eyes upon them, even an immortal could not act without reason, could they? I merely inquire. Did you intend to vend this young girl for a paltry 20 silver taels? And if I did, what of it? A smile graced Ji Zhongjun's countenance as he manipulated the fingers of his right hand. The surrounding disciples observed that Elder Ji was performing a rudimentary divination, his expression radiating mirth, indicating a favorable outcome. Very well, then. He turned his attention to Pei Xihe. Child, would you be willing to accompany me and become a disciple of Kunlun, pursuing the path of cultivation? Henceforth, you shall sever all ties and karmic connections with your parents and siblings. Pei Xihe was taken aback. Deep within her heart, she instinctively yearned to refuse. Born and raised within the confines of the Pei family, the farthest she had ventured was to the marketplace, where she had unconsciously relied on her parents. Her previous desire to escape stemmed solely from the fear of being sold to a fool if she did not resist, a reflexive act of self-preservation. This hesitation was mirrored in Ji Zhongjun's eyes, who could not help but sigh. After all, she was but a young girl. At that moment, however, Pei Xihe suddenly shouted with fervor, "She is my daughter. Wherever she wishes to go, she must heed my words. If you intend to take her away, you must also take her brother. They are destined to become celestial beings together." Pei Xihe felt a chill wash over her. Her brother. He was still but a child, capable only of crawling and barely able to speak. Yet, she could not suppress the bitter resentment and indignation that surged within her. Since his birth, it seemed she had become merely an object in her parents' eyes. Her existence was only justified by her brother's needs, to be manipulated as they saw fit. A wave of intense fury surged through her heart. All you care about is my brother. You would sell me to a fool for his sake. How dare you? Am I not your daughter? I have toiled for mother since childhood, drawing water, chopping firewood, tending to chickens and pigs. I have shouldered all the household responsibilities. Why must it be like this? I refuse. Pei Xihe had never witnessed Pei Xihe in such a frenzied state before, and he was momentarily taken aback. Yet, almost immediately, a surge of patriarchal indignation welled up within him. He opened his mouth to scold her, but found himself at a loss for words. He gazed at the ever-composed Ji Changlao, desperately wanting to speak, yet unable to articulate his thoughts, his forehead beaded with sweat from anxiety. Pei Xihe suddenly shouted out, feeling the cold sweat soaking through the thin fabric of her back. It seemed she had never resisted in such a manner before, filled with trepidation. Yet a hint of satisfaction blossomed within her heart. Ji Zhongjun spoke to Pei Xihe in a leisurely manner. I am unaware of your son's capabilities. Should he possess spiritual roots, he may come here for assessment, but do not muddle the rules. Since you have already made a transaction with that wealthy individual, albeit the payment is still pending, I have just calculated that the karmic bond between you and your daughter is severed by half due to your own actions. Now that she possesses considerable talent, I intend to admit her into the celestial sect, and thus, I shall take it upon myself to sever the remaining karmic ties." He waved his hand, casting forth a thread of silvery light that landed squarely upon the servant surnamed Xiao, rendering his arm numb. He mistakenly believed he had unintentionally offended the celestial being and, in fright, closed his eyes, only to open them later and discover that it was merely a dazzling pile of silver. Upon closer inspection, it far exceeded 20 taels. "I shall assist in severing this girl as karmic ties. This 50 taels of silver shall serve as her redemption fee. Does your master not wish to engage in this transaction?" Xiao trembled, his expression awkward. Who would dare to refuse a celestial being's offer? Not even his master would dare. He found himself feeling a twinge of pity for Pei Xihe, a humble farmer, who could unexpectedly have a daughter destined for celestial fortune. Had he not intended to sell his own daughter, he might have truly ascended to greatness, and their household would have been graced with a celestial being, one whom even the master would not dare to offend. This was indeed a self-inflicted demise of his own promising future. It is said that this girl was once remarkably filial and capable, but witnessing her recent cries and anguished screams, the prospect of leveraging her status to elevate his own seems utterly futile. He hastily bowed to the celestial being and, clutching a considerable sum of silver, swiftly turned to leave. Suddenly, the constricting sensation around his throat vanished, and realizing he could speak, he exclaimed, "Why should it be so? I am her biological father. If a transaction is to occur, you ought to compensate me with that 50 taels. You are nothing but a burden. My having given birth to you is akin to a lifetime of misfortune." Upon hearing this, the young girl froze momentarily, her cries silenced. Yet, her eyes were rimmed with red, with fine strands of blood mingling with her clear pupils, as tears fell drop by drop to the ground. A burden? What of all her endeavors since she came into the world? Due to her innate spiritual root, she unconsciously absorbed spiritual energy, making her more robust than ordinary children, albeit still not comparable to an adult. Did she not feel the ache in her shoulders from fetching water and chopping firewood? Did her hands not throb with pain? What of the small scars and calluses on her hands and feet, remnants of blisters born of labor, just because he was denied that 50 taels? Did that erase all she had accomplished? Suddenly, a woman pushed her way through the crowd. It was Zhanghua. A child endowed with celestial affinity has emerged. Akin to a thunderclap on a serene day, within mere moments, news of this event has spread like wildfire throughout this quaint locale. Zhanghua, originally at home tending to her beloved Jinbao, was suddenly drawn by the chatter of acquaintances discussing a little girl who had been detected with celestial potential, destined to become an immortal. Not wishing to miss this rare opportunity, she clenched her teeth, cradled Jinbao, and ventured to the market to witness the spectacle. Little did she know, this celestial prodigy was none other than her own daughter. Chapter 8. I will not comply, my child. Have you eaten the heart of a bear or the courage of a leopard? Zhanghua exclaimed, holding Jinbao, a curious boy merely a few months old, who gazed toward the commotion. She observed her daughter standing alongside several celestial masters, while her husband, Pei Xihe, appeared flushed, his back and forehead damp with cold sweat. Reflecting on Pei Xihe's intentions that day, she pondered whether their daughter, having acquired celestial affinity, bore a grudge for their earlier plans to sell her to the Li family. She felt no remorse for her actions. Her once graceful brows, now marred by toil and age, bore an additional harshness due to her inner turmoil. Where do you find such audacity? Your father is your father, I am your mother, and you are flesh of my flesh. Our family is struggling, and we intended to send you to Lord Li's house for a better life. Yet you harbor resentment toward us? Just because you possess celestial gifts. You think yourself above us. Bah, you are my daughter. Jinbao is your brother. What fault is there in earning that 20 taels of silver for him? Her voice resonated loudly, capturing the attention of the onlookers. Ji Changjun slightly furrowed her brows. In the realm of cultivation, the pervasive ideology of valuing males over females is not prevalent. Cultivators focus primarily on the innate qualities of their roots and spiritual meridians, bestowing greater importance upon those endowed with superior talents. Thus, it appears that this young girl has been nurtured in such an environment from a tender age. Although not particularly petite, her complexion bears a slight pallor. With diligent care and the nourishment of spiritual energy, she ought to possess a rosy complexion and pearly whites. Pei Xihe remained silent, yet she resolutely brushed away the tears that continued to fall. Lifting her gaze, she fixed her eyes intently on Zhanghua. At Lord Li's, she was acutely aware that her mother must have knowledge of this matter. For the sake of her younger brother, For Jinbao, who was their cherished darling, she felt like mere clay, easily cast aside, while the surrounding girls appeared to have long since acclimatized to such treatment. It seemed she had not voiced any grievances over the past few months, perhaps believing, under the influence of her surroundings, that this was the rightful way of things. Yet, in this moment, she recognized with piercing clarity that each instance of differential treatment had sown a seed of discontent deep within her heart, a sentiment that had never waned, and which now finally erupted in full force. Zhang Hua was taken aback by her penetrating gaze. Xiaoya had always been obedient and sensible, even when tasked with arduous chores. A single egg would suffice to elate her for days on end. Her previous looks had been imbued with warmth, innocence, and trust, akin to that of a young girl. However, at this moment, her gaze felt like a nail, as if it could pierce through Zhang Hua's very being. The expressions of the disciples from the celestial sects were not particularly favorable, being young and hailing from ordinary backgrounds within the cultivation world. They enjoyed a relatively elevated status due to their innate talents, thus remaining largely unaffected by the bias of gender preference. Among the elders of various sects, and even in the legends concerning the ascended beings, there are indeed numerous female immortals. At this moment, their hearts were naturally filled with discomfort. Boldness. He uttered a cold rebuke, and an unspoken aura of intimidation emanated from him, pressing heavily upon Zhang Hua, rendering her momentarily motionless. This young girl has already been sold by you two to a wealthy man, surnamed Li, for 20 taels of silver, thereby severing your worldly ties. Even if you are bound by blood, the karmic connection has been cut. This is the nature of transactions. One party gives, the other receives, in exchange free of deceit. The principles of heaven are clear, and karma is omnipresent, inexorable. Just moments ago, I calculated that the karmic ties had already been halved. The only remaining link was the payment from the wealthy man surnamed Li to Pei Xihe, which had yet to be fulfilled. Thus, he provided 50 taels, reclaiming half of the karmic ties from Lord Li. Now, upon observing, with two transactions intertwined, the second fully realized, the first has been entirely settled, severing the final remnants of karmic connection. The blood ties of Pei Xihe and Pei Xihe with Zhang Hua have been officially acknowledged as severed. What right do they have to raise their voices here and provoke a disciple of the Kunlun sect? The disciples surrounding him, perceiving his countenance, understood well. Elder Ji is the most sought-after leader in such missions due to his equitable distribution of resources, particularly his fierce protection of his own. With a flicker of his fingertips, the onlooking commoners beheld a glimmer of white light emanating from his fingers, which directly illuminated the child in Zhang Hua's arms, lifting the child effortlessly into the air. How astonishing! It is truly remarkable. The figure of pure light embraced the child and swiftly transported him towards the stone pillar. After a moment, the pillar remained utterly unresponsive. Pei Jinbao, devoid of any spiritual roots, observe that your son lacks the aptitude for cultivation and thus cannot enter our Kunlun immortal sect. The young girl, however, possesses commendable talent and has already consented to journey to the Kunlun immortal sect for her training. As cultivators, we value karmic ties and bear no grievances. Since you and your spouse have sold her, the karmic bond is severed. Should you persist in your entanglements, I, as elder, will regard it as a provocation against the prestige of our Kunlun sect. I shall not show leniency. Previously, Ji Changyu in silence was merely awaiting the successful transaction with Lord Li, anticipating the complete severance of karmic ties, and was not intended to bestow any favor upon them. At this moment, the couple recalled that this was an immortal, an entity that transcends mortals. With a mere wave of a hand, they wield the power over life and death. They had momentarily lost their senses, emboldened by the earlier amiable demeanor, and had dared to challenge the limits of an immortal. Forgive us, immortal, forgive us. We shall not dare to do so again. Pei Xihe, upon seeing the silent Pei Xihe, felt an undeniable sense of reluctance. He softened his expression. My dear girl, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Your father and mother have not had it easy either. Zhang Hua suddenly grasped Pei Xihe's sentiment, sniffed, and directed a gentle expression towards Pei Xihe. My dear, I was momentarily lost in confusion. I was wrong. We are your father and mother. Ji Changyuan's expression shifted slightly. Even the insignificant possess their own wisdom, which cannot be denied. However, regarding such matters, he could no longer intervene. If these bonds were not severed by one's own hand, no one could render assistance. Should she succumb to a psychological impediment as a result of this? I fear her future cultivation breakthroughs will be significantly hampered. Though her innate gifts are not paramount, she is nonetheless a promising disciple. Her 9-inch spiritual root preordains her to be of no ordinary caliber. At their age, they invariably harbor a considerable affection for the younger disciples. The young girl remained silent, wiping away her tears with her sleeve. The coarse fabric of her homespun garment, mended with patches, caused a slight stinging sensation to her eyes. Then, with her head bowed, she reached behind her head to untie the red string that bound her hair. Father, mother, you must have sensed it. Yet, with my younger brother's arrival, I began to experience periods of insufficient nourishment, as mother needed to consume nutritious food to nurse him. As he grew, he, too, required better sustenance. I fetched water, chopped firewood, foraged for wild greens, and cut pig feed. I toiled even more, yet my diet deteriorated. At times, I questioned why, even contemplating resignation, urging myself not to overthink. However, you intended to sell me to a simpleton as a bride, to exchange me for funds to secure a future wife for my brother. Despite the presence of last year's rice and cultivated vegetables in the fields, and the woodshed filled with firewood I had chopped, I had presumed that father's purchase of the red string was a reward for my efforts. Yet it was a prelude to selling me, solely because I am a girl. Yes, it is clear, she no longer harbors any doubt, despite the relentless sorrow. She unraveled the majority of the red string entangled in her hair, allowing her slightly faded, yellowish tresses to cascade down in disarray. Lifting her head, she wiped her eyes, yet they continued to moisten uncontrollably. Do not weep. This is the final occasion. She repeatedly reassured herself. I refuse. Chapter 9, Departure. She suddenly raised her voice, sounding almost like a roar. With a forceful tug, she tore the hair tie from her hair, strands of it entangled and pulling painfully at her scalp. Yet, in that moment, her heart felt remarkably liberated, as if she had never experienced such relief before. The initial excitement and satisfaction she felt upon receiving the red hair tie had dissipated entirely. It was then she realized her disdain for it, the red now appearing shrouded in a layer of dull gray. She cast it violently to the ground, sending up a small cloud of dust. The surrounding disciples of the immortal sect looked on with mild surprise. Yet in Ji Changjuan's eyes, there was a glimmer of satisfaction. Perhaps her innate spiritual roots endowed her with a fine physique, yet this early wisdom was a gift of her own. Despite her youth, she was able to perceive the situation with remarkable clarity. She did not succumb to the soothing words of Pei Xihe and Zhang Hua at that moment. Were they truly remorseful or merely feigning concern for their daughter? Neither. In the face of the formidable power they represented, their submission was merely a tactic. This exemplifies the wisdom of the small and powerless. Regrettably, this young girl possessed an innate intelligence, seeing through their facade, placing greater trust in her own experiences over time. Had she genuinely believed them, the Pei family would have ensnared her like a parasitic daughter, binding her firmly even if she attempted to sever the ties of cause and effect. How can a bird, with its wings bound, ever hope to soar? He wore a smile, his large hand gently brushing through the girl's hair. Since you have made your decision, the rest shall be entrusted to this elder. A warm, radiant light emanated from his palm, enveloping Pei Xihe, instilling within her a sense of comfort that lulled her into drowsiness. Her eyes, already stinging from tears, now felt as if they were battling against each other, succumbing uncontrollably to the weight of sleep. Ji Changjuan beckoned, and a young female disciple in her 20s swiftly supported the swaying form of Pei Xihe. Let us take her to the inn for a proper rest, she said. Nodding in agreement, she performed a hand gesture, causing those around her to retreat, clearing a path. With their departure imminent and the hour approaching noon, it was fitting for the young girl to seize this moment for some much-needed repose. Ji Changjuan's gaze remained indifferent as he observed the Pei couple, still enveloped in disbelief. With his hands clasped behind him, he enveloped their bodies in a cocoon of white spiritual energy, compelling them to meet his gaze. I shall reiterate for the final time. You and the young girl have severed all ties. Should you persist in your futile entanglements, do not blame this elder for being unkind. Spare us, immortal. We shall leave at once, never to return, Zhang Hua implored, her voice trembling as she bowed repeatedly towards Ji Changjuan, neglecting even the golden treasure in her arms. Pei Xihe, too, came to his senses, his heart tumultuous with a mix of panic over his obedient daughter's sudden rebellion and the seething anger at her defiance. Yet all of these emotions paled in comparison to the fear that gripped him. Such was the power belonging to the immortals. Merely standing there, he resembled a mountain, exuding an aura of profound gravitas. However, should one provoke him, he could transform into a surging ocean, unleashing a tempestuous wave, leaving even the court hesitant to offend him. As an ordinary commoner, toiling in the fields, how could he muster the audacity to entertain such trifles? He was simply overwhelmed by the allure of the benefits represented by the prospect of the young girl attaining immortality. In that moment, he felt a mixture of astonishment and terror, trembling as if caught in a tempest, gripped by the utmost fear. Yet upon noticing that Ji Changjun did not take action, he felt an overwhelming joy, hastily pulling Zhang Hua along as they fled in panic. Ji Changjun, with hands clasped behind his back, spoke with an air of indifference. Continue the assessment. He would not resort to killing. For a cultivator to harm a mortal, absent any karmic debt, would only invite unwarranted afflictions. The consequences could be mild, causing obstacles in cultivation, or severe, leading to the emergence of inner demons. How could these two possibly be worthy? He was an elder of the outer sect of Kunlun, a foundational cultivator with a lifespan of 300 years and at over 200 years of age. He had witnessed much and cultivated a mind as intricate as a finely crafted piece of art. His assistance to Pei Xihe stemmed from a mature disposition, no longer restless, and a desire to nurture and guide the younger generation. This incident was merely a matter of convenience. Considering Pei Xiaoya's aptitude, it was reasonable to conclude she possessed above-average potential, with the prospect of achieving the status of a golden core realizer in the future. Forging a good relationship with her was, for him, entirely fitting. With his words spoken, the onlookers gradually emerged from their idle amusement. Yet the murmurs that ensued signified that the matter had not fully dissipated within the crowd. Indeed, it provided fresh fodder for conversation in the months to come. The orderly throng began to coalesce around the stone pillar once more, their hearts stirred with anticipation by the advent of a single individual. After all, if this young girl could succeed, might they not also? Many, disheartened by the discouraging words of those before them, mustered their courage and stepped forward anew. However, a belief in miracles does not guarantee their occurrence. The disciples of the immortal sect, seated nearby, remained unfazed. Even in the spiritually abundant cultivation realm, where the emergence of those with spiritual roots is more likely, such individuals are still exceedingly rare. How much more so in this mortal realm, where spiritual energy is scarce? They were but a small contingent of the outer sect's recruitment team, seeking to earn contribution points for their sect. The Kunlun Immortal Sect, a veritable grand sect, primarily recruits disciples from within the cultivation realm. This explains their elation at the appearance of Pei Xihe, as a promising disciple would not only grant them the base 100 contribution points for participating in the recruitment mission, but also bestow additional points. As the sun advanced, light and shadow intertwined, and before long, dusk had fallen. A twilight gloom enveloped the world, with remnants of the day's light painting the sky in hues of gentle orange. Immortal Master, please test my son one more time. Immortal, I beseech you, take my son with you, even if it means he must toil like an animal. To mortals, immortals seem like unattainable beings. Ji Changjun, having witnessed such scenes countless times, remained unmoved. Let us depart. With graceful leaps, the immortal sect disciples boarded the released spiritual vessel. Pei Xihe awoke, her eyes swollen and reddened, betraying the aftermath of her earlier tears. The once clear gaze now bore traces of crimson, a testament to her earlier sorrow. Standing at the edge of the spirit vessel, her feet rested upon a higher step of the boat. As she looked down, the figures below began to shrink into insignificance. A sudden wave of trepidation washed over her. Yet it was accompanied by a clandestine thrill. This exhilaration blossomed within her, gradually overshadowing her fear. She found herself liberated from the incessant anxiety of being sold, a state of mind she had endured for far too long. Deep down, she recognized this liberation was misguided. Her attachment and dependence on her parents had always been scant. Ever since she had gained awareness, her parents had rarely allowed her to rely on them. Now, the ties that bound her were swiftly erased by this newfound excitement. Was this what the teacher referred to as being heartless and ungrateful? She did not wish to be a wayward child, yet she blinked. She could become a celestial being, and she yearned to embody such a divine figure. Chapter 10. Yearning to tread the white, jade, capital Ji Changjun observed as Pei Xihe ascended with the spirit vessel, her eyes fixed intently on the crowd below. He waved his hand, and the surrounding disciples took their places, remaining undisturbed. The young girl had just severed ties with her parents, facing such profound decisions at her tender age. Even he was unsure if this constituted a blessing or a curse. After all, Kunlun was a genuine celestial sect, not merely a realm one could enter by possessing spiritual roots. One must first ascertain their aptitude and traverse the path of the heart to truly cross the threshold into Kunlun and become an outer disciple. Certainly, should one's qualifications be exceptionally outstanding, and one's intellect and enlightenment remarkably profound, the esteemed elders of the inner sect, those true immortals and celestial beings, might exceptionally accept a disciple, thereby granting them the prestigious status of an inner disciple. The benefits and privileges associated with this position are incomparable, akin to an instantaneous ascent to the heavens. However, during the disciple gathering held once every decade, it is indeed a stroke of fortune for Kunlun to witness even one or two such prodigies, each of whom possesses extraordinary innate abilities, unwavering determination, and exceptional character. "Sister, what is that?" Pei Xihe timidly inquired. After a day or two, Pei Xihe gradually became acquainted with the outer sect disciples. They treated her quite well, for their own spiritual roots were rather ordinary, likely confining them to the outer sect for life, whereas Pei Xiaoya's aptitude was commendable, possibly allowing her to aspire to the inner sect. Naturally, they would treat her with respect and kindness. The female disciple she questioned observed her gesture and smiled brightly. She was quite lovely, her beauty enhanced by the infusion of spiritual energy. Han Yu smiled as she explained, "That is the mouth of the Tongtian River. Little Ya, you must understand that we currently reside in the realm of mortals, while Kunlun and numerous other immortal sects exist in the realm of cultivation, abundant in spiritual energy. The realm of mortals is often referred to as the desolate domain, where spiritual energy is scarce, making it exceedingly difficult to even draw spiritual essence into one's body. The mouth of the Tongtian River serves as the sole interface between the desolate domain and the cultivation realm. It directly connects to the Tongtian River, which in turn links to the ninefold mountains, vast and boundless, stretching endlessly into the horizon." Pei Xihe nodded in a semblance of understanding. She comprehended the words of Han Yu, yet the assimilation of these unfamiliar concepts left her somewhat bewildered. A youth, seemingly in his teens, smiled faintly beside Han Yu. Ji Changjun cast a glance at them, but refrained from uttering any words. He formed a spell with his hands, emanating a soft white glow. The intricate hand gestures crystallized into a white seal, which surged forth towards the river mouth. The ominous black mist in the sky abruptly dissipated, revealing an immense well. The spiritual vessel leaped forward. Xiaoya instinctively shut her eyes in fear, yet there was no jarring impact. Upon reopening them, she found herself in an entirely different realm. It felt as though she had immersed herself in a hot spring, enveloped in warmth. The surrounding disciples gazed at her with a tinge of envy. With a 9-inch superior spiritual root, even the trifling nature of her 3 spiritual roots could not diminish her remarkable spiritual sensitivity. After all, even in her infancy, she had managed to harness the meager spiritual energy of the mortal realm to sustain her life, a testament to her exceptional innate talent. It was unfortunate that she possessed 3 spiritual roots. Otherwise, she might have truly astonished everyone at the disciples' conference. Ji Changjun mused inwardly. He was not a man of soft disposition, yet neither was he entirely unyielding. Throughout their time aboard the spiritual vessel, Pei Xihe had exhibited remarkable obedience and maturity for her age. Though she appeared somewhat frail and sallow, her delicate features were evident, explaining why a wealthy family had once offered 20 taels for her. It was hard to remain hard-hearted when faced with her timid and gentle gaze. Unbeknownst to her, upon opening her eyes, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, as if her slightly yellowed skin had been nourished to a fairer hue. How delightful it was! Han Yu could hardly conceal her envy. In the realm of cultivation, the abundance of spiritual energy was palpable. Though she possessed 3 spiritual roots and progressed slowly, the affinity with the energy of the 9-inch spiritual root was indeed remarkable. Pei Xihe nodded in a semblance of understanding. Having matured early, she had previously observed the expressions of others to please her parents, becoming acutely aware of subtle shifts in demeanor. As a child, she grasped the complexities of emotions, an elusive sense of regret intertwined with a profound envy, all the while unconsciously seeking approval. Still young, she lacked the words to articulate her feelings but sensed no malice or harm directed towards herself, allowing her to go with the flow. As she gazed upon the wondrous sights around her, towering trees reaching for the heavens, enormous green-feathered birds calling out to the sky, and fields adorned with unfamiliar wildflowers, lush and vibrant, she felt a burgeoning yearning within her, the aspiration to cultivate and become an immortal. She was determined to enter the Kunlun sect and attain immortality. How many seedlings have you recruited? Don't mention it. How many can there be in the mortal realm? I searched through over a dozen prefectures in the Dechu dynasty and found just 3. Enough. I've only managed to find 2. Huh. I've discovered 4. Though their roots are lacking. Nevertheless, they are seedlings of immortality, potentially yielding several hundred contribution points. Envy. We outer disciples rely on those contribution points to survive. Several spiritual vessels sailed side by side, their leaders engaged in animated discussions about their experiences. Old Ji, have you arrived? Qin Shan spotted a vessel gradually approaching them. And upon recognizing the leader aboard, he smiled broadly and spoke. Ji Changjun heard his voice and reciprocated with a bright smile. I've come. The vessel he was guiding swiftly joined their ranks, and conversations ensued among the group. Han Yu whispered to her companion, Pei Xihe. This elder is responsible for recruiting disciples for our sect. We are nearing the Kunlun domain. Pei Xihe nodded, having learned from her seniors that she had been identified as possessing spiritual roots. However, to truly become a disciple of the Kunlun outer sect, she must undergo the trials set forth by the Kunlun immortal sect. The sect spans vast territories, stretching across numerous mountain ranges, claiming a significant portion of the world. At its core lies an extraordinarily rare paradise. At the entrance to this paradise stand 2 divine objects, the heavenly wheel treasure mirror, which can discern one's true potential, and the heart-connecting mysterious path, a daunting staircase of 999 steps. One must traverse 30 steps and endure the heart's inquiry illusion to be eligible as a disciple of the Kunlun outer sect. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she repeatedly assured herself that she could succeed. She must not fail, she must triumph. She aspired to become an immortal, without a doubt. Chapter 11. The person of Pei Xihe obediently sat on a small stool, attentively listening to her seniors as they shared insights on the trials and their experiences. She listened intently, nodding her head from time to time. The girl possessed a docile appearance, and the way she nodded her head was exceptionally endearing. A kindly-looking maiden beside Han Yu, with a smile in her eyes, couldn't resist gently stroking the top of her head. Nurtured by spiritual energy, her hair was slowly transforming, as if being imbued with a layer of luster. Her laughter rang out like tinkling silver bells, exceedingly crisp and melodious. Abruptly pausing, she addressed Pei Xihe directly. Little girl. Upon entering Kunlun, one must inscribe their name on the Kunlun stele, never to be altered again. Would you perhaps wish to change your name? Pei Xihe sounded like a mere pet name, and if she were to truly inscribe this name on the Kunlun stele, she might never be rid of it in the future. The little girl was taken aback. Since birth, she had not received sufficient attention, and as for her name, she did not particularly care for it. The moment she truly became aware of the perfunctoriness of her name was after the birth of the Pei family's youngest son, when the couple discussed for several days and nights before settling on Jinbao. Like gold, like treasure, regardless of whether it was refined or not, their earnest love for their son and their eager anticipation were evident. Hearing these words, Ji Changjun slightly turned his head. If she were to achieve something in the future and have the hope of attaining the golden core true person, this name would inevitably disrupt her mind and soul. Then change your name, he said, no longer a little girl from the mortal realm, but an aspiring immortal who is determined to become a Kunlun disciple. He spoke towards Pei Xihe. Pei Xihe licked her lips, a glint of shrewdness faintly emerging from her eyes. Yes, she loathed the name Xiaoya, as it bore the disdain and maltreatment she received for being a girl. Then why not change it? However, I find myself at a loss as to what to choose. This truly places her in a predicament. Even if she possesses an innate intelligence and a remarkable memory, her knowledge has primarily been gleaned from eavesdropping on the teachings of the village's learned individuals after completing her chores, without ever having received formal education. How could she possibly know how to select an appropriate name? At this moment, her senior brothers and sisters began to stir restlessly. What about the name Rui? Pei Rui. May her future be smooth and her endeavors fruitful. Ah, how mundane. Hey, why is it considered trivial? Then what name do you propose? How about Outyin? Pei Outyin. For we practitioners ought to look down upon the masses. This suggestion came from a robust and stalwart young man, earning him many disdainful glances from the female disciples. You fool, she is a girl. What about Pei Yun? I find that name rather appealing. Or perhaps Pei Yunling. It sounds ethereal upon the ears. Observing the lively discussions of these disciples, Ji Changjun couldn't help but smile. Although they were not particularly gifted outer disciples, and each harbored their own little thoughts, it was understandable given their circumstances. Nonetheless, their character remained pure and their intentions harmless. Enough. With a single utterance, the chattering disciples fell silent. Elder, please speak. Ji Changjun approached the young girl. Pei Xihe. My dear girl, what do you cherish? Or is there something in particular that holds significant meaning for you? Upon meeting his gaze, Pei Xihe straightened her posture. His words prompted her to ponder deeply. What did she truly value and desire? She could not help but recall the events of a few days prior, when Pei Xihe had taken her to the marketplace. It was morning, the sun just beginning to rise, and the dawn light broke through the misty clouds. A majestic vessel, akin to a divine treasure, sliced through the ethereal vapors and arrived at the market, altering her destiny. The brilliance was blinding. Her eyes felt a prickling discomfort. Yet she could not suppress the yearning within her heart. She turned her gaze back to Ji Changjun. Elder, I wish to become the sun. The young men and women around her glanced over, intrigued. To aspire to be the sun? How peculiar indeed. Was it not customary to dream of becoming an unparalleled celestial maiden or an extraordinary deity? Yet Ji Changjun remained silent, and they too chose to hold their tongues. Then let it be Pei Xihe. Ji Changjun finally spoke, looking at her with warmth in his eyes. Ancient legends spoke of a solar goddess, wielding the ultimate power of the blazing sun, known as Xihe. If you wish to become the sun, why not adopt a name that echoes her? The scorching sun embodies a spirit of competition. It need not be so domineering. Instead, let it be Xihe, with she representing the setting sun and he symbolizing the young shoots of grain. The setting sun is still the sun, but you may come from humble beginnings, like a small seedling. Who can say you will not grow into a towering tree in the future? Pei Xihe, does that sound good? Yes. The young girl, no. She should be called Pei Xihe now, her eyes sparkling with delight. She did not yet comprehend Ji Changjun's wishes and protection for her. The tall trees in the forest are often toppled by the winds. He hoped she would thrive like a vibrant seedling, continually growing and pursuing the sun she wished to become. All she understood was that she had been bestowed a new name, a new life. The life that belongs to Pei Xihe was, at this moment, beginning. Han Minglou lifted her chin slightly, revealing a hint of arrogance. She sat gracefully upon a gilded sedan chair, the layers of floating clouds beneath her. Surrounding her were 4 formidable guards, exuding an aura of immense strength. As the daughter of the Jiang family, she belonged to one of the ancient surnames that have endured through time, deeply rooted in tradition and renowned as a family of cultivators. The cultivation families send their disciples to sects for training, which serves as a balance and bond between the sects and the families, a recognition of the sects by the families, akin to a pledge of allegiance. This arrangement ensures that the family's disciples can attain a superior path to immortality, leading to greater prosperity and continuity for the family. At merely 6 years of age, the delicate features of her brows and eyes hinted at her beauty. Her crystalline, clear eyes swept over the disciples below as the disciples' assembly was about to commence, with countless children eager to join Kunlun gathered here. Among them were those collected from the realm of mortals and others who arrived from the cultivation world, with those of higher status, like her, belonging to esteemed families seeking to enter the sect for training. A unique glimmer danced in her eyes, setting her apart from ordinary children. To her astonishment, she found herself endowed with such fortune. The female protagonist, Ming Linlang, possessed unparalleled talent, a prestigious lineage, and an extraordinary bloodline, cutting through obstacles to ultimately ascend to the celestial path. However, Jiang Minglou refused to accept the role of a mere villainess in this narrative, serving as a stepping stone for Ming Linlang. The celestial path, after all, belongs to no one but herself. Chapter 12. Jiang family, Pearl leaning back against her chair. Jiang Mingzhu's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of determination. In truth, she remained somewhat skeptical of the information presented in that tale. How ludicrous and preposterous it is to accept that one is within the confines of a story. She refused to believe it. She was the esteemed eldest daughter of the Jiang family, cherished by her parents and esteemed by her ancestors, a genuine prodigy with a singular spiritual root, a superior wood-type spiritual root measuring 9 inches and 3 points. The Jiang clan's members matured early, and despite being only 6 years old, Her innate intelligence was nurtured with meticulous guidance since she gained awareness, coupled with the consumption of precious natural treasures, granting her keen senses. Even now, she harbored doubts. But when she considered confiding in her elders, she was astonished to find herself unable to speak. Let's observe, she thought, and see if everything in this story truly unfolds. Then, I shall make my plans. She emitted a soft, cold humph, refusing to believe that she would become a mere foil for anyone. Pei Xihe also stood in the waiting line. Neither Ji Changjun nor any other disciples from the spiritual ship were by her side at this moment. No one bore the responsibility of constantly tending to others. Pei Xihe was just over 4 years old, her height not even reaching a meter. As the recruitment of disciples was open to those under 16, she had been positioned at the rear, obscured by the taller figures in front, unable to see anything. As the line advanced, she finally discerned the true nature of the first test. It was an unusually large, round mirror. The perfectly circular surface shimmered with a soft, silvery light, and the edges were adorned with countless floating golden runes, rotating slowly. The person being tested placed their hand upon it. A gentle light enveloped their hand, and the young boy, just over 10 years old, didn't even blink. The mirror's surface rippled with light. Pei Xihe observed with curiosity. In fact, during the previous discussions with her senior brothers and sisters, it had already been explained to her that talent encompasses more than just spiritual roots. In this world, cultivators can be classified into 3 principal categories: Tao cultivators, body cultivators, and spirit cultivators. Spirit cultivators possess exceptionally pure spiritual roots, adept in the mastery of formations and talismans, wielding hand seals and incantations to execute their mystical arts with formidable power, often unrivaled in long-range combat. Tao cultivators, including sword, saber, and spear practitioners, hone their physical forms while also studying magical arts, making them the most numerous among the current cultivator populace, and capable of achieving extraordinary combat prowess. The Celestial Wheel Treasure Mirror is an ancient divine artifact of immeasurable might and unparalleled magical power. It possesses the ability to discern truth from illusion, probing into an individual's root constitution, physique, bloodline, and spiritual roots to assess the strength of their innate talent. Talent is categorized into 3 tiers: inferior, medium, and superior. Inferior talent is represented by the color purple, medium talent by blue, and superior talent by gold. At this moment, the mirror revealed a hue of purple. As the purple light dispersed, it manifested 3 colors of spiritual roots, yet soon fell silent thereafter. An elderly man with a long beard, dressed in brown robes, spoke in a deliberate manner. Bone age 12, 3 spiritual roots, inferior talent. You may proceed to the second trial. Although the boy felt a pang of disappointment upon realizing his talent was but inferior, he was already aware that among his 3 spiritual roots, only one had reached 4 inches in length. Thus, successfully entering the second trial meant he would be a disciple of Kunlun, which filled him with joy. As time passed, Pei Xihe beheld a girl gracefully emerging from an ornate palanquin. As summer transitions into autumn, she is adorned in an exquisite brocade satin gown. The sky blue fabric intricately embellished with large, elaborate evening primrose flowers at the hem. Her complexion is as fair as snow, and she appears to be merely 6 or 7 years of age, yet there exists an undeniable air of pride in her demeanor. Her delicate and charming features are complemented by eyes that shimmer like crystal, radiating clarity and brilliance. As she places her hand upon the surface, a brilliant golden light erupts forth from the mirror, capturing the attention of numerous onlookers. Their gazes are filled with envy, jealousy, admiration, and trepidation, a myriad of complex emotions converging upon Jiang Minglou. Despite her tender age, the abundance of envious glances stirs a sense of pride within her, further enhancing her haughty expression. As the golden light fades, a verdant silhouette materializes in the form of a flower. The elder, taken aback, speaks with a hint of astonishment. Bone age 6. A 9-inch single wood spirit root, a profound wood spirit body, of superior talent, eligible for the second trial. He slightly raises his gaze, sensing several unseen eyes watching intently. The powerful practitioners of the inner sect employing their divine abilities to observe the realm. Upon spotting the distinct ancient character Jiang inscribed on the red water jade pendant at her waist, they immediately recognize her as the prodigy of the Jiang family. Jiang Minglou steps through the gateway of the mirror, entering the second trial's domain, the path of the heart. How remarkable! Do you think she will be accepted as a disciple of the inner sect? I believe so. A single spirit root is one thing, but a 9-inch superior spirit root is truly unfair. Moreover, she possesses a profound wood spirit body, naturally attuned to the spiritual essence of wood, making her affinity far surpass our own by 100-fold. My goodness, with a wood spirit root combined with a wood attribute spirit body, it is no wonder her talent shines so brilliantly. Ah, the prodigy. Indeed, she is the gem of the Jiang family, living up to her illustrious reputation. It is said that the Jiang family possesses a unique bloodline talent, and their close ties with Kunlun are well known. Though the elder chose to remain silent on the matter, Pei Xihe was unfamiliar with the concept of the Xuanmu spiritual body, which seemed to be an extraordinary talent. And her eyes betrayed a hint of envy. How impressive it is! Alas, she is burdened with the trifecta of spiritual roots. From Elder G's careful explanations, she had a general understanding of her talent's rank. Who wouldn't desire remarkable aptitude? Those who claim to be free of jealousy or envy must either possess comparable abilities or be even stronger. Otherwise, do their words hold any weight? At long last, it was Pei Xihe's turn. She stood a tad shorter, tiptoeing to place her hand against the surface. A surge of vibrant azure erupted forth, fierce and even hinting at a trace of gold, though it was somewhat obscured. As the azure dissipated, the manifestation of the triad of spiritual roots became evident. Witnessing her 3 spiritual roots drew the attention of many. Could this truly be classified as mid-grade talent? A closer examination revealed it to be a mere 9 inches. A rather unfortunate outcome. The elder spoke in a calm tone. Bone age 4, 3 spiritual roots, above average talent, eligible for the 2nd level of trials. Receiving an above-average assessment rather than merely mid-grade brought a radiant smile to Pei Xihe's eyes. Her petite form, filled with excitement, compelled her to clasp her hands behind her back, mindful of the strict decorum of the immortal sect, lest she become too carried away in her triumph. With a quickened pace, she dashed through the gateway that led to the mirrored realm. The 2nd level of trials awaited her. Chapter 13. A glimmering array. After an indeterminate span of time, a little girl emerged slowly from the crowd. Her eyes were a unique shade of blue, as clear and pristine as natural crystal. A girl from the Ming family. The elder instantly recognized her by her striking eye color. The Ming family was also renowned in the realm of cultivation, possessing the exceptional Minglou bloodline. The purer and more intense the bloodline, the more unparalleled the azure hue of their eyes. The little girl appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old, yet there was an ethereal quality about her features. Upon a closer look, he found her somewhat reminiscent of the 9-inch girl with 3 spiritual roots he had encountered earlier. Their facial features bore a striking resemblance, both exquisitely delicate. However, the distinct color of their eyes and the unique spirit they embodied made it evident that they were indeed 2 separate individuals. Her refined features rendered her charmingly delicate, yet the deep blue of her eyes imparted an air of cool elegance akin to a jade tree nestled in snow. She touched the mirror surface. The golden light shimmered brightly. At the age of 6, with 9 inches of water spiritual roots and above-average talent, she was deemed worthy of entering the 2nd trial. She stepped through the great door, commencing her 2nd trial. A prodigy of the Ming family. Indeed, Ming Linlang. Such extraordinary talent. This was the 2nd individual with pure golden aptitude. Remarkable. Alas, why do we lack such noble lineage? It is said that their bloodline is imbued with the essence of Minglou. Indeed, it is said that their pure bloodline guarantees water spiritual roots and exceptionally high aptitude. As the children passed through the golden threshold of the celestial wheel, they arrived at an immensely vast circular platform. Surrounding them was a swirling mist that obscured any clear vision of the objects within. There was only a staircase, seemingly crafted entirely from white jade. 999 pathways of connection awaited them. One must traverse 20 steps. The more resolute and unwavering one's disposition, the greater the likelihood of ascending to greater heights. The venerable ancestor of Kunlun, with formidable power and unwavering determination, successfully ascended the 999 steps, thereby gaining dominion over the celestial treasures of this realm, becoming the steadfast pillar of Kunlun. He appears to be the sole individual rumored to have achieved this remarkable feat. Subsequent generations, even those esteemed grandmasters of legend, have found themselves unable to reach that pinnacle. They are required to ascend merely 20 steps. Kunlun does not welcome those of narrow-mindedness or poor character as disciples. The 20 steps serve as the minimum threshold. Among past disciples, there have been those of exceptional talent who have ascended 100 steps. Pei Xihe observed as others ascended the staircase, and she too placed her foot upon the first step. In that instant, she felt a wave of dizziness. Her mind momentarily clouded. Nevertheless, she pressed onward. With each step taken, the white jade staircase seemed to exude wisps of ethereal mist, enveloping the entire staircase in a shroud of fog. Her head grew heavier, yet she recalled her resolve to enter Kunlun, her pace slowing, though still she moved forward. Each step felt burdensome, a sensation she had never encountered before, instilling a sense of trepidation within her. This is precisely why ordinary disciples must mature before embarking on such a journey. For instance, Han Minglou, at the age of 6, is at an ideal stage. Having been nurtured to comprehend certain principles, while still young enough to possess greater potential than those in their teenage years, thus more likely to attract the favor of the inner elders. Han Minglou strode forward with great confidence, her innate pride and remarkable temperament allowing her to ascend 20 steps in just a few breaths. A hint of triumph flickered in her brows as she continued her ascent. Meanwhile, Ming Lingling, adorned in elegant white and blue attire, effortlessly surpassed the threshold of 20 steps as well. She maintained a steady pace, and beyond the 20th step, a considerable number of people had gathered. At this moment, they were all striving to demonstrate their inner strength and character, seeking the acknowledgement of the elders who observed them from the shadows, hoping that such recognition would facilitate their future entry into the inner sanctum. Pei Xihe was suddenly engulfed by a cacophony of noise. Pei Xihe, you wretched girl, a burden of misfortune. You've grown bold enough to strike your brother. Get over here at once. She froze in place, her foot poised to rise but halted midair. At that moment, she had only just reached the 17th step, and many others around her had also come to a standstill, ensnared in a labyrinth of confusion. I refuse. The declaration erupted within her heart. She opened her eyes from the haze, feeling as though she was being tightly tugged by Pei Xihe and Zhang Hua. With a sudden surge of determination, she lifted her foot, and despite the weight of her body, she stepped onto the 18th step. It's all an illusion, all an illusion. She silently chanted the secret mantra imparted by her senior sister, struggling to navigate past the 19th step. She fought to remain alert, ultimately conquering the 20th step. A wave of joy washing over her as the phantom figures that had clung to her dissipated. A sense of clarity enveloped her. As she lifted her gaze, she gasped in astonishment. Someone was already poised to ascend to the 100th step. She felt an indescribable sensation within, likely jealousy, she mused. As the effort she exerted to achieve what others accomplished with ease was undeniably difficult to accept. Pressing her lips together tightly, she endeavored to ascend to the next level. Atop a mountain peak, a reflective surface mirrored the trials of the disciples below. A female cultivator clad in a simple green robe sat gracefully. A hairpin resembling a verdant vine nestled in her hair. Su Wen cast a glance at the water's reflection, observing several individuals nearing the 100th step, nodding in approval with a hint of admiration. This cohort indeed boasted several disciples of exceptional talent and character. A striking woman in crimson attire also lifted her alabaster chin, exuding an allure that made one contemplate the prospect of taking her under one's wing. Her gaze fell upon a boy, drenched in sweat, appearing around 7 or 8 years old, a rare single-fire spiritual root. At this moment, he had already ascended to the 98th step, embodying a spirit that could be described as unwavering. A robust man, with a glint in his eyes, remarked, "That young lad shows promise." Every 3 sessions, the elders of the inner sect possessed the privilege to select a direct disciple for cultivation within the inner sanctum. They were the elders who held such esteemed positions. Their auras were as magnificent as vast rivers and seas, and beneath their formidable presence, a faint luminescence could be perceived. They had all entered the realm of profound cultivation. "Look, that girl from the Jiang family aligns perfectly with you," senior sister Su Wen, a handsome young man, graceful in demeanor, exclaimed with a smile. Su Wen observed as the girl ascended to the 100th step, her heart stirred slightly. With a 9-inch wood spiritual root and a wood attribute spiritual body, coupled with the bloodline of the Jiang family, she was indeed remarkable. Such talent, combined with an indomitable spirit, is simply irresistible. A smile graced my lips. A disheveled old man, resembling a tattered sage clad in blue, approached with a wine gourd in hand. Upon noticing the girl clad in white and blue, drenched in sweat, yet having ascended 100 steps, his murky eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. "That girl is the one I desire." The elders surrounding could hardly conceal their respect and astonishment. Indeed, esteemed uncle. That girl is none other than Ming Linlang. On the path of the heart, white mist rose, coiling tightly around each individual as more ascended to greater heights. The thicker the mist became, the more it enveloped them, infiltrating every pore, rendering it impossible to resist. The higher the steps, the denser the white fog grew. Only through sheer willpower could one sever the alluring mist that incessantly tempted the mind to succumb to illusions. Likewise, an increasing number of individuals halted in their tracks, their eyes clouded, their black irises completely shrouded by the white mist, obscuring their vision of reality. Once consciousness was utterly lost, the path of the heart would emit a golden radiance, transporting them downward. Those who surpassed 20 steps would achieve the status of outer disciples of Kunlun. Pei Xihe felt her mind becoming increasingly muddled, her vision obscured by the thick, white mist. Her steps faltered. Within the fog, countless figures seemed to materialize. The fearsome apparitions of Rakshasas corresponded to the terror within her heart. She was terrified of these dreadful entities. She longed to flee, yet her body betrayed her. Her feet felt as if they were cast in lead, immobilized. All she could do was watch as the ferocious Rakshasa, brandishing a steel blade, advanced towards her with lethal intent. Her entire body was rigid, unable even to part her lips. She could only close her eyes in a panic. Her inner frailty and fear laid bare. Suddenly, she realized it was merely an illusion. Upon opening her eyes again, she found herself enveloped in a golden halo, precisely at the 45th tier. While not the lowest, it was certainly not the highest, as she had traversed 20 steps, having overcome the deep-seated fears instilled by her parents. Her heart felt remarkably unburdened, and she ascended more than 10 steps in one breath. Yet, within this new illusion, she faltered. Before the golden light surrounded her, she cast a glance upwards at the 45th tier, where others were still climbing. Clenching her fists, she pondered why she could not be more resolute. If only she were a bit firmer, a bit stronger, she could have ascended a few more steps. She took a deep breath. Fortunately, she had succeeded. She could now proudly call herself an outer disciple of Kunlun, and that was her greatest fortune. No longer would she fear being sold or traded. She had a fresh start, the potential to become a transcendent being soaring through the clouds. How splendid! Gazing at the higher steps, she gathered her composure, her eyes sparkling with renewed vitality. The golden light enveloped her entirely as she was transported away, leaving behind a delicate pattern of ancient script on her right wrist. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the characters for 45. Quite remarkable. Outside the water mirror, the old man in blue stroked his disheveled beard, a look of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Meanwhile, the young girl in the white and blue dress had already reached the 126th tier, while the girl from the Jiang family had also advanced to 124. They each possessed extraordinary qualities. The young maiden of the Jiang family exhibited a gradual emergence of silvery light patterns upon her brow, intricately woven to form an ancient character, Jiang. A venerable surname with a profound heritage, the modern-day cultivation clan's direct lineage inherited a mystical power. This silvery Jiang character was, in fact, a manifestation of their bloodline totem. The blood of the Jiang clan harbored great terror, power, and mystery. Legend had it that they were descendants of ancient emperors, possessing the mystical ability to dispel evil. Ming Linlong's eyes, entwined with white mist, shone with a bright, crystalline blue light. Countless minute, wave-like traces became increasingly distinct within her pupils, coalescing into the great secrets of water. Such was the foundation of these two. Others, too, with innate gifts, strove to ascend. A boy, his body flickering with firelight, tempered his will with flames, helping him to cut through the white mist. A girl in white robes, her eyes constricting like serpentine pupils, transformed in an instant into silver, resembling 3 petals unfurling. A teenager, his eyes blood-red, broke through the mist with an innate murderous aura. After a long while, it finally came to an end. Before the path of the heart, an incomparably brilliant white gold light shot forth, transforming into a long scroll. Unfurled, golden names emerged upon it, arranged in ascending order according to the number of steps climbed on the path of the heart. All those named were accepted into the outer sect of Kunlun. Pei Xihe watched with excitement as her name appeared on the scroll. Pei Xihe, the golden letters symbolizing her rebirth. In recent days, the unease she had carefully concealed found an outlet, and her eyes involuntarily grew red. Yet she recalled her earlier promise to herself. She would no longer weep. For she had come to a clear realization, Tears are futile in the presence of those who either do not care for you or have resolutely chosen to abandon you. A wave of joy surged within her as names began to surface one after another, prompting her to gaze in astonishment. How remarkable it was. The top 10 had already emerged. Lu Qingyan, ranked 101. Ji Tongsheng, 104. Han Shan, 107. Hua Zizuru, 110. Zhao Shengyue, 113. Lu Changfeng, 119. Shinta Chongyun, 127. Jiang Mingzhu, 133. Chu Fingzhen, 136. And Ming Linglang, 137. They possessed not only exceptional resilience, but also profound depth and remarkable talent, enabling them to ascend beyond the 100th step. A deep sense of envy blossomed within Pei Xihe as she anxiously fidgeted with her palm, her eyes shining brightly as they fixated on each name. Now, those willing to join the ranks of Kunlun disciples must shed a drop of blood upon the mark on their hands, igniting their names on the Kunlun list with their life essence, thereby becoming a part of Kunlun. Pei Xihe observed as those around her eagerly bit their fingertips, smearing their blood upon the mark on their wrists. A sense of impatience and trepidation welled up within her. In the esteemed Kunlun sect, even the outer disciples were divided into ranks, as her senior brothers and sisters had elaborated. The outer disciples of Kunlun were classified into 3 distinct tiers. At the pinnacle of excellence lies the highest rank, while the lowest is reserved for the 3rd tier. Upon entering, if one's innate talent and performance are sufficiently remarkable, one may attain a higher status and, consequently, enjoy preferential access to the resources of the sect. This is not an injustice. Rather, it is a profound fairness, as one can elevate their rank through contribution points earned from the task hall. A 3rd-tier disciple must accumulate 1,000 contribution points to ascend to the 2nd tier, while the 2nd tier requires 5,000 to reach the esteemed 1st tier. Once a disciple achieves the foundational realm of cultivation, they may partake in the triennial outer sect competition, where they could attract the attention of inner sect elders and become an inner disciple. The more exceptional the talent, the greater the potential to become a pillar of the sect, and the initial allocation of resources deepens the disciple's sense of belonging. However, here, they can only aspire to be 2nd-tier disciples. To ascend to the 1st tier, one must diligently gather 5,000 contribution points. Pei Xihe felt a surge of anxiety. She had confirmed her entry, yet human nature is inherently insatiable. Once one attains a goal, the yearning for more emerges. This relentless ambition is a deep-seated flaw within one's character. She fervently wished to become a 2nd-tier disciple. Biting down on her fingertip, she forced a drop of blood to emerge and pressed it onto the mark. The golden patterns were stained crimson, gradually transforming. Ultimately, 2 azure streaks crystallized. 2nd-tier disciple. A profound joy ignited in her eyes as she gazed upward at the top 10 on the Kunlun ranking, silently nurturing a burgeoning ambition within. Why could she not ascend to the highest peak? Why could she not become the very best? She cast her gaze once more towards the long staircase, now cleared of mist, comprising 999 steps. I shall ascend gradually. Reaching the pinnacle, she resolved. Chapter 15. To cultivate immortality. One must first learn to read. Pei Xihe observed as the names on the Kunlun list illuminated one by one, with several radiant beams of colorful light emerging. A wave of astonishment washed over her, causing her to cover her mouth in disbelief. Is this what Elder Ji spoke of, an immediate entry into the inner sect? It was not simply a matter of stepping into Kunlun to commence cultivation within the inner sect. Rather, one must first begin as a first-class disciple in the outer sect. Yet, powerful figures from the inner sect had already chosen them as apprentices. Once they embarked on the path of cultivation, they would receive the support of these esteemed masters. Their rate of advancement and enhancement of personal strength would become significantly smoother. Upon entering the sect, they would be recognized as first-class disciples, adorned with 3 golden marks, thus gaining access to the cultivation techniques of the powerful inner sect masters. With a remarkable performance at the disciples' assembly, they could seamlessly transition into the inner sect. She clenched her fists tightly, a thin sheen of sweat forming in her palms. She needed to strive harder. She was aware that her innate talent for cultivation paled in comparison to theirs, and her resilience was equally lacking. This was only to be expected, yet deep within her, a sense of discontent simmered. She yearned for improvement, to grow stronger. Desire burgeoned within her heart, unrestrained, thus. She resolved to exert her utmost efforts to create and fulfill her aspirations. Pei Xihe received 3 sets of disciple robes, the pristine white, imbued with an ethereal aura. reminiscent of those she had previously seen on her senior brothers and sisters. A smile blossomed on her face. She followed the guiding seniors to her designated quarters. In the realm of disciples, for third-tier novices share a chamber, 2 second-tier disciples occupy another, while only the first-tier disciples are granted the privilege of solitary quarters. Yet, the elation and excitement swelling within Pei Xihe are unparalleled. The more unpretentious and relatable the surprise, the deeper the sense of grounded satisfaction it evokes. At the Pei residence, she had merely a small bed fashioned from straw in a humble storage room. However, during her few days aboard the spirit vessel, which primarily serves as a transport for spiritual artifacts, she found contentment in the small space provided. Now, before her stands a quaint, spacious abode, welcoming and bright. Upon entering, she discovers a modest hall with doors on either side leading to 2 distinct rooms. The intricately carved purple wood windows and the elegant furniture instill a sense of tranquility. Her senior sister escorted her here before departing, mindful of the numerous outer disciples requiring accommodation. Observing the 2 rooms, both enveloped in a serene stillness, she surmises they are unoccupied. Curiosity piqued, she opens the door to the room on her left and steps inside. The space is ample, featuring a mahogany bed that is already adorned with fresh bedding. As she pushes open the small window, radiant sunlight floods the room, casting a warm glow upon her. It is a comforting sensation, so much so that she involuntarily squints, a smile tugging at her lips, her beautiful brows arching in delight. She closes the door and, with a swift motion, sheds her somewhat worn garments, patched in numerous places, replacing them with a set of disciple robes. The pristine, silky satin fabric envelopes her in a sensation she has never experienced before, emanating a unique warmth that dispels any chill. She tenderly brushed her fingers against the edge of her sleeve, gazing at the patched old garment laid out on the bed. A complex expression flickered in the eyes of the small girl. Who could have predicted that she would escape the fate of being sold and instead join a sect of immortals? Life is indeed full of uncertainties. Suddenly, a knock resonated at her door. Pei Xihe, sitting on the bed, sprang to her feet. She hurried to the door, steadied her breath, anticipating the arrival of her roommate. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a girl of around 10, with 2 playful pigtails and a beaming smile. "Hello, sister," Pei Xihe exclaimed, her face brightening to mask any hint of timidity. The little girl possessed striking features and exuded a cheerful aura. After glancing at Pei Xihe, her lips curved into a smile. "Hello, little sister. How old are you?" "I am 9 this year." "I am 4.5. Then I must be your older sister." Her laughter rang out like the clear chime of silver bells. "I am Meng Fu Ling. What is your name?" "Pei Xihe." Meng Fu Ling smiled, but her eyes discreetly surveyed the modest furnishings of Pei Xihe's room. Upon noticing the patched garment on the bed, a hint of complexity flickered in her gaze. Pei Xihe nodded. Her features were exquisite, and with the nourishing essence of recent days. The pallor of her small face had faded considerably, revealing the tender whiteness that it ought to possess. Pei Xihe had little to tidy up. Clinging to this opportunity she had seized amidst her former life as turmoil, she possessed nothing but this patched old garment. Gazing at that set of garments, her eyes cast low, she felt a persistent urge to cast them aside. Yet, in the end, she folded them neatly and placed them back into the wardrobe. In Kunlun, there exists a distinction between the inner and outer gates. The inner gate is further divided into 7 sacred peaks, while the outer gate lacks such mountainous divisions. The outer gate encompasses the Disciples' Hall, the martial arts arena, the scripture repository, the mission hall, the dining hall, and the instruction chamber. The Disciples' Hall serves as the residence for the outer gate disciples, while the martial arts arena is a venue for disciples to engage in contests, honing their skills in both magical arts and martial weaponry. The scripture repository houses an array of techniques and various esoteric texts ranging from the 9th to the 5th rank, which must be exchanged for contribution points. The mission hall holds paramount importance, offering a multitude of tasks, from cleaning the halls and nurturing seedlings to slaying foes with a sword. These tasks are categorized from 1 star to 9 stars, signifying varying levels of difficulty. Only upon the completion of these tasks can one earn contribution points, which can also be used to exchange for rare treasures, elixirs, magical artifacts, talismans, array discs, and even juvenile beasts, all of which are available for redemption. The dining hall is where the disciples partake of their meals. Although practitioners can consume nourishing pills, meals composed of pure spiritual ingredients not only remain untainted by impurities that could hinder cultivation, but but also enhance physical constitution and refine spiritual energy. Disciples of the Kunlun Outer Gate are entitled to enjoy first-grade spiritual rice and food on the ground floor free of charge, while higher-grade sustenance, which is more beneficial for cultivation and physical enhancement, requires contribution points for redemption on the second floor. The instruction chamber is the destination to which Pei Xihe is headed. This chamber serves as a place for Outer Gate disciples to study the intricacies of their techniques. Occasionally, powerful beings visit to impart wisdom on cultivation methods. However, Pei Xihe's purpose for coming here is to learn to read, turning the pages of the book in her hands. Each character represented what she had once yearned to learn in school. Upon entering the sect, provisions were made. Through her senior sister's explanation, she learned that cultivation methods were classified into 9 grades. As new disciples, they would receive the 7th grade cultivation method, the Qi Nourishment Sutra, a fundamental secret for beginners. Third-class disciples were entitled to 10 low-grade spirit stones and 3 Qi nourishment pills monthly. Second-class disciples received 50 low-grade spirit stones and 10 Qi nourishment pills each month. First-class disciples were granted 100 low-grade spirit stones, equivalent to 1 middle-grade spirit stone and 1 vitality pill. Furthermore, first-class disciples who entered the outer sect alongside Pei Xihe were esteemed by inner sect experts, who had already imparted more profound and arcane techniques for cultivation. Surpassing the Qi Nourishment Sutra, Pei Xihe carefully stowed the monthly resources she received from the task hall into the small storage pouch provided, which also contained her identity jade tablet for recording contribution points. She secured the delicate pouch in her bosom, not daring to hang it on her waist for fear of losing it. The words in the Qi Nourishment Sutra were perused roughly, recognizing only a fraction, which she had previously learned surreptitiously. Now embarking on the path of cultivation, she needed to diligently attend literacy lessons. To cultivate immortality, one must first learn to read, which was undeniably sound logic. Chapter 16. Knocking on the heavenly gate, Pei Xihe meticulously examined the Qi Nourishment Sutra in her room. She had been in Kunlun's outer sect for a month. The path of cultivation was seemingly boundless. The initial step involves drawing the spirit into the body, guiding the ethereal energy to dwell within, and circulating it throughout the body according to the prescribed technique, ultimately leaving a trace of refined spiritual power in the dantian. Thus, one embarks upon the true path of cultivation, stepping into the realm of Qi refinement. Possessing remarkable talent, she effortlessly grasps a portion of the Chinese characters even through occasional clandestine study. With the guidance of her instructor in the Taoist teachings, her learning accelerates, and she has already mastered the characters within this particular technique. Surrounding disciples also begin to draw the spirit into their bodies, while next door, Meng Fuling had already accomplished this feat over a dozen days prior, entering the realm of Qi refinement. She had even heard of several first-class disciples who managed to draw in Qi within a single day. Suppressing her envy, she closed the book, sitting upright on her bed. With her hands forming the necessary seals, Pei Xihe's capacity for learning is truly exceptional. She possesses an innate wisdom and a photographic memory. Closing her eyes, the contents of the technique clearly and fluently emerged in her mind. The cosmos, both pure and turbid, resonates with the essence of existence. Her thoughts gradually settled into tranquility. In the stillness of darkness, as she silently recited the heart mantra, it seemed that points of light began to emerge around her. The red flame, the green wood, the yellow gold, the brown earth, and the black water. With her 9-inch spiritual root, she naturally holds a significant advantage in attracting ethereal energy. Even in the realm of mortals, she can sufficiently absorb the sparse spiritual energy to nurture herself. She encountered no obstacles in drawing the spirit into her body. The red ethereal energy surged into her being instantaneously, the spirit of fire, the spirit of gold, and the ice spirit tinged with deep blue. The advantages of her superior 9-inch spiritual root became fully evident in that moment. 3 strands of 9-inch spiritual roots enabled her to effortlessly absorb spiritual energy into her being. When it came to the absorption of spiritual energy, even the foremost disciples could not rival her, for with 3 strands of the same 9-inch superior spiritual roots, her rate of absorption was nearly threefold that of a single root, given identical practices. However, this triad of roots, being in opposition to both ice and fire, would render her advancement significantly more arduous than that of those with singular roots. This was the essence of her above-average aptitude. Yet at this moment, she absorbed spiritual energy with remarkable ease. Countless luminous particles entered her body, and in this realm of mortals, her physical form, which could spontaneously absorb spiritual energy to nourish itself, resembled parched earth eagerly drinking in the gentle spring rain, voraciously drawing these particles into her flesh. Pei Xihe silently recited the incantation within her heart. Though she could not see her 3 strands of spiritual roots swirling within her dantian, they radiated a shimmering, tricolored brilliance. With the nourishment of spiritual energy, the 3 roots intertwined like blossoming tricolored begonia flowers, becoming increasingly translucent and resembling exquisite jade. The roots absorbed spiritual energy, replenishing the flow of energy coursing through her meridians. To complete a full cycle of the great circulation and establish the internal circulation of spiritual power, she sought to manifest the first wisp of spiritual power in her dantian, thus unlocking the ability of inner vision. This marked the commencement of condensing spiritual energy, opening the sea of qi within her dantian, and, drawing upon her roots, she began to forge 12 spirals of spiritual vortexes. This was the 12th realm of qi cultivation. It was unclear how much time had passed, but Pei Xihe's consciousness grew increasingly lucid. The sensation was exquisite, akin to a transformation from cocoon to butterfly, as her entire being was enveloped in a warm current, a feeling of unparalleled ease she had never before experienced. She opened her eyes, acutely aware of every nuance within her body. In the dantian, a resplendent tricolor begonia blossomed, a manifestation of her spiritual root. A small vortex gently spun above it. The successful formation of the first spiritual energy vortex signified her complete entry into the initial grand realm of cultivation. She sensed a foul odor and was relieved to find a blanket laid upon the bed, preventing her coverings from becoming soiled. Rising, she approached the large wooden tub prepared earlier, filled with the water she had drawn. Time seemed to slip away. The once boiling water had cooled, but fortunately, it was summer and autumn, and with her spiritual energy shielding her, she paid it little mind. She immersed herself in the water, the grime clinging to her clothes shedding as she removed them. Her skin bore the remnants of a dark, filmy layer, as the mortal realm had accumulated much corporeal filth within her during this initial foray into cultivation, which was now being cleansed by the spiritual energy, akin to a profound purging of sinews and marrow. She closed her eyes, her thoughts drifting to the teachings of the qi nourishing technique, which detailed the path of cultivation. There are 6 great realms, knocking on the heavenly gate, inviting spirit into the body to achieve the 12 levels of qi training, ascending the jade steps, unlocking one's inherent potential. Cultivators believe that all living beings harbor profound mysteries and immense power. In the foundation establishment realm, one unlocks their inner treasures, progressing from the 1st to the 9th level of the jade steps, where the refined steps radiate with vibrant hues, with the 9-colored manifestation being the most potent, symbolizing the strength of potential and intrinsic foundation. Their lifespan fluctuates from 300 to 500 years as they ascend from the 1st to the 9th realm of foundation establishment. Upon first hearing of the Tao, these are the 2 realms of golden core perfected persons and nascent soul true sovereigns. In these 2 realms, cultivators, aided by the profound mysteries within the jade steps, begin to touch upon the Tao heart. The strong form their own domains, becoming invincible. Their respective lifespans are 800 and 1,000 years. Renowned throughout the world, these are the 2 realms of transformation, divinity, and union. Their power can move mountains and boil seas, with all sorts of supernatural transformations, unimaginably strong. Those famous throughout the world are respectfully addressed as Your Excellency. They possess lifespans of 3,000 and 5,000 years. Wandering carefree. These are the 2 realms of returning to emptiness and tribulation transcendence, glimpsing the secrets of life and death. Both possess 8,000 years of lifespan. The final great realm is that of seeing longevity, also known as Grandmaster, the legendary Mahayana realm, possessing 10,000 years of lifespan. Bathed in thunder tribulations, one can ascend to immortality. Pei Xihe is currently only in the 1st realm, knocking on the heavenly gate, having achieved the qi refining realm. Yet she cannot help but imagine if she herself will one day glimpse the Grandmaster realm. She does not feel there is anything wrong with this. Even if those around her determine that her becoming a golden core perfected person would be immense good fortune. But she simply desires more, wants to pursue and crave. She does not feel there is anything wrong with this, opening a pair of eyes that, due to the spiritual energy, are as bright as autumn water, clear and sparkling. Tearing away the solidified black mud, Her originally yellowish skin reveals its true snow-white color. Pei Xihe looks at the face floating in the water, and even though she is young, she knows it is beautiful, very beautiful. A fair complexion enhances her beauty by threefold. Her features are delicate and lively. Her skin crystal clear and snow-white, faintly glowing with spiritual light. No one will hesitate any longer. This little girl will surely grow into a captivating beauty. Stepping out of the wooden tub, droplets of steam cascaded onto the floorboards. A large towel was used to dry her body, revealing that the sky had darkened. Time had slipped away unnoticed. She had spent the entire day cultivating her inner energy, and in terms of spirit absorption, she might not fall short compared to the elite disciples. Yet, the disparity in cultivation techniques would undoubtedly widen the gap in their training speeds. Clenching her fists, she resolved to exert herself in her practice, complete more tasks, and exchange her contribution points for superior techniques. The petite girl, clad in a white celestial robe, possessed delicate features and resolute eyes filled with determination. Chapter 17. One-star task. Pei Xihe remained secluded, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy within her room, which did not escape Meng Fuling's notice. Observing the firmly shut door and the fluctuation of spiritual energy, Meng Fuling pondered whether Pei Xihe had successfully drawn in the spirit energy in just one day. Although she had started cultivating before Pei Xihe, her privileged upbringing in the realm of cultivation allowed her to master most characters early on, supplemented by nourishing medicinal herbs. As a second-tier disciple, her spiritual root was commendable, possessing dual roots, one 6-inch fire and one 4-inch wood. The synergy between wood and fire yielded remarkable benefits. She had already contemplated advancing to a higher realm by choosing to cultivate the fire path and abandoning her wood root, which would considerably enhance her cultivation speed. It took her 3 days to successfully draw in the spirit energy. As the aura of the first level of qi cultivation began to stabilize, Meng Fuling realized the outcome with clarity, yet felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart. When Pei Xihe arrived, she possessed nothing but a tattered garment. She clearly observed that the disciple's attire was not a stringent requirement. She had brought along several skirts and a box of jewelry among other sundries. Cultivators are perceptive and possess a certain innate wisdom. She adeptly concealed her disdain for Pei Xihe's humble origins, as she did not wish to establish an adversarial relationship upon her entry. Yet, at that moment, she felt a twinge of discomfort, as if someone she deemed inferior had suddenly surpassed her. Noticing that the door remained closed for an extended period, she refrained from disturbing the tranquility of another's cultivation. For interrupting such a process is deemed a grave offense. Pei Xihe produced a translucent crystal stone, a low-grade spiritual stone, even more transparent than jade, cut into a hexagonal crystal with a glimmer of white light swirling within. Placing it in the palm of her hand, she silently recited her mental incantation, causing the flow of spiritual energy within her body to surge dramatically. A violent rush of spiritual energy erupted from the crystal, amplifying the circulation of her internal energy. As smaller cycles converged into larger ones, the tiny cyclone within her dantian began to spin vigorously, absorbing the refined spiritual power, causing the previously somewhat ethereal cyclone to gradually solidify. Upon opening her eyes again, she found that the crystal had turned to ash, and her aura had stabilized at the initial stage of qi refining, subtly trending towards the mid-stage. It felt exhilarating, as if she had sprouted wings and taken flight. However, absorbing an excessive amount of spiritual energy from the stones could easily disrupt her energy circulation, leading to turbulence and instability in her cultivation. However, the quantity of spirit stones was nearly unimaginable, and everyone was eager to obtain them. Thus, spirit stones became the foremost resource in the realm of cultivation, serving as a standard of value. She cherished the storage bag containing her remaining spirit stones, holding it close, for it contained her entire month's worth of resources. The qi cultivation method was a 7th-grade technique. Although it could not compare to the top-tier methods, it was certainly commendable, far superior to the commonplace techniques that flooded the market, making it quite suitable for establishing a solid foundation. This demonstrates Kunlun's generosity towards its disciples. With her cultivation just beginning and her spirit invigorated, she intended to visit the task hall to accept some light tasks and earn a few contribution points. She understood that resources must be accumulated gradually, as she did not expect to reach the pinnacle in a single leap. After reflecting on these thoughts, she rose, tidied up the room, and stepped outside. The first stage of qi cultivation does not significantly enhance physical capabilities. The spiritual energy within the qi whirlpool is meager, barely sufficient to open the storage bag. Only upon reaching the third stage of qi cultivation can one employ minor techniques, and at the sixth stage, one may wield a sword or manipulate objects. As soon as she stepped out, she heard a melodious, bell-like voice. "Little Pei, where are you off to?" "Sister, I wish to accept a simple task at the task hall." Ming Fuling gazed at Pei Xihe, her eyes inadvertently revealing a sense of awe. The transformation in her complexion was indeed remarkable. The originally sallow little girl had, through the cleansing of her meridians, expelled most impurities from her body, resulting in a fair and luminous complexion. Her features were delicate, instantly revealing her potential as a beauty. The exquisite charm she exuded was breathtaking, yet not ostentatious. "Then let us go together." Ming Fuling smiled as she grasped her hand. Pei Xihe felt somewhat uneasy with such proximity, yet she endeavored to acclimate herself. There is no harm in yielding a little. This was a lesson learned during her 4 previous years. Compliance and submission had shielded her from frequent reprimands within the Pei household, and even when she ultimately resolved to resist, it had been a sudden eruption. Now, she instinctively acquiesced, her hands remaining ensnared in the firm grip. The mission hall was perpetually bustling. However, despite the throngs of people, it maintained an orderly and methodical atmosphere, with everyone engaged in their respective tasks. Tasks were categorized from 1 star to 9 stars, with 1 star being the simplest, each tier possessing its own designated passage. Queuing and seizing opportunities were of utmost importance. The higher one ascended in cultivation, the more one grasped the significance of timing. If others stood ahead of you, it was only natural that they would claim your task, rendering any notion of unfairness moot. Both Pei Xihe and Ming Fuling were visiting this place for the first time. As they admired the walls and floors constructed of white jade, an air of antiquity enveloped them, and they found themselves in line for a 1-star task. Sharing a glance and a smile, Ming Fuling playfully stuck out her tongue, exclaiming how crowded it was. Most of the 1-star applicants were newcomers, all curious to explore, hence the large turnout. Pei Xihe nodded in agreement. Finally, they reached the front of the line, and seeing the seriousness etched on her senior brother's face, Ming Fuling felt a sudden tightening in her demeanor. "Senior brother, I wish to undertake this task," she declared, pointing to a wooden plaque. The brother, appearing to be in his 20s or 30s, nodded without uttering a word. He directly removed a wooden plaque, and with a flick of his fingertip, a glimmer of spirit light emerged from it, manifesting as a star point that descended upon the 2 azure marks adorning Ming Fuling's wrist. Ming Fuling had accepted a cleaning task, which would earn her 3 contribution points. When it was Pei Xihe's turn, she, being somewhat petite, was relieved that the table was not particularly high. "Greetings, senior brother. I would like to undertake the task on the 2nd wooden plaque to your left." Despite her youth, she possessed an exquisite beauty and exuded an air of politeness, which softened the senior brother's demeanor as he removed the plaque. "You need only complete the task within 3 days." Pei Xihe nodded obediently, and the star point from the plaque alighted on her wrist. She had accepted a task to assist in sowing seeds in the spirit field. She contemplated that the task was relatively light. It would allow her to practice using spiritual energy with the elders and earn 5 contribution points, a worthwhile endeavor indeed. Chapter 18. The Malicious Supporting Character. Pei Xihe with a smile, Pei Xihe expressed her gratitude to the senior brother, while Ming Fuling observed the evident warmth in his demeanor towards her, which provoked a silent scoff from within. She held a certain disdain for the senior brothers of the task hall, who were, after all, 2nd-tier disciples promoted from 3rd tier. Lacking exceptional talent, they had taken on these responsibilities merely for a modicum of cultivation resources, their own paths to immortality having reached an impasse. Ming Fuling hailed from a respectable lineage, with relatives well-versed in the ways of cultivation, and she had been thoroughly instructed about various trivial matters within Kunlun by her elders. Having cultivated her inner self, the ethereal energy coursed through her, rendering her visage both gentle and rosy. The girl's delicate features, though still youthful, began to reveal a hint of sophistication, mingled with a touch of childlike innocence and naivete. Thus, the slight curl of disdain at the corners of her lips went unnoticed by those around her. She appeared charmingly delicate, yet her innate perceptiveness made her acutely aware that the smile she wore was somewhat glaring. Ming Fuling affectionately grasped her hand. "Shall he, let us depart." Pei Xihe suppressed a flicker of confusion within and returned a subtle smile. Ming Fuling turned to Pei Xihe, offering her a brief smile in return. "I shall commence my cultivation now. Let us each take the time to complete this task. Pei Xihe nodded in agreement. Upon entering her room, Pei Xihe seated herself upon a stool and glanced at the 2 faint bruises on her wrist, which bore the mark of a star. The task must be completed within 3 days, and a secret thrill and excitement bubbled within her. She had witnessed the act of sowing seeds while delivering meals to Pei Xihe and had experienced its arduousness. Yet, how would it feel to sow using spiritual energy? Would it resemble the tales of celestial beings who, with a simple gesture, bring forth miraculous results? The exhilaration stemming from the unknown surged rapidly, only to fade just as swiftly. Before long, she managed to quell her restless thoughts. Last night, she had drawn ethereal energy into her being, knocking upon the heavenly gate. And upon awakening, she absorbed a piece of spiritual stone. Morning light had already broken, and after visiting the task hall with Meng Fuling, midday had arrived. Contemplating her next steps, she settled cross-legged upon her bed, quieted her mind, and resolved to cultivate for a couple of hours before venturing out in the afternoon to fulfill her 1-star task. She seeks to seize every moment for cultivation. Her ability to absorb spiritual energy is terrifyingly enhanced by her 3 9-inch spiritual roots. However, the conflicting elemental forces of ice and fire result in a reduction of at least 30 to 40% of the spiritual energy that can ultimately coalesce into a spiritual force vortex. Furthermore, the vortex generated by 3 spiritual roots requires significantly more energy than that of a single root. The challenge of refining her 2nd spiritual force vortex, thus attaining the 2nd stage of qi cultivation, is not dissimilar to that faced by Meng Fuling. After all, Meng Fuling possesses dual fire and wood roots that mutually enhance one another. Pei Xihe closed her eyes. The 3-colored spiritual roots within her dantian glowing radiantly as her qi nurturing technique commenced its automatic operation, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. In the exquisite little room, upon a bed intricately carved from rosewood, a delicate young girl opened her glass-like eyes. With her left hand gently cradling her chin, she absent-mindedly played with the tassels of the bed curtains using her right hand. Jiang Mingzhu's eyes sparkled with a subtle, almost imperceptible brilliance. It had indeed come to pass. Among the outer disciples of Kunlun, a figure like Ming Linlang had emerged. Ming Linlang, hailing from Tianhai and the Ming family, had been concealed for so many years, only to suddenly shine forth. How intriguing! With a body of water spirit and the Ming bloodline, her innate talent is certainly comparable to Pei Xihe's. Many characters from the novel she had previously encountered had begun to manifest, and she finally recalled the most recent one, or perhaps the earliest. A vicious female antagonist, Pei Xihe. Born of humble origins, she possessed an unparalleled beauty. Her allure described in the novel as even surpassing that of Ming Linlang and Jiang Mingzhu, and she too bore 9-inch spiritual roots. Regrettably, she is a triple spiritual root with conflicting ice and fire attributes, possessing only moderate talent. Her humble origins render her narrow-minded and excessively calculating, verging on shamelessness. Nevertheless, she has secured a marriage that altered the course of her destiny, becoming the consort of an heir from a renowned lineage of immortals. Capitalizing on the resources of this esteemed family, she smoothly ascended to the Golden Core realm, only to stagnate thereafter. Alas, her resemblance to Ming Linlang sparked envy. Despite her facade of indifference, she concealed her malice beneath a veneer of silk, targeting Ming Linlang, who ultimately exposed her duplicity in front of her consort. In that moment, Ming Linlang personally reduced Pei Xihe to ashes. Such a tragic fate. TSK. Jiang Mingzhu's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Hailing from the Jiang family, she had been trained in the ways of immortality and mastered the art of heart control. The ancestors of the Jiang family were not devoid of formidable female immortals. Their kin forged their own path to success. Deep down, she looked down upon those female cultivators who clung to power. During her time in the outer sect of Kunlun, she learned of someone like Pei Xihe, whose qualifications and lineage were strikingly similar to her own. She began to believe in the veracity of this narrative. As events undeniably unfolded in such a manner, clenching her fists, she questioned why she should play a mere supporting role in the resplendent life of Ming Linlang. Jiang Mingzhu was unwilling to accept such a fate. Now that she was aware of everything, she vowed to defy the heavens and alter her destiny. Jiang Mingzhu, by nature proud and born into a prominent family, possessed an intellect that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Yet, she remained a child, lacking a fully developed disposition. The discontent brewing within her heart led her to harbor a tinge of resentment towards Ming Linlang, whom she had only encountered briefly on Tongxin Road. With a slight wave of her delicate hand, several mid-grade spirit stones drifted from her jade bracelet. Closing her eyes, she began to circulate her cultivation method. She had already been designated as a disciple of the esteemed Suan Jinjuan, inheriting the lineage's profound teachings. The third-tier technique, Wanku Tianwanju, was categorized from 9th to 1st grade, further divided into upper, middle, and lower classes. The distinction between these grades was immense. For instance, even a multitude of top-tier 4th-grade techniques could not compare to a single 3rd-grade technique. This particular method would lay an exceptionally solid foundation for her in the early stages, allowing for exponential growth as she progressed through subsequent realms. However, the energy required was alarmingly substantial. Yet, as a member of the Jiang family, she had no qualms regarding the spirit stones. Now, she had reached the 2nd stage of qi refinement. The consumption of mid-grade spirit stones, if absorbed by another, would be sufficient to elevate an untrained individual from the 1st stage to the 5th or even 6th stage in a remarkably short time, demonstrating the formidable nature of Wanku Tianwanju. She vowed to dedicate herself fully to her cultivation, resolutely refusing to concede defeat. Chapter 19. The Art of Spirit Control. Pei Xihe concluded a meditation session lasting an hour and a half, feeling her internal energy vortex becoming increasingly solidified, drawing closer to the mid-stage. Upon opening her eyes, she smiled genuinely, radiating sincerity. The sensation of earning rewards through one's own efforts is truly splendid, evoking a profound sense of satisfaction and accomplishment. She began her cultivation journey early, and if she could achieve the foundational realm before the age of 20, her future would undoubtedly shine bright. At that juncture, she would possess a lifespan of 300 years from the outset, should she encounter certain fortuitous opportunities. Despite the inherent limitations of her 3 spiritual roots in attaining the golden core, her potential for breakthrough remained significantly promising, as all her roots were exceptionally well developed. Reflecting on the insights shared by Elder Ji and her senior brothers and sisters, she clenched her small fist in determination. Rising to her feet, she extended her finger, attempting to channel the spiritual energy swirling within her body towards the pinpoint on the azure mark. The energy cultivated through her qi nurturing technique shimmered in pure white. As this white energy descended upon the azure mark, a surge of information flooded her mind, leaving her both astonished and intrigued. The task of sowing these spiritual seeds lay within the spiritual garden of the outer sect of Kunlun, where powerful beings had established arrays to gather spiritual energy and nurture spiritual materials. She was to plant the most elementary of seeds, the 9th-grade spiritual rice, known as red corn. This endeavor required her to expend her spiritual energy to nurture the seeds, subsequently employing a specific technique to scatter the rice. She would retrieve the red corn from the elders in the spiritual garden, who would then impart the necessary incantations. The technique was quite simple, accessible to anyone at the 1st realm, unlike fire or water spells which necessitated advancement to the 3rd realm for successful execution. Guided by the information in her mind, she located the spiritual garden. Upon closer inspection, it resembled an ordinary vegetable patch. However, as she approached, the seemingly mundane entrance unexpectedly rippled like water, revealing its true nature. The shimmering starlight emanating from her hand descended upon the surface of the water, unveiling the magnificent vista before her. It was truly grand, prompting an involuntary gasp of astonishment from her. In that instant, she distinctly perceived the divergence between the mortal realm and this world of cultivation. Vast expanses of spiritual fields had been cultivated, flourishing with an array of vibrant, peculiar crops, each radiating a rich aura of spiritual energy. Even the cabbage she recognized seemed astonishingly ethereal. Moreover, fruits resembling emeralds adorned the branches, while towering rice stalks stood with remarkable stature. An elderly gentleman, clad in a deep blue robe adorned with intricate cloud patterns, chuckled as he observed her. "Ah, young lady, you've just arrived. Go on, give the incantation a try," he said, gesturing towards a vacant plot of land. The wrinkles on his face danced gently with his laughter, yet he bore an amiable countenance. Feeling a flush of embarrassment at her naivety, Pei Xihe realized that the elder, a guardian of the spiritual garden, had already discerned her purpose for coming. Taking a deep breath, she nodded. "I understand. Thank you, elder." She approached the table where a pouch of spiritual rice seeds lay. Her mind traversed the incantations she had memorized prior to her arrival. It was a simple task, as even those at the initial stage of cultivation could wield such power. Recalling the contents of the incantations was merely a means to bolster her confidence, for she felt a hint of nervousness about the endeavor ahead. With her hands deftly weaving the air, pure white strands of spiritual energy spiraled around her fingertips, intertwining in accordance with the gestures she performed while silently reciting her inner mantra. The art of Taoism is a profound understanding of the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, which cultivators absorb to transform into their own spiritual power. Through continuous exploration, they create methods to harness this spiritual force. The potency of spiritual power is significantly amplified by these Taoist techniques. Even the most ordinary incantations possess unique trajectories of spiritual energy. An elderly man sat in a rocking chair, leisurely observing a young girl as she formed hand seals with both hands, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his eyes. She appeared to be a novice disciple, radiating a fresh aura of spiritual energy, indicating that she had recently begun to channel it into her body, displaying considerable insight. The strands of spiritual power emanating from her hands seemed chaotic at first glance, yet they had already grasped the essence of the technique. Although it consumed a bit more energy, it was sufficient to operate effectively. To succeed on her first attempt, even with such a minor technique, demonstrated her commendable aptitude. Understanding is a form of innate talent that transcends mere intelligence, yet it remains difficult to assess, relying solely on practical experience for true comprehension. Moreover, while insight greatly benefits cultivation, its significance is primarily realized at advanced levels of mastery. Pei Xihe formed a hand seal and gently placed it upon the seed, which astonishingly began to levitate. This was her first application of the technique, and a surge of exhilaration welled up within her. Biting her lip to suppress a smile, she flicked her fingers. Go. With determination, the seeds followed her intent, burying themselves into the pre-dug hole. This technique nourished the seeds with her spiritual energy, guiding them into the pit. The small cyclone of energy within her was nearing its limit. Pressure mounted, and she gritted her teeth, drawing upon the last vestige of her spiritual power. Cover. With a decisive motion, she manipulated the fine soil to envelop the seeds. It was a success. However, she had only managed to harness about 1/3 of her spiritual power, which meant she needed 2 more attempts. Yet, her energy was already depleted. The day was still young, and she sensed that the garden was abundant with spiritual energy, even more concentrated than that of their residents. She cautiously bestowed a smile upon the elder. Elder, may I restore my spiritual power here and continue afterward? The elder glanced at her 2 faint marks, recognizing her as a second-tier disciple. Clearly, she possessed considerable talent. She was not the type who required an entire night to recover. Elder Gu nodded. Restore yourself. I shall guide your energy flow during the second attempt. Thank you, Elder. It was precisely her desire for his guidance that led her to undertake this task. Her smile was radiant, her eyes crescent-shaped, framed by brows of a deep azure. And her large, bright eyes were utterly charming. Sitting cross-legged, she promptly began to replenish her spiritual power. Elder Gu, however, widened his eyes in astonishment. How swiftly is she absorbing the spiritual energy with the qi-nourishing technique? His consciousness extended outward. Fire, ice, gold. A realization dawned upon him. Her spirit root must be remarkable. With 3 spirit roots, the conflicting elements of ice and fire made her progress rapid yet challenging. What a pity. Before long, Pei Xihe opened her eyes. Elder, I am ready. Her ability to absorb energy was already swift, and with her low realm, it took merely a moment for that small vortex to be replenished. Elder Gu rose from his rocking chair. Now, let me teach you how to channel your spiritual energy. Spiritual power is the essence of your cultivation technique. Refined through your spirit root's connection to the energies of heaven and earth, it is an intrinsic part of you. You may regard it as your eyes, your hands. The operation of the technique, the manipulation of spiritual energy, is fraught with delay. This arises from the inherent distinction between spiritual energy and the physical body. It originates from the essence of heaven and earth, and you must harness it with your will. This is the art of spirit control. Chapter 20. The refinement of techniques. Pei Xihe listened to the elder's words, a look of confusion flickering in her eyes. Spiritual energy is indeed governed by will. She had just utilized a small technique in this manner, so the elder's explanation seemed somewhat redundant. Pei Xihe shook her head gently. Elder, I do not comprehend. Guqin chuckled softly. Not understanding is entirely normal. Do you believe you are currently wielding spiritual energy through your own will? What I just mentioned is merely a universal remedy. Pei Xihe smiled sheepishly. Guqin continued. The fundamental difference between spiritual energy and the physical body creates a notable disparity in your ability to manipulate them. The art of spirit control I am about to impart to you aims to bridge this gap. It enables spiritual energy to become your eyes, your voice, your hands, your thoughts, and your actions. Observe closely. Suddenly, Pei Xihe felt a potent surge of spiritual energy being effortlessly summoned by the elder. In his palm, the controlled energy coalesced into a sphere of water. This is water spirit, Guqin stated leisurely, like a serpentine spirit that obeys his every command. This exemplifies the mastery of spiritual energy, the art of spirit control. Through our willpower, supplemented by extensive exploration and practice, we seek to discover the most harmonious trajectory of spiritual energy that aligns with our corporeal forms, compressing the energy expended in executing the incantation to its utmost efficiency. Your current task should be nearing completion in a couple of attempts. However, refrain from casting the spell upon the seed just yet. Instead, simulate the incantation's operational path within yourself, continually validating and exploring the route that best suits you. Pei Xihe observed the flowing water, which moved like an obedient spiritual serpent, her eyes sparkling with evident admiration and awe. Yet, she pondered, if the trajectory were altered, would the incantation still succeed? Guqin burst into hearty laughter. Little girl, do you know how the original creators of these incantations devised them? They sought to harness their own spiritual energy to serve their will, thereby forging a unique trajectory of their own. And you, building upon this established incantation, have a far easier task ahead. You must use your own spiritual energy as a template to sense the version that suits you best. This exploration will continually refine and enhance your control over your own spiritual energy. Do you understand? Pei Xihe's small face reflected contemplation. She realized that when she initially executed the incantation, some of her spiritual energy had dissipated during the process. Was it not the most suitable for her after all? Nodding, she turned to Guqin with a radiant smile. I think I understand now. Thank you, Elder. She oriented her body towards the open space, allowing her internal spiritual energy to flow once more. Following the original trajectory of the incantation, she would direct her energy toward the path that felt most seamless whenever she sensed a loss of spiritual essence. Without deviating from the main path, she sought the most effortless and smooth route. Yet, it was not devoid of challenges. Without finding a clear direction, everything dissipated where she strayed from the course. Time and again, she endeavored, allowing Pei Xihe to immerse herself completely in the process. In Guqin's eyes, admiration flickered abundantly. Such insight is indeed rare. It is commendable that she perseveres through the repeated frustrations of failure. Alas, she is burdened with a triple spirit root. The only way to resolve the issue of a triple spirit root is exceedingly difficult, akin to expecting an untrained mortal to ascend to the heavens single-handedly. Were she endowed with exceptional talent, she might very well become a shining star of Kunlun. After a couple of hours had passed, through continuous absorption and depletion, her cyclone had solidified considerably, reaching the mid-stage of the first realm. Her spiritual energy flowed through her delicate hands, resembling her initial attempts, albeit with several actions and modifications omitted. Suddenly, the incantation slipped from her fingers, landing on the spiritual rice seeds upon the table. Whoosh! The hand seal carried the remaining seeds towards the spiritual field. One by one, they fell into the prepared pits. As she clasped her hands together, the soil was turned over to cover them. Success! She had accomplished in one attempt what previously required 2 casts of magic. A wave of joy surged from the depths of her heart. She turned to Guqin, exclaiming, Elder, I have succeeded. Guqin wore a smile, acknowledging the remarkable insight of the young girl, which indeed exceeded his expectations. With her level of comprehension and above-average talent, provided no unforeseen circumstances arose, her attainment of the golden core should be assured. Furthermore, she might even seize an opportunity to challenge the realm of the nascent soul true monarch. He chuckled and remarked, Indeed, your task has been successfully accomplished. Raising his hand, he conjured a star, the very one that had just descended at the entrance of the vegetable garden, which gently landed upon her wrist, where a blue mark resided. As the starlight faded, Pei Xihe discerned a character upon the blue mark. 5. This marked her inaugural mission. Completed with finesse. Elated beyond measure, she exclaimed, Thank you, Elder. With a radiant smile illuminating her face, she bowed deeply to Guqin in heartfelt gratitude. In an instant, She felt a surge of energy envelop her, and upon opening her eyes, she found herself back in the familiar appearance of the vegetable garden, standing at its entrance. Turning around, her heart brimming with joy, she gazed at the sky, now painted with the hues of the setting sun, casting a somber shadow over the clouds. Cultivators often replaced sleep with their practices, not only invigorating their spirits, but also fortifying their bodies. Seizing the moment, she resolved to engage in further cultivation, striving to solidify her first realm's energy cyclone. Having earned 5 contribution points, she contemplated exchanging them for some spirit pearls. These pearls, akin to spirit stones, contained considerably less spiritual energy than low-grade spirit stones. She understood clearly that rather than hoarding contribution points in pursuit of early elevation to a first-tier disciple, she preferred to invest in herself first, hastening her ascent to a higher realm. This would enable her to undertake more advanced tasks, thereby accruing contribution points more swiftly and abundantly. Ascending to the status of a first-tier disciple could always wait until later. Next door, Meng Fuling has been incessantly expressing her desire to accumulate contribution points, aiming to ascend to the rank of a first-class disciple. She envisions relishing the privileges and benefits that accompany such a status, which would facilitate her cultivation. However, she harbors reservations. She does not wish to rely on resources for her practice. She has already sensed the disparity when comparing her progress with that of her peers who utilize spirit stones and other resources. If she neglects the early acquisition of contribution points for resource exchange, how will she catch up when she becomes a first-class disciple? Especially when her contemporaries reach the 7th or 8th level of chi refinement, while she remains at the 5th or 6th. The resources invested in oneself are undeniably the most worthwhile, she mused, glancing at the 5-character inscription on her wrist. Sister Meng even attempted to persuade her to save up together, but she was resolute in her decision. Chapter 21. Can't you be a bit kinder? Although time seems inconsequential in cultivation, the young practitioners among them, being inexperienced and youthful, cannot truly disregard the passage of time, even with the aid of fasting pills. Can one genuinely immerse themselves in their cultivation without acknowledging the flow of time? It's hardly believable. Xihe, I haven't seen you all afternoon. Where have you been? Meng Fuling inquired. She had devoted the entire afternoon to her practice and was merely engaging in pleasantries. Xihe, though young, was no fool. In fact, she possessed an intelligence that surpassed that of her peers. With a bright smile, she replied to Meng Fuling, Sister Meng, I went to complete a task. She revealed a distinctive mark on her hand, 5 clear characters. Meng Fuling couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, Xihe, you are exceedingly diligent. I feel almost ashamed. I shall complete my task tomorrow as well. Will you be accepting another task tomorrow? Xihe pondered seriously for a moment, her eyes sparkling with thought. Embrace it. I believe these low-star tasks are quite beneficial for us novices. They are not particularly challenging, and we can glean knowledge from the elders overseeing them. Meng Fuling's eyes sparkled momentarily. It seems that you, Xiaohe, have learned something today. Quickly, enlighten me. I am so envious. Pei Xihe, somewhat taken aback by Meng Fuling's demeanor, felt a bit at a loss. Oh, she thought she had absorbed something from Elder Ge. But when it came to articulating and teaching others, she wasn't quite confident. She could only express it in vague terms. If pressed further, she would be at a loss. Meng Fuling furrowed her brow, thinking, is that all? This is akin to saying nothing at all. Moreover, is the trajectory of spiritual energy so easily altered? After a moment of reflection, she suppressed her slight displeasure. Pei Xihe preferred to cultivate alone, believing it to be a more efficient path to mastery. However, upon seeing Meng Fuling's radiant smile, she found it difficult to refuse and merely nodded in agreement. Pei Xihe closed the door behind her, stretching her sore arms and legs. Her internal spiritual energy had already reached the mid-stage of the first realm. Having practiced for merely 2 or 3 days, this progress was commendable. Alas, as a practitioner with 3 spiritual roots, the journey would only become increasingly arduous. The only method she was aware of was the cleansing of spiritual roots. However, as Elder Ji had mentioned, this cleansing was a rare and significant opportunity. The process required a cleansing elixir, a genuine 3rd-grade pill of immeasurable value, typically used to eliminate the weakest of the multiple roots. She possesses 3 spiritual roots, each measuring 9 inches, all of which are of the highest quality and exhibit a consistent and stable nature. When purging her spiritual roots, it is difficult to predict which 1 or 2 might be lost. Should she lose either the ice or fire root, even as a dual-rooted individual. She could effortlessly ascend to a superior aptitude. If she were to lose 2 roots, she would undoubtedly join the ranks of unparalleled prodigies. However, if she were to lose the gold root, lacking the balance provided by ice and fire, it would not only jeopardize her cultivation path but also her very survival, requiring divine intervention for sustenance. She couldn't help but sigh, and then chuckled at her own overthinking. With her current 5 contribution points, she could only exchange them for 3 9th-grade Qi gathering pills, while the highest grade pills available in the task hall were merely 6th grade, demanding a substantial contribution in the thousands. The value of a 3rd-grade spiritual cleansing pill is immeasurable, worth far more than thousands of 6th-grade pills. What was she daydreaming about? Indeed, humanity is insatiable. Once one acquires a measure, the desire for more emerges, an endless abyss of yearning. She resolved not to dwell on such thoughts. The mere ability to transcend the mundane troubles of the mortal realm is already a blessing from the heavens. She must devote herself earnestly to her cultivation. Those 3rd-tier disciples, with their inferior aptitudes, would undoubtedly envy her. Contentment brings joy, she reminded herself. She carefully buried her fanciful thoughts, tucking them away in a small pit within her heart. Once her emotions settled, she sat upon her bed, legs crossed, and resumed her meditative practice. Ming Linglang opened her eyes, revealing a pair of extraordinarily pure, azure irises, akin to crystal, brilliant and translucent. Within them, faint mystical runes flickered, and upon closer inspection, one could discern the image of a sky-blue celestial dragon. She paused her cultivation to attune herself to the spiritual energy coursing within her body. She inherently possesses the bloodline heritage of the Tianhai Minglan clan, naturally cultivating its supreme mystical arts. The Tianshui Taiyi Jinjing is a genuine 3rd-tier technique. Recently, the profound teachings imparted by Master Kuiming, namely the 33 layers of bright water wonderland, also belong to the water-based Taoist arts. Cultivating both techniques in tandem complements each other remarkably, propelling her towards the realm of 2nd-tier cultivation, allowing her to absorb spiritual energy at an astonishing level. Having only just embarked on her cultivation journey, she has already reached the 3rd stage of Qi refinement. Yet her spiritual power is so robust and concentrated that it rivals that of practitioners at the 6th or 7th stage of Qi refinement. Although the path ahead will become increasingly arduous, with the latter stages of Qi refinement presenting a difficulty 100 or even 1,000 times greater than now. The average cultivator requires decades to establish their foundation, while those of exceptional talent need around 10 years. She is confident that she can achieve the pinnacle of Qi refinement within 6 years, after which, with an additional year or 2 of refinement, she will be poised to flawlessly break through to the foundation establishment stage, thereby solidifying a formidable foundation with the potential to condense into an 8-colored or even 9-colored jade tier. She then closed her eyes, once again immersing herself in her cultivation. Her lifelong aspiration is to transcend into immortality, soaring to the azure skies. Xiaohe, Meng Fuling exclaimed in astonishment, her voice resonating loudly and drawing the attention of the surrounding disciples. What is the matter with you? Pei Xihe felt somewhat flustered, noticing the gazes of her peers directed towards her, causing her fair complexion to flush crimson. What is wrong with me? She replied, her voice tinged with a hint of a sob and indignation as she looked towards Meng Fuling. Beside Meng Fuling stood a little girl, seemingly around 7 or 8 years old, her tear-streaked face resembling a weeping pear blossom. Meng Fuling was taken aback by Pei Xihe's demeanor. The gazes of those surrounding her only deepened her sense of confusion and frustration. Why can't you show a little kindness? Why can't you be accommodating to others? The weeping girl tugged at Meng Fuling's sleeve. Sister, it's unnecessary. I am merely a 3rd-tier disciple, not worthy of consideration. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention to Pei Xihe. Her small frame was taut, her face flushed, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet she remained resolute, defiant in expression. Chapter 22. Why is it that you only demand from me? Pei Xihe stood rooted in place, an overwhelming discomfort gnawing at her insides. She loathed this sensation. The probing eyes of those around her felt starkly naked, tinged with a hint of amusement, as if she were being roasted over an open flame. Yet had she truly done anything wrong? Upon returning to the task hall, Meng Fuling did not join the queue, as she had yet to complete the task assigned to her the previous day. She glanced at the 2 faint bruises on her wrist, curling her lips in discontent. Had she known, she would have taken Pei Xihe's task instead, It offered 2 more contribution points than her own and could be finished in an afternoon. Deep down, she still felt that Pei Xihe's words from last night were merely a formality. A mere mud-stained commoner, what was she even worth? The only reason Meng Fuling had shown her any semblance of kindness was due to their shared status as outer disciples of Kunlun and their proximity to one another. Her father had numerous wives and concubines, and she grew up in the backyard, witnessing the fierce rivalries that unfolded there. Despite her innate talent for cultivation that seemed to pave her path with ease, with a cheerful demeanor, she smiled at everyone, hoping to navigate the complexities of the cultivation world, believing that with her moderate aptitude, she could achieve the best possible development. She was delicate and charming, radiating warmth. And as she quietly conversed with those around her without disrupting the order, the senior brother in charge of security turned a blind eye. Pei Xihe, being young and the shortest in the line, found that the lengthy queue displayed no signs of impatience as she pondered deeply. The techniques could be adjusted to enhance their effectiveness. But what of the nurturing qi technique that she was cultivating? How had this method been conceived? The elder had mentioned yesterday that techniques were created to allow spiritual energy to flow freely, transforming into one's own hands and eyes. This method was meant to make one's hands more agile and one's eyes more perceptive. Why couldn't the nurturing qi technique be adjusted independently, facilitating a smoother circulation of spiritual energy and condensing it into a purer essence? Her mind was somewhat clouded. Despite her intelligence, she was merely over 4 years old. Contemplating such profound mysteries, she felt constrained by her limited vision and experience, and a sense of mental stagnation overwhelmed her. Suddenly, she realized it was her turn. Gathering her thoughts and dispelling her confusion, she straightened her small frame and smiled at the senior brother. "Senior brother, I would like the 7th task to your right." She extended her finger, indicating that her senior brother, after enduring prolonged and tedious work, had inevitably developed a hint of impatience. Yet, upon witnessing the sweet smile of the young girl, he could not help but feel his spirits lift somewhat. The wooden plaque was removed, transforming into a star that fell upon the bruise on her wrist. The pale wrist, adorned with a blue pattern and the star, looked exceptionally beautiful. Pei Xihe had gently touched her wrist, her eyes sparkling with joy. This task involved running errands in the 100 herb garden, offering 4 contribution points. Though the workload was not too demanding. Moreover, she could organize the spiritual herbs there, as she needed practical experience to master the knowledge from the spiritual herb book she had previously read. This way, should she encounter any spiritual medicine in the future, she would be able to identify it. The thought of letting something slip through her fingers without recognition was truly disheartening. She stepped out of the group, the crowd remaining relatively quiet. Glancing around, she noticed that Meng Fuling was nowhere to be seen, leaving her curious about her whereabouts. Pei Xihe mused that Meng Fuling's lively personality allowed her to easily connect with others, a quality she found admirable, as it enabled her to blend seamlessly with those around her. However, due to Pei Xihe's exceptional intelligence and keen perception, she often sensed an underlying unease in their interactions, an instinctive feeling that even Meng Fuling herself seemed oblivious to. She couldn't help but clench her fist, wondering if her sensitivity was excessive. In fact, during her brief stay in Kunlun, she too was undergoing rapid growth. The once limited perspectives confined to Pei family village were rapidly expanding. She pondered whether it was overly sensitive or not, that as long as nothing truly occurred, maintaining a facade of harmony was acceptable. Approaching the entrance of the task hall, she suddenly caught sight of Meng Fuling, accompanied by a young girl who appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, considerably taller than herself. The two were making their way directly towards her. Meng Fuling held the child's hand. "Xiaohe, it is so good to see you at last." Upon hearing these words, a sense of foreboding surged within Pei Xihe. It felt as though her presence had been unwelcome or that she had been intentionally evaded. The girl beside Meng Fuling appeared timid, yet her eyes sparkled with an inexplicable brilliance. "Xiaohe, please assist Xiaoro." Pei Xihe found herself somewhat bewildered by this abrupt request. Meng Fuling then elaborated. "This little girl is Xiaoro, a newly initiated outer disciple, regrettably classified as a 3rd-tier disciple. Her spiritual roots are of the 4th grade, with the highest measurement being merely 4 inches, indicating rather poor aptitude. Since her initiation, she has been eager to cultivate her spiritual essence. Yet her progress has been sluggish due to her limitations. The 4th-grade roots are slightly superior to what are deemed false roots, or 5th-grade roots, but they fall significantly short compared to ordinary 3rd-grade roots. She has exchanged her acquired spiritual stones and gathering pills for a lecture opportunity in the teaching chamber, hoping to expedite her spiritual cultivation. Unfortunately, her comprehension is on par with her spiritual roots, leaving her still at the threshold of understanding. This is, in fact, the typical experience of a third-tier disciple. Their qualifications and insight are rather lacking. The aspiration to draw spirits into one's body requires months of effort, and perhaps they may only reach the level of qi cultivation in their lifetime. Pei Xihe had come to understand this, yet she pondered its relevance to her own situation. She recognized her own indifference, a shared trait among humanity. Without experiencing it firsthand, how could one empathize? At that moment, Shui Rou exhibited a bashful demeanor, while Meng Fuling offered her a quiet word of comfort. Rest assured, Xiaohua is a good person. She will assist you. What sort of statement was that? An unsettling feeling stirred within Pei Xihe. Meng Fuling then turned to Pei Xihe and gently spoke. Xiaohua, did you not earn 5 contribution points yesterday? Since we have only just begun our qi cultivation, they hold little immediate value. Why not visit the task hall to help Xiaorou exchange for a spirit-drawing pill? She looks so pitiful. At last, Pei Xihe grasped their intentions. Almost instinctively, she replied, I do not wish to. Meng Fuling was taken aback by Pei Xihe's reaction, her brows knitting slightly. Xiaohua, as cultivators, we must care for our fellow disciples. What is the matter? Can you not show a bit of kindness? Her voice rose, drawing the attention of numerous onlookers at the bustling entrance of the task hall, their curious gazes like searing flames, reddening Pei Xihe's cheeks. Yet, she clenched her fists, raising her head. The awkwardness of the situation left her feeling somewhat aggrieved, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet she did not cry. Sister Meng seeks to assist others, and I wholeheartedly support that. However, why must Sister Meng concern herself with my contribution points? In other words, why should one perform good deeds? What gives you the right to demand this of me? Chapter 23. I cannot be a kind person. Pei Xihe is inherently not one to passively endure. When Pei Deshang and Zhang Hua sought to sell her, she was unwilling. She would rather fiercely bite down, wagering on a fleeting chance of destiny, than yield to their wishes and become a mere puppet, devoid of resistance. Her delicate face, pale as porcelain, reflected a glimmer of moisture in her eyes that gradually faded with her words. Though young, Pei Xihe was acutely aware of her own sentiments at this moment. She could not embody the selfless savior, nor could she be the one to compassionately alleviate the suffering of others. Yet, was it wrong for her to desire a better life for herself? I simply cannot be a kind person, to ask her to sacrifice for others. To expend the contribution points she had painstakingly earned over an afternoon for someone else was beyond her. As these thoughts occupied her mind, a flicker of guilt arose, only to swiftly dissipate, locking her gaze onto Meng Fuling. As she gradually acclimated to the scrutinizing eyes of those around her, she began to feel indifferent. Let them look if they wished. Sister Meng, we are both second-tier disciples, each having received 50 spirit stones. If you truly wish to assist this sister, you could easily exchange your spirit stones for contribution points with our senior brothers and sisters. It would cost you but a few spirit stones. Why, dear sister? Can you not be a tad kinder? Pei Xihe was inherently more intelligent than the average person, a quality that typically only surfaced when she was engaged in learning. At this moment, she flawlessly showcased her intellect, striking directly at the most vulnerable point of Meng Fuling. In a comparative sense, aside from the narrowness of her experience due to her background, Pei Xihe's composure and temperament were no less than those of Meng Fuling, who was a few years her senior. Although Meng Fuling had witnessed conflicts in the courtyard at a tender age of 9 or 10, her presence here was merely a coincidence, having encountered Shui Rou, who, upon learning of her status as a second-tier disciple, sought her assistance. Meng Fuling was determined not to let her carefully cultivated image be tarnished by this girl. However, she was unwilling to expend her own resources for Shui Rou and instead thought of the contribution points that Pei Xihe had acquired. She brought Shui Rou over, only to discover that the seemingly lowborn Pei Xihe was not the timid character she had anticipated. The young girl pointed out the crux of the matter with a single remark, causing Meng Fuling's face to flush as she sensed the probing gazes of those around her. I. Meng Fuling stammered, but Pei Xihe interrupted her defense. Could it be that Sister Meng has exhausted her 50 low-grade spirit stones within just a few days of entering? I had not realized my sister was so extravagant. Beneath her youthful exterior lay a sharp tongue. The more she pondered, the clearer her mind became. Meng Fuling intended to leverage Pei Xihe's contribution points to do her a favor and to build a favorable reputation. Any hint of hesitation on her part would lead to the imposition of a label of unkindness. If she were truly like the other children of her age whom she had encountered, ineffectual and unable to retaliate promptly, she would find herself at a disadvantage. Meng Fuling adeptly cleanses her reputation, establishing a commendable image while treading upon her own past. How shameless! Pei Xihe, though still young, perceives the situation with clarity. Meng Fuling clenches her teeth, desperately suppressing her fury. How surprising it is to find that this seemingly gentle girl proves to be so formidable. Little he, I was wrong, she admits. In my eagerness concerning Xiaorou's situation, I hastily thought of your contribution points, knowing you could exchange them at the task hall. I have yet to complete my task and obtain mine, and in my moment of urgency, I failed to consider using spirit stones for an exchange. Please do not be angry. Allow me to express my sincerest apologies, will you? Indeed, perspective and experience are invaluable assets. What one has witnessed and endured becomes an integral part of one's journey, empowering one to navigate various circumstances with ease. Despite her reluctance, Meng Fuling endures this challenge for the sake of her future reputation. Little did she anticipate that Pei Xihe would prove to be such a tough adversary. Upon learning that Pei Xihe, despite being a triple spirit root, possesses 9-inch roots, she feels an overwhelming jealousy. Had she possessed even a single 9-inch root, she could have transcended to a dual spirit root qualification, perhaps even being selected as a distinguished disciple. It irks her to think that a girl from the mundane world could possess such potential, igniting the spark for today's confrontation. Her straightforward apology, along with her youth providing a plausible explanation, leaves Pei Xihe momentarily at a loss. Intelligence does not inherently grant one mastery over the complexities of human emotions. Although Pei Xihe feels a lingering resentment, Meng Fuling has already extended her contrition. Her best option was to accept it and let the matter dissipate. Pei Xihe felt a flicker of anger simmering within her, struggling to conceal her emotions, which did not go unnoticed by many. A few disciples who were on amicable terms with Meng Fuling stepped forward. Come now, little sister, don't be so petty. Fuling has already apologized to you. Indeed. What more do you want? Fuling was merely a bit hasty. Little sister, bear in mind that one should possess a broader mindset. Most of the higher-ranked disciples were engaged in high-stakes missions, leaving primarily novice disciples and those of lesser cultivation, whose temperaments were not particularly refined. Meng Fuling had not devoted all her days to cultivation. Her cheerful disposition and carefree nature endeared her to many, prompting them to side with her. The fire in Pei Xihe's heart flared even brighter. She took a deep breath, raising her chin defiantly. Whatever my sister says goes. I hope she can think things through next time and not rely on others for everything. It was vexing to witness and oppressive to hear. Look at that little girl. Quite haughty, isn't she? TSK, so petty, yet she doesn't want to be criticized. Fuling is kind-hearted, but alas, she is stuck with such a roommate. Meng Fuling, hidden in the crowd, discreetly wore a smile. Pei Xihe, I shall remember this debt. Just wait. Her mood was far from pleasant. Leaning back in her chair, she poured herself a glass of water, gulping it down as the icy sensation invigorated her mouth and throat, bringing her a modicum of comfort. She sighed, her thoughts sinking deep. It turned out that even in the realm of cultivation, harmony was not absolute. Today's events had sounded an alarm, forcefully tearing away the illusions of tranquility and peace that had once resided in her mind. Conflict exists everywhere, just like the daily quarrels in Pei family village. Even the outer sect of Kunlun was not devoid of turmoil. The celestial beings she had once envisioned, who abstained from earthly grains and embodied purity and grace, were merely the stuff of legends. Even the most accomplished cultivators seldom achieved such ideals. She realized she must adapt, safeguard herself, and strive for a better existence. Clenching her small fists, her resolve gradually solidified. Chapter 24, Spirit Blade. Spring stream melts. Pei Xihe and Meng Fuling had torn apart their facade of camaraderie, even as roommates. There was no sign of reconciliation. This girl truly was audacious, clinging to those contribution points, believing she could exchange them for rare treasures. Just wait and see. Her father had already arranged for the crafting of an 8th-grade spirit sword for her. Having broken through to the first realm, she could now begin to chart her path. She would not choose the physical cultivation route, as the requirements for spiritual roots and spiritual power were far too demanding for her. Meng Fuling aspired to be a sword cultivator. To soar through the skies on a sword, gliding gracefully, was the very image of a celestial being in her heart. Once she acquired that 8th-grade spirit sword, she would commence her training in sword techniques, laying a solid foundation. As for Pei Xihe, hailing from a mundane background, her dreams of obtaining an 8th-grade spiritual weapon were indeed fanciful. The 3 tiers of treasures, spiritual artifacts, magical tools, and divine objects, were classified into 9 grades, with even the lesser 8th-grade spiritual artifacts requiring thousands of spirit stones to procure. In truth, it would take Pei Xihe a decade to amass enough. Within the confines of her chamber, Pei Xihe tightly closed her eyes. The energy within her coursed through the intricate pathways of the nurturing qi technique. Her tricolored spiritual roots erupted with tremendous suction, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy in a sweeping motion, continually replenishing the depleting essence within her. She endeavored to render the circulation of spiritual energy more fluid, minimizing loss and enhancing its purity. Her entire consciousness was immersed in the cycle of energy within her body. She ingested a qi-gathering pill, a 9th-grade elixir that expedited the flow of spiritual energy into the circulatory system. With each adjustment, she felt her meridians being impacted. A dull ache resonating within her, yet it remained bearable. Her innate talents were commendable. Her meridians were wide and resilient, nourished by spiritual power, thus remaining within a safe threshold. Through repeated attempts, the spiritual energy within the cyclone grew increasingly abundant, solidifying her mid-stage realm. With the assistance of the qi-gathering pill, she even found herself on the cusp of advancing to the later stage. Having been in Kunlun for over a month, she was expected to possess 100 low-grade spirit stones and 20 qi-gathering pills. After days of cultivation, she retained 97 spirit stones and 18 qi-gathering pills. The value of spirit stones far surpassed that of spiritual orbs, as she needed them to exchange for essential resources and artifacts in the Kunlun market. She had inquired about their worth. Even the most inexpensive 9th-grade treasure demanded over 2,000 spirit stones or 1,000 contribution points, while 8th-grade treasures exceeded 7,000 spirit stones or 2,500 contribution points. This was the reason for her meticulous accounting of every spirit stone and contribution point, as spiritual treasures significantly enhanced one's cultivation and strength. Although her spiritual roots were pure, the presence of 3 roots coupled with the unavailability of high-quality cultivation techniques rendered spiritual cultivation unsuitable for her, compelling her to pursue the path of Tao cultivation instead. Thus, she sought to find a suitable weapon, yet she remained uncertain about which weapon would best suit her. Among the multitude of weapons, the 18 varieties of arms were the most renowned, encompassing both long and short forms. In truth, cultivators often favored celestial swords, wielding flying swords to traverse their path with grace and ease. Steeling her resolve, she opened her eyes, feeling a significant increase in her internal spiritual energy. However, following the impact on her meridians, a period of gentle nurturing was essential to avoid potential risks. A glimmer of delight flickered in Pei Xihe's eyes, as she realized that this approach was indeed viable. The nurturing qi technique possessed no specific attributes and emphasized the nourishment of the self, lacking in aggressive potency. This was precisely why Pei Xihe encountered no substantial issues after her experimentation. Having embarked on her cultivation journey later than most, she was unaware that altering cultivation methods was a grave taboo, where even a slight misstep could result in injured meridians and regression in her cultivation. Thanks to the unique nature of the nurturing qi technique, combined with her exceptional resilience and remarkable comprehension, she managed to circumvent major problems, even discovering some subtle insights along the way. The trajectory of her recent practice had yielded a significantly greater concentration of spiritual energy, rendering it more robust than usual. One must not underestimate this slight increase in spiritual energy. If this trend continued, while practicing the nurturing qi technique, she would be able to accumulate spiritual energy more rapidly than others, paving the way for breakthroughs in her cultivation. A surge of white spiritual energy flowed from her palm, denser than before, indicating that the amount of absorbed spiritual qi had also increased. Pei Xihe furrowed her elegantly shaped brows, contemplating her progress. Xi and Meng Fuling have fallen out. Neither Xi nor Meng Fuling possesses the submissive nature that would allow them to reconcile after a slap in the face. Her previously timid disposition is gradually transforming, akin to a concealed blade that appears tranquil yet harbors a sharp edge. Today, it is Meng Fuling who has been wounded by her. It remains uncertain whether this change is for the better, yet undeniably, she has become somewhat more buoyant than before. She is no longer willing to endure mistreatment. Perhaps it was the moment she escaped from Pei Xihe's grasp and rushed towards the spirit-testing pillar that marked a profound shift in Pei Xihe's character. She sighed, resolving not to overthink things, regardless of Meng Fuling's intentions. As long as she herself commits no errors, Meng Fuling can do nothing to her. Pei Xihe contemplated that diligent cultivation is of paramount importance. She yearns to swiftly elevate her skills to a higher realm and stand out as a first-tier disciple at the upcoming conference. The younger one is, the more likely they are to be accepted as a disciple by the elders, even if she cannot attract the attention of the true masters of the inner sect. Finishing in the top 10 would grant her entry qualifications to the inner circle, thus offering hope for her cultivation. Beyond that, she should not trouble herself too much. With a deep breath, she realized that clarifying her thoughts alleviated much of her distress. Her meridians within have rejuvenated, strengthened, and fortified by the influx of spiritual energy. Time passes swiftly, and fleeting warmth is hard to retain. Unbeknownst to Pei Xihe, she has already spent 3 fruitful years in Kunlun. Now over 8 years old, her body is in a growth phase, and with the nourishment from the first-floor spiritual cuisine, she is rapidly gaining height. Having grown several heads taller, she now stood at an impressive height of 1 meter and 3. Pei Xihe strolled through the bustling Kunlun square, where the incessant calls of vendors selling elixirs and various rare treasures filled the air. Paying little heed to the commotion, her gaze fell upon a familiar door, stirring a sense of joy within her heart. She had awaited this day for over a year. The grand entrance was adorned with opulence, pure jade intricately embedded within, and a prominent plaque inscribed with 3 gilded characters, Treasure Pavilion. This was the largest commercial guild in Kunlun. Pushing the door open, she stepped inside and directed her attention to a counter. After diligently accumulating contribution points for over a year, she had finally exchanged them for spiritual stones. Upon the counter floated a slender blade, its silver-white body resembling crystalline ice, shimmering with hints of yellow-green luminescence. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the floating runes, akin to tender sprouts breaking through the earth in the first snowfall. This was a spiritual treasure in the style of a Tang's sword. Clearly marked on the counter was the description, 8th grade spiritual treasure, priced at 7,800 spiritual stones. Spiritual blade. Spring stream melts. Chapter 25. She begins to become more delicate and astute. Compared to swords, Pei Xihe had a greater affinity for knives. Why this preference? It stemmed from witnessing her senior brother wielding a long knife in the training grounds, his formidable stance cleaving through all in its path, embodying a spirit of invincibility and fearlessness. Having always been obedient to her parents, aspiring for a better life, she realized that the most docile individuals often yearn for the very opposite of their nature. That moment of fearless grandeur profoundly moved her. She yearned to master the art of the knife. I harbor a profound admiration for the Tang sword, which is further categorized into ceremonial blades, horizontal swords, zhang swords, and imo swords. The disciples of the Kunlun outer sect are raised in a manner that allows them to shape their own destinies, with their choices dictating their paths. The sect provides a relatively advantageous environment for cultivation and a system for advancement, yet it demands relentless effort in return. She exchanged for a 9th grade swordsmanship technique, diligently practicing with a wooden sword for a full 2 years. Had she opted for a 9th grade spiritual treasure, her lack of sufficient cultivation level would have rendered her incapable of undertaking combat-related tasks, merely resulting in a waste of spiritual stones. Hence, she resolved from the outset to pursue an 8th grade spiritual treasure. During her lower cultivation stages, she only accepted tasks that could be completed safely within the sect. Contribution points were converted into spiritual stones and pearls to aid her cultivation, with none retained until she reached the 3rd level of Qi training. Once her spiritual power increased sufficiently to undertake 3-star tasks, she began accumulating contribution points, albeit a step behind Meng Fuling in achieving the status of a first-class disciple. Over the past 3 years, she has toiled day and night, dedicating 12 hours each day to her training, 5 hours at night for meditative cultivation, 3 hours during the day for sword practice, and 3 hours to complete tasks assigned by the mission hall, leaving merely 1 hour for mundane affairs. Now, at the age of 8, she has attained the 6th level of Qi training and is capable of accepting 4-star tasks, each yielding hundreds of contribution points, albeit requiring significantly more time to complete. In summary, her ability to earn contribution points has vastly surpassed her previous capabilities. She yearns to exchange for the spiritual treasure she has long coveted. anticipating a substantial increase in her combat prowess in preparation for a 5-star task scheduled in a few days. The treasure pavilion is exquisitely adorned, with silvery flowing jade satin embellishing the inner hall, exuding an antique charm rich in elegance. A graceful woman clad in a delicate pink gown approached her, her regal attire accentuating her beauty like a blooming flower. I must express my gratitude to Sister Mu for keeping it for me these days. I shall never forget her kindness, she said. Mu Wan covered her face with a light laugh. Such a clever little one, at such a tender age. You possess quite the eloquence. Pei Xihe's face was as fair as jade, her bright, dark eyes reflecting sincerity. I speak no falsehoods, it is all heartfelt. Mu Wan ceased her laughter and gently flicked her forehead. All right, go and hand over the spirit stones. I'll take it upon myself to gift you something small. Pei Xihe's eyes sparkled with delight. How could I ever accept such generosity? Yet her demeanor betrayed no inclination to refuse. She was extraordinarily lovely, exuding an irresistible charm and cleverness. Mu Wan cast a glance at her. Enough of that. Your sister Mu is quite busy. I've arranged everything at the counter. You should proceed to submit the spirit stones. Thank you, sister. Mu Wan turned, and a young attendant stepped forward to guide Pei Xihe to submit her spirit stones. Mu Wan was the proprietor of this esteemed treasure pavilion, a grand establishment with branches throughout the cultivation world, of which she was one of many shopkeepers. Pei Xihe had often visited to admire a particular spiritual treasure, and it was by chance that Mu Wan had noticed her, leading to their acquaintance. The maidservant behind Mu Wan respectfully removed the ribbon from her back. She was affable and exuded the grace befitting one who welcomed patrons. And the attendants and young servants adhered strictly to the shop's rules, holding Mu Wan in high esteem. My lady, why are you so kind to this young girl? A mere cultivator of qi, yet their treasure pavilion extended to Kunlun, and even such a celestial sect did not exhibit disdain, gaining considerable prestige. Mu Wan was indeed a genuine foundation establishment cultivator, and the young girl found it perplexing why Mu Wan showed such care towards her. It was not that the Kunlun disciples could not afford to purchase spiritual treasures. Many had come time and again, only to leave with a sense of regret. Mu Wan waved her hand, settled into a chair, and opened the thick ledger. She saw a reflection of herself in the young girl. In her environment, the girl learned to be astute after encountering obstacles, and having been schemed against, she began to navigate her surroundings with grace. Much like Mu Wan herself in her youth, she struggled to survive amidst difficulties, striving to live beautifully, even if it meant gradually transforming into another version of herself. If she could offer some assistance, she would gladly do so. Pei Xihe exchanged spirit stones and finally acquired the spiritual sword she adored. This sword was akin to a ceremonial saber among Tang's swords. Its blade gleamed pure silver white like snow, intricately engraved with golden and emerald spirit patterns, resembling both waves and blossoms, radiating a phosphorescent glow. It was a single-edged blade, exuding a chilling light. Finding a spiritual treasure suited to oneself was no simple task. With her 3 spirit roots, each measuring 9 inches, none could dominate the others. And her inner spiritual energy was balanced among ice, fire, and metal attributes. This spring stream fusion sword was crafted from cold iron, possessing both ice and metal attributes, and inscribed with wood patterns to enhance fire's spiritual energy, making it particularly suitable for her. The treasure pavilion also gifted her several spirit herbs and a few high-quality 8th-grade pills, which Pei Xihe carefully stowed away in her storage pouch. She immediately bit her fingertip, allowing a few drops of her essence to fall onto the blade. The sword absorbed the blood, and a wave of warmth blossomed within Pei Xihe's heart. The blood contract secured her bond with this spirit blade, making it unequivocally hers. She sheathed the sword, sealing it within the contract, and a genuine smile surfaced on her lips. Her eyes sparkled like obsidian, her figure harmonious and her skin radiant. Her delicate features bore the innocence of youth, yet hinted at a touch of allure. With her smile, the room seemed to brighten. Thank you, she said, smiling at the counter, and kindly extend my gratitude to Master Mu. Turning, she stepped out of the treasure pavilion. As she crossed the threshold, she suddenly realized her lips were still curving upwards, and she paused momentarily. She steadied her smile, pressing her lips together, and let out a soft chuckle. Her forced laughter had seemingly become a habit, mocking herself in the process. Once, she had believed that maintaining her innocence was sufficient to disregard the opinions of others, but now it felt utterly absurd. Pei Xihe, have you not faltered as well? She mused inwardly. What has become of you is not so bad. At least you are living better, are you not? A chill flickered in her gaze as she recalled certain memories. Having accepted a 4-star mission and hunted beasts, she had indeed tasted blood. The coldness in her eyes dissipated as a gentle smile returned. She could now apply to join the disciples' team for hunting beasts, hastening her accumulation of contribution points. The Outer Gate Conference is held once every 3 years, attended by experts of at least the 10th level of Qi cultivation, including those who have already established their foundation. Although she is currently unable to participate, she aspires to join before she turns 20, striving to attain a level beyond the 10th stage of Qi cultivation by then. Chapter 26. The Dread of Rumors. The erosion of reputation. Pei Xihe has stepped into her small courtyard, having attained the status of a first-class disciple. Now possessing her own independent dwelling. By a twist of fate, her neighbor was none other than Meng Fuling, who had also recently become a first-class disciple. At merely 12 or 13 years of age, Meng Fuling's physique had developed to resemble that of a 15 or 16-year-old mortal maiden, exuding a graceful allure. She cast a disdainful glance at Pei Xihe, but her eyes betrayed an undeniable jealousy. How could this commoner have reached the 6th level of Qi cultivation? It was well known that each stage of cultivation became increasingly difficult to surpass. Meng Fuling, still at the 4th level, could not help but feel a pang of resentment. Upon hearing Meng Fuling scoff, Pei Xihe chose to ignore her, opening the door and activating the protective array before shutting it, leaving Meng Fuling with a dark expression. She settled onto her chair, her gaze drifting as she recalled events from more than 3 years ago. After being publicly humiliated by Pei Xihe, Meng Fuling harbored this grievance in her heart. Pei Xihe had thought little of it at the time, but her youth rendered her oblivious to the adage that 3 can create a tiger, the fear of public opinion, and how words can erode one's reputation. Within a month, during a visit to the task hall to collect assignments, she became acutely aware of the whispers surrounding her. She, Pei Xihe, has utterly transformed into a selfish and unfeeling young girl. The carefully curated image and interpersonal relationships cultivated by Meng Fuling have played a significant role. She oppresses her junior disciples, exhibiting extreme selfishness, and clings to her roommates. The young girl has been burdened with such labels. The surrounding individuals engage in fervent discussions, and unfamiliar faces readily cast judgment upon her. When she seeks out Meng Fuling to ascertain the truth, she is met only with scorn and reproach from those around her. It dawns upon her that even the outer gates of Kunlun are not entirely a realm of immortals. There exists contention, strife, and cunning calculations. Without the extraordinary talent and background of the esteemed first-tier disciples, one is inevitably drawn into the maelstrom. She instinctively begins to learn the art of social interaction, becoming self-taught. Her striking appearance provides her with a considerable advantage, for it is undeniable that attractive individuals often receive an unconscious favor from the majority. Gradually, she alters her reputation and transforms herself to adapt to this environment, allowing her to navigate her life more comfortably and avoid being bullied when receiving tasks from the mission hall. The senior brothers and sisters in the dining hall are more inclined to serve her generously. The seniors in the martial arts hall are more willing to showcase their skills and offer guidance. As she walks along the path, she no longer feels the piercing scrutiny that once made her uncomfortable. Meng Fuling, the person she now despises, is nonetheless someone she must acknowledge as having imparted valuable insights to her. She closes her eyes, briefly opens them, and retrieves her spring stream blade, lightly tapping its body with her index finger, producing a crisp and melodious sound. Lingbao is classified into 9 grades, with treasures and divine artifacts existing above, rumored to be terrifying entities beyond her aspirations. Chun Jinrong is already quite remarkable. As the icy spring thawed, snow melted, and the first buds emerged, she relished this vibrant scene and its profound implications. She felt an almost irresistible urge to wield the spiritual sword, her very first treasure. Offering her blood as a sacrifice, she experienced an indescribable sense of intimacy with it. Currently, she is at the late stage of the 6th realm of Qi training and is on the verge of breaking into the 7th realm. This progress is attributed to her continuous refinement of the Qi nurturing technique, which now seems no less formidable than the 6th grade technique exchanged from Meng Fuling. With the assistance of this spiritual sword, she is confident she can contend with the 7th realm. This level of strength qualifies her for a 5-star mission, which can yield over 200 contribution points. Coincidentally, her newly joined team has a 5-star mission, rewarding a total of 400 contribution points among 3 members. allowing her to anticipate a share of over 100 points. They are tasked with hunting the fierce beast, the flame tiger, a creature comparable to those in the 8th and ninth realms of Qi training. This will serve as an opportunity to test the power of Changjianrou. On the following day, time seemed to slip away swiftly. Pei Xihe arrived at the designated location, where she encountered a girl in blue robes, appearing to be around 14 or 15 years of age, with a cultivation level of the 7th realm of Qi training. Alongside her was a boy of similar age, also at the 7th realm. However, Pei Xihe's gaze suddenly fell upon a young girl, seemingly slightly older than herself, around 12 or 13 years old, yet possessing only the 3rd realm of Qi training. A flicker of displeasure stirred within her heart, though her face remained adorned with a radiant smile. Sister Mu, Brother Lu, who is this? She cast her gaze upon the girl of the 3rd realm of Qi cultivation. Lu Han appeared somewhat embarrassed. This is my cousin. She has also entered the celestial gate and wishes to broaden her horizons. She asked me to bring her along. You wouldn't mind, would you? Lu Qiluo possessed a striking beauty, her almond-shaped eyes radiating a certain gentleness. You must be the little he my cousin spoke of. I am Lu Qiluo. You may call me Sister Lu. Mu Qing snorted disdainfully. She is far superior in cultivation than you. You ought to address her as senior sister, not Sister Lu. The audacity of a 3rd realm practitioner. Dressed in blue, she exuded a heroic spirit, embodying a refreshing demeanor. Upon witnessing Lu Qiluo's abrupt change in expression, Pei Xihe felt a quiet sense of relief within. What does this signify? In the realm of cultivation, peers are judged by their prowess, and merit comes first. It seems Lu Qiluo, upon her arrival, wishes to elevate her status, perhaps believing her youth renders her easily manipulated. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Lu Han swiftly intervened. Qiluo was merely careless. Do not take offense. Rest assured, I will protect Qiluo on this journey. You need not worry excessively. Please do not be upset. Pei Xihe pondered silently. Against a fierce tiger of the 8th or 9th realm, their trio would only stand a chance if united. Should Lu Han be preoccupied with safeguarding Lu Qiluo, then it would fall upon her and Mu Qing to charge into battle. She marked Lu Han with a mental cross, resolving never to collaborate with him again. His inability to separate personal matters from duty was most irksome. With this thought in mind, she refrained from mirroring Mu Qing's cold demeanor, though her smile had noticeably dimmed. As long as her senior brother was aware, that was sufficient. In the present day, this task must be completed within 3 days, and a suitable replacement cannot be found at the moment. She exchanged a glance with Mu Qing, both feeling a sense of helplessness. Mu Qing was dissatisfied, yet as fellow practitioners of the 7th realm, she hesitated to confront Lu Han directly. Thus, the 4 of them set forth on their journey together. Kunlun, situated in a realm of celestial wonders, was surrounded by a vast expanse of mountainous forests, teeming with innumerable demonic beasts and spiritual entities, where fortune and peril coexisted. Their destination was a town mentioned in the intelligence report, Baining Town. They were tasked with hunting a fierce tiger that, having consumed the flesh and blood of mortals, had gained a semblance of intelligence and transformed into a demon. Becoming increasingly savage, it had attained the formidable strength of the 8th or 9th realm, and the villagers of Baining Town, unable to bear its torment, sought the aid of the immortal masters. It was the duty of Kunlun disciples to exterminate such malevolence and protect ordinary mortals from this calamity. Chapter 27. The Calamity of the Fierce Tiger. Pei Xihe glanced at Lu Qilu, puzzled as to why she, despite only being in the 3rd realm, insisted on accompanying them to Baining Town. The 5-star mission involved hunting a tiger that feasted upon human blood and flesh, accumulating a terrifying aura of malevolence that allowed it to metamorphose into a demon. Its strength was comparable to that of the 8th or 9th realm practitioners. The 12 realms of Qi cultivation were divided into 4 stages. The first 3 represented the early phase, the next 3 the middle phase, followed by the latter 3 as the late phase, culminating in the final 3 representing the perfection of one's being. The fierce tiger, fueled by its dreadful malice, could be considered an apex existence among late-stage practitioners. The 3 of them, empowered by her spiritual blade, could also be regarded as late-stage practitioners, which afforded them the courage to confront this challenge. Lu Han's intentions seemed peculiar to her, though she refrained from voicing her concerns directly, merely heightening her vigilance. In the world beyond, exercising caution at every turn was indeed the wisest course of action. Never entrust your back to others. Pei Xihe lowered her gaze, concealing a hint of cold glimmer. A year ago, during her inaugural foray into a 4-star mission, she narrowly escaped disaster because of this very principle. Lu Han may not be able to safeguard Lu Qiulu. They could not possibly be so foolish. One must never underestimate anyone, even those whom one holds in low regard. Mu Qing observed Pei Xihe's obedient demeanor and noticed Lu Qiulu and Lu Han mingling, causing her heart to emit a cold snort. Lu Qiulu truly lacked discernment. How could Lu Han possibly protect her? Lu Han was exceedingly arrogant as well. This individual should never be collaborated with again in the future. At the age of 15 or 16, she possessed a tall and graceful figure, with a sword slung across her back, its sheath a shade of azure. This was a 9th-grade spirit sword she acquired through her savings of spirit stones. While it served her well during her training, as her cultivation advanced, it had begun to lag behind her progress. Upon the completion of this mission, she intended to exchange her contribution points for spirit stones, aiming to procure an 8th-grade spirit sword. It felt like a waste, as this sword had primarily been utilized for practice. In the early stages of her cultivation, there had been little need for combat. Now, if she were to sell it, its wear and tear would diminish its value. Lu Han's spirit sword bore a similar fate. The 4 of them were merely chi practitioners, lacking the ability to fly with swords like the grand cultivators. Nevertheless, cultivators possessed keen senses and were nourished by spiritual energy. Even when walking, it felt as if they were treading upon the winds. Before long, they had left the confines of the Kunlun sect's domain and arrived at a town under the protection of the sect. Mu Qing retrieved a map and glanced at it, nodding towards them. This was it. They had arrived at Baining town. Pei Xihe nodded in agreement. With a smile, she said to Mu Qing, "I truly appreciate you leading the way, senior sister. Once we reach the town and ascertain the situation, we should rest promptly." Mu Qing's lips curved into a slight smile as well. However, Lu Qiulu suddenly interjected, "Shouldn't we be hastening to hunt the fierce tiger?" Mu Qing's expression darkened slightly. "There's no rush. We have 3 days to slay the fierce tiger." Lu Han, noticing Mu Qing's displeasure, quickly tugged at Lu Qiulu. They needed to gather detailed information before undertaking such a task. After all, the fierce tiger was no trivial matter. This ferocious beast possessed formidable strength, and they needed to inquire about its whereabouts and any taboos surrounding it. It was not a situation in which they could recklessly charge in. None of them were capable of facing the fierce tiger head-on. Lu Qiulu truly was a fool. Mu Qing felt more frustrated. What was wrong with that girl? Had Lu Han lost his senses as well? They shouldn't let her drag them down. Pei Xihe, equally exasperated, thought this was indeed her first mission, and she ought to understand the importance of silence and observation rather than speaking without knowledge. If they were at the 8th or 9th level of chi refinement, it would be different, but they were merely at the 7th level, and she was at the 6th. It would be madness to seek out the fierce tiger directly. Lu Qiulu was quietly explained to by Lu Han and ceased her argument, yet the defiance in her eyes when looking at Mu Qing was unmistakable. Pei Xihe wished to disregard these matters, but if Mu Qing and Lu Han began to harbor grievances over such trivialities, it could lead to unforeseen complications during the hunt for the fierce tiger, rendering their efforts futile. She smiled brightly and said, "Sister Mu, look. The sign ahead clearly states that this is Baining town. Let us hasten forth, inquire about the situation, and then deliberate on how to encircle and vanquish the fierce tiger. This serves as a diversion, offering a graceful exit." Lu Han cast a grateful glance at her, to which Pei Xihe responded with a smile. Mu Qing also softened her demeanor slightly. Together with Pei Xihe, they proceeded towards the village. Lu Han grasped Lu Qiulu's hand firmly. "Do not be obstinate." Lu Qiulu pouted, yet a flicker of determination glimmered in her eyes. She nodded and followed Lu Han closely. Their pace quickened, allowing them to catch up with Pei Xihe and Mu Qing. The 4 of them maintained a facade of tranquility. Pei Xihe surveyed the scene of Baining village. They stood at the village entrance, where a stone tablet prominently displayed the characters for Baining. The streets were sparsely populated, with a somber atmosphere pervading the air. Mu Qing's expression turned serious as she exchanged a knowing glance with Pei Xihe. A surge of spiritual energy enveloped Mu Qing as she formed an intricate seal with her right hand, invoking the wind summoning technique. In an instant, several powerful gusts of wind swept through the area, drawing the attention of the scattered onlookers with an almost ethereal grace. Mu Qing stepped forward, her demeanor exuding confidence, with an air of gallantry reflected in her brow. Clad in the white robes of a Kunlun disciple, her azure sword billowed in the wind, creating a presence distinct from that of mere mortals. "We are disciples of Kunlun, here to assist you in eradicating the scourge of the fierce tiger that plagues your land." Her proclamation ignited murmurs within the crowd as many exchanged excited whispers, their eyes shimmering with gratitude and anticipation. An elderly man emerged slowly from the throng, leaning on a carved black wooden cane, his silver hair meticulously groomed. "I am the mayor of Baining Town, and I have encountered the immortal master here. I beseech the immortal master to assist us in ridding Baining of that ferocious tiger demon. This vile beast has already devoured 7 souls from our town." A somber silence fell over the crowd, punctuated by subdued sobs, clearly the mournful cries of the victims' families. Mu Qing's expression displayed an unmistakable agitation. "Rest assured, fellow villagers, we shall spare no effort in vanquishing this malevolent creature." Pei Xihe, though merely 7 or 8 years of age, had grown remarkably tall. Her delicate features held a hint of a smile, yet her eyes revealed a subtle detachment. As she surveyed the crowd, her gaze discreetly flickered towards the siblings Lu Han and Lu Qiulu. There was an unsettling aura about them. Their eyes seemed to betray a glimmer of anticipation. The dissonance of their demeanor sent a chill down Pei Xihe's spine. What intentions did Lu Han harbor in confronting the tiger? Did he not fear the peril of being consumed alongside his sister? Squinting her eyes, she steeled herself for the worst. Even if Mu Qing had a distaste for Lu Qiulu, he would not easily turn against Lu Han. Should they engage in discussion, Mu Qing's forthright nature might inadvertently raise alarm. Moreover, what concern did Mu Qing have for her well-being? The sage saves others, while the petty save themselves. She had long acknowledged that she was no sage. Her priority was her own safety, and her greatest reliance lay in the weapon known as Chun Jianrong within her contract space. She had reached the late stage of the 6th realm. Her spiritual energy exceptionally profound due to her 3 spiritual roots. With mastery over various spells and sword techniques, along with her prepared talismans and elixirs, she was no mere soft target if adequately prepared. Her heart gradually settled, for her intuition had always been remarkably accurate. Thus, she waited to see what schemes Lu Han and Lu Qiulu were concocting. Chapter 28. The fierce tiger appears. Mu Qing had evidently grown accustomed to such matters, swiftly calming the villagers' emotions. Her stature was commanding, exuding a sense of vigor and resolve that inexplicably reassured those around her. Pei Xihe wore a gentle smile as she conversed with the villagers about the specifics of the fierce tiger. Meanwhile, Lu Han also approached the villagers to gather detailed information. Lu Qiulu's expression darkened slightly, her lips curling in disdain. Once again, she vanished in the blink of an eye. Standing aside, she was subtly observed by Pei Xihe, her demeanor betraying a hint of contempt towards the common folk and an impatience for the current delay. Why, then, did she insist on having her cousin bring her here? Pei Xihe focused her mind, raising her delicate face to attentively listen to the villagers' accounts. This fierce tiger was merely an ordinary female residing in the mountains. Yet in Baining Town, hunters inevitably sought to capture prey to sustain themselves. One hunter had set traps in the mountains, and upon inspecting them, he discovered the paw prints of the female tiger. The ground bore traces of wild boar and bloodstains from bamboo spikes embedded in the traps. Although the hunter had successfully hunted a wild boar, it was the tiger who had intercepted his prize. How could he accept this? Following the tracks left by the female tiger, he located her den. She was supposed to vigilantly guard her cubs. Otherwise, she would have cleaned up the traces. Yet, in a surprising turn of events, he followed the trail to the lair and found only the young cubs. Naturally, he hunted down the 2 newly born tiger cubs. Little did he know, calamity was thus set in motion. The fierce tigress, in a fit of rage, stormed into the village, wreaking havoc. It was unclear what strange substance it had ingested in the mountains, but it had gained immense strength, far surpassing the ordinary. A group of hunters from the town attempted to subdue it, but to no avail. Instead, it began to consume human flesh and blood. Its fur adorned with eerie crimson patterns, and when it attacked, it was accompanied by flames that burned fiercely. It had transformed into a malevolent demon. Pei Xihe felt a tumult of emotions upon hearing this. The tiger had snatched the prey of the hunters, prompting them to kill its cubs in retaliation, leading the tiger to seek vengeance, and thus it had succumbed to a bloodthirsty rage. It was difficult to ascertain whether the fault lay with the hunters or the tiger. For an old hunter, capturing a wild boar was no easy feat. To an ordinary hunter, a single boar could suffice for a year's sustenance. So how could they not be enraged by its theft? And how could the tiger not be filled with wrath over the loss of its offspring? She shook her head, choosing not to dwell on such complexities. Her current task was to slay the ferocious tiger, if it continued to feast on human blood and flesh. Seeking opportunities for transformation in the vast wilderness, it could ultimately become a great calamity for the world. Having accepted the mission, they bore the responsibility of eradicating it. Mu Qing's eyes glinted with a hint of ferocity, a reflection of the numerous 4-star tasks she had completed. Xihe, let us go to the locations mentioned by the village chief and set traps, she said after a moment of contemplation. The whereabouts of the fierce tiger were unpredictable, known only to a few frequent locations. With their mission at hand and time limited, they could not afford to wait idly. They would first lay traps and wait for the tiger to come by. If there was no sign after a day, they would have no choice but to mobilize their strength and search deeper into the forest. Pei Xihe nodded in agreement. She raised her lips in a smile and said, "Originally, we planned to take some time to rest, but at this moment, time is of the essence. Villager uncle, could I trouble you and the other uncles and aunts to prepare 4 rooms for us? After we set the traps, we can take a moment to recuperate, allowing us to continue our vigil for the fierce tiger tomorrow." The village chief quickly responded, "I am unworthy of such thanks. Preparing rooms for the immortals to rest is our duty, not a trouble at all." At that moment, Lu Qiulu tugged at Lu Han's sleeve. "Brother, while they are setting the traps, what should we do?" Lu Han shot her an irritable glance. "You stay put, I will join them." Lu Qiulu pouted, falling silent. Although she had reached the 3rd stage of qi cultivation and could wield some minor spells, she felt sufficiently capable of protecting herself among the villagers. And a hint of disdain and arrogance flickered in her eyes. Lu Han quickly turned to Pei Xihe and Mu Qing, saying, "Let us go together. We have successfully completed the 4-star mission before and have a mutual understanding." Eventually, Mu Qing nodded in agreement. To confront the fierce tiger, it was essential for the 3 of them to work in harmony. Leaving Lu Qiulu in the town was preferable to bringing along a potential hindrance. Pei Xihe naturally had no objections. Her delicate, fair face was perpetually graced with a gentle smile, uplifting the spirits of those who beheld her. As the 3 of them conferred, they were led by the villagers to the location where the fierce tiger had appeared most frequently. Mu Qing and Pei Xihe exchanged glances and nodded at one another. A hint of water elemental power shimmered at Mu Qing's fingertips. She possessed both water and earth dual spiritual roots, with 3 inches of water and 3 inches of earth. Her innate talent was rather ordinary. Yet through a stroke of fortune and her early entry into Kunlun, she attained the 7th realm at her current age. The water's spiritual energy emanated from her fingertips, transforming into a delicate and intricate web that vanished into the air. With a graceful motion, she sent forth glimmers of spiritual light into the void, dissipating from sight. Here, she had woven a concealed water net. Should the fierce tiger approach, she would sense its presence. Water overcomes fire, allowing her just enough time to hinder it momentarily, enabling their timely pursuit. Lu Han possessed earth and water spiritual roots, yet he had only cultivated 4 inches of earth. The solitary inch of water had never served any purpose beyond affecting his cultivation. Upon entering, he was also a 3rd-tier disciple, but had gradually ascended to the rank of a 1st-tier disciple. Lu Han summoned the earth's spiritual energy, executing a technique to create a sinkhole trap, setting the 2nd layer of their ambush. At this moment, Pei Xihe's expression was taut. The white spiritual energy in her palm gradually transformed into pure golden energy, delicately extracted and infused into the location where Mu Qing's water net had previously vanished. The golden threads of the piercing attack awaited the fierce tiger's appearance. The water net, golden spikes, and sinkhole would together create a remarkable opportunity for them. Having previously completed tasks together, the trio shared a bond, and though Lu Qiulu's actions had caused Mu Qing some displeasure, it would not affect matters of great significance. They exchanged silent signals, allowing the villagers to proceed to the next location. Unbeknownst to them, they had already set traps in 4 different areas. Pei Xihe sat cross-legged on her bed, retrieving several spiritual pearls. With a gentle yet firm grip, she crushed them, extracting all the spiritual energy within. Closing her eyes, she circulated her techniques, channeling the energy into a cycle within her body, replenishing the 3 to 4 tenths of spiritual power expended in setting the golden spikes. She did not exchange her cultivation method for the 6th grade technique like the other disciples. On the contrary, Pei Xihe devoted herself wholeheartedly to practicing this particular method, for she realized that comprehension is indeed an enigmatic phenomenon. Take Elder Ji's task, for instance. The guidance he provided was not an experience unique to her. Yet she had not heard of anyone else who had refined their spiritual energy as she had. As she harmonized with the qi-nourishing technique, her cultivation progressed to a level comparable to that of the 6th grade techniques. Currently, the flow of spiritual energy was smooth and harmonious, resulting in a purity of power that was equally refined. This accomplishment saved her a considerable amount of contribution points that would have been required for changing her technique. Thus, she was able to procure an 8th grade spiritual treasure before Mu Qing and Lu Han, who had spent significantly more time in the outer sect of Kunlun than she had. However, as she progressed to the later stages of qi training, she would ultimately need to cultivate higher grade techniques, which were difficult to find suitable for her. Typically, practitioners with multiple spiritual roots only needed to focus on a few primary roots, but her balanced triad, each measuring 9 inches, necessitated simultaneous study. The techniques she sought must encompass the elemental aspects of ice, fire, and metal. Otherwise, she would require one technique per element. Thus, fulfilling the requirements for her cultivation would indeed be a significant expense. For now, she chose not to dwell on such concerns, feeling a sense of calculation within her heart. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. It was nighttime, and the fierce tiger had appeared. Chapter 29. The Blade Mastery Technique. She swiftly organized herself and dashed outside, where she happened to encounter Lu Han and Mu Qing. The three exchanged nods, opting for no further conversation. Their figures moved with remarkable speed, the flow of spiritual energy beneath their feet propelling them as if they were treading upon the very winds. Their forms transformed into fleeting shadows, vanishing into the depths of the night. Upon entering the dense forest, they continued their journey. At last, the fierce tiger came into view, yet the scene was one of utter chaos. The intricate web of water flowed with an unexpected tenacity, ensnaring the tiger. Numerous slender golden spikes surged forth, aiming directly at the tiger bound by the water net. It yearned to break free, but the soil beneath its feet transformed into quicksand, dragging it deeper into despair. Although the circumstances seemed highly favorable, none dared to underestimate the creature before them. This fierce tiger was a beast of the 8th or 9th realm of qi refinement, imbued with a ferocious aura of bloodthirst. How could it be easily subdued? With a resounding roar, its form, already larger than 2 ordinary tigers, swelled even further, becoming immensely formidable. The crimson patterns upon its fur gleamed vividly, starkly visible in the night. Wreathed in flickering flames of blood, the water net was rendered ineffective, shattered in an instant. With a powerful strike of its paw, the ground trembled, the sinking earth gradually dissipating. Pei Xihe formed a seal with her hands. Golden spikes converged. Countless golden spikes fused into a singular, elongated spear, thrusting fiercely toward the tiger's eyes. Senior brothers and sisters, engage. Mu Qing and Lu Han were already poised for action. Mu Qing wielded a cerulean longsword, its blade enveloped in spiritual energy, radiating a chilling brilliance. She leapt into the air, aiming directly for the tiger's throat. Lu Han, brandishing a hefty saber, differed significantly from Pei Xihe's spring stream. It resembled a massive cleaver, harnessing the dense power of the earth. He executed a technique imbued with formidable strength, striking fiercely at the tiger's flank. Pei Xihe, channeling her focus into the integration of the golden dagger, found this moment unsuitable for rest. Her spiritual energy surged forth, her palm tightly gripping a blade. The spring stream melded with her essence, transforming into a sword that resembled a single-edged weapon. Its blade was slightly curved at the tip, designed for her youthful stature. Shorter than that of an adult, yet perfectly adequate for her to wield. With the spring stream in hand, she propelled herself into the fray like a cannonball. The golden dagger was intercepted by the fierce tiger's snarling teeth, but it was forcefully severed. Mu Qingqing's sword missed its target, plunging into the tiger's abdomen and unleashing a torrent of blood. However, the searing pain only ignited the beast's ferocity. It unleashed a deafening roar, sending shockwaves that resonated painfully in the ears of those nearby. Lu Han swung his blade towards the creature's back, but was met with a burst of crimson flames that scorched his arm. He staggered back, swallowing a pill, his expression turning resolute, tinged with apprehension. Pei Xihe charged forward with unparalleled agility, her movements fluid as the spring stream danced in her grasp. The seemingly heavy blade was wielded with grace, each strike growing swifter than the last, the golden patterns along the blade glowing vibrantly. The markings of gold, capable of piercing armor, rendered the blade's tip extraordinarily sharp, plunging into the unscathed fur of the fierce tiger. In that instant, icy spiritual energy erupted from Pei Xihe, infusing the spring stream's blade. The cold iron was awakened, releasing a piercing chill that momentarily froze the crimson flames. Now was the moment. Mu Qing's toes barely touched the ground as a torrent of terrifying water spiritual energy burst forth from the tip of his sword. The 9th-tier sword technique, long water thrust. Lu Han seized the opportunity as well. Innumerable earthen spikes erupted from the ground, immediately impeding the fierce tiger's movements. Pei Xihe withdrew the tip of her blade, a gush of blood splattering forth, dyeing her fair face crimson. The acrid stench of blood was intensely pungent, but Pei Xihe had no time to dwell on it. Her pupils contracted sharply. Senior apprentice sister, retreat quickly. A burst of intense flames erupted from the fierce tiger's body, the blaze a sanguinary red, far more ferocious and malevolent than before. She was injured by the flames, recoiling violently, but the water sword thrust had landed squarely at the fierce tiger's throat. A large gash opened, the fierce tiger's blood flowing freely. Lu Han forcefully manipulated his spiritual power, condensing countless earth spikes into a single, thick, and sharp one, impaling the fierce tiger through its abdomen. The fierce tiger, grievously wounded, instantly lost its ability to move. Lu Han, his spiritual power depleted by 80 or 90%, now appeared pallid, nearly collapsing to the ground. Mu Qing, moreover, was injured by the fire, her wounds not light. Pei Xihe gritted her teeth, gripping her long blade tightly. She took 2 swift steps forward, increasing her momentum. Facing the fierce tiger's gaping maw, its sharp fangs dripping with blood, foul and turbid. It wasn't that she wasn't afraid, but fear was useless. Pei Xihe steeled her heart. The long blade was before her. Suddenly, a flash of saber light. Swift, so swift. She had practiced this technique for over 2 years, her astonishing comprehension allowing her to execute this move with terrifying proficiency. It was also close to the limit she could currently achieve. Merely a fleeting moment, as quick as a lightning flash. 9th rank saber technique, dominating draw. Only 3 slashes. Yet a sudden burst of power. Again, an astonishing and rapid saber light. And again, 3 consecutive slashes all landed on the wounds inflicted by Mu Qing. A blade of light overlapped with another blade of light. Within the melting spring stream lay the essence of gold, layer upon layer, subtly manifesting. With a resounding crash, it finally materialized. The tiger's head was severed with brutal precision. They had finally succeeded. Mu Qing was struck in the abdomen by the fierce flames, but fortunately managed to swallow an 8th-grade elixir in time, shielding her meridians. Her spiritual energy had diminished by 7 or 8 due to the water spirit sword. Yet she forced herself to stand, her form unsteady. Pei Xihe had her spiritual energy drained by 3 strikes, leaving her utterly exhausted. She could only lean on the blade embedded in the ground to maintain her stance, a feat achieved with great difficulty. Suddenly, Lu Han chuckled. Impressive, junior sister Pei. I nearly underestimated you. I never imagined that such a petite figure could wield those 3 strikes. Had they landed on me, I might not have withstood them. Indeed, while the 8th-grade spiritual sword provided an enhancement, it was her own mastery of the blade, honed through relentless practice, and the profound depth of her 3 spiritual roots that enabled her to deliver those 3 blows that severed the head of a fierce tiger at the 8th or 9th level of qi refinement. Mu Qing found Lu Han's tone somewhat peculiar, as if it were not mere commendation. Pei Xihe's complexion turned pale, and she appeared at a loss. Senior brother? She managed to utter. Ha, came a light laugh from a woman. It was Lu Qiulu. She emerged from the thicket, clad in the white robes of a Kunlun disciple, casting a shadow beneath the moonlight. As she met Mu Qing's puzzled gaze, she approached Lu Han's side, smiling as she addressed Mu Qing, fool. Suddenly, her aura surged, reaching the 5th level of qi refinement. Mu Qing's visage paled further. You, in the realm of qi cultivation. One has only just begun to wield minor spells at the 3rd stage. Despite the resources prepared by Mu Qing, they were unable to contend with her. However, at the 5th stage of qi cultivation, one would possess sufficient strength to deal with her current state of spiritual depletion and grievous injuries. Pei Xihe concealed a glimmer of despair in her eyes, while her face betrayed a hint of trepidation. Lu Xixiang, what are you planning to do? Lu Qiulu let out a hearty laugh. Can't you see? You, little girl, are truly wasting your remarkable talent. I have perused ancient texts, and it is clear that this demon tiger was once an ordinary beast, transformed only after consuming some spiritual entity. It has feasted on human blood and flesh, tainting itself with malevolence. There is over a 90% chance that such a fierce demon will produce a demon core akin to those generated by foundational beasts. Such a treasure rightfully belongs to my cousin and me. Chapter 30. Counterattack. Both Pei Xihe and Mu Qing found themselves drained of spiritual energy. With Mu Qing suffering further from burns inflicted by flames, her injuries barely restrained by medicinal pills. Even though Lu Han was similarly depleted, he had the advantage of Lu Qiulu. Now at the 5th stage of qi cultivation, she was brimming with spiritual power and completely unscathed. How were they to cope? Moreover, the fiery tiger's potential to produce a demon core was indeed unforeseen. The demon core is a creation of beasts at the foundational stage or above, encompassing the immense spiritual power and bloodline inscriptions of the demon cultivator. Typically, demon cultivators would never allow others to seize their demon cores. They would rather perish than let it fall into another's hands, often opting to destroy it before their demise. Yet, the fiery tiger, having not reached the foundational stage and lacking sentience, remained oblivious to the concept of self-destruction of its own demon core. The acquired demon pill is certain to possess superior quality. Its value is not necessarily diminished by its cultivation level compared to foundational demon pills. The worth of demon pills is immense, as they can be utilized in the refinement of 6th-grade elixirs, the embedding of high-grade spiritual treasures, and the infusion of spiritual energy. If the demon pill is sufficiently intact, it may even allow a cultivator to glimpse the bloodline inscriptions contained within and under extraordinary comprehension, to grasp the unique divine abilities of the demon beast. Should the fierce tiger truly produce a demon pill, even within the qi refining realm, it could be exchanged for a sum nearing 5 figures in spirit stones. Driven by greed, both Lu Han and Lu Qiulu took the perilous plunge for a reason. Mu Qing bellowed, "Dare you slay a fellow disciple without fear of the law enforcement hall?" A cold glint spread in Pei Xihe's eyes as she inwardly lamented the foolishness of the situation. Having resolved to privately seize the demon pill, she would not spare their lives. With the right manipulation, their injuries could easily be disguised as wounds inflicted by the fierce tiger. Although Lu Han, with Lu Qiulu's aid, managed to slay the fierce tiger, he failed to save his 2 fellow disciples. She refrained from interrupting Mu Qing. Every moment she could prolong the situation was a moment gained. Just moments ago, she had dispatched the fierce tiger with 3 swift strikes, depleting her internal spiritual energy. Thus, she too ingested a pill. Lu Han observed her consume a 9th-grade healing elixir, yet she concealed an 8th-grade Xianling pill within her palm. Indeed, she had sensed something amiss from the outset, growing wary of Lu Han, and would never easily expose her frail self before him. As her breathing technique circulated, her superior spiritual root fervently absorbed spiritual energy, allowing the medicinal power to flow through her. Her spiritual energy had already recovered to about 70 to 80%. She merely needed to buy a little more time. Just a little would suffice. Upon hearing Mu Qing's words, Lu Qiulu erupted into laughter. "Indeed, you are remarkably foolish. Consider this. The fierce tiger is a beast of the 8th or 9th realm. Had it not been for the girl's extraordinary strength surpassing the 6th realm, you would have perished long ago. With just a swipe of the tiger's teeth across your throats, who could say what would have transpired?" Mu Qing felt a chilling dread envelop her, her body teetering on the brink, her complexion taut, unable to conceal the flicker of hatred in her eyes. "You wretched creature." Lu Qiulu smiled, seemingly poised to utter more, but was abruptly interrupted by Lu Han. "Enough with the trivialities. Eliminate them both before the situation escalates." Although his spiritual energy was depleted, his injuries were not severe, merely a few superficial wounds from the tiger's recoil. Now, with a glint of cold resolve in his eyes, he directed his murderous intent towards Pei Xihe and Mu Qing. The two exchanged a glance, resolute in their refusal to surrender or submit to their fate. In a sudden motion, Mu Qing hurled a talisman from her bosom. It was a 9th-grade spiritual talisman, the fire-summoning talisman. A torrent of flames erupted from the talisman, but activating it drained the minuscule amount of spiritual energy she had just regained. The flames surged forth, causing Lu Qiulu to flounder slightly. As her primary affinity lay with the wood element, she found herself at a disadvantage against the fire, struggling even against the uncontrolled blaze. Yet within Pei Xihe's eyes blossomed a glimmer of hope. Lu Qiulu did not disguise her shortcomings. She was ill-equipped for combat. Her movements bore a sluggishness, a result of her lack of combat experience and the impurity of her spiritual energy, rendering her vulnerable to the overwhelming flames of the talisman. Given the circumstances, she now, benefiting from the elixir and the advantage of her 9-inch spirit root, has restored approximately 40% of her spiritual energy. Although her physical body has suffered some internal tremors and bruises due to the explosive application of the blade technique, she remains a match for Lu Qiulu. However, their strengths are evenly balanced. With a subtle shift of her gaze, she approached Mu Qing. Sister Mu, in this dire moment, there is no need for excessive caution. I still possess a 9th grade ice talisman. Do you have any hidden cards? Mu Qing met her gaze, a flicker of hesitation in her eyes before she swiftly dismissed it. Sacrificing the minor for the greater good, what was there to ponder? She spoke rapidly. I have a 9th grade gold spike talisman, but I have exhausted my spiritual energy. At that moment, Lu Han, his face twisted with murderous intent, was charging toward them with his great blade. Mu Qing's expression soured with contempt. This despicable creature had led them in circles. Pei Xihe evaded the descending blade. I still have some left. Mu Qing abruptly hurled the talisman into Pei Xihe's hands. Her injuries were more severe, having been scorched by the fierce flames, leaving her the weakest in their current predicament. She could only place her hopes on Pei Xihe, who was in a similar situation. Pei Xihe caught the talisman, gold spike talisman and ice talisman, both now firmly grasped in her palm. Lu Han's expression darkened as he roared at Lu Qiulu. Why aren't you making your move? With the tang knife in hand, Pei Xihe deflected the incoming blade. Feeling a numbing pain in her hand, which threatened to split, vines surged toward her feet, manipulated by Lu Qiulu. She clenched her teeth. Each 9th grade talisman required at least 600 to 700 spirit stones as a base. She had saved one for her life, and now she could not bear to part with it, but she cherished her life even more. With a fierce determination, she channeled her spiritual energy into the gold spike talisman. A sharp golden spike suddenly erupted from the talisman, resonating with her golden spiritual root, allowing her to wield it with remarkable finesse. The spike shot towards Lu Han with incredible speed, radiating brilliant golden energy. In a flash, Lu Han retrieved an earth spirit talisman from his bosom, his eyes betraying a glimmer of pain. He had initially wished to refrain from using it. Yet now the anguish was nearly unbearable as he cast a fierce glance at Pei Xihe. I find it hard to believe you still possess sufficient spiritual energy to activate that ice talisman. At that moment, Mu Qing also realized that Pei Xihe, being at the 6th realm, would have fewer spirals and a slower recovery rate compared to Lu Han. Now that both Lu Han and she had exhausted their spiritual energy by invoking their talismans, how much could Pei Xihe possibly have left? Despair washed over her features. Pei Xihe exerted force with her feet, breaking free from the entangling vines. A glimmer of determination sparkled in her eyes. Not necessarily. She directed her internal energy towards the ice talisman. Go. She summoned ice shards with her fingertips, launching them directly at Lu Han. Though Pei Xihe possessed a triple spiritual root, it was an extraordinary 9-inch root, unmatched in its capacity to absorb spiritual energy and the purity of the energy it produced. Even when practicing the qi nourishing technique, she surpassed them by a significant margin. For various reasons, she did not feel the need to explain this to them. As she faced Lu Han, her eyes gradually became enshrouded in frost, infused with murderous intent. Pei Xihe had never taken a life, having only slain beasts, and her first instinct was one of trepidation. However, she was more astute and sensitive than others, and in an instant, she became acutely aware of a singular truth. In the realm of cultivation, the reality is far from the idyllic visions often imagined. It is a world that devours its own. If one's origins are humble and innate talents are lacking, one must cultivate a ruthless spirit to ascend and survive. Erase all traces of weakness and hesitation. In an instant, the intent to kill enveloped her heart, solidifying her resolve. The icy spear pierced Lu Han's heart, spreading its chill throughout his being. Exhausted of spiritual energy, Lu Han was powerless to resist the encroaching frost. His blood froze inch by inch, and thus perished a cultivator of the 7th realm, silently, akin to a withered leaf falling from a tree. Though Pei Xihe had made up her mind, the sensation of taking a life for the first time caused her to feel a rush of blood to her head, rendering her momentarily numb. A wave of warmth surged within her, and her face flushed crimson. Lu Qiulu erupted with a piercing cry, "Brother? You wretched creature! You wretch! Return my brother's life!" How could it be justified that they were permitted to slay her while she and Mu Qing were destined for death? What sort of reasoning was that? She steadied herself. Lu Qiulu's stance and grip on her sword had become disordered due to her weeping and trembling. Pei Xihe summoned the remnants of her spiritual energy, having nearly exhausted it through the use of talismans. Yet, she still wielded a blade, one she had honed for over 2 years. Each dawn, she practiced with her wooden sword against the rising sun, unfaltering through the seasons. This spring river, too, was an 8th-grade spiritual treasure, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere mud, its cold steel unyielding. She should not falter. She would not yield. Chapter 31. Refining the Demon Core. Pei Xihe moved with deliberate steps, her agility hindered by fatigue, yet she was infinitely more adept than Lu Qiulu. She grasped the spring stream, sword tightly, the pain in her tiger's mouth barely registering as she ignored the discomfort. With resolute determination, she clutched the hilt of the blade. Pei Xihe positioned her Tang Dao before her, intercepting a slash from Lu Qiulu. With all her might, she forcefully lifted the tip of Lu Qiulu's sword. The spiritual energy within her rapidly rejuvenated, enhanced by both her spiritual roots and cultivation methods, as well as the medicinal effects of the pills she had consumed. The thin stream of spiritual energy flowed into the blade, igniting golden inscriptions upon it. The golden inscriptions declared, "Armor Breaker." She raised her long knife and struck down with ferocity. The sword, merely a 9th-grade spirit weapon of mediocre quality, instantly manifested numerous cracks. The force transmitted from her strike sent Lu Qiulu reeling backward. Mu Qing's eyes shimmered with a peculiar light. It seemed she had placed her bets wisely. This deadlock had been shattered by Pei Xihe. She was saved. The life-preserving 8th-grade pill she had previously ingested, rich in medicinal potency, gradually dissolved within her, primarily aiding her in resisting the searing injuries. Mu Qing's gaze fixated fiercely on Lu Qiulu, a chilling murderous intent flickering in her eyes. Unlike Pei Xihe, she had tasted blood and taken lives. If someone aimed to harm her, they would find themselves pierced through by her sword. With her strength returning, the azure sword in her hand emanated a faint, watery glow. Though still weakened, the fiery wounds were subdued, and her spiritual energy had partially recovered. She, Mu Qing, was ultimately a practitioner of the 7th stage of qi cultivation, possessing 2 more spirals of spiritual energy than Lu Qiulu. As Pei Xihe and Lu Qiulu clashed with their blades, the sound of metal striking echoed continuously, with the sword already riddled with fractures. Mu Qing entered the fray, launching a fierce thrust toward Lu Qiulu's heart. Lu Qiulu attempted to evade, but ultimately, her inexperience rendered her movements sluggish. She merely shifted slightly aside. Pei Xihe seized the opportune moment, her internal spiritual energy completely depleted. Summoning all her strength, she wielded her blade and struck fiercely at the nearly shattered sword. With a resounding crash, she shattered the spiritual sword entirely. Mu Qing's sword tip plunged into Lu Qiulu's abdomen, her eyes glinting with a chilling intensity and murderous intent. Gripping the hilt, she abruptly twisted the blade, creating chaos within Lu Qiulu's insides. Lu Qiulu coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body surrendering in despair. As Mu Qing withdrew her sword, Lu Qiulu fell lifelessly to the ground, her eyes closing for eternity. At this moment, they had finally eliminated the 2 treacherous individuals. Exchanging a glance filled with relief, Pei Xihe and Mu Qing collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Yet, Pei Xihe clung to her final line of defense, discreetly consuming a pill to hasten her spiritual energy recovery. Mu Qing observed her with a sense of caution. Despite her decent character, she no longer dared to gamble. The carcass of the fierce tiger lay nearby, likely harboring a demon core. She could not afford to wager on humanity and dared not take the risk. Over the years, she had rapidly matured in such perilous circumstances, learning to remain vigilant at all times to safeguard herself better. Mu Qing then spoke, "Little girl, I owe you my life today. Otherwise, I would have perished at the hands of that vile wretch. I shall not inquire further nor speak of anything else. But if that demon core truly exists, it shall belong to you. I, Mu Qing, will remember this kindness. I am not inherently benevolent. Yet in my pursuit of the Tao, I aspire to one day solidify my heart of the Tao, and I shall repay any debts of gratitude." Pei Xihe was momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile. "Sister Mu and I are mutually supportive. Without her talisman, I would not have been able to slay Lu Han." Mu Qing chuckled softly. "I could tell it was your first time taking a life, wasn't it? After killing Lu Han, your grip on the blade nearly faltered." Pei Xihe remained silent, lost in contemplation. No one is born a killer. Having taken a life does not make Pei Xihe a natural saint nor a born villain. It is only natural to feel fear and confusion. Mu Qing spoke gently. Cultivators have their own thoughts and paths. I recognize that you have aided me, and there is no need for you to decline. Soon, I will use the tiger's fang to inflict wounds upon ourselves for the sake of disguise, and we shall find a place to bury them. Should the enforcement hall continue their investigation, they may suspect us of being accomplices. The enforcement hall of the outer sect is not as meticulous as that of the inner sect, which could lead to significant troubles. Both Pei Xihe and Mu Qing dreaded complications, and they reached an understanding. After resting for a moment, Mu Qing stood up, wielding her spiritual sword to sever the tiger's fangs, ensuring that the wounds on the corpses of the two men were thoroughly inflicted and marred. She spat at the two corpses. Let no one utter the phrase "the dead deserve respect." She had nearly lost her life to their wicked collaboration and longed to peel their skin from their bones. The tiger's fangs had been cleansed of blood by the pure water she conjured, making them suitable for submission as part of this 5-star mission. She smiled at Pei Xihe. Very well, the corpse of this fierce tiger and the demon core within are yours to keep, along with the tiger's head you have severed. I wonder if the demon core is indeed inside. In the end, both the tiger's head and the fangs must be presented together. Pei Xihe was inclined to decline, yet the allure was undeniably compelling. Both Lu Han and Lu Qiulu had conspired to commit murder under such temptation. As a mere practitioner at the 6th realm of qi cultivation, how could she remain unmoved in the face of a demon core? She nodded in acquiescence. This favor, I shall remember. Thank you, Sister Qing. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to command me. Mu Qing waved her hand, feeling somewhat revitalized. The physique of a cultivator was significantly stronger than that of an ordinary person, and soon she had regained much of her vitality. Pei Xihe nodded in acknowledgement. Mu Qing then departed with the two corpses. She needed to reassure the townsfolk of Baining, informing them that her group had successfully vanquished the fierce tiger, while also fabricating a narrative to cover the deaths of the two individuals. Only through such deception could she avoid leaving any traces. Given her greater experience, it was most suitable for her to handle these matters. As Pei Xihe observed Mu Qing's retreating figure, she felt a sense of relief. In truth, she had discerned Mu Qing's intention to eliminate Lu Qiulu. With Lu Han dead and a fierce battle against Lu Qiulu ahead, Pei Xihe's chances of victory were significantly higher than those of Lu Qiulu. However, Mu Qing could not gamble on whether Pei Xihe would possess any residual strength. Thus, she sought to bind her fate with Pei Xihe's. If Mu Qing killed Lu Qiulu and Pei Xihe dispatched Lu Han, they would be inextricably linked, a foundation for stability. Pei Xihe approached the slain fierce tiger. Her blade, Chunwan Rong, sharp as ever, pierced directly into the beast's skull. Channeling her mental energy, she found nothing within. Extracting the blade, she moved to the tiger's torso, and as the tip of her knife plunged into its chest, a faint stirring was sensed. With a deft flick of her blade, she delicately angled the knife's edge and extracted the foreign object. A vivid crimson orb, akin in size to a quail's egg, sprang into view. She cradled it in her palm, realizing that for the time being, she was ill-equipped to safeguard such a treasure. Thus, it would be more prudent to refine it directly. This approach would also afford her peace of mind regarding Mu Qing. After all, a refined demon core would be reduced to mere ash. Mu Qing had claimed it was hers, yet human emotions are notoriously intricate, and she preferred not to dwell on assumptions while remaining vigilant. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. The refinement of the demon core would greatly aid her cultivation, far surpassing the luxury of utilizing spirit stones. What heights might she achieve after this? Her anticipation surged. Chapter 32. Mysterious Substance. Pei Xihe withdrew a storage pouch and meticulously secured the corpse of the fierce tiger within. Even without the demon core, the remains of a late-stage demon, be it flesh, bones, fur, or blood, would fetch a handsome price, suitable for alchemical concoctions and rune drawings, estimating a value of around 700 or 800 spirit stones. This would significantly bolster her resources. After cleaning the bloodstains from her attire, Pei Xihe swiftly departed. The scent of blood could attract wild beasts, and should any other demons appear, it would be a regrettable miscalculation. After a brief search, Pei Xihe discovered a secluded spot. The dense branches swayed gently in the night. Yet the atmosphere was not foreboding. She assessed the location, though not ideal, it would suffice. Settling cross-legged, she held the crimson demon core in her palm. The surface of the core was not smooth, revealing subtle protrusions and intricate crimson patterns that hinted at its hidden power. Pei Xihe recalled the scriptures she had perused in the lecture hall, her thoughts gradually descending into a contemplative abyss. A surge of spiritual energy emanated from her palm, enveloping the crimson demon core. The white spiritual force progressively enveloped the entire demon core. Both demonic and spiritual energies originate from the absorption of the ethereal essence of the universe, allowing her to assimilate the demon core's power, thereby aiding her cultivation. However, demons are endowed with inherently robust physiques, far surpassing that of humans, and possess a more savage and chaotic power. Thus, cultivators must exercise caution during the refinement process, lest they fall victim to backlash. She swallowed a 9th-grade tranquil heart pill, channeling her internal spiritual energy into the now unclaimed demon core, which radiated an eerie scarlet glow beneath the moonlight. The demonic energy was meticulously extracted, strand by strand, as her pure spiritual force dissolved its violent aspects, transforming it into pristine spiritual energy that flowed into her being. Fortuitously, it was not the core of a foundational demon beast. Otherwise, the potency contained within would far exceed her current capacity for absorption. Although the fierce tiger demon core was weaker, it was perfectly suited for her. A torrent of spiritual energy surged into her body, swiftly circulating through her cultivation technique, converting into pure spiritual force. The spirals of energy, which had approached depletion, began to rotate and rejuvenate one after another. At this moment, the 6th energy spiral spun rapidly, appearing slightly smaller than the other 5. Yet it was gradually expanding in volume. The brief absorption was equivalent to several months of arduous training, and a flicker of joy ignited within Pei Xihe's heart. The 6th energy spiral stabilized, becoming indistinguishable from the other 5. And Pei Xihe realized that she was on the verge of breaking through to the 7th stage of qi refinement. She channeled the flow of spiritual energy within her body, deftly performing intricate hand gestures. The surrounding spiritual aura was several times thinner than that of Kunlun, yet with the support of the demon core, she had become less reliant on external conditions. Her hands formed mysterious seals, and the demon core spun rapidly, shrinking the space around her hands. A soft sound resonated within Pei Xihe as the 7th vortex opened. This pure white vortex, although still somewhat feeble, began to solidify and stabilize with the infusion of spiritual energy. Early stage of the 7th realm, mid-stage, and then late stage. At that moment, the rising sun pierced the vast sky, dispelling the last remnants of night. She opened her eyes, filled with spiritual energy. The 7th vortex grew increasingly firm and abundant, and in an instant, she gathered her strength. The 8th vortex within her body sparkled like a star, shining brilliantly as it coalesced. She had reached the 8th level of qi refinement. Joy surged within her heart. However, the demon core was now reduced to a mere fragment, and suddenly, a glimmer of purple light emerged from it. A warning bell rang in Pei Xihe's mind. She had suspected that the fiery tiger's origins were merely that of an ordinary tiger, and that its demonic transformation required some fortuitous event, especially given the rapid increase in its cultivation. She had always believed this demon tiger to be thoroughly refined, but unexpectedly, it had been concealed within its demon core. She instinctively retreated, but the purple light surged forth. The flash of violet brilliance was blindingly swift, leaving her no chance to evade. The purple light shot directly into her dantian. Fear spread rapidly within her heart, and she quickly activated her inner vision. The earlier joy of breaking through 2 realms vanishing entirely. She was terrified. Pei Xihe prided herself on being cautious, yet how had she stumbled in this regard? Yet, there was no movement within her body. After the influx of the purple radiance, it vanished without a trace. She scrutinized her dantian meticulously, yet found no remnant of its presence, as if it had dissipated into thin air. She swallowed hard, concentrating all her mental energy on her spiritual roots. The tricolored roots were exquisitely beautiful, radiating a luminous glow. Upon closer inspection, she finally discerned a faint, thread-like purple hue nestled within the roots, elusive and ethereal. What could this be? As she circulated her spiritual power, she found it to be remarkably unchanged, with neither enhancement nor hindrance. Bewildered, Pei Xihe resolved to maintain her composure. Although this mysterious element had manifested within her, the intimate connection between her spiritual roots and her cultivation ensured that she would be aware of any influence upon them. Everything appeared normal, and given her limited experience, She could only bury her concerns deep within her heart. The joy of her recent advancement had been thoroughly overshadowed, cloaked in a veil of uncertainty. With a quiet sigh, she endeavored to think of happier thoughts. At merely 8 years of age, she had already transcended to the 8th stage of qi refinement. Although the subsequent realms would only grow more challenging, she harbored great hope of reaching the 12th stage of qi refinement before turning 20. This, indeed, surpassed her expectations. As she contemplated her surroundings, she recalled the recent process of refining the demon core, faintly perceiving the vibrant crimson demon patterns upon its surface. The fierce tiger, while formidable, possessed no profound understanding of the demon clan's techniques. Her innate comprehension was sufficient to modify her cultivation methods and accelerate her progress. How could she not unravel the mysteries of the tiger's powers? A vivid scarlet flame flickered to life in the palm of Pei Xihe's hand. Divine art, blazing flame. This technique can ignite fierce flames without relying on the fire initiation technique, demonstrating considerable power while consuming minimal spiritual energy. At the qi cultivation stage, it is indeed remarkable, rivaling the 8th rank of Dao arts. A glimmer of joy flickered in her eyes as she rose to her feet. Gazing at the sky, she noticed the sun had emerged, its gentle rays bathing her in a comforting light. After a night's passage, Qing must have arranged matters in the village properly. With a light tap of her toes, her body felt even more agile than before as she swiftly made her way towards the village. Before long, she caught sight of the village monument at the entrance, inscribed with Bai Ning. If true tranquility were to be achieved, how delightful and carefree life would be. Alas, to attain such peace, one must possess unparalleled resources. A hint of ambition glimmered in her eyes as she noticed Qing approaching, only to swiftly vanish from sight. Chapter 33. I detest you, so please do not prance before me. Qing spotted Pei Xihe and smiled, her lips curling upwards. Pei Xihe radiated a brilliant smile, and Qing instantly recognized the change in her. You have reached the 7th level of qi cultivation, haven't you? Pei Xihe nodded, her eyes sparkling with joy and delight. Congratulations. Qing's feelings became somewhat complex. At such a tender age, she had already attained the 7th level, entering the later stages of qi cultivation. Just previously, Qing had been at the 6th level, although in the later stages, she had yet to reach the threshold for a breakthrough. To ascend to the 7th level typically required at least 3 months or more. Yet now, due to the demon core, she had leaped forward. Although she may not match the inner sect's designated prodigies, her talent was certainly sufficient for entry into the inner sect. If one were to break through to the foundational stage before the age of 20, it would mean becoming a true disciple, which is not entirely impossible. That would indeed be the path to celestial transcendence. A sense of envy arose within her, accompanied by an inexplicable and elusive sentiment. Though Pei Xihe was young, her ability to manipulate human emotions was rather astonishing. The power contained within the inner cores of spirit beasts at the qi refining stage is undeniably limited. And with the lack of support from the fierce tiger, Qing did not suspect Pei Xihe of concealing her cultivation level. She couldn't help but ponder that if she were to refine this demon core, it might propel her directly from the 7th to the 8th level of qi refining, an achievement that could equate to several years of arduous training. Such thoughts were too far-fetched to entertain, yet they held an immense allure for every cultivator. Fortunately, Pei Xihe had already refined it. Otherwise, she would likely have been unable to let go of the idea. Contemplating this, Qing suddenly began to doubt whether Pei Xihe was perhaps too clever for her own good. Had she anticipated Qing's wavering resolve and thus eliminated her desire once and for all? She shook her head, dismissing the thought. It no longer concerned her. With this matter behind her, there was no need for vigilance against an adversary. Pei Xihe beamed with a radiant smile, her beauty reminiscent of a blooming flower, delicate and heart-melting. Observing her evident joy, Qing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After all, she was still just a child. As for Lu Han, he was merely overreaching, destined to suffer the consequences. Pei Xihe nodded, her demeanor devoid of any arrogance that might accompany her advancement to the 7th level. Pei Xihe and Qing underwent an extensive interrogation. However, Qing, having engaged in missions for nearly a decade, possessed a keen sense of discernment. Being manipulated by Lu Han merely led her to conclude that they had successfully completed several tasks before, each time characterized by amicable cooperation, without any precautionary measures in place. The bodies of both individuals bore no signs of injury from eye symbols or spiritual swords, only the marks of fierce clawing and burns. Additionally, they had already coordinated their responses to potential inquiries. After spending half a day, the two finally emerged from the law enforcement hall. Upon seeing the bright sunlight outside, Mu Qing comfortably squinted her eyes, revealing a relaxed expression on her face as she noticed 200 contribution points added to the 3 golden marks on her wrist. Although her innate talent was modest, having begun as a third-tier disciple and entering the fold at an early age, she had now ascended to a first-tier disciple and reached the 7th level of qi refinement. She was aware that her prospects might be limited. Yet once embarked on this path of immortality, no one would willingly halt their progress. Mu Qing waved at Pei Xihe, saying, "Sister, I shall take my leave now. Perhaps next time, it will be you who takes me on a mission." Pei Xihe smiled shyly in response. "Sister, you too shall traverse the path of immortality with grace. We will look out for each other." Such pleasantries were common. After all, who would hesitate to utter them? They would not decrease her spirit stones, and she had no intention of being stingy. Mu Qing walked away with a smile, but suddenly she furrowed her brow. The typically cheerful young girl, now with a frown and a somewhat cold demeanor, was indeed surprising. "Meng Fuling, what do you intend to do?" she inquired, facing the girl who had taught her how to navigate the intricacies of social interactions. In the tranquil solitude, divested of their pretenses, both Pei Xihe and Meng Fuling bore expressions of icy displeasure. How dare this upstart possess a 9-inch spiritual root? Otherwise, with merely 3 spiritual roots, how could she have reached the 6th level of qi training while I am only at the late 4th level? She scoffed. "Pei Xihe, what is there to be proud of? A mere upstart, better than someone stuck at the 4th level of qi training. And you say she has dual spiritual roots? Is she worthy?" Pei Xihe retorted with a cold sneer, a hint of sharpness in her brow. Having taken a life, certain aspects of her had irrevocably transformed. "Meng Fuling, you best not attempt any tricks. Otherwise, I will not tolerate it. Pei Xihe, you had best adopt a more humble posture. Are you even aware of senior brother Li Huainan?" Arrogance permeated her countenance. "And what is he to me?" Pei Xihe, despite her intelligence, was only 8 years old and lacked a comprehensive understanding of such matters. Yet, observing Meng Fuling's demeanor, it seemed that he had become her patron. A mischievous thought sparked within her. "So, am I now meant to yield to you due to Li Huainan? Must I grovel before you?" Pei Xihe inquired of Meng Fuling. The corners of Meng Fuling's mouth curved upward. Her burgeoning youthful beauty, akin to a spring blossom in full bloom, was undoubtedly a fitting match for a prodigious talent like Li Huainan. A threshold existed between the mid and late stages of qi training. Though Pei Xihe appeared to be only 1 level behind Li Huainan, Meng Fuling knew that overcoming it would require Pei Xihe to toil for months. Pei Xihe's lips suddenly curled upwards, her laughter ringing clear with a hint of derision. "So, you found a patron, and now you believe yourself to be remarkable? You even take a step back and show deference. What do you think you are?" In an instant, an overwhelming pressure emanated from Pei Xihe, signifying her ascent beyond the mid-stage, now entering the 7th realm. Meng Fuling felt as if boulders were crashing down upon her, the weight of despair enveloping her. Her eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? She refused to accept it. "Coincidentally, I desire you to retreat even further. Let me make this clear. I harbor a strong disdain for you, so refrain from prancing about in my presence. Should there be a next time, we shall meet on the martial arts platform. Do not blame me for compelling you to face me there." With that, Pei Xihe had turned and strode towards her room. As the oppressive aura dissipated, Meng Fuling felt a sense of relief wash over her. Gasping for breath, her eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Wretched woman. Chapter 34. The azure python. Pei Xihe lay upon her bed, feeling an unprecedented lightness throughout her body. The spiritual energy bestowed upon her from her breakthrough washed over her, leaving her invigorated and vibrant, yet her spirit felt weary. For a long time, she had been weary yet vigilant in public, unwilling to reveal her fatigue. Now, cocooned in the softness of her bedding, she experienced an exquisite sense of relaxation and comfort. Yet, suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, causing her delicate brows to furrow. In truth, she had broken through to the 8th stage of qi training. Now that she had entered the later stage of qi training, her previous cultivation methods seemed rather inadequate in comparison. The qi nourishing technique was originally a 7th grade cultivation method. After over a year of refinement, it has increasingly attuned itself to her physical body and spiritual energy flow. However, its limitations remain evident as a 7th grade technique. It ultimately falls short due to its insufficient inherent profundity. were it not for her exceptional comprehension and the possession of a 9-inch spiritual root, which allows her to enhance the technique for a more rapid absorption of spiritual energy, comparable to that of a 6th-grade method. She would have been compelled to switch techniques during the mid-stages of Qi training. Presently, she must contemplate how to gather the 3 scrolls of 6th-grade techniques, requiring either spiritual stones or contribution points. Each scroll of 6th-grade technique typically costs around 4,000 to 5,000 spiritual stones at minimum, and those of superior quality command even higher prices. Her 3 spiritual roots, all measuring 9 inches, prevent her from adopting a singular cultivation path as other multi-rooted cultivators do, which would allow them to overshadow their lesser roots. If Pei Xihe wishes to discover a method that integrates the 3 systems, it would generally be of a neutral, attribute-less nature, either exceedingly low in grade, like the 7th-grade Qi nourishing technique, which lacks depth, or exceptionally balanced and profound, at least a pinnacle among mid-grade methods, which remain far beyond her reach for greater mysteries. Thus, she can only seek 3 scrolls of 6th-grade techniques, which would balance each other out, and, through further refinement, bolster her confidence in achieving a power and profundity that rivals that of 5th-grade techniques. Yet, she cannot help but feel somewhat disheartened. Having just delivered the spiritual stones to Changqing in Rome, her remaining resources, including what she has gained from this venture, add up to only 470 contribution points, which can be exchanged for 3 lower-grade spiritual stones each. As for spiritual stones, she has roughly 300 left, and upon trading the corpse of the fierce tiger, she expects to acquire over 1,000. Upon reflection, it seems that even the exchange for a mere 6th-grade technique would be insufficient. A bitter smile escaped her lips. For this was a trial she must ultimately endure. The flaw of possessing 3 spiritual roots lingered, an undeniable reality that could not be wished away. As dawn broke, the night receded, dispersing into the morning light. The air retained a hint of moisture, and the grass in the courtyard, kissed by the dampness, appeared increasingly lush and vibrant. A sudden gust of wind sliced through the air. It was Pei Xihe drawing her blade. She had awakened long before the first crow of the spiritual rooster. With the spring stream blade in hand, she began her practice, executing each movement with precision. She possessed mastery over 2 volumes of swordsmanship, the 9th-grade blade drawing dominance, and another 9th-grade technique, the Songlong blade. The former emphasized speed and sharpness, while the latter delved into the profound and enduring nature of the sea. These 2 techniques had been meticulously chosen for their complementary strengths, their combined might rivaling even that of an 8th-grade technique. Without any background, she relied solely on her own efforts. To do otherwise would be akin to Meng Fuling, who depended on others. Pei Xihe yearned to carve her own path, to stand atop her own pinnacle. Rising each morning to practice her swordsmanship had become her routine. Even when enveloped in the depths of slumber, she would awaken at this hour, vibrant and alert. The blade of spring stream shimmered with silver light, growing ever more attuned to her with each swing. Mastery enveloped her as she wielded it with grace, embodying a state of control over her spiritual treasure. She strove to attain this realm. Had she faced the fierce tiger on that fateful day with her current cultivation at the 8th level of Qi, employing both volumes of her sword techniques in conjunction with the spring stream blade, she would have needed only herself to triumph over the beast. Now, she possessed the capability to undertake a 5-star mission independently. She sought to gather the necessary spirit stones for acquiring 3 volumes of cultivation techniques in the shortest possible time. After practicing for a couple of hours, her body was enveloped in a fine sheen of perspiration. Beads of sweat coalesced on her forehead, cascading down to her eyelashes. She blinked, pausing her movements, and extended her left hand to wipe her small face, removing a considerable amount of sweat. Indeed, she had contemplated taking a brief respite. Yet the thought of the cultivation predicament she currently faced rendered such an indulgence impossible. How could she afford to be idle? 3 volumes of techniques would require no less than 15,000 spirit stones, equating to at least 5,000 contribution points, which were essential for her elevation to an elite disciple. Now, in the later stages of Qi refining, the endeavor was considerably more manageable than before. She sheathed her blade, contemplating her next course of action. It was time to undertake another task. 6-star missions offered higher rewards, typically around 600 to 700 contribution points. However, they required at least 2 to 3 practitioners in the later stages of Qi refining. She needed to approach this gradually. She changed out of her sweat-soaked garments, and with a simple cleansing spell, she became immaculate once more. After tidying herself, Pei Xihe made her way to the task hall to accept a 5-star mission. After a brief wait in line, she finally received her assignment to hunt 3 adult azure serpents. These serpents were a type of demonic beast, their adult forms being colossal, reaching lengths of 10 meters and a girth that required 2 people to embrace. An adult azure serpent could grow to the 7th stage of qi refining, and with their innate strength and peculiar agility, they were significantly more formidable than the average beast of that level. 3 of these would yield 300 contribution points. Pei Xihe accepted the task, with a deadline of 5 days, as it was required by an elder in the inner sect for alchemical purposes. She perceived 5 stars descending upon 3 golden streaks, conveying insights regarding the habits and habitats of the azure python. Silently pondering these matters, she remained oblivious to a scrutinizing gaze lurking in the shadows. Meng Fuling herself was uncertain why she had come into conflict with Pei Xihe. Perhaps it stemmed from a sense of unwillingness. Upon entering, she had retained an air of pride, her background being relatively commendable, though merely ordinary in the grand scheme. However, in the presence of those exceptional disciples and noble scions, her self-assurance wavered. She had believed herself to be significantly superior to Pei Xihe, which fostered a sense of arrogance towards her. Yet, Pei Xihe delivered a swift blow to her ego from their very first encounter. Subsequently, Pei Xihe opposed her, advancing in cultivation ahead of Meng Fuling, which incited her displeasure and even bred a lingering resentment. It seemed Pei Xihe was in dire need of spirit stones. As she returned the very next day, eagerly undertaking a 5-star mission, Meng Fuling contemplated this, keeping a watchful eye on her thoughts, and soon devised several strategies, her gaze harboring a hint of coldness. Chapter 35, The Songlong Sword Technique. Pei Xihe remained oblivious to Meng Fuling's schemes against her. After exiting the mission hall, she reflected momentarily before enduring her heartache to exchange for an 8th grade elixir, sacrificing numerous spirit stones and contribution points. Faced with Lu Han, she found herself devoid of the spiritual energy necessary to activate the ice talisman for a decisive strike, thus altering the situation. One must know what to relinquish. Although seemingly trivial, this truth resonated deeply within her. If life were lost, would the spirit stones be squandered on sustaining others? Pei Xihe mused, knowing that the storage bags of Lu Han and Lu Qiu contained but a handful of spirit stones, which she had granted to Mu Qing. Lu Han's contribution lay in the accumulation of a sum intended for the acquisition of an 8th grade spiritual treasure. However, the inability to transfer it rendered it rather futile. Should she find herself in a similar predicament, if relinquishing wealth could secure her life, she would do so with the utmost resolve. Conversely, if not, she would exhaust every last resource, even to the point of rupturing her meridians, refusing to leave behind so much as a fragment of a spirit stone for others. She promptly set forth towards the designated task location, which lay beyond the Kunlun region, in the Changfeng territory. This forest was notorious for the howling winds that swept through it, hence its name. It was home to spirit beasts predominantly at the qi refinement stage, with few reaching the final 3 realms of that stage, which justified its classification as a 5-star mission. The Changqing serpent, while not akin to foundational spirit beasts that crystallized spirit cores, possessed a gallbladder rich in essence, endowing it with significant medicinal properties. This was the coveted prize of her expedition. Legends spoke of this serpent as being enormous and robust, yet extraordinarily agile, adept at ensnaring prey with its colossal form. The mission dossier described the Changqing serpent as adorned with tough, bluish-green scales, yet Pei Xihe wielded the 8th grade spiritual treasure, Shan Jinrong. Forged from cold iron and enhanced with dual inscriptions, it could slice through iron as if it were mere clay. Thanks to the conveniences afforded by Mu Wan, its quality was indeed exceptional among 8th grade artifacts, sufficient for her to reach the pinnacle of qi refinement. Pei Xihe moved with purpose, the scenery around her shifting dramatically, gradually revealing flora characteristic of the region. The vegetation of Changfeng territory predominantly consisted of densely packed, diminutive tree species, as overly tall trees were often uprooted by the tempestuous winds. In such dense growth, vast networks of roots intertwine within the soil, firmly entrenched in the earth, resilient against the wind. Pei Xihe, petite in stature, remains inconspicuous among the low trees. She has already spent over a day in the Changfeng region. Even though cultivators possess greater stamina than ordinary individuals, she still feels a trace of fatigue. Rubbing the corners of her eyes, she endeavors to dispel the weariness. Rest is not an option, for it is said that serpents possess extraordinary vision. No matter how well one conceals themselves, they can discern one's presence through emitted warmth. They approach stealthily, gradually enveloping their prey with their massive, slick bodies, and with a sudden force, strike to capture their quarry in the depths of slumber. The danger is formidable, and she cannot afford to be reckless. She swallows a 9th-grade spirit-replenishing pill, drawing upon its power to rejuvenate her spirit. In no time, the fatigue in her eyes dissipates, replaced by renewed vitality. The Changfeng region is home not only to the azure python, but also to various other beasts such as demon foxes and demon tigers. Pei Xihe contemplates her circumstances. Having initially refrained from venturing out due to her low cultivation level and a desire to preserve her life, she now stands at the early stage of the 8th realm of qi training. The resources she requires for cultivation and the spirit stones necessary for exchanging techniques amount to a considerable sum. As the realms become increasingly arduous, spending 3 to 5 years at a single level is deemed commendable. She is unwilling to follow such a path without acquiring the means to advance. Determined, Pei Xihe resolves to venture into the forest and hunt demon beasts to supplement her needs. Taking a deep breath, she suddenly feels a surge of scorching energy rushing towards her. With remarkable agility, she leaps to the right, swiftly evading the range of the attack, which was none other than a breath of demonic power it had just unleashed. She swiftly calculated in her mind that the force of the recent strike must lie within the realms of qi training at the 7th or 8th level. Once again, it was a tiger, indicating that she had inadvertently disturbed a nest of ferocity. This level of beast was one she could adequately contend with, yet she needed to exercise caution to avoid attracting a horde of beasts. A glimmer flashed in her hand as she tightly gripped the spring stream blade. Pei Xihe moved with the swiftness of the wind, her steps remarkably agile. With a single, fluid motion, she swung the blade directly towards the tiger's abdomen. The razor-sharp tip of the spring stream blade pierced through its fur and flesh, causing blood to spill forth and awakening the tiger's savage nature. Its eyes glinted with a malevolent light, glowing with an otherworldly hue as it lunged fiercely towards Pei Xihe. Unfazed, she had slain both beasts and men. Fear was a sentiment long extinguished within her. She angled her blade to intercept the tiger's claw, though her left shoulder received a harsh blow. The pristine fabric of her garment subtly stained with blood. Beneath the cloth, her shoulder was likely bruised, skin shattered by the tremendous force. The sensation of pain sharpened her awareness. The principles of the Songlong blade technique infused each strike. One slash after another fell like an incessant tide. She directed her spiritual energy to her left shoulder, staunching the wound. The cascading waves of blade light radiated an astonishingly sharp aura of lethality. The essence of Songlong carried a weighty continuity, compelling the beast to retreat in haste. Seizing the opportune moment, Pei Xihe formed a hand seal with her left hand while swinging the blade with her right. The fireball technique, she had grasped the fierce tiger's crimson flame divine ability, now summoning flames with remarkable ease. The roaring inferno melded into the blade, amplified by the wooden inscriptions. As the blade danced, the flames flickered and flickered upon its edge. With a decisive swing, it crashed down, creating a resounding explosion. With a single strike, she severed the abdomen of the demon tiger. A significant portion cleaved away. The fur on its back ignited, crackling ominously, while torrents of blood gushed forth, extinguishing the flames, saturating the ground with its foul stench. The demon tiger reluctantly closed its eyes. Pei Xihe took a deep breath, swallowed a healing pill, and sprinkled golden ointment powder over her shoulder. Swiftly, she retrieved an empty storage pouch to encase the demon tiger's carcass. This particular demon tiger appeared to be at the late stage of qi cultivation, around the 7th or 8th realm, potentially worth nearly 1,000 spirit stones. Thus, it seemed feasible for her to gather enough spirit stones in a short time to purchase the desired techniques. Yet, the peril was undeniable. However, fortune favors the bold. A fervent heat surged within her heart. Pei Xihe valued her life, yet this did not imply she shied away from taking risks. Collaborative efforts offered increased safety, yet they also demanded careful navigation of interpersonal relationships, an ever-present threat of vigilance in her mind, as all gains required division amongst peers. She found this arrangement somewhat distasteful, preferring the solitary thrill of hunting and reaping all rewards for herself. She licked her lips, gazing at the tranquil forest where the wind howled, a gathering place for beasts, yet also a potential hunting ground for her. Chapter 36. The yellow sparrow. Pei Xihe swung her long blade with fierce determination. A colossal serpent's tail swept her aside. Yet she surged forward in an inexplicably defiant stance, her entire being aglow with spiritual energy, charging like a cannonball. The shadows of her blade danced heavily in her grasp. She possessed a natural talent for the way of the sword. Indeed, one could say it was extraordinary, coupled with her unyielding diligence over the years. Enduring through storms and trials, her swordsmanship had attained a level of mastery imbued with a unique spirit, transcending the mere mechanics of practice. The enormous azure serpent's tail moved with agility, yet it could not rival the swiftness of her blade. Struck with force, the weapon pierced through the serpent's tail, and Pei Xihe forcefully withdrew her sword, drawing forth a copious amount of blood. The stench was overwhelming. The serpent's blood was foul and murky. Pei Xihe felt a wave of physiological discomfort, suppressing her revulsion as she leapt into the air, directing her blade towards the head of the colossal python with a decisive strike. Her mastery of the sword was formidable. At the initial stage of the 8th realm, her spiritual power was both pure and solidified. Although this azure demon python had reached adulthood, being at the 7th realm, it was no match for her formidable attack. The serpent's head fell in response, and with a swift motion, she stored it in her spatial pouch. This pouch, issued by her sect, was one of 3 specifically designed to contain the demon python, ensuring that the potency of its demon gall would not dissipate. Suddenly, Pei Xihe executed a rapid spin in midair, narrowly evading 3 streaks of light. As they struck the ground, they revealed 3 small blades, each glimmering ominously with a layer of poison. Pei Xihe's eyes narrowed, a chill running through her. She turned her gaze toward the newcomers, a man and a woman, both in their 30s. The man was burly and imposing, while the woman possessed a certain allure, albeit with a clouded gaze. "Qinggu, look at this little girl. She's quite impressive, managing to dodge our flying knives," the woman remarked with a teasing laugh, though malice flickered in her eyes. Li Qing grinned broadly, his laughter echoing ominously. "Little girl, you must be a disciple of Kunlun, dressed in white like a true celestial master. Hand over your spiritual stones and treasures, along with that spirit sword of yours, and we shall let you go." "What do you say?" "What do I say? I say no." Pei Xihe's small face tightened, devoid of any semblance of a smile. She recognized the situation for what it was, a confrontation with rogue cultivators. Outlaws are cultivators who, due to innate talent or temperament, cannot meet the requirements of immortal sects, or who are unwilling to be governed by them. They must earn all their resources themselves, which is arduous. So a significant number resort to murder and plunder. This woman is at the 6th level of chi training, and the man's aura is slightly more robust than hers, but not by much, so he should not have exceeded the 9th level of chi training to reach the last 3 levels. Pei Xihe's mind raced. She was not so arrogant. They lived a life of licking blood from the edge of a knife, and in terms of attack, she was definitely not their match. She kept silent, her eyes fixed on the 2 of them. The woman was wearing a revealing dress, hanging limply on Li Qing's body. "Qing, look at this girl. She's not giving you face." Li Qing's eyes were filled with ruthlessness, but his mouth wore a mocking smile. "She doesn't know how to appreciate favors." He would wait until the girl had hunted the demon beast before making a move. This girl was very careful, and every time she killed one, she would immediately swallow pills to recover. They had waited so long, and finally they had reached the moment when she used her saber techniques and Taoist arts, consuming a lot of spiritual power. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. At that time, everything on her would be his. Looking at Pei Xihe's delicate face, a hint of lewdness emerged in his eyes. It was rare to see such a beautiful girl. Pei Xihe was born with keen spiritual sense, and when she saw the big man looking at her with impure eyes, she felt extremely hateful in her heart. Damn thing. The big man wielded a large hammer and attacked directly. Pei Xihe drew her sword to resist, and the enormous force was transmitted through the blade, causing her palms to ache and her tiger's mouth to crack, almost collapsing, and her palms became extremely slippery all at once. But she couldn't put down the sword. The woman launched a clandestine assault upon her, but Pei Xihe, with her left hand, conjured a series of profound and arcane rune seals. Divine ability, Scarlet Flames. The fiery blaze forcefully repelled the woman. How could a mere 6th level of chi refining possibly contend with her 8th level? However, the man proved to be exceedingly formidable. Her blade was struck asunder by the massive hammer, the weapon emitting a resonant hum. Though the quality of the man's great hammer was inferior to Springstream Merge, it was nonetheless an 8th grade spiritual treasure. Currently, she was at the initial stage of the 8th level. and she had not yet mastered profound Taoist arts or high-grade saber techniques. In terms of true strength, she could only contend with those at the peak of the 8th level, relying on spring stream merge and her saber techniques. Cross-realm combat was exceedingly difficult for her. Pei Xihe possessed a clear understanding of her own capabilities. Li Qing possessed a 9th level cultivation, exuding an aura of ferocity and ruthlessness, his eyes filled with malice and determination. After only a few brief exchanges, it was evident that his combat experience far surpassed hers. Moreover, the two were exceedingly cunning. She had just slain the Azure Python, which had depleted 30 to 40% of her spiritual power, and Li Qing launched a frontal assault while the woman ambushed her. Pei Xihe recognized with stark clarity that she had no chance of victory, even with the life-saving talisman and 8th-grade elixir she had just acquired. Her chances of success were at most 10 to 20%. She was ultimately too inexperienced in the ways of the world. Her vigilance and caution were insufficient. In this forest, she had only guarded against attacks from demonic beasts, forgetting that rogue cultivators could be equally vicious. Pei Xihe was unwilling to be captured here in such a manner. The turbid look in the man's eyes, coupled with the words of her senior brothers and sisters, made it clear that he harbored ill intentions. Though she was young, her exceptional beauty had become a burden. The situation was truly unpredictable. Pei Xihe swallowed hard. She did not wish to die, especially not in a humiliating manner. In the present moment, escape is the only option. A surge of spiritual energy erupted from her being. To flee, one must create the necessary conditions. Taking the initiative is paramount. The divine art of crimson flames was summoned by her command. Kill, she cried, as the flames, under her mastery, swiftly surged towards Li Qing. Li Qing, also a cultivator of the 3 spiritual roots, had only his earth root reaching a significant 3 inches, while the others were negligible. Currently, he concentrated his dense earth spiritual power to form a protective barrier before him, releasing his hammer which hurtled towards her with terrifying speed. In times of peril, human potential is often ignited. She forcefully propelled herself off the ground, soaring into the air. Pei Xihe narrowly evaded the massive hammer, her eyes gleaming with a cold light. The woman, known as Zhang Xiun, initially filled with jealousy and malice, was suddenly struck with terror upon meeting Pei Xihe's gaze. Qingge, save me, she thought, a futile hope. Pei Xihe retrieved a fire talisman from her possession. A 9th-grade fire talisman is sufficient to contend with cultivators from the 1st to the 9th level of qi refinement. Moreover, being endowed with a 9-inch fire spiritual root, the fire energy she conjured was exceptionally pure and robust, further enhanced by the crimson flames. By channeling 30% of her spiritual power into this talisman, even someone of Li Qing's 9th level qi refinement would have to retreat from its brilliance. Li Qing was taken aback, noticing the woman's panicked expression. He felt an inexplicable sense of regret. However, her life held no more value than his own. All the spirit stones he had painstakingly gathered were spent on this spiritual hammer, and the disciples of the sect were indeed troublesome enough to incite jealousy. With ample spirit talismans and elixirs at their disposal, how could one resist the temptation to rob them? Pei Xihe understood his thoughts, knowing he would surely cry injustice, while she herself was in desperate need of spirit stones. Those without the protection of inner sect masters or powerful clans have to toil endlessly to accumulate their contribution points and spirit stones. At this moment, Pei Xihe ignited a fire talisman, and in an instant, a sea of flames engulfed the surrounding underbrush, the blaze raging intensely. The spirit fire she conjured would not harm her, and Pei Xihe observed coldly. There, she witnessed a woman being scorched by the fierce flames, her screams echoing in despair. As initial hopes turned to utter hopelessness, her flesh was being charred to a crisp by the spiritual fire, while the brutality of being burned alive seemed cruel. Pei Xihe understood that she could not afford to be soft-hearted at this moment. Did not this woman wish for her life as well? It was simply a matter of survival of the fittest. If she were captured, would that woman show her mercy? Absolutely not. Pei Xihe steeled her heart, reminding herself not to place her hopes in unreliable others. She alone was her most dependable ally. Li Qing had also expended considerable amounts of spiritual energy, summoning a thick earth shield that enveloped him like a turtle's shell or a golden bell, providing impenetrable protection. However, the searing heat seeped through, reddening his entire body, causing his skin to dry and darken, and beads of sweat to pour from his brow. Moreover, the air was diminishing, and the longer the situation dragged on, the more unfavorable it became. Hatred simmered in his eyes, But soon he realized that the flames were diminishing and the temperature was dropping. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Yes, the little girl had slain the serpent demon, and her spiritual energy must have been depleted. Her cultivation level was also a realm lower than his. Even if the disciples of the sect had more profound reserves, how much spirit energy could they muster to sustain the flames now? Lowering the earth shield, he gazed around, only to find no trace of her. This little girl had a clear understanding of the situation. Realizing she could not defeat him, she decisively chose to flee. A cold smirk curled at the corners of his lips. Could she truly escape? Chapter 37. The sword of Sisui Pei Xihe unleashed her utmost speed, discovering within herself a swiftness akin to a gust of wind. Every ounce of her strength was devoted to her flight, her breath coming in ragged gasps. It would not be long before the inferno, deprived of her spiritual energy, would rapidly diminish. Were it not for this urgency, she would find even the power to flee slipping away. He was at the 9th level of Qi training, audacious enough to ambush disciples of the sect in this place, indicating a profound familiarity with the terrain. She had to escape the Changfeng territory. Having spent over 3 days within its bounds, she had just slain her 3rd Changqing python, fulfilling her task. Yet, Changfeng territory sprawled across thousands of acres, a vast expanse that could not be comprehended in such a brief time. She resolved upon a path, sprinting northward with fervor, choosing the most direct route to elude the territory. This would allow her to escape the landscape well known to Li Qing, thereby creating advantageous conditions for her flight. A slight pain radiated from her abdomen, a consequence of her relentless running. Each breath she took sent sharp stings through her airways, her heart pounding fiercely within her chest. However, Li Qing was closing in too swiftly. With her extraordinary senses and innate spiritual awareness, she nearly instantaneously perceived the sound of his footsteps and breathing. Turning her head, she met Li Qing's menacing grin, his gaping maw seeming to yearn to tear her apart. In that moment, an overwhelming fear gripped her heart. How peculiar it was that she could remain unflinching beneath the claws of ferocious beasts, yet tremble at the malice of a human. She fled for her life, even as Li Qing's feet glimmered with a jade-like radiance. He practiced a technique that enhanced his speed. No wonder he caught up to her so swiftly in such a brief span of time. Pei Xihe gritted her teeth. She carried several storage bags, including 3 containing sect tasks, 2 for miscellaneous items, and 1 filled with elixirs and spirit stones. She nonchalantly tossed aside a bag filled with odds and ends. Big brother, spare me. If you desire spirit stones, I shall gladly offer them to you. Her speed was remarkable, her steps unrelenting, and her act of throwing the storage bag was decisive, yet a palpable pain flickered in her eyes. Li Qing noticed this glimmer of anguish. Enveloping the bag with his spiritual energy, he seized it. Although he did not halt his pursuit, this brief moment of distraction was seized by Pei Xihe. Suddenly, Li Qing felt a slick sensation on his hand. Something was amiss. Rage and ferocity ignited in his eyes as he instinctively shielded his wrist with spiritual energy. A layer of gray-black powder clung to it, repelled by his earthy yellow spiritual force. It was poison. Fortunately, his quick reflexes meant only a portion had infiltrated him. With concentrated effort, he could expel it. You little vixen, seeking death. Pei Xihe had purchased this poison during her first mission outside the sect. Though it had remained and used until now, it was intended for self-defense. And now her eyes sparkled with determination as she exerted every effort to flee this place. The poison was of the 9th grade, not particularly potent. But even a second's delay for Li Qing was advantageous. A sharp pain coursed through her legs, the result of exertion, yet she could not afford to stop. After expelling the toxin, Li Qing rapidly closed the gap once more. His expression was now filled with a murderous intent, devoid of any mockery. This girl was incredibly slippery. Though she appeared to be merely 8 or 9 years old, she proved to be more troublesome than many of the disciples he had ambushed, who were in their teens and 20s. At this age, one has already reached the 8th realm. Yet he is acutely aware that the disciples sent on missions are not the scions of wealthy families, free from the fear of being hunted by their elders. Thus, he is resolute in his intention to torment this wretched girl to death. Pei Xihe noticed that Li Qing was drawing closer, now merely 100 paces away. A flicker of despair ignited within her heart. However, this despair swiftly transformed into a courageous resolve to fight against the dire circumstances. Death in this accursed place, at the hands of this man, would not bring her the humiliation she feared. She would rather ignite a fierce retaliation. consuming herself entirely in the flames of her own defiance. A glimmer of determination flashed in Pei Xihe's eyes as she abruptly reversed her course from her frantic run. Grasping tightly onto her tang knife, her hands trembled, and the freshly torn flesh of her hands, previously healed, burst open again under the strain. Even in her imminent demise, she was resolved to strike fiercely at this man. Li Qing was already closing in rapidly when Pei Xihe unexpectedly counterattacked. The force of their collision was staggering, sending Pei Xihe's assault crashing forth with terrifying intensity. A flash of the blade erupted forth. The knife struck against the massive spirit hammer with a resounding clash, forcing Li Qing to stagger back several paces. Yet, Pei Xihe too was thrown back by the recoil, retreating a considerable distance. A deep-seated hatred surged within her. Given just a little more time to cultivate to the 9th realm of qi manipulation, she believed she would be no less formidable than the man before her. Li Qing was consumed by a raging fury, the impact of the hammer jarring his right arm and leaving him momentarily dazed, his mind clouded by excruciating pain. Hatred. He wanted this wretched girl to find neither life nor death. The clash of Pei Xihe's tang knife against the colossal hammer resonated violently, echoing with frenetic sounds. She felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort, a shiver coursing through her entire being, as if she were ensnared by the backlash of a colossal hammer. The glimmer of her blade growing increasingly sluggish. Her spiritual and physical energy had been entirely depleted. Upon seeing that grotesque face, a flicker of resolve ignited within her heart. The last remnants of her spiritual power conjured a fierce flame. Yet suddenly, a voice thundered, "Who dares to harm a disciple of Kunlun?" A streak of azure light flashed by, a manifestation of spiritual energy. Pei Xihe recognized the figure approaching, clad in the white robes of a Kunlun disciple. The hem intricately embroidered with swirling patterns of blue and silver reminiscent of undulating ocean waves. She immediately recognized her, though the latter did not know her. During the outer sect disciples' entrance ceremony, she had observed a few radiant individuals among the crowd, and this one was none other than Ming Linlang, an exceptional talent who had entered the sect as a top-tier disciple. Ming Linlang possessed a stature that surpassed her peers, her azure eyes reminiscent of the vast sea. She was at the 10th stage of qi cultivation. Ming Linlang did not conceal her realm, and Pei Xihe sensed it instantly. The 10th stage, a complex thought swirled within her. The distinctions between the first 9 stages and the latter 3 were monumental. The first 9 stages culminated in the formation of 9 vortices, representing the pinnacle of mortal achievement. In contrast, the opening of the latter 3 vortices signified a true purification of the mortal body, laying the foundations for the path of immortality. The 10th stage refines muscles, the 11th blood and bones, while the 12th purifies the internal organs. Thus, one sheds the filth of the mundane world, stepping into the foundation-building stage, establishing a solid base. The challenges of each level are formidable, particularly in comparison to the preceding 5 or 6 stages. As she entered the sect, others had already reached the 10th stage. Had it not been for her fortunate acquisition of a demon core, where might she find herself in this realm now? To claim she felt no envy would be a blatant falsehood. At this moment, she extended her hand to assist, her heart brimming with gratitude. Had it not been for her timely intervention, she would have truly succumbed to self-immolation. This singular act of kindness would be etched in Pei Xihe's memory for a lifetime. Ming Linlang, wielding a cerulean longsword, though diminutive in stature, exuded an ethereal aura of independence. Her azure eyes shimmered brilliantly. In an instant, the spiritual sword in her grasp unleashed a myriad of cerulean sword shadows. A 6th-tier spiritual sword. The Autumn Water Shadow. A 6th-tier sword technique. The Water Sword of Sisui. Chapter 38. The debt of gratitude. Her eyes, as cold as jade, possessed an innate clarity and purity. The myriad sword shadows converged into a singular blade. The surrounding water energy had been completely siphoned away. This strike was a manifestation of a 6th-tier martial arts sword technique, a profound skill suitable for foundational cultivators. Ming Linlang's exceptional comprehension and innate affinity allowed her to transcend ordinary limits. Water was her essence, her bloodline and heritage far surpassing the common. It was this extraordinary connection that enabled her to grasp such a technique. However, her current cultivation level was insufficient, and even as she executed this strike, its might was barely revealed, perhaps a mere 20 to 30% of its true potential. The perfected water sword of Sisui had the power to conjure the waters of the heavens, forming the flowing currents of the Sisui River. It could summon the very essence of the world's waters, transforming into an unparalleled divine blade. Yet now, it called forth countless vapors, coalescing into a stunning water sword. This blade was already locked onto Li Qing, an evasion utterly impossible. Pei Xihe gazed upon this awe-inspiring strike with deep admiration, utterly astounded. It was truly remarkable, far surpassing even those cultivators she had witnessed at the 11th level of Qi cultivation. Having never encountered higher-tier cultivators, she remained unaware of the true might of this sword. Ming Linlang, imbued with an unparalleled purity of water element power, was fortified by 2 supreme 3rd-grade scriptures, a 6th-grade spiritual sword, and 6th-grade Dao techniques. The Sword of Water had already become formidable enough to rival an average cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment. How could Li Qing withstand such might? He had just been wounded in the spleen by the swiftly launched spiritual energy and was about to unleash a torrent of curses when he was met with this terrifying sword strike. In an instant, the water sword pierced through his corporeal form. With a splatter, he expelled a copious amount of blood, vitality swiftly draining away, and his body was sent hurtling backward. Li Qing was flung back, crashing into over a dozen great trees before meeting his ultimate demise. He was dead. Pei Xihe observed the lifeless body, realizing he had finally perished. For a fleeting moment, she felt the urge to weep, yet an inexplicable competitive spirit arose within her, preventing her from losing face before the extraordinary Ming Linlang. Pei Xihe swallowed hard, feeling an intense thirst, and turned her gaze toward Ming Linlang, who was also looking at her. Ming Linlang was in the process of sheathing her sword. Pei Xihe sincerely addressed her. "Thank you, senior sister. I will never forget the life-saving grace you have bestowed upon me." Ming Linlang scrutinized her closely. Pei Xihe possessed remarkable beauty, even in her current disheveled state, hinting at a certain exquisite charm. The contours of her jawline and profile bore some resemblance to Ming Linlang, though they were undoubtedly distinct individuals. Ming Linlang's own visage exuded a gentle warmth, yet retained an air of coldness. Pei Xihe's appearance shone like the radiant blossoms of spring, imbued with a touch of shrewdness and agility. With her keen perception, Ming Linlang also sensed an underlying chill in Pei Xihe's essence. Nevertheless, she was undeniably a beauty in the making. Beautiful individuals always share a certain likeness, and Ming Linlang had a fondness for those who possessed beauty. Her resolute decision to ignite the fireworks and immolate herself was something she admired. Ming Lang was not particularly eloquent, and after a moment's contemplation, she nodded with a touch of pride. "Are you injured? Do you have any elixirs to aid you? Shall I be of assistance?" Pei Xihe promptly nodded. "I have some. There's no need for you to spend your resources, senior sister." Pei Xihe enjoyed acquiring advantages, but she did not seek them at every turn. Ming Lang had saved her life, and despite her youth, she was aware of the magnitude of this kindness. Even if she were to guess, Ming Lang, a proud daughter of Tianhai, would likely offer elixirs of the 7th or 8th grade. She was unwilling to take such a benefit. Just because someone was willing to give did not mean she should shamelessly ask. She retrieved 3 9th-grade healing pills from her storage bag and swallowed them. Ming Lang observed the pills, her eyes flickering slightly, but she remained silent. The azure light in her eyes indicated that she was in good spirits. Even beautiful people. She disliked those who were insatiably greedy. The girl before her, though with a glint of shrewdness in her eyes, seemed to be a decent person. "Then I shall take my leave," Ming Lang said to Pei Xihe. She had matters to attend to and did not wish to linger. Pei Xihe quickly responded. "I saw you during the outer sect disciple initiation, senior sister Ming. I, Pei Xihe, will remember this kindness. If there is anything I can do to repay you, I will go to any lengths." Ming Lang smiled. With a light tap of her foot, her figure vanished like an autumn breeze upon the water. Pei Xihe clenched her fists tightly. The once lifeless body of Li Qing bore a grotesque expression, a stark reminder of the peril and danger that had just transpired. An overwhelming wave of sorrow surged within her, and she felt the urge to weep. She had come perilously close. If not for the timely arrival of Ming Linlang, she would have met a fiery demise. She understood that falling into Li Qing's clutches would have been a fate worse than death itself. Pei Xihe's eyes were reddened, glistening with unshed tears that formed droplets, rolling within her eye sockets as she gazed upward at the heavens. She despised crying, aware that it served no purpose but to be a release for the weak. With no one to offer solace, her tears were rendered meaningless. Yet, as she wiped her eyes with her small hands, streaks of moisture remained. She whispered to herself, "Pei Xihe, You must be strong. Having embarked on this path, she must bear all its consequences. As time passed, a metallic scent of blood began to permeate the air. In the depths of the forest, the scent of blood is the most treacherous. She had been too careless. Fortunately, she had escaped without attracting wild beasts or rogue cultivators. As she beheld Li Qing's lifeless form, a surge of hatred welled up within her. She seized the storage pouch from his waist, along with the spirit hammer. Ming Linlang had dismissed these items and departed, but they were of use to her. Pei Xihe silently tucked this act of kindness deep within her heart. She was not one to speak idly. If given the chance, she would gladly forge bonds of loyalty. With a fierce kick to Li Qing's head, she felt a sense of relief, though she still sought a secluded place to tend to her wounds. Swiftly, she distanced herself from the scene. The forest was eerily quiet, the twilight deepening as a pack of wolves approached, drawn by the scent of blood, their growls and occasional howls piercing the silence. In this world, perfection is but a fleeting illusion. Those who are ensnared by the allure of ill-gotten gains must bear the perpetual specter of death. Such is the nature of justice, both fair and cruel. Pei Xihe, in a stroke of fortune, discovered a cavern concealed behind a waterfall. Spacious enough to accommodate 3 or 4 adults, providing her with ample room to move. The cascade beside the entrance roared with vigor, and under the cloak of night, a chill permeated the air. However, as her spiritual energy replenished, Pei Xihe felt no fear of the cold. After a period of recuperation, she found herself considerably more at ease, her gaze drifting towards Li Qing's storage pouch. She was curious to uncover what treasures this formidable rogue might possess. Chapter 39. The Golden Luo Technique. Once its owner perishes, a storage pouch becomes an object without a master. With a mere flicker of her spiritual energy, Pei Xihe effortlessly unsealed Li Qing's pouch. She probed within with her mental focus, and after a brief moment, she swallowed hard. Indeed, the spoils of a bandit were rather lucrative. It appeared that Li Qing had amassed a considerable fortune over time. Upon careful counting, she discovered 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Yet, there were only a few elixirs and no talismans. Unbeknownst to her, outside the sect, resources such as elixirs, talismans, and magical tools were exceedingly precious, their quality varying significantly. Among the contents, she also found several spirit herbs nestled within a jade box, exuding a remarkable aura. These were 9th-grade spirit herbs. From a collection of abundant spiritual herbs, Pei Xihe identified the most vibrant among them, a 9th-grade spirit herb of exceptional quality. The classification of spirit herbs ranges from 9th to 1st grade, ascending in value, with legendary holy herbs at the pinnacle. Yet, even a 9th-grade herb holds immense worth, often beyond the reach of 5,000 spirit stones. In her possession were some miscellaneous items belonging to Li Qing, which she regarded with a hint of disdain, extracting the spiritual stones and medicinal herbs from them. These were undoubtedly resources plundered by Li Qing from others. Now that he was deceased, they had become abandoned treasures. Pei Xihe did not possess the benevolence to ponder the plight of the cultivators whose lives had been extinguished alongside their stolen belongings. She had come to fully grasp the brutality of the cultivation world. In her hands, these items became hers by right. She pressed her lips together, feeling a dryness that hinted at her inner turmoil. It was no wonder that rogues like Li Qing resorted to plundering. The exhilarating sensation of acquiring a substantial trove of spiritual stones without effort was indeed irresistible, nearly overwhelming her resolve. Taking a deep breath, she silently admonished herself. Though Pei Xihe was still young, her maturity rivaled that of an average adolescent girl in the mundane world. This temptation and thrill were inappropriate. She repeated to herself that she did not wish to become like Li Qing. Opening her eyes, she exhaled deeply, finally calming her restless spirit. She could not allow greed to lead her into making unwise decisions or harboring improper thoughts. A smile graced Pei Xihe's lips. With the spiritual stones now in her possession, she could first seek out Sister Mu in the market to inquire about suitable cultivation techniques. Such techniques were rare finds. Even 6th-rank methods varied in quality. This was advice imparted by Sister Mu, urging her to prepare for the future and seize potential opportunities. Additionally, she had acquired several beast corpses, which should fetch around 2,000 spiritual stones when sold. Her injuries had healed to about 70 or 80%, although her body still bore a faint ache. It was no longer serious, and her wounds were scabbing over with the aid of spiritual energy and elixirs. As the deadline for her task approached, she needed to hurry to Kunlun. Sister Mu, I must trouble you once again, said Pei Xihe, her face adorned with a bright smile, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Her delicate features radiating charm. Mu Wan smiled back, her graceful figure swaying elegantly. Come along, you little rascal. She stepped into a quaint little room, with Pei Xihe following closely behind. The room was steeped in antiquity and charm. The tables and screens were crafted from precious red sandalwood, exuding a natural fragrance of wood. A silver incense burner in the shape of a 9-clawed dragon held fragrant pieces of Rongbing incense that carried a hint of spiciness. On either side of the room stood shelves, not filled with books, but with rows of jade tablets enveloped in a soft white spiritual light. This was indeed a repository of martial arts techniques. Choose for yourself. As a sister of the earth and with spiritual roots, I cannot offer much guidance. Mu Wan said as she settled onto a wooden chair, leisurely brewing a pot of tea and savoring its warmth. Selecting a martial art requires utmost caution. If the technique is too dissimilar from one's own constitution, it could hinder one's cultivation. Though Pei Xihe appeared docile, she was a young girl with her own ideas and strategies. Let her take her time in choosing. Upon hearing Mu Wan's words, Pei Xihe expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Sister Mu. Her smile was genuine. With her extensive experience, Mu Wan could easily discern the sincerity behind the girl's expression. She smiled gently, gesturing for her to explore on her own. Pei Xihe began to examine the tablets one by one, aware that she possessed the fire, ice, and gold spiritual roots. The juxtaposition of ice and fire demands equilibrium. Thus, she must first select a technique of metallic nature. Should she prematurely cultivate the arts of ice or fire, it would irrevocably disrupt this delicate balance. She meticulously perused her options, which included techniques of the 6th tier, such as the Golden Extreme Technique, White Edge Art, and Minor Luo Gold Force. After more than half an hour of contemplation, Pei Xihe finally arrived at a decision. The Golden Luo Formula, as described, is a sub-technique of the 5th tier Art Great Luo Golden Cloud Technique. Although it is diminished in many aspects, it nonetheless embodies a fragment of the profundity and essence of 5th tier Tao scriptures, surpassing many 6th tier techniques. Furthermore, the golden spiritual energy cultivated would gravitate towards a balanced and substantial nature, thereby better maintaining the equilibrium of her innate roots. Pei Xihe had deemed this the most suitable choice for her current circumstances, and it was indeed fortuitous. Naturally, the price was equally striking, 8,000 spirit stones. The spirit stones acquired from Li Qing, combined with those earned from her recent mission and contribution points, were all invested in this endeavor. Upon the payment of the spirit stones, she felt an almost surreal emptiness, save for the medicinal herbs she possessed. Mu Wan observed the complex expression on her young face and could not help but smile. The little girl had not come to the task hall to exchange for techniques, but had sought her out, believing that she would not lead her astray. It was rather delightful. The small pavilion she had brought her to housed only the finest quality 6th tier techniques. Although she was unaware of how Pei Xihe had procured spirit stones so swiftly after acquiring the spiritual blade, she refrained from questioning, enjoying the rare tacit understanding between them. With a gentle touch of her fingertip, Mu Wan directed her spiritual energy to the pale orb, causing the jade tablet within to fall into Pei Xihe's palm. Here, do hold it carefully. She handed it to Pei Xihe, and the complex expression on Pei Xihe's face was replaced by a hint of excitement. Thank you, Sister Mu, she exclaimed. All right, I shall take my leave now, but do not blame me for not seeing you off. She smiled. Pei Xihe quickly replied, Sister, please do not let me trouble you any further. Mu Wan turned to depart, as she had her own matters to attend to. Pei Xihe felt truly grateful and fond of this diligent sister, who had taken such good care of her, silently cherishing this gratitude in her heart. She grasped the jade tablet and activated its spiritual energy. This jade tablet was a one-time use item, directly transmitting the cultivation method into her consciousness. The Golden Luo technique soon crystallized in her mind, forming a memory that could be accessed through her thoughts. The jade tablet shattered into fine powder. She felt a sense of calm. Although possessing 3 balanced spiritual roots, cultivating all 3 simultaneously would magnify their respective flaws. However, a 6th grade technique was already classified among mid-grade methods, incomparable to low-grade techniques. She was confident that as she continued to hone her understanding, she would detect the spiritual resonance belonging to the 5th grade Taoist scriptures, and her cultivation speed would undoubtedly surpass that of the Qi nourishing technique. Chapter 40. You truly are shameless. Pei Xihe sat cross-legged on the bed, The content of the Golden Luo technique swirled in her mind as she activated her thoughts. The 6th grade technique had indeed entered the realm of mid-grade methods, and its intricacies were certainly beyond that of the Qi nourishing technique. Pei Xihe initially believed that her modified Qi nourishing technique was not inferior to the 6th grade methods, having secretly observed the one practiced by her neighbor, Meng Fucking. The Golden Luo Ju is of superior quality, born from the 5-rank Tao scriptures, yet its comprehension eludes her, shrouded in obscurity. She repeatedly recites the essence of the technique. Where the Golden Luo exists, the energy of Gung endures, as if concealed within a melody, harmonizing with the essence of existence. Pei Xihe gradually begins to grasp the profound subtleties within the technique, as the surrounding spiritual energy, particularly the golden spiritual energy, is drawn towards her. Within her dantian, the 3-colored spiritual roots emit a mystical radiance, with the golden root shining most brilliantly. The golden spiritual energy circulates through her body, traversing each cycle, and the newly birthed spiritual force is more resilient than the previous energy cultivated through the nourishing Qi technique. Immersed in concentration, she meticulously contemplates each cycle's operation, minimizing any inefficiencies incompatible with her internal conditions, resulting in a smoother flow. The condensed spiritual energy is a pale gold, yet it must be absorbed by the 3 roots simultaneously, requiring the conversion of the golden energy into both ice and fire energies. This effectively slows her cultivation speed by over half. This is the fundamental disadvantage of possessing 3 roots. Although her roots are exceptional, they are balanced, leaving her unable to forsake any one of them, rendering this flaw all the more evident. She opens her eyes, a silent sigh escaping her lips. How much simpler it would be if she had a single root. She would settle for one measuring 8 inches or even 7. Cultivating the 3 6-rank techniques is the most straightforward method to address her current predicament. However, simultaneously practicing these 3 techniques poses a significant challenge to her energy and comprehension, necessitating the discovery of a delicate balance among them. Yet, no matter how arduous the path may be, she is determined to persevere. A resolute glimmer sparkles in her eyes as she recommences her exploration of the intricacies of this technique. Is it truly so? The youthful figure, handsome yet slightly furrowed in concern, inquired of Meng Fuling. With determination, Meng Fuling nodded vigorously. I cannot fathom what extraordinary fortune that girl encountered during her outing, as she has swiftly ascended to the 7th realm, capable of exerting her prowess externally. Li Huainan's gaze flickered with intrigue. According to Meng Fuling, a practitioner with 3 spiritual roots, cultivating the 7th rank Qi nourishing technique, ought not to possess such an astonishing pace of advancement. Now, having surged from the late stage of the 6th realm to the 7th, it must be attributed to some fortuitous opportunity. A frown creased his brow. If he were to obtain such a boon, he could undoubtedly leap from the late stage of the 7th realm to the rank of an 8th realm cultivator. Bestowing such fortune upon a mere girl seemed a lamentable waste. He nodded and spoke to Meng Fuling. A glimmer of joy and excitement sparkled in her eyes. I knew that Senior Brotherly would treat me the best. Her brows arched in delight, embodying a youthful charm that illuminated her beauty. With almond-shaped eyes and rosy cheeks, her smile radiated warmth. Li Huainan's eyes brimmed with amusement. Rest assured, all matters shall be entrusted to your senior brother. His gaze deepened. He too wished to investigate whether the opportunity that befell Pei Xihe could be replicated. If so, he could save nearly a year's time and ascend to the level of an 8th realm cultivator. How could such a prospect not stir one's heart? The mere thought of it ignited a fervor within him. Pei Xihe, feeling a profound hunger awaken within her, gradually emerged from her meditative state. Hastily, she consumed a nourishing pill, its medicinal properties swiftly dispelling much of the hunger that gnawed at her. Pei Xihe rose to her feet, her body stiff from prolonged cultivation. She swallowed a nourishing pulse pill. Such low-tier pills as the nourishing pulse and fasting pills were inexpensive yet remarkably effective, and she felt no regret in consuming them. As her limbs and joints relaxed, a sense of lightness enveloped her. Transitioning her cultivation method was undoubtedly a significant undertaking. Although the Golden Luo technique and the Qi nurturing method could operate concurrently, dedicating her focus solely to the Golden Luo technique promised the greatest efficiency in her training. The residual circulation left by the Qi nurturing method within her body needed to be gradually dismantled, paving the way for the operational pathway of the Golden Luo technique. This process involved reallocating the spiritual energy from the 8 established vortices to fuel the grand circulation of the Golden Luo technique, a task that consumed over 2 days. Yet, she could distinctly feel her internal spiritual energy becoming increasingly rich and resilient, akin to a hidden sharpness of gold within. The quality of her spiritual energy had at least increased by 20%, which she deemed highly worthwhile. A bright sparkle danced in her eyes, and her brows curved in delight. Even the slightest progress in her cultivation brought her immense joy, let alone such a substantial advancement. Pei Xihe flicked her fingertips, channeling her spiritual energy and discovering it flowed with greater purity and swiftness. She contemplated her current prowess, realizing she was likely among the elite within the 8th realm. However, her thoughts drifted back to the unforgettable scene from the duel with Ming Linlang. It had been nothing short of astonishing. She had never witnessed such a battle where a water sword, seemingly unstoppable, had struck down a 9th realm cultivator like Li Qing with a single blow. That was undoubtedly high-grade Dao technique, and a twinge of envy stirred within her. The 2 sword techniques she currently mastered were both of the 9th grade, which she had previously considered sufficient. However, it now appears that in order to attain formidable combat prowess, one must be endowed with superior swordsmanship. High-level techniques and mystical doctrines are notoriously difficult to acquire, and naturally, the mastery of such arcane arts is not easily obtained. She sighed, lamenting her financial constraints. If only there came a day when she could simply wave her hand and procure any magical artifact or scripture she desired, how delightful that would be. Shaking her head to dispel such impractical thoughts, Pei Xihe opened the window to allow the warm morning light to bathe her, squinting slightly as she basked in its comfort. With a flick of her wrist, she dismantled the protective array, preparing to undertake a new mission. Her previous experience had indeed cast a shadow over her. But to withdraw from attempts after a single setback, to live in perpetual fear of shadows and phantoms? Pei Xihe was not of such a temperament. Nor could she afford to be. With no support behind her, if she wished to continue her journey along the path of immortality, she must overcome all fears and distractions. She contemplated that she was now capable of flawlessly completing 5-star tasks, and 6-star missions could indeed be attempted with a team. Pei Xihe pushed open the door, and upon the removal of her protective array, Meng Fuling informed Li Huainan. Noticing the 2 individuals blocking her path, she saw Meng Fuling leaning against a young male cultivator. Perhaps 17 or 18 years of age, his appearance quite agreeable, clad in a pale blue robe. A flicker of darkness passed through Pei Xihe's eyes. Was Meng Fuling truly so forgetful? Li Huainan, gracefully fanning himself with a light blue folding fan, wore a gentle smile, though Pei Xihe found it somewhat disingenuous. Junior sister, I have heard that you have also entered the 7th realm of qi cultivation. Might I request a friendly spar to exchange insights? Pei Xihe's gaze shifted subtly, a hint of mocking coldness curling at the corners of her lips, though she swiftly suppressed it. Before Meng fucking, she displayed her cultivation at the 7th level of qi refinement. Yet it was evident that her breakthrough from the 6th to the 7th level likely placed her at the early stage of the 7th level. Having been at the late stage of the 7th level for nearly a year, how could she possibly engage in a genuine exchange with someone she barely knew? The pretense was rather grandiose. She raised her smile. Senior brother, you jest. My meager skills hardly compare to yours. I am merely a triple spirit root, far inferior to you and junior sister Meng's dual spirit roots. Junior sister Meng? Indeed, her cultivation surpassed Pei Xihe's, and as a fellow disciple, Meng fucking was obliged to address her as senior sister. Meng fucking's ears flushed crimson, suppressing her indignation. This was an overt mockery directed at her. Li Huainan's eyes flickered. Junior sister, you jest. You have attained the 7th level. Surely, you must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity. Why not share it with senior brother? I shall remember your kindness. Pei Xihe burst into laughter, her appearance charming and delightful, her exquisite features hinting at a future beauty. Senior brotherly, you truly possess an unparalleled audacity. Both innocent and scornful, her words were laced with irony. Chapter 41. Threats. What is the most amusing way to insult someone? To smile while hurling insults. Others may perceive it as a retreat or concession, yet it is merely the unveiling of facades and falsehoods, laying bare the blade for all to see. A gentle stab with a knife. Pei Xihe's radiant smile resembled a flower blooming in the splendid spring, yet it felt as though she were scraping Li Huainan's facade from his face and trampling it beneath her feet. The semblance of gentle laughter that had adorned Li Huainan's face crumbled entirely. "Dear young lady, it would be wise to temper your arrogance. My esteemed senior, you jest. How could I presume to compare my audacity with yours? I am, after all, far inferior." The junior sister comprehends the underlying sentiments. Pei Xihe subtly pricked at Li Huainan, believing that neither cunning nor concession would serve her purpose at this juncture. It was evident that Li Huainan was aligned with Meng Fuling, who had always been at odds with her. Furthermore, Li Huainan harbored ulterior motives regarding her and her companion's breakthrough endeavors. She could easily deduce how he had come to learn of such matters. Clearly, Meng Fuling had not grown wiser. At that moment, Pei Xihe's remark thoroughly darkened Li Huainan's expression. His previously charming demeanor, adorned with a veneer of elegance and gentlemanly grace, dissipated, revealing a shadowy edge even to his well-defined features. "Junior sister, I am a scion of the Li family. It seems you are unwilling to extend us the courtesy we deserve." Pei Xihe felt a stir within her thoughts. Among the Kunlun sect, there existed a multitude of noble families, with the cultivation families continuously supplying talented disciples endowed with the potential for asceticism. The relationship between sects and noble families was one of mutual benefit. Presently, Kunlun was home to 4 prominent families: Jiang, Lu, Li, and Chun, with the Lu and Jiang families boasting the most profound legacies. However, the Li family was not one she could afford to offend. Yet, Pei Xihe was not entirely oblivious to these dynamics. She lifted her lips into a slight smile. "Senior Li, if I am not mistaken, you are a junior branch scion, are you not? The Li family places great emphasis on legitimate heirs. Can you truly speak on behalf of the Li family? In the realm of cultivation, individuals predominantly emphasize innate talent. As long as one hails from a prominent lineage, regardless of their birth status, those endowed with aptitude gain considerable attention. However, the Li family stands as an exception to this norm. Moreover, Li Huainan, being born of a collateral branch and a secondary son, possesses dual spiritual roots, yet remains unremarkable amidst a sea of celestial talents. What, then, fuels his arrogance? The hues of his countenance shifted from red to blue, then to black. Indeed, he occupies a rather precarious position within the Li family, inferior in both status and talent. He initially intended to leverage his family's influence to suppress Pei Xihe, yet he underestimated her. She was not as simple-minded as she appeared. After all, how could she have attained the 7th realm of qi refinement otherwise? With a disdainful snort, he noted that despite being merely 17 or 18 years of age, he lacked the composure that Pei Xihe possessed. With a decisive snap, he closed his folding fan and issued a warning, leaving without a backward glance at Meng Fucking. Meng Fucking, too, wished to depart. However, Pei Xihe's small face bore a chill, and she had already unleashed the oppressive aura of the 7th realm. "Meng Fucking, have you forgotten your place?" At her current stage, Meng Fucking was merely at the late 4th realm and had yet to break through to the 5th. How could she withstand such overwhelming pressure? Her complexion paled gradually as the oppressive force enveloped her, and though she wished to stride away, her movements faltered, blocked by Pei Xihe. "What do you intend to do?" Meng Fucking feigned a semblance of fragility, appearing as though Pei Xihe were the aggressor. Yet, in this moment, Pei Xihe indeed wielded her superior cultivation to assert dominance. And so what? The dual spiritual roots do not allow her to cultivate as swiftly as those with triple roots. In truth, their initial cultivation speeds were rather similar upon entering the sect. However, as Meng Fuling advanced to the 6th grade cultivation technique, she gained a subtle edge. Yet, Pei Xihe dedicated herself tirelessly to her practice, honing her swordsmanship, meditating, and undertaking missions, effectively occupying every hour of her day. In contrast, Meng Fuling's approach to cultivation remained rather leisurely. Initially, she relied on the spiritual stones sent by her family, using them to gain an advantage. But as her family noticed her lackadaisical attitude, they naturally chose to nurture other diligent and talented descendants, leaving her unable to keep pace with Pei Xihe's progress. Thus, she opted to align herself with Li Huainan. Presently, she strives to conceal the malice in her eyes, feigning a startled and distressed demeanor, which only serves to irritate Pei Xihe. She is acutely aware of Meng Fuling's ulterior motives. Despite her lack of diligence in cultivation, she possesses a wide network of friends. In the past, she had schemed against Pei Xihe once, and her fellow disciples in Kunlun are as close as brothers, making it unthinkable to harm one another. Pei Xihe had no intention of genuinely injuring her, Yet Meng Fuling would undoubtedly adopt the guise of a victim after this, lamenting how her cultivation was used to bully her. The thought of being entangled with someone like Meng Fuling is genuinely irksome. Do you truly believe, Meng Fuling, that I am utterly powerless against you? A flicker of a satisfied smile danced in Meng Fuling's eyes, yet she remained silent. Pei Xihe leaned in closer. After all, I am still quite young. If I were to act irrationally, I believe most people would be inclined to forgive me. Who do you think would ultimately suffer the consequences? As she spoke, a few strands of pure golden spiritual energy manifested at her fingertips. The spiritual power of Jin Luoju was sharp and piercing, exuding a chilling aura akin to that of a blade, sending a shiver down Meng Fuling's spine, even though she concealed her realm. This was the spiritual force of the 8th realm. How could she, a mere 4th realm practitioner, withstand it? She glanced up at Pei Xihe, only to find a delicate expression of grievance on Pei Xihe's exquisite face, as if she were on the verge of tears. Those blessed with beauty inherently held an advantage, a fact evident 3 years ago when Pei Xihe had turned the tide with her charming visage. Now, her features had become even more refined. If she were truly to cry, countless hearts would undoubtedly ache for her. That wretched wench, born of humble origins, yet endowed with such a countenance. She clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. The pain jolted her back to reality, prompting her to release her grip. A fleeting glimmer of envy flashed in her eyes, but she quickly lowered her gaze. I understand now. Pei Xihe did not hesitate to employ such means to extricate herself from trouble. She loathed the sensation of being watched and schemed against from the shadows. With a gentle wave of her pale golden spiritual energy, she struck the ground, leaving a gash in the stone tiles. The sharpness of the Jin Luo spiritual force compelled Meng Fuling to instinctively retreat a few steps. I shall warn you one last time, do not provoke me. The road is wide, we can each go our separate ways. Otherwise, I will stop at nothing, and you may not stand a chance against me. The seemingly innocent girl stood under the sunlight, her brow bright, yet she sent a chill through Meng Fuling. Pei Xihe took measured steps away, lifting the pressure she exerted. Having witnessed Ming Linlang's combat prowess, she was unaware that a peculiar admiration for strength was beginning to blossom within her, prompting a desire to distance herself from her former sycophantic ways. Being embroiled in these inconsequential altercations with Meng Fuling is distasteful to her. She now desires to seize every moment and devote her time and energy to diligent cultivation. She yearns to hasten her progress, to swiftly catch up with the true paragons of talent. Chapter 42. Listening to the Tao, the elation Pei Xihe initially felt from the successful alteration of her cultivation method diminished significantly. She proceeded towards the mission hall, having dedicated the majority of her contribution points and spirit stones to the Golden Luo manual. The more she experienced, the more she perceived her own shallowness. Desiring high-grade Taoist techniques, cultivation methods for the other 2 elements, and protective elixirs and talismans. These were all things she needed to accumulate gradually. As she walked, disciples approached her. Upon seeing her, they greeted her with smiles. Pei Xihe responded with a radiant smile. Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. Her fair face, adorned with a brilliant smile, resembled a glutinous rice dumpling, exuding a comforting aura. Song Han ruffled her hair and inquired, Little he, where are you headed? At 17 or 18 years of age, with a cultivation base already at the 7th level of Qi training, she was somewhat astonished to see Pei Xihe advance from the 6th to the 7th level. The 7th level marked the late stage of Qi training, and this sudden breakthrough meant that the young girl, not yet 10, had already reached the same realm as her. Yet, Pei Xihe's eyes seemed devoid of any arrogance, only filled with pure delight. Senior Sister Mu and I accepted the fierce tiger quest a few days ago. The demonic beast was formidable, and we fought with all our might. By chance, I achieved a breakthrough. This statement was partly true, as cultivators often experience breakthroughs in moments of great peril. Observing her petite junior sister, as pure as driven snow, her demeanor exceedingly docile, Song Han's heart softened considerably. Xiaohe, you must take precautions during your missions. You are still young and need not exert yourself so strenuously. Pei Xihe did not respond to this overture. How could she not strive? She had embarked on the path of immortality, captivated by its grandeur, willingly, resolutely, and joyfully, unwilling to slacken her efforts. Thank you for your concern, senior sister. Senior brothers and sisters, what are you all about to do? In her 3 years at Kunlun, she had not solely immersed herself in cultivation. The matter of Meng Fuling had taught her that at times she needed to be adaptable to be tactful, in order to evade numerous hidden thorns. These were all senior brothers and sisters she knew, exchanging goodwill with one another. A male cultivator in azure robes, his countenance bearing a hint of delight, spoke, Xiaohe, if you have nothing of great import, hasten to join us. We have received insider information that today the lecture hall has invited a golden core martial uncle from the inner sect to come and lecture us. Indeed, such opportunities are rare. Xiaohe, join us. The earlier we arrive, the better the positions we can secure. Perhaps we will even experience enlightenment. Pei Xihe's heart fluttered. A golden core true person would be lecturing. Golden core true persons and nascent soul cultivators were already great cultivators who had initially comprehended the Tao. Riding the wind on swords, comprehending the heart of the Tao, birthing their own Taoist abodes. How formidable. The lecture hall had at most invited Foundation establishment martial uncles previously. She had not anticipated that they would actually invite a golden core true person. Of course, she had to attend. Meng Fuling and Li Huainan were completely cast aside. She grasped Song Han's hand with her petite hand. Senior brothers and sisters, then let us hasten. She was exuberant, her eager demeanor evoking a sense of childlike innocence that inevitably lightened the mood and brought smiles. Well, let us be on our way. The group hurried towards the Tao teaching hall. By the time Pei Xihe and her companions, 3 women and 2 men, arrived at the hall, a considerable number of people had already gathered. However, as they had arrived relatively early, they managed to secure a commendable position, occupying 5 meditation mats in the 3rd row. They promptly settled cross-legged on the mats, falling into a serene silence as they awaited the arrival of the esteemed Taoist. Time passed gradually, and the internal news spread swiftly among the attendees. Unfortunately, the hall accommodated only 100 mats, leaving those who arrived late to find their own arrangements outside. Many disciples lamented, sensing they had missed a golden opportunity, yet they were reluctant to forego the teachings of the golden elixir Taoist, dutifully retrieving their own prepared mats to listen attentively. Pei Xihe noticed that the Taoist was delayed, sitting cross-legged upon her mat. She contemplated the unique meditation mats of the Kunlun Tao Teaching Hall, crafted from a rare spiritual material known as spirit silken grass, which possessed the remarkable ability to calm the mind and focus the spirit. Silently, she practiced the golden luo technique, channeling the strands of spiritual energy into her 8th energy vortex. Curiosity bubbled within her. What did it truly mean to first encounter the Tao? According to her studies of ancient texts, this initial stage merely marked the beginning of one's journey with the Tao, not necessarily leading to the crystallization of a Tao heart, the establishment of a Tao sanctuary, or the discovery of one's personal path. The Tao is something a cultivator pursues throughout their lifetime. Yet, she still struggled to grasp the essence of the Tao. Was it merely powerful spiritual energy? After a while, a gentle breeze wafted through the hall, prompting them to turn their gazes toward the source of the refreshing wind. Clad in pristine white Kunlun robes, intricately adorned with a dense array of arcane Taoist symbols, meticulously embroidered with argent threads in a subtle, concealed design. This inner disciple's raiment, fashioned from abyssal white silk, rivals even the most exquisite 9th-grade magical treasures. Impervious to ordinary flames and floods, he descended upon them, treading on his sword, defying the wind with an aura of indomitable sharpness. Youthful in appearance, barely past his 3rd decade, with a countenance of refined handsomeness. Legend has it that upon attaining the golden core stage, a cultivator is granted an extended lifespan of 8 centuries, their physical form rejuvenating to its prime, only to gradually age thereafter. An alluring prospect, indeed. Though seemingly distant amidst the celestial clouds, he traversed the expanse in an instant, borne upon his sword, arriving before them. With a mere gesture, the elongated blade contracted, transforming into a miniature sword that vanished into the recesses of his sleeve with a soft whoosh. Greetings, disciples, he intoned. I am Changfeng of the inner sect. My Taoist appellation is Fuyun. You may address me as Real Person Fuyun. Greetings, Real Person Fuyun. The assembled 100 rose in unison, their demeanor and expression steeped in reverence, offering him a profound bow. Today, he declared, I shall expound upon the essence of the Tao. What, in your estimation, constitutes the Tao? Each harbored a desire to impress the real person, yet also possessed a measure of trepidation towards the golden core cultivator, fearing embarrassment before their peers and the esteemed figure. Nevertheless, some were emboldened by courage and a lack of fear. The Tao begets one begets two begets three, and 3 begets all things. Thus, all things are the Tao. The Tao is the primordial source, the progenitor of heaven, earth, and all creation. The Tao is the genesis of all things, the trajectory of existence. The Tao is the inherent order and vestiges of the universe's workings, a singular and potent force. Changming maintained a gentle smile, radiating warmth akin to a piece of white jade, enveloped in a luminous aura. Observing the outer disciples engrossed in discussions about the essence of the Tao, he listened intently as they each expressed their views. After a moment, the chatter gradually subsided. He raised his hand to halt the discourse and began to speak. The myriad paths of the Tao are elusive. In this world, the Tao is boundless. The Tao I have discovered emerges from my own innate fire spirit root, through which I have comprehended the principles of fire, thus establishing my own laws. The Tao is not merely a path. It transcends conventional understanding. The Tao can manifest in countless forms. In the past, a spiritual chef grasped the culinary Tao and ascended in an instant. The peach blossom ancestor attained enlightenment beneath a solitary peach tree, wielding a single petal to strike down celestial thunder, achieving invincibility. Similarly, a carp in the water, shedding its mundane form, discovered freedom amidst the currents, crossing heavenly thunder to transform into a divine dragon. Even now, though I have reached the golden core stage, I have yet to uncover my singular Tao heart. Only upon finding that unique Tao heart shall I truly embark upon the celestial path of cultivation. The Tao heart? What constitutes a Tao heart? Someone posed this question, to which Changming, with a knowing smile, replied, "If I could articulate this clearly, I would not find myself at the golden core stage at this moment." Pei Xihe felt somewhat bewildered. The disciples present were equally perplexed. How could they, as golden core cultivators, still be in search of their Tao hearts? Changming then began to share his experiences in cultivation and address the disciples' inquiries. What is the Tao? The question lingered in her mind, refusing to be suppressed. The discourse on the Tao continued for a full 6 hours, and by the time it concluded, dawn had already arrived on the second day. After the teachings were concluded, she felt a pervasive soreness throughout her body, accompanied by a hint of stiffness. She swallowed a nourishing elixir and planted her feet firmly on the ground. A sudden clarity washed over her. As a novice in the realm of qi cultivation, why should she concern herself with what even her esteemed golden core master had yet to comprehend? Grounded in reality, she resolved to take each step with care, harboring the belief that one day she would discover her own path and cultivate her true heart. Chapter 43. 8 years fleeting, the young woman emerged from her meditative practice, her eyes fluttering open. The window stood ajar, allowing slanted beams of sunlight to cascade across her visage. One side of her alabaster skin glistened in the warmth, while the other remained cool and pale. Her eyes, a pristine shade of ebony, sparkled with a celestial luminescence reminiscent of a starlit sea. Rising gracefully, her long hair was elegantly secured by a green wooden hairpin, and her pristine white disciple's robe accentuated her delicate form. Taking a few steps forward, she basked in the sunlight, her entire countenance illuminated by its golden embrace, radiating the beauty of spring blossoms. Her porcelain skin resembled the finest mutton fat jade. Exuding a soft glow, her features were exquisitely crafted, almond-shaped eyes, rosy cheeks, lips as if imbued with nectar, and a proud, straight nose. The harmonious proportions of her physique emanated an undeniable aesthetic allure. Pei Xihe extended her hand towards the sun, reveling in the gentle warmth that she had always cherished. 8 years had passed. She had spent nearly 12 years in Kunlun, and it had been 8 years since she achieved the 8th level of cultivation. After almost a year, she finally attained the 9th level, breaking through to the 10th. It was not that her progress had slowed. Rather, each subsequent realm presented formidable challenges. Ascending through the latter stages of cultivation felt akin to the golden core master closing off a small realm for centuries, perhaps never to breach it. The first 9 realms of qi cultivation represented the pinnacle of absorbing spiritual energy within the mortal body. After she transcended to the 9th realm, she commenced the refinement of the subsequent 3 realms. The 10th realm demanded the purging of impurities from her entire physique, a process that took her over 2 years. The 11th realm involved the elimination of tainted blood and the honing of her skeletal structure, until her blood no longer bore a foul scent but instead exuded a fragrant aroma, and her bones resembled white jade. This monumental task required an additional 3 years. Now, at the age of 16, she has resided in the 12th realm for more than 2 years. She meticulously refined her internal organs, striving to completely shed the mundane impurities of her being, achieving 12 energy vortices within her dantian, upon which she established 12 platforms, giving rise to the foundational Jade Steps. This marked her second significant breakthrough. Ascending the Jade Steps several years prior, others in the outer sect had already attained this accomplishment, reaching the foundational realm, qualifying for entry into the inner sect every 3 years. Notably, a few exceptional prodigies had opened the 8-colored and even 9-colored Jade Steps, possessing terrifying potential. Upon entering the inner sect, they were granted true inheritance. Among these outstanding talents were Ming Linlang, Jiang Mingzhu, Chu Fengzhen, Han Chan, and Lu Changfeng. Ming Linlang, Jiang Mingzhu, and Chu Fengzhen were particularly remarkable, having unveiled the 9-colored Jade Steps. Meanwhile, Pei Xihe had dedicated nearly 12 years of her life to reach this pivotal juncture. A smile graced her youthful visage, imbued with a hint of innocence and purity, yet it radiated an alluring essence. The transition from Qi training to the foundational realm signifies a monumental breakthrough. It is profoundly daunting, should one falter. It could easily lead to madness, with meridians reversing and energy vortices shattering. She could not tolerate such a scenario. Over the years, she had tirelessly undertaken tasks to accumulate spirit stones, though the majority were expended on cultivation methods and techniques. It was time to prepare herself with a foundational elixir. The Foundation Establishment Pill, a 7th-grade elixir, possesses remarkable efficacy in aiding individuals to transcend the Foundation Establishment realm. Should one find oneself incapable of constructing the 12 cyclone pathways through sheer will, the potency of this pill can forcibly forge the necessary structures, albeit at the expense of some foundational integrity. A regrettable but necessary compromise. Its worth fluctuates around 50,000 spiritual stones. It is crucial to recognize how many inadequately gifted cultivators have faltered at this pivotal stage of foundation establishment. Their spiritual roots prove insufficient, and they expend an inordinate amount of effort to manifest the 12 cyclones. Perhaps it consumes a lifetime, yet the resulting spiritual energy remains deficient and impure, rendering their roots incapable of supporting the 12 cyclones in constructing the pathway, thereby delaying their breakthrough. Ultimately, they are exhausted by the passage of time. The Foundation Establishment Pill, however, can facilitate this critical transition. Even a mere 1 or 2 doses could enable a lifetime spent in the Foundation Establishment realm, granting them a lifespan of 300 years, far surpassing that of ordinary mortals. Pei Xihe furrowed her brow. She still needed to amass spiritual stones, striving for a comprehensive strategy. Currently, she practiced 3 6th-grade techniques: the Golden Luo Technique, the Blazing Sun Art, and the Ice Purity Method. The synergy between these 3 disciplines has birthed a cultivation speed that transcends that of conventional 6th-grade methods, allowing her to attain the 12th stage of Qi refinement at her present age. The Outer Sect Disciple Tournament permits participation from those below the 3rd stage of foundation establishment. Given her current trajectory, it is virtually assured that she will achieve foundation establishment before turning 20, thus presenting her with a genuine opportunity to be selected by the inner sect elders as a true disciple. Ultimately, her 12 years of arduous cultivation shall not be in vain. She raised her wrist, revealing 3 golden marks adorned with 9 twinkling stars. With her other hand, delicate as white jade and fingers resembling spring onions, she brushed over those 9 stars, dimming their brilliance. This is the call of the team. They are about to set off. This is precisely why Pei Xihe concludes her training at this moment. The 9-star mission, Ghost Shadow Village. Within a village, malevolent spirits roam freely, instilling fear among the populace, with several formidable ghosts wreaking havoc after reaching the 3rd stage of Qi refinement. Thus, this 9-star mission was established, offering a reward of a staggering 10,000 contribution points. Pei Xihe formed a team with 3 others, preparing to undertake this mission and earn some contribution points. At present, she has reached the late stage of the 12th realm of Qi refinement, while the other 3 are cultivators at the 11th and 12th realms. Each is eager to acquire contribution points to exchange for foundation establishment pills, which would serve as a protective talisman. Even if they do not use it, they could sell it later at a substantial price, ensuring no loss. Pei Xihe gracefully emerged, her toes lightly tapping as she exited the small courtyard. In no time, she arrived at their agreed meeting place. The remaining 3 members included 2 men and 1 woman. Ding Wan, a female cultivator in her early 20s, donned a deep purple dress, her beauty striking. The two male cultivators were brothers, one clad in black and the other in blue, their features remarkably similar. Named Jiao Shan and Jiao Hai, respectively. The four embarked on their journey to Ghost Shadow Village. In truth, Ghost Shadow Village is not its actual name. It is called Changfeng Village. Within Changfeng Village, a profound silence envelopes the surroundings. The wind rustles through the treetops, and with a gentle gust, the withered yellow leaves detach from the branches, swirling down onto the expansive road. The pathway is broad and smooth. It should be bustling with pedestrians. Yet it is now strewn with leaves, dry and brittle, crumbling beneath foot. Although the sun blazes high in the sky, radiating the heat of summer, it seems eerily foreboding under the echo of a piercing scream. Every household remained tightly shut, and even the chilling scream that pierced the air elicited no response. Within one home, a woman was engulfed in terror as she pressed her hands against her young daughter's ears. "Mother, I am afraid." "Do not fear," she reassured, though her own heart was trembling, holding her daughter tightly in her embrace. Each anguished cry signified yet another life extinguished. This marked the 17th death in their village. When would this cursed day come to an end? Chapter 44. The ghostly cicada. The path, strewn with withered leaves, was ultimately traversed by someone. A flicker of ethereal light danced at Ding Wan's fingertips. Wind manipulation. As she traced intricate patterns with her glowing fingers, they coalesced into a spell, unleashing a powerful gust that swept away all the dead branches and leaves from the path. In an instant, the road appeared pristine and orderly. Pei Xihe furrowed her brow. This road, wide and well-maintained, connected to the village entrance. It should not be so desolate, even if the foot traffic were sparse. Jiao Shan was more astute than Jiao Hai, stepping forward to scrutinize the surrounding environment. It seemed that this place had not been visited in quite some time. Our investigations revealed that Changfeng Village is substantial, with a population exceeding 2,000. Clearly, this malevolent spirit has inflicted grave suffering upon this community. Ding Wan interjected. Now that everyone has barred their doors, how are we to communicate with these people? Her expression grew tense with concern. As celestial beings, we must refrain from harming mortals and exercising our powers recklessly, lest we incur karmic repercussions and future debts. However, if these individuals are exceedingly obstinate and refuse to open their doors, there is little that can be done. Without the villagers' insights into the malevolent spirits plaguing this area, they cannot devise a comprehensive plan. Sister Ding, let us not be hasty. We must first consult the villagers to ascertain their willingness to cooperate before making further arrangements. If they are amenable, that would be ideal. If not, we shall consider alternative strategies. Pei Xihe spoke with a smile, her eyes as deep and dark as obsidian, radiating warmth, her beauty striking and captivating. Ding Wan found herself momentarily entranced by her allure. Truly a vision of loveliness, Ding Wan mused. She raised her lips in a smile. Then let us proceed as suggested by Sister Pei, visiting each household to inquire before we plan further. Jiao Shan and Jiao Hai both nodded in agreement. Given their current circumstances, this was indeed the most prudent course of action. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air. Pei Xihe, with her exceptional senses, furrowed her brows in an instant. She exchanged glances with Ding Wan and the Jiao brothers. "Pursue." The three nodded, and they swiftly dashed towards the source of the scream. With a mere breath, Pei Xihe traced spiritual patterns with her fingertips, infusing her feet with them. The 9th grade technique, wind riding, accelerated her speed significantly. Ding Wan's eyes widened in astonishment, but her boots glimmered with a soft yellow light, a special 9th grade artifact, the wind boots. The Jiao brothers unleashed their innate spiritual power. Their physical prowess was remarkable, allowing them to match the speed of Pei Xihe and Ding Wan. The four of them hastened toward the origin of the distressing cry. Yet, despite the swiftness and promptness of their reactions, an unsettling sensation permeated the air. Disgust surged within Ding Wan as she glanced briefly before averting her gaze. Jiao Shan and Jiao Hai exchanged glances, their brows furrowing, revealing a flicker of repulsion and distaste in their eyes. Pei Xihe also found such scenes abhorrent. Before her lay a figure, a lifeless body. More precisely, it was a corpse, grotesquely emaciated. Unlike Ding Wan, Pei Xihe did not divert her eyes. Instead, she scrutinized the remains intently. The deceased appeared to be a middle-aged man, aged around 30 to 40, utterly drained of his essence and soul. After a moment of contemplation, she drew a conclusion. Ding Wan's brow twitched in concern. Have we encountered a malevolent spirit that consumes human souls? Zhao Shan and Zhao Hai wore solemn expressions, indicating their agreement. Suddenly, Pei Xihe sensed something amiss. She seemed poised to step forward when a flicker of crimson flame ignited at her fingertips. Blazing flames. With the empowerment of the Zhuangyang technique, a strand of fire rapidly transformed into a roaring inferno. Retreat, she commanded sharply. The other three, quick to respond, instantly withdrew. A shadow emanating from the corpse was thwarted by the flames, producing a crackling sound and releasing a noxious odor that filled the air. The shadow, scorched by the fire, was entirely ensnared within the blaze. After a brief moment, Pei Xihe waved her hand, causing the flames to gradually extinguish. As the fire died down, a charred, coal-like object fell to the ground. Dingwan stared in astonishment. It was a cicada. Zhao Hai narrowed his eyes, his demeanor turning grave. It is a ghost cicada. The ghost cicada is a creature born from the malevolent energy of vengeful spirits, serving as their eyes and hands, possessing a certain degree of ghostly aura and power. It appears that the malevolent spirit haunting this village is far from simple, remarked Pei Xihe with a hint of resignation. The so-called malevolent spirits can also be referred to as ghost cultivators, albeit of a lesser kind. True ghost cultivators are capable of living cultivation, drawing spirits into their bodies to nurture their ghostly powers. Upon reaching the stage of forming a core, they do not create a golden core, but rather a ghostly core. When a ghost cultivator reaches the pinnacle of their abilities, they can command countless spirits, rendering them as formidable as an army single-handedly, making them virtually invincible. There are various types of malevolent spirits, including ordinary malevolent spirits, red-clad malevolent spirits, and ghost kings. Once a ghost king is born, it possesses strength comparable to that of foundational cultivators, a force not to be reckoned with. Although a ghost cicada has formed, it is likely a red-clad malevolent spirit. Had it been a ghost king, it could have effortlessly captured and devoured us. Pei Xihe reassured them, stating that the sudden attack by the ghost cicada indicates that the malevolent spirit nurturing it has sensed their presence and harbors malicious intent, yet it has not revealed itself to attack and consume them. It must be noted that the essence, flesh, and soul of a cultivator are vastly superior to those of ordinary mortals, making it implausible for the spirit not to covet their precious essence and souls. Thus, the presence behind this is certainly not a ghost king, but rather a red-clad malevolent spirit. How could such a malevolent being come to exist in this village? Dingwan pondered in confusion. A trace of chill seemed to flicker in Pei Xihe's eyes. We must exercise caution when we encounter the villagers. The three understood her implication and nodded in agreement. How are malevolent spirits born? From the intense resentment before death. Injustice and hatred have distorted the innate disintegration of souls, transforming them into vengeful spirits, their thoughts rendered muddled and fierce. The more one resists, the more tragic their demise becomes, and thus the malevolent entities they manifest are formidable. It is in this Longle village that they are born and meet their end. What led to their death? What role did the villagers play in this? Consequently, the situation grows increasingly intricate. The cultivators cannot resort to indiscriminate killings, lest they bear the burden of guilt, which may manifest as psychological obstacles in the future. If the villagers' misdeeds have given rise to these malevolent spirits, they must seek to guide the spirits towards redemption. However, if these spirits were inherently twisted and had committed numerous wrongs in life, they may be dispatched without hesitation, their souls shattered into oblivion. The task at hand is anything but simple. Cultivating both skill and heart, one should avoid entanglement and karmic ties whenever possible. The four of them exchanged glances, each comprehending the next steps they ought to take, their minds questioning the villagers, now tinged with a sense of caution. They decided to engage in conversation, to unravel the convoluted truths before making further plans. Chapter 45. Pei Xihe and her reputation. Zhao Shan and Zhao Hai, being male cultivators, undertook the task of inquiring from door to door. Pei Xihe and Dingwan stood behind them, Pei Xihe's exquisite eyes calmly observing the reactions of each household and the surrounding environment. Dingwan's gaze did not linger on her. A flicker of confusion crossed her almond-shaped eyes. Pei Xihe was an enigmatic figure within the outer sect. More precisely, her reputation was polarizing. Over half claimed she was meticulous to a fault, devoid of compassion, and vengeful, yet she perpetually wore a smile, smooth and clever, reminiscent of the woodworkers in the market. The remaining individuals, however, remarked upon her innocence and endearing nature, noting her remarkable ability to attend to the emotions of others. Yet, one fact remained unchanged. Although her cultivation speed could not rival that of the true prodigies, she had persevered to advance her journey with 3 spiritual roots. After a decade of dedication, she had achieved the 12th stage of qi refining, executing her tasks with an impeccable degree of excellence. Upon reflection, she realized that those who supported her junior sister Pei were all individuals who had previously collaborated on missions with her, which was precisely why she had decided to form a team with them upon inquiry. Now that she had genuine contact, she found it to be indeed commendable. Pei Xihe was unlike the disreputable rumors that surrounded her. It appeared she had offended someone within the sect. Ding Wan internally lamented the unfortunate circumstance, recognizing that Pei's current standing had not led her to clarify matters or confront the instigator, suggesting that the individual in question was far from ordinary. When Pei Xihe noticed her scrutiny, she smiled warmly, her expression radiant and bright like a blossom unfurling before her. Ding Wan was momentarily captivated by this beauty, pondering that perhaps it was this very allure that had sparked the rumors. Unbeknownst to Pei Xihe, her companion's thoughts were far removed from her own. As her attention was fixated on the households around them, which remained unyieldingly closed, despite the persistent knocking and calls for clarification from the brothers Jiao Shan and Jiao Hai. However, once Pei Xihe calmed her mind and listened intently, her extraordinary senses allowed her to distinctly hear the frantic heartbeat of the mortals within, revealing their anxiety and disbelief. As Jiao Shan and Jiao Hai ceased their knocking and approached them, their expressions bore a hint of impatience. Pei Xihe smiled gently, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your efforts, esteemed senior brothers." She continued, "They are utterly afraid to open the door. It appears that a malevolent spirit once disguised itself as a celestial master, devouring the essence and souls of others. Terrified, they no longer dare to open their doors." Ding Wan nodded in agreement. "That makes sense, but what should we do? Shall we cast a spell to break the door open?" Pei Xihe shook her head, gesturing towards the trees in the courtyards of each household. "Look at those willow trees." Jiao Hai was suddenly taken aback. "It is these very arrangements that prevent even the Ghost King from entering. Otherwise, this place would have become a desolate village long ago." Pei Xihe nodded. "But where are the people now?" A surge of astonishment and fear welled up within Ding Wan. Among the 4 of them, Pei Xihe and Jiao Shan possessed the highest cultivation at the 12th level of qi training, while she and Jiao Hai were at the 11th level. If a master of consummate qi training were to perish here, would they not be in equal peril? Taking a deep breath, she quickly adjusted her mindset. Having undertaken numerous missions, she understood the necessity of mental fortitude to have the courage to accept the 9-star mission. Jiao Shan spoke up. "We must start with the villagers. Let us break down the door directly. We can't wait any longer. If we ask them clearly, we will understand everything." His temperament was impatient, a flicker of determination glinting in his eyes. Pei Xihe pondered for a moment, considering the level of force required, ensuring it would not harm the villagers. Thus, it seemed they had no choice but to proceed with this plan. "Then I must trouble you, senior brother." "It's no trouble at all." Jiao Shan chuckled. Now in his early 30s, having attained the 12th realm of qi cultivation, he could be considered youthful, his countenance resembling that of a man in his early 20s. Resolute in his decision, he swiftly approached a tightly shut door. A long sword found its way into his grasp. Even when he restrained his spiritual energy, the 8th-grade spiritual treasure was merely a weapon. Yet it was 100-fold sharper and more resilient than an ordinary earthly blade. He wielded the sword and struck fiercely at the door. The mere black wooden barrier, while seemingly robust, stood no chance against his blow. It shattered with a resounding crack, splintering noisily as fissures spread across its surface. Pei Xihe glimpsed a pair of terrified eyes through the cracks. Jiao Shan swung his sword a second time, fracturing it inch by inch, leaving it utterly exposed. The door crumbled into sizable wooden shards on the ground, revealing 4 individuals within. A middle-aged couple, a boy of 7 or 8 years, and a girl just over 10 years old. Their faces were etched with profound fear, yet they remained unharmed, not transformed into vengeful spirits. The man of the household shielded his wife and children, tentatively inquiring, "Are you truly celestial masters?" Jiao Hai retorted with a hint of irritation, "What else could we be? We are disciples of Kunlun, having heard that this place has turned into a village of phantoms. We have come to exorcise and vanquish the malevolent spirits. You must share the details promptly." The farmer abruptly knelt, bowing his head to the ground in desperation. "We beseech you, celestial masters, save us. We can scarcely endure any longer." The woman and their 2 children followed suit, kneeling and echoing the silent plea of their family's pillar, their plight appearing exceedingly pitiful under the oppressive shadow of the vengeful spirits. In Ding Wan's eyes, a flicker of emotion passed through. The once irritable demeanor of the Jiao brothers, Jiao Shan and Jiao Hai, softened as they hurriedly assisted the couple and their 2 children. A shadow of darkness flitted across Pei Xihe's gaze. It was an evasion of the questions regarding the events that had transpired here. They were victims yet chose to shy away, often a sign of guilt. However, her sympathy did not cloud her judgment. Why this guilt? She smiled. Dear uncle and aunt, rest assured, as disciples of Kunlun, we are dedicated to eradicating evil and will not overlook any malevolent spirits. Please inform us of what has transpired here so that we may prepare ourselves. Her eyes shone with sincerity as she met their gaze. Her voice soothing and imbued with a calming essence, radiating a beauty that made the family feel as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens. The man and his wife quickly responded, there is a terrifying ghost that has appeared from who knows where. We are too frightened to step outside. If it weren't for the provisions in our cellar and the firewood in our shed, we would surely starve. Their faces were etched with worry. Our rice, oil, and vegetables are nearly depleted. Just a few days ago, someone ventured out of their home due to a lack of food and was tragically killed by the ghost. The screams were utterly horrifying. Tears still glistened on the couple's faces, a testament to their sheer terror. Pei Xihe's gaze deepened further. Her extraordinary intuition, surpassing even the senses of ordinary mortals, allowed her to perceive the nuances of the situation with remarkable clarity. The woman's hand had just clenched into a fist, exerting considerable force, as if she were fortifying her own mental defenses. The celestial master was clearly meant to be their pillar of support. Their natural reactions should have been excitement, joy, and an unreserved willingness to communicate. However, these subtle gestures and emotions that seemed out of character for them indicated that they were indeed concealing something. What could they possibly be hiding? To prepare thoroughly, Pei Xihe must ascertain the truth. Chapter 46. A cold heart. Pei Xihe wore a radiant smile. Though her beauty was almost ethereal, reminiscent of a dream, it exuded an air of warmth. Leaning forward with her hands resting on her knees, she addressed the 2 children with a gentle tone. Dear little brother and sister, could you kindly share with your elder sister what has transpired here? I promise to help you banish any malevolence. Jiao Shan, Jiao Hai, and Ding Wan were seasoned veterans in undertaking missions, and their reactions were swift. They instantly grasped Pei Xihe's intent. The index finger of her right hand, resting on her knee, twitched slightly, holding a glimmer of spiritual light, which she waved gently downward. The word of binding. This minor spell was most effective against mortals, and Pei Xihe had already deduced from her earlier encounter with the ghostly cicada that a malevolent spirit in red was lurking behind them. Keenly aware of their presence and watching them closely, she wished to avoid getting entangled in trivial matters that would squander her precious time. The farming couple, initially taken aback by Pei Xihe's direct approach toward the oblivious children, noticed a change in their expressions and prepared to intervene, only to suddenly find themselves unable to control their own bodies. Their limbs were immobilized, and their voices rendered mute. At this moment, they finally grasped the profound distinction between celestial beings and mortals, a chasm as vast as heaven and earth. Similarly, not all celestial beings embody gentleness and compassion. Some may harbor a more formidable demeanor. Upon witnessing the flicker of fear in their eyes, the pity that once lingered in Ding Wan's gaze swiftly vanished. Indeed, secrets lay hidden beneath the surface. Had it not been for Sister Pei's keen perception, they might have been utterly deceived. Her heart may have been tender, yet it did not signify a lack of composure or decisiveness. Ding Wan and the brothers Jiao Shan and Jiao Hai refrained from any rash movements. The 2 children found themselves caught in a visual blind spot between their parents, allowing the trio to subtly shift their positions and obscure the couple from view. The youngsters were quintessential mortals, lacking the precociousness often seen in the offspring of cultivators. Overwhelmed by fear, they now beheld Pei Xihe's striking visage and heard her soothing inquiries. The mysterious starlight in her eyes gradually eased their apprehensions. Suddenly, the little boy burst into tears, exclaiming, "Fairy sister, please save us. Bauer is so scared." Pei Xihe smiled gently, urging, "Tell fairy sister what truly transpired here. Who painted the patterns on your door, and who planted the willow tree at the entrance? Can you do that for me?" The boy sobbed, while the little girl's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "It was Uncle Han," they managed to stammer. Behind Ding Wan and the Jiao brothers, the couple's faces had turned pale with despair. As the children wept, They recounted their fragmented knowledge, leaving the four adults' expressions severely stricken. The inhabitants of your village are indeed quite intriguing. Ding Wan scoffed, directing her gaze towards the couple alongside Jiao Shan and Jiao Hai. Pei Xihe forced a faint smile, retrieving a small jar from the storage pouch at her waist. Upon lifting the lid, a wave of sweetness wafted forth. Thank you, little brother and sister. Sister understands and will assist you in resolving matters here. We also wish to inquire further from your parents. Would you mind going to the back to enjoy this jar of spiritual honey? The couple, ensnared by the binding spell, maintained their original expressions. While their eyes could flicker with emotion, how could two ordinary children decipher their parents' subtle cues? Their hearts were captivated by the allure of the spiritual honey. A few spiritual beads could be exchanged for a jar, which seemed trivial to them. However, mortals had never tasted such exquisite sweetness. Merely inhaling its fragrance was akin to witnessing 100 flowers in bloom, the flavor divine. The children cradled the small jar and ventured into another room. With a slight flick of her fingers, Pei Xihe dispelled the binding spell. The couple's rigid forms collapsed to the ground, disregarding their aching bodies as they hastily bowed before the four of them. Ding Wan let out a cold snort, using her spiritual energy to lift them from the floor. Pei Xihe observed their fear-induced tears and their disheveled state, yet her eyes betrayed no trace of turmoil or remorse. You truly possess hearts as cruel as wolves and dogs. Children may not fully grasp the intricacies of the world, yet from the narratives and experiences they had encountered along the way, they could piece together a coherent story. In this Changla village, there were over 1,000 souls when counted. However, suddenly, malevolent spirits began to wreak havoc. The children recounted how everyone spoke of an ant in crimson attire, instilling a sense of dread among the villagers. The presence of such a vengeful spirit in red garments indicated that she had endured immense suffering and injustice before her demise. This was indeed a troubling matter. Gradually, it appeared that numerous new specters emerged, culminating in the first tragic loss of life. A cultivator arrived in the village, dedicated to vanquishing the malevolent beings. The villagers referred to him as Master Han, but he preferred to be called simply Han Su, engaging with the villagers amicably, devoid of any airs of a celestial master. Although his cultivation level remained a mystery, his actions, infusing the willows with spiritual energy and inscribing runes upon the doors, suggested he was at least at the 11th level of Qi training, likely at its pinnacle. His efforts stemmed from the realization that there was more than one vengeful spirit, and he sought to protect the villagers. He then set out to exorcise the spirits. Unexpectedly, these vengeful entities surpassed Han Su's expectations in power. Suddenly, their malevolence surged, radiating a palpable aura of bloodlust. They were not mere specters. They were formidable forces that could not be easily vanquished. The spirits knocked on doors, drenched in blood, as they pursued their prey. The villagers, whom he had protected, became paralyzed with fear, trembling behind their doorways, terror-stricken, yet miraculously unharmed. Tragically, Han Su met a gruesome fate. It was only after his demise that the villagers grasped the gravity of their actions. Bereft of their celestial protector, they dared not venture outside, resorting to depleting their dwindling food supplies. Yet, the day would inevitably come when their provisions ran out. Unable to withstand their hunger, they ventured out in search of sustenance, only to encounter a series of horrific incidents. This alarming turn of events finally caught the attention of the Kunlun sect. Pei Xihe was no longer the approachable figure she once was. Her expression was devoid of emotion, yet her eyes exuded a chill. Her striking beauty, radiant like spring blossoms, could swiftly transform into the sharpness of a blade. As she uttered a scornful remark, the coldness in her gaze enveloped her entire countenance. Ding Wan and Jiao Shan. Jiao Hai shared a similar demeanor. The saying, when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold, resonated with them. They had come to protect the villagers and vanquish malevolent spirits, striving to create a sanctuary for them. Yet, in their hour of peril, not a single door from any of those households had opened to them. This was profoundly disheartening. Chapter 47. Specters and Phantoms. The four of them stood together, observing the terrified couple weeping inconsolably, having just been struck from the ground by Ding Wan's spiritual power. Now, they were being forced to bow and kneel. Ding Wan had just raised her hand, forming a seal to direct her energy toward the children's small dwelling. The two children remained blissfully unaware of the commotion. Pei Xihe did not consider herself a benevolent soul, yet she would never repay kindness with enmity. The plight of the villagers weighed heavily on her heart. Her demeanor was as frigid as a frosted rose, instilling a sense of restraint in those around her. A subtle pressure of spiritual energy advanced towards the couple. Burdened by this overwhelming force, they were mere mortals. Even though Pei Xihe consciously tempered her strength, the pressure from her 12th level of qi cultivation was insurmountable for them. They could scarcely endure it, pleading for mercy, yet Pei Xihe's heart remained unmoved. After a quarter of an hour, the couple's faces had turned crimson, sweat pouring from their bodies, on the verge of collapse. Pei Xihe summoned a strand of deep azure energy at her fingertips, dispelling the oppressive force. The icy spiritual energy enveloped the couple, jolting their befuddled minds into clarity. They gazed at Pei Xihe, their eyes filled with fear for the once gentle maiden who had appeared like a celestial being. "We acknowledge our mistakes. We beseech the immortal master to spare us. Your transgressions are not ours to forgive. You owe a debt to Taoist Han," Dingwan retorted with a cold scoff. The eyes of the brothers Jiao Shan and Jiao Hai were equally frigid. Witnessing the stark contrast in demeanor from the four of them, the couple felt a wave of dizziness wash over them. It turned out that this was the true essence of the immortal master. Taoist Han had been kind and amiable, causing them to forget the chasm between mortals and immortals. They had been utterly mistaken. Pei Xihe slightly parted her crimson lips. "Now, I shall pose the questions, and you will provide the answers. Should there be even a hint of concealment, do not blame us for our mercilessness." Having accompanied Mu Wan, Pei Xihe had encountered numerous individuals and recognized their nature. They were those who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Thus, she resolved to adopt a more assertive stance. Under the weight of her pressure, their selfish intentions shattered into fragments. This was the only way to extract the information she sought. The two children, being of tender age, lacked sufficient understanding and needed to grasp more information, despite their disdain for the villagers' ingratitude and their failure to aid the dying. The four of them bore the mission of Kunlun. They could not stand idly by while these people were left to perish in their homes or be devoured by vengeful spirits. What had birthed the crimson-clad specter in the first place? The man hesitated, but the woman spoke up immediately. It was indeed the sins of that man. The first to die in Changlu village was him. The young maiden, fierce in spirit, met her demise by colliding with the door. On the 7th day after her death, she was spotted seated on the threshold of the butcher's home, clad in red. That very day, the butcher Wang perished. She swiftly conveyed her message, though they had never disclosed this to Master Han, for the villagers of Chang'e knew, yet remained complicit, as it did not concern them directly. They hesitated to speak out, acutely aware of the inherent injustice. Though the young girl appeared tender, the agony she experienced was akin to being crushed beneath a cart, instilling a profound fear within her. Furthermore, as a woman, she felt a poignant sympathy for her kind. Dingwan's fair visage darkened completely, while Pei Xihe's face was shrouded in clouds of despair. As fellow women, they could empathize with the sorrow and injustice endured by the young maiden far better than anyone else. After the 7th day, the resentment lingered, manifesting as a vengeful spirit in red, devoid of consciousness, driven solely by the instinct for retribution. The butcher Wang had met his just fate. Yet, why were there increasingly more apparitions, not merely the young maiden? Jiao Shan inquired further, his countenance icy, exuding the coldness characteristic of male cultivators. The men and women present were genuinely unaware, hastily shaking their heads. They were mere mortals, and thus, it was plausible they knew nothing of the matter. Pei Xihe waved her hand, her somber expression revealing a hint of resignation. She found herself less inclined to aid the villagers now. However, having entered this village, the malevolent spirits had already set their sights on them. Ensnared in this predicament, escape was nearly impossible. At the very least, it meant that disciples could be demoted to second-tier status, facing the trials of the Cliff of Reflection, the Thunderfire Pool, and the Gale Cave. These were the most tormenting trials for cultivators, truly instilling fear. She took a deep breath, mastering her emotions. The pressing issue at hand was the perplexing question. Why had the malevolent spirits multiplied after that young woman had slain the butcher and the ruffians? Moreover, as the resentment dissipated, one would expect the spirits' obsessions to wane and their powers to diminish, likely reducing them to the mid-stage of qi cultivation at the very least. How, then, could they have managed to kill Han Su? Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in, accompanied by an eerie, haunting laughter. The door was cleaved open by a sword, the protective runes above long since obliterated. Pei Xihe's expression turned grave. "Junior sister Ding, you must safeguard those two children." Brothers Jiao, Let us confront the enemy together. Ding Wan, Zhao Shan, and Zhao Hai, now instinctively aligning themselves with Pei Xihe, nodded in agreement. Ding Wan swiftly entered the room, her entire being radiating with spiritual light. Pei Xihe ignited a flicker of crimson flame at her fingertips. Fire and thunder, such power was particularly effective against malevolent entities. Blaze forth, crimson flame. A ghostly figure lunged forward, only to be repelled by the searing fire. Yet, it was not merely one phantasm. There were 7 or 8 in total. Each specter's malevolent energy surged with a potency not inferior to that of late-stage qi cultivation. Though Zhao Shan harbored disdain for the couple, he nonetheless shielded the trembling pair behind him, with Zhao Hai standing back to back with him, encircling the frightened couple. Their bodies glowed with a radiant light. And after transcending to the 11th realm of qi cultivation, the essence of their blood and bones exuded a mysterious brilliance from their pores. Their physical strength was formidable, their palms shone, and their spiritual energy erupted, shattering the encroaching phantoms with fierce determination. Meanwhile, Pei Xihe's gaze was icy, grasping the spring stream blade. She brought her left fingers together, the ignited crimson flames sweeping across the blade inch by inch. The wood grain shimmered, and the flames surged violently. With a sweeping motion of her sword, a dazzling inferno ignited magnificently. Swiftly, she moved, her feet aglow with radiant runes, her speed reaching an unparalleled zenith. Pei Xihe had honed her swordsmanship for over a decade, and now each stroke of her blade was akin to a flicker of cold light. The fiery slash struck the specter, emitting a hissing sound, followed by a chillingly anguished wail that resonated with an eerie terror. Pei Xihe remained indifferent, her strikes relentless and unyielding. The sword, a sovereign among weapons, reflected her years of training, shedding her youthful naivety to reveal a formidable and dominating blade technique. Zhao Shan and Zhao Hai shielded the couple, their limbs bound, yet she was unrestrained. With both hands gripping her sword, her eyes shimmered with a cold brilliance. She drew her blade, sending ripples through the air, an intense heat erupting forth. The 8th grade sword technique, 6 harmonies profound blade, ignited her inner fire spirit, radiating a dazzling light as her sword carved a path of crimson flames, vanquishing 3 or 4 phantom apparitions before her. These malevolent spirits, steeped in blood and sin, no longer required salvation, they demanded annihilation. The specters and wraiths, she would sever with a single strike. Chapter 48. 6 harmonies profound blade with a single stroke. Pei Xihe dispersed 3 vengeful spirits. Their profoundly dark souls shattered, gradually reassembling yet now tinged with a paler hue. Zhao Shan and Zhao Hai beheld her strike, their eyes widening with astonishment. This blow demonstrated power nearing the pinnacle of qi cultivation. They recognized that Pei Xihe had reached the 12th realm of qi training. But had she truly arrived at such a late stage? Pei Xihe gazed forward, spotting 7 ghostly figures. 3 had been dispelled, while 1 slinked toward Ding Wan, leaving Zhao Shan and Zhao Hai to confront the remaining 3. The 3 phantoms emerged from the mist, their strength noticeably diminished. Yet they, undeterred by death, emitted astonishing roars as they advanced toward Pei Xihe. With a sudden force, Pei Xihe stomped her right foot onto the ground. A hint of ink blue glimmered at the tip of her blade, emanating a chilling aura, forming a circle over 10 feet in diameter. With the ice purity technique, she swung her sword, her eyes reflecting the unique, frigid essence of ice spiritual energy. A dense wave of sword qi surged forth from her, weaving into an expansive net of blade energy. Zhao Hai, confronted by the onslaught of malevolent spirits, caught sight of Pei Xihe's current state and could not help but express a hint of astonishment. Sister Pei seems poised to comprehend the essence of the sword. Zhao Shan shot him an exasperated glance. Enough with the chatter, disperse these specters. The wielders of arms are indeed the practitioners of the Tao. The primordial path began with the way of arms, swords, spears, halberds, axes, and various implements of combat. As these weapons evolved, the way of arms diverged into the paths of sword, saber, spear, and more, further branching into different levels: qi, momentum, intent, heart, and Tao. Now, as Pei Xihe wielded her sword qi with unparalleled finesse, her blade's might was both overpowering and infused with a subtle ethereality, reaching the pinnacle of mastery. She had indeed attained the threshold of half-step sword intent. Such insight is typically reserved for practitioners above the foundational level, those who have perceived the heavens and purged their mortal essence. Pei Xihe's extraordinary talent in the way of the sword allowed her to reach this level. Her form resembled a soaring dragon, her hands wielding a tang sword with 7 parts offense and 3 parts defense. In the fluidity of her movements, the icy spiritual ring expanded in an instant. Even the spirits were momentarily hindered by the frigid aura. With the ice purity technique, the mysterious ice ring froze what was once a mist-like form. The golden gleam on Pei Xihe's blade flashed suddenly, sharp and unstoppable, embodying the power of golden silk. With a decisive slash, she cleaved through the air. The 6 harmonies mysterious blade comprises 6 techniques, which she practiced diligently every day, mastering them to a state of fluidity and comprehension. With a single strike, she manifested 6 overlapping blade shadows, each aimed at 6 peculiar angles, delivering a fierce blow. The clean and unadulterated intent to kill exuded a unique ferocity characteristic of the blade. Breaking spring branches, basking in autumn rain, containing the hue of cinnabar, caressing morning dew, melting winter snow, she spun the 6 harmonies. Within the fleeting moment, the 6 strikes merged into a singular radiant arc of light, unleashing an astonishing wave of energy that utterly annihilated the 3 malevolent spirits. Though her breath was slightly labored, she felt no strain. Now at the late stage of the 12th realm, her spiritual energy was abundant. This intense confrontation had only consumed about 30 to 40% of her power. Zhao Shan and Zhao Hai, one at the 11th realm and the other at the 12th, were more than capable of protecting the couple from being torn apart by the spectral foes. At that moment, Dingwan emerged from the main hall, having dispatched one of the malevolent spirits, with 2 children clutching her garment tightly. In her right hand, she wielded a long sword, her delicate face slightly frosty. Zhao Shan's spiritual sword erupted with energy, the high-grade 8th-tier sword emanating a formidable sword aura that shredded the malevolent spirit. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai, brandishing a small dagger, let it fly with fierce precision, striking the spirit squarely in the chest. The flying dagger expanded dramatically, pinning the spirit against the wall, its hilt glowing with a resplendent golden light, extinguishing the spirit before them completely. It seemed these malevolent spirits had fully realized their presence. Dingwan furrowed her brow. Pei Xihe nodded in acknowledgement. We have refined our flesh, blood, and bones. The cultivator's body is indeed nourished millions of times more than that of a mortal. How could these formidable spirits remain indifferent? Pei Xihe rummaged through her storage pouch and retrieved several spirit orbs, which, upon absorption, disintegrated into fine dust. It is said that all medicine possesses a measure of toxicity. Certain elixirs can aid in cultivation, such as the gathering qi pill. Yet they leave behind impurities within the body. Pills of varying grades are classified into flawed pills and perfect pills, with only the latter being devoid of impurities and exceedingly precious, while flawed pills invariably contain a degree of toxic residue. Conversely, smaller elixirs like the bypass pill and the nourishing vessel pill utilize only 3 or 4 medicinal ingredients, refined so thoroughly that they do not evoke such concerns. The toxic residue accumulated from the pills she previously ingested has been expelled by refining her flesh, muscles, bones, meridians, and blood, with over 90% eliminated during her cultivation through the 10th, 11th, and 12th realms. Once she reaches the foundational stage and sheds her mortal shell, it will culminate in a complete transformation, sufficient to eradicate all traces of toxicity. Initially, resorting to these pills containing impurities was a matter of necessity. The contribution points earned from tasks were supplemented with spirit stones and elixirs to elevate her realm, gradually honing her spiritual foundation and strength to undertake higher-tier missions. This was the virtuous cycle she had devised for herself. Now, in the late stages of the 12th realm, having mastered 3 cultivation techniques and possessing pure spiritual energy with a solid foundation, she has also acquired proficiency in both Taoist laws and sword techniques, enhancing her combat prowess significantly, all thanks to this cycle. As she approaches full completion in the 12th realm, she has begun to abstain from flawed pills in preparation for her foundational establishment. Pei Xihe lowered her gaze, glancing at the couple. The 2 children, sensing the safety of their surroundings, released their grip on Dingwan's clothing and rushed to their parents, enveloping one another in tears. Pei Xihe harbored a genuine disdain for the villagers, yet she recognized the innocence of the children. The door had indeed been breached by them, and should they suffer harm from the malevolent spirit, they would be unable to bear the consequences of such a fate. Dingwan frowned, pressing her lips together tightly. Consider yourselves fortunate, she remarked. She stepped forward and retrieved a formation plate from her storage bag, crafted by a formation master. Even a ninth-grade formation plate bore a hefty price, capable of withstanding the tribulations of the later stages of qi cultivation for an extended period. With a flick of her wrist, she cast the plate into the air, several spirit stones soaring forth to meet it. The formation plate absorbed the stones mid-flight, emanating a gentle, ethereal glow that enveloped the entire room in golden light. Jiao Shan expressed his gratitude to Ding Wan, who merely waved her hand. After all, it was Jiao Shan who had opened the door, and thus he bore a greater share of the burden of fate. Pei Xihe felt her own apprehensions dissipate. She collected her thoughts. No longer would she hesitate in the face of adversity. At 16 years of age, she had come to understand that in any circumstance, passivity was the most foolish course of action. Only through action could one effect change. Let us take the initiative, she declared, a flicker of determination igniting in her eyes. If the malevolent spirit sought to consume them, it must also reckon with the risk of their retaliation. Chapter 49. The Ghost Gate. Pei Xihe's words seemed reckless at first glance, yet upon deeper reflection, they revealed the most feasible course of action. They now find themselves exposed before the malevolent spirits, with their awareness overshadowed by the lurking dangers. Should they remain passive, they would undoubtedly invite the gravest peril. It would be far wiser to adopt an offensive stance, proactively seeking out the spirits and uncovering the truth behind their increasing presence. As mere outer disciples, they lack the protective treasures bestowed upon the inner disciples, and in times of peril, they cannot rely on the support of their mentors. Thus, they must tread cautiously. Choosing the safest path, Dingwan nodded. Junior sister, I shall heed your counsel. Jiao Shan and Jiao Hai were not oblivious. With a slight application of thought, they discerned Pei Xihe's intentions. They had just been awed by her astonishing sword aura and recognized that even at the 12th level of qi training, she possessed formidable combat prowess. As they scrutinized the runes on the doors of each household and the willows nearby, they exhibited remarkable insight and composure. This inspired within them a greater sense of trust and reliance on her. We shall follow your lead, Sister Pei, they declared, bowing slightly. Pei Xihe smiled. We are all here to support one another. In the face of these vengeful spirits, only through united efforts can we achieve victory. However, a more profound suspicion lingered in her mind. The rapid succession of these apparitions was indeed peculiar. It was far from ordinary. Typically, after exacting their vengeance, the spirits' malice would wane, and their strength would diminish, rather than continuously escalate. It seemed likely that unseen forces were orchestrating these events from the shadows. Yet, this was not the time to voice such thoughts. She suspected that both Ding Wan and Jiao Shan Jiao Hai had also grasped this underlying layer. But each harbored their own speculations, unspoken yet palpable. Pei Xihe revealed a small jade-colored disc from the palm of her hand. As a practitioner of the 12th realm of qi cultivation, having navigated the trials and tribulations of Kunlun's outer sect for over a decade, she was no longer without resources. This was an 8th-grade spiritual treasure, the Seeking Disc. With a flicker of spiritual light at her fingertips, she moved her right index finger, suddenly drawing forth a trace of nearly imperceptible ghostly energy from the air. The Seeking Disc, designed to locate items through energy, could capture anything within 100 miles. She guided the ghostly energy into the Seeking Disc. The diminutive white jade compass's golden needle began to spin rapidly. She smiled and said, Senior brothers and sisters, let us depart. Dingwan cast a glance at the couple, snorting disdainfully. I have set up a formation here to protect you. You must remain indoors and not move. Otherwise, even the great Luo immortal cannot save those who seek death. The couple, filled with trepidation, were further unsettled by their child's anxiety, which mirrored their own. Pei Xihe observed, but did not act. Junior sister Pei, let us go. Dingwan turned, aligning herself with Pei Xihe, Jiao Shan, and Jiao Hai. The four figures suddenly shot towards the direction indicated by the needle. Within a strange cavern, upon a high stone platform, dark red blood flowed ominously. A blackish-purple flower swayed gently, cradling its budding blossom. It appeared rooted in the stone, its stem a deep purple adorned with intricate black-red veins, as if stained by the very blood that coursed beneath it. A figure emerged within the confines of the cave. He was a man of formidable stature, draped in a flowing dark purple robe that hung loosely upon him. His chest was exposed, revealing a vast expanse of skin adorned with blood-red markings, both eerie and foreboding. Around his neck, 2 tattoos resembling ancient totems were etched, intricate symbols that upon closer inspection revealed ancient script, Ghost Gate. Lin Zhao gazed at the bud of this flower, anticipation igniting a fervent excitement in his eyes. Soon, soon, my precious. Once this spiritual blood flower blooms, this high-grade spiritual object, infused with the essence of bloodthirst and ghostly ferocity, would aid in rectifying the foundational vulnerabilities he had incurred from forcibly establishing his base. He would ascend from the third color to the fourth, perhaps even the fifth. Only then could he aspire to attain the coveted golden core. Once the treasure in his possession, a malevolent ghost, grew stronger by devouring the souls of the entire village, he would solidify his cultivation in the early stages. Those 3 cultivators, humph, had it not been for his injuries from a hasty breakthrough, he would have personally dispatched them, feeding their remains to his precious ghostly treasure. Suddenly, a figure clad in red appeared before him, a woman, her features ordinary yet somewhat charming, yet her eyes were pools of crimson. He owed a debt of gratitude to that cultivator surnamed Han. It was his blood and soul that nurtured this rare red-clad specter, enabling it to swiftly advance to its current state, just a step away from becoming a ghost king. A smile graced his lips as he fixated on the flower bud, entranced and deranged, twisted and dark. But abruptly, a frown marred his brow. Had they come? How dare they? With a sullen expression, he burst into laughter, his eyes filled with shadows. Let them all perish. Lin Zhao waved his hand, and the crimson-clad specter moved at his behest. Eliminate them. The malevolent spirit vanished. He furrowed his brow. His foundation had been compromised, and although he was at the first stage of foundation establishment, his true combat prowess fell short of the genuine realm. These individuals truly deserved their fate. Pei Xihe and her 3 companions traversed the forest, drawing ever closer, as the spiritual light of the square wheel grew increasingly intense. Suddenly, she sensed a chilling aura. It was here. Pei Xihe's figure surged forward, enveloped in a blaze of fiery luminescence. As a practitioner of the Zhuyanggong, she radiated a resplendent heat, akin to a blazing sun, providing formidable protection. The searing flames dispelled the chilling essence attempting to invade her body. In her hand, she grasped the spring stream fusion. Though Pei Xihe's beauty bore a hint of youthful innocence, it was strikingly exquisite, her cold visage reminiscent of a winter snow rose, with hues as rich as the fiery gaze of her eyes. Dingwan was aglow, wielding a spiritual umbrella. As she unfurled it, a cascade of golden brilliance fell, each strand sharp and unyielding as golden blades. The brothers Jiao Shan and Jiao Hai each held a spiritual sword, united in purpose, practicing the same sword technique. Their combined might formidable. A figure in crimson descended gracefully, her presence accompanied by dozens of ghostly apparitions, howling furiously. In an instant, countless vengeful spirits transformed into a swarm of bats, bloodthirsty and ominous, seemingly engulfing the heavens above. The red-clad female specter let out a chilling laugh, sending shivers down the spine of all who beheld her. Pei Xihe's brows were laden with frost. In an instant, her gaze wavered, only to be swiftly replaced by resolute determination. A spectral allure. Her voice roused the 3, who gazed warily at the female ghost. Ensnared by confusion, they felt as though trapped in a cage. Drawing a deep breath, Pei Xihe wielded her blade, its edge shimmering with a dual hue of crimson and gold. Flames and sharpness intertwined. A swarm of bats surged toward her, their terrified shrieks and wails echoing as her fiery spiritual power seared through them. With a single slash, she unleashed a colossal arc of light mingled with flames, targeting the area teeming with bats. Yet, the red-clad specter suddenly closed in on her. Pei Xihe's eyes narrowed, but she remained unperturbed. She positioned her blade to intercept the ghost's claw. The red-clad specter resembled a relentless killing machine, impervious to fatigue or pain. Each strike was delivered with the swiftness of thunder. Pei Xihe, too, wielded her blade with sharp precision. The blazing spiritual force enveloping her provided protection and enhanced her weapon. However, her assault seemed to momentarily lose its fervor. It was akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing blooming flowers, and in a heartbeat, a branch was severed. With a strike as swift as lightning, blending softness with strength, she cleaved off half of the specter's form. A spring branch severed. Chapter 50. Who was more ruthless? With a decisive stroke, Pei Xihe bisected the red-clad specter. For an ordinary cultivator, such a blow would have extinguished a significant portion of life force, even post-foundation establishment. Yet, this was a ghost. An eerie howl resonated as the severed halves of its body emitted an uncanny black-red mist instead of blood. In the blink of an eye, The female ghost restored herself to her former state. Her crimson eyes glowed with malevolence, and her long, darkened nails elongated ominously as she lunged toward Pei Xihe. Pei Xihe wielded her long sword in defense as Zhao Shan and Zhao Hai, armed with spiritual swords, coordinated seamlessly, slicing through the ethereal specters beside them into a swirling mass of black mist. Upon witnessing the red-clad malevolent spirit reforming, they sensed an aura that rivaled that of a perfected qi refining practitioner, even hinting at the presence of a foundation-building ghost king. They exchanged a solemn glance, their eyes reflecting the gravity of the situation as they beheld Pei Xihe's long sword intercepting the spirit's fearsome claws. Their swords clashed together, a manifestation of their training in an advanced 8th-grade sword technique, their combined strength vastly surpassing that of a solitary fighter. A brilliant spiritual light radiated from the point of contact, and a terrifying sword energy surged forth from the tips of their blades. Pei Xihe yielded. Pei Xihe swiftly pivoted, her form shifting aside to reveal the apparition as the sword energy surged forth toward the malevolent spirit's visage. At that moment, Ding Wan's gaze sharpened. She retracted her unfurled spiritual umbrella, and from its tip, a dazzling sphere of spiritual power erupted, transforming into a piercing beam of light aimed directly at the spirit's form. All four of them were formidable experts within the latter 3 realms of qi refining. Despite the spirit's burgeoning power, which almost bordered on that of a ghost king, the threshold remained unpassed. Without ascension, they felt unafraid. The mere half-step of difference emboldened them. Seeing this, Pei Xihe summoned the full force of her spiritual energy. She leaped into the air, her hands gripping the sword, and struck upward with tremendous force. The blade dominance technique and that Songlong sword technique had been seamlessly fused through her relentless training. This strike manifested 9 layers of waves, imbued with an icy chill, executing the sword's might to its utmost potential. Slash of that Songlong. The malevolent spirit endured 3 devastating blows, causing its ghostly essence to wither to an extreme degree, and it emitted a cry of unparalleled anguish. The entire specter was reduced to mere fragments by these 3 extraordinarily sharp assaults. Countless tendrils of dark red mist were incessantly sliced and eroded by the blade's aura, the sword's energy, and the golden light. Amongst this chaos, several agonized wails seemed to resonate. Pei Xihe glanced around. The dark apparitions paled in comparison to the crimson-clad spirit. She formed a spell with her fingers, summoning a vast expanse of crimson spiritual fire. Burn. The dark mist and the spirit itself had already been weakened by Ding Wan, Zhao Shan, and Zhao Hai, and now, consumed by the righteous flames, they were rendered to nothingness. The red-robed spirit was scorched by the fierce fire, lingering yet unyielding, as Zhao Shan and Zhao Hai exchanged glances, a flash of disdain crossing their eyes. They raised a hand and hurled a silver orb the size of an egg directly into the flames. With a resounding bang, silver lightning flickered. It was an 8th-grade secret treasure, the Earth Thunder Pearl. Under the dual assault of thunder and fire, the stubborn dark red mist was utterly annihilated. Suddenly, a sharp aura erupted from the distance. Pei Xihe's eyes widened in alarm. Flee quickly. Ding Wan appeared dazed, while Zhao Shan and Zhao Hai stood frozen in shock. It was the Foundation establishment stage. At the realization, their spiritual energy, which had only just begun to settle, erupted anew, and they ran for their lives. Their figures moved so swiftly that they left behind afterimages. Yet it was insufficient. The sharp aura, in an instant, closed the distance by more than half. Qi training. Foundation establishment. This was the chasm of realms. One was still accumulating spirals of spiritual energy within, while the other had already purified their mortal form, shedding impurities and elevating their essence of life. The foundational power of the air was still inferior to that of a golden core cultivator. Yet it was sufficient for brief aerial movement. The approaching figure soared through the air at an alarming speed, drawing closer with each passing moment. Several strands of dark spiritual energy shot forth, fiercely targeting the 4 of them. The black energy ribbons loomed ever nearer. Pei Xihe gritted her teeth in frustration. Damn it! It was an evil cultivator. This was different from a pure ghost cultivator. They manipulated spirits through malevolent arts, consuming the essence and flesh of the living to nourish their own dark powers. Moreover, it was a foundational cultivator. How could she encounter a foundational cultivator here? Her previous judgments had been misguided, but why hadn't the foundational cultivator struck them down immediately? Did he harbor some secret that prevented him from acting? Judging by the murderous intent emanating from him now, it seemed so. The emergence of this individual provided a coherent explanation for everything that had transpired. The evil cultivator manipulated spirits, thus controlling the figure clad in red, continuously amplifying his own malice and enhancing his power. She took a deep breath, unleashing a frenzied surge of spiritual energy within her. The terrifying energy ribbon surged forward, perilously close. With no means of evasion, she swung her long blade, channeling all her spiritual energy into it. The luminous aura glided along the blade, colliding with the energy ribbon. Was this the essence of foundational spiritual power? The overwhelming pressure of the spiritual energy bore down upon her, laced with malevolence attempting to invade her being, disrupting the flow of her spiritual energy. A blazing shield of flame enveloped her as she strained to resist. Ultimately, after a grueling effort, she managed to sever the energy ribbon, though the force of the clash sent her hurtling through the air. Having previously slain a fierce ghost, her spiritual energy was reduced to a mere 2 or 3/10 of its capacity, and even after consuming a pill, it had yet to recover beyond half. Pei Xihe collided with a colossal tree, spewing forth a mouthful of dark blood. The malevolent cultivator darted through the air with rapid, successive movements. Ding Wan, Jiao Shan, and Jiao Hai were unable to evade his onslaught. The four of them were hurled together, fear and disbelief reflected in their eyes. Who could have imagined that a seemingly mundane task of exorcising a ghost in a village would conceal a foundational evil cultivator of such formidable strength? Lin Zhao approached gradually, his gaze filled with satisfaction. Having absorbed the spirit blood flower, his foundational cultivation had solidified, transforming the jade stage within him from a tricolored hue to a vibrant quintet, significantly enhancing his power. Now, these 4 insignificant insects were finally within his grasp, easily crushable with a mere flick of his wrist. Yet, upon seeing Pei Xihe, a flicker of excitement ignited in his eyes. To his surprise, within these small insects was a beauty. Rage surged within Pei Xihe. She was acutely aware of her own appearance. She had often received assistance and benefits due to her striking features, a fact she never denied. However, she detested the lecherous, barefaced, and greedy gazes that reduced her beauty to mere carrion. Even if it meant fighting to the death, she would never allow herself to fall into the hands of such individuals. Drawing her blade, she was engulfed in excruciating pain, blood seeping from her lips, contrasting against her pale, haggard face. With fierce determination, she swung her weapon at the evil cultivator, unleashing a terrifying flurry of strikes. Initially, Lin Zhao had regarded her with casual indifference, but suddenly, he furrowed his brow. Blade intent. There was already a discernible aura of purpose. How impressive. To draw such a talented genius into the mire was truly exhilarating. He single-handedly shattered myriad laws, his formidable spiritual power akin to a tidal wave. Forcefully sweeping aside all blades, Pei Xihe spat out a mouthful of murky blood, mingled with fragments. Observing the other 3 had already lost their ability to counter, a flicker of madness crossed her eyes. Her spiritual energy was nearly depleted, her body racked with pain, yet she still possessed something, her sword. Ah yes, my sword. She rose again, Lin Zhao narrowing his eyes. The intent of the blade, newly born, covered in blood. Pei Xihe's gaze brimmed with fierce determination, her appearance not reflecting the delicate charm of spring blossoms. She was a thorny vine, striving to ascend. She refused to concede. Why should the qi refinement stage not be able to sever the foundation? Today, Pei Xihe was resolute in her endeavor, even at the cost of her life. Chapter 51. The ice of Changfeng with the tip of her sword raised, glinting with a cold light. She realized the profoundness of it all. To wield the sword with one's own will, thought becoming the blade, commanding all in her path. This was the rare intent even among those of the foundation establishment stage. Her sword momentum transformed in an instant, akin to a tumultuous wave, resembling a mighty sea dragon concealed beneath the surging waters. Countless sword energies erupted like bamboo shoots after rain, continuous and unyielding, swiftly evolving from tender shoots to towering bamboos. Lin Zhao's brows knitted in frustration. How dare this wretched woman fully comprehend the sword intent at such a critical juncture, while he unwittingly became her stepping stone. Flames of anger ignited within him. How could a mere qi refiner dare to provoke the dignity of a foundation establishment cultivator? Was she seeking death? He vowed to capture her, draining her of all her cultivation, rendering her incapable of seeking life or death. With a flag in hand, he waved it, and countless black mists erupted from within. Having slain his female ghost, he would become a vengeful spirit himself. The ominous and eerie energy coiled around their bodies like maggots. Pei Xihe remained motionless, channeling the scant fire spirit within her. At this moment, her divine ability, the blazing flame, proved to be of immense significance. Her will was concentrated upon the razor's edge, her spiritual energy waning, yet she was enveloped in flames. With each strike, the spring stream seemed to quiver gently, the crisp sounds of her attacks growing increasingly dense, her blade's momentum intensifying. One strike landed on Lin Zhao's left arm. A glimmer sparkled in her eyes. Indeed, the foundation of cultivation was not invincible. Lin Zhao winced in pain, and the banner in his hand instantaneously enlarged, its surface swirling into the form of a spear. Thrusting fiercely toward Pei Xihe, a ferocious rage surged in his gaze. At this moment, he was solely intent on eliminating this madwoman. Yet, Pei Xihe was no different. She did not evade, merely shifting her body slightly, allowing the spear's tip to pierce her left shoulder. Blood flowed forth, the once vibrant red rapidly tainted by the banner into a dark purple hue. The essence she had previously ingested began to take effect, and with a surge of her spiritual energy, she forcefully expelled the spear's tip. The fire spirit expelled the tainted blood, while the ice spirit sealed the wound. The spring stream in her hand was forged from cold iron. At this juncture, the dual powers of ice and gold within her erupted, unleashing the full might of the cold iron. With a sweeping motion, she wielded her blade, imbued with her intent, disregarding the excruciating pain coursing through her body. Pei Xihe had always possessed remarkable endurance. Since her days of training in Kunlun, she had diligently practiced day after day, even when she was merely over 4 years old. She would refine her spirit energy, practice her swordplay, and undertake missions, all while compressing her daily meals and various chores into a single hour. It was monotonous and devoid of flavor, yet she meticulously honed her patience bit by bit. With a swift motion of her blade, she tore open the frozen wound. Yet her actions remained unaffected. In one decisive thrust, she plunged the knife into Lin Zhao's right shoulder. The exchange of injury felt justified in her eyes. The ferocity of her blade surged into Lin Zhao's body, manifesting as countless terrifying sword energies that ravaged within him. Although Pei Xihe's spiritual power could not compete with Lin Zhao's, he was inherently a practitioner of malevolent arts, drawing upon the vengeful spirits. However, the crimson-clad malevolent spirits and numerous phantoms had been vanquished by their prior efforts. Now, as he sought to absorb the essence of spiritual blood flowers, he could only watch helplessly as the demons he commanded were systematically exterminated. With the absence of the red-clad specter, Lin Zhao's combat prowess was reduced to that of an ordinary Foundation establishment practitioner, and his close combat abilities paled in comparison to Pei Xihe, who had honed her skills through years of arduous missions. To his astonishment, Pei Xihe, fueled by sheer determination, had managed to gain the upper hand. Lin Zhao, tormented by the relentless sword energy, furrowed his brow, blood streaming from his shoulder as he relinquished the spear formed from the banner. Clutching his wounded shoulder with his left hand, he glared at Pei Xihe with eyes brimming with malice and hatred. "Die!" he bellowed, as a small sword erupted from his mouth. It swiftly elongated into a 3-foot-long blade, its pitch-black surface emanating a nauseating stench of blood. Pei Xihe, already injured, found herself momentarily sluggish. The sword advanced with ruthless intent toward her heart. A flicker of shock and unwillingness flashed in her eyes. She could not evade it. Yet her spirit rebelled against the thought of death. She had yet to witness the splendid vistas of the immortal path. Closing her eyes, she steeled her resolve and summoned the 12 spirals of energy within her. Even in death, she was determined to drag this malevolent cultivator down with her, unleashing the explosive force of the 12th realm of Qi practice, certain that it could annihilate Lin Zhao. Suddenly, she opened her eyes to the sound of a clear chime. Before her lay a world blanketed in frost and snow, chilling air swirling as snowflakes danced around her. Amidst this flurry, a cerulean blade soared, deflecting the dark long sword. It was a long sword of an ice-blue hue, as transparent and frigid as the glacial ice of Tianshan. The wielder was a youth, perhaps 17 or 18. Tall and upright like a soaring pine, his back turned toward her, clad in silver-white garb embroidered with silver-threaded qilin and azure dragon. His hair was elegantly secured with a white jade crown. Even from this mere silhouette, the young man's striking presence was undeniable. The chime emanated from the very snowflakes swirling around. It was the voice of the young immortal lord, as cold and crystalline as the essence of ice. The myriad dancing snowflakes ignited with a brilliant blue light. Astonishingly, this blue was pure sword energy. In an instant, the sky was filled with sword qi and snowflakes. Hurtling toward Lin Zhao. Caught off guard, Lin Zhao was struck by numerous waves of sword energy. He should have been racked with excruciating pain. Yet the ice sealed his sensations, stifling even the blood that flowed from his wounds. However, the essence of life could not be deceived. It was swiftly dissipating. He cried out in despair, wondering what kind of demon this was. As he attempted to flee, he realized the youth was far too powerful. He was no match for him. Lu Changfeng, how utterly useless you are, unable to even defeat a mere foundational cultivator. A streak of azure light shot forth, resembling an extraordinarily radiant azure vine, akin to a cerulean dragon. It was a girl, as if she had drained the vibrancy of the world around her. 17 or 18 years of age, she appeared slightly older than Pei Xihe. Her figure was graceful, poised in midair, as the ethereal vine, reminiscent of an azure dragon, pierced through Lin Zhao's heart at the mere flick of her fingers. It seemed effortless, yet with every gesture, she could effortlessly extinguish the life of even a foundational cultivator. The extent of this maiden's terror was evident. Her features were strikingly beautiful, akin to a flourishing begonia. Clad in a cerulean robe, her allure remained unabated, and she radiated like a resplendent pearl. Indeed, she was a pearl, Jiang Minglou of the Jiang family. She surveyed the three unconscious individuals below and the one girl, who clutched a blade, barely able to stand. That face, radiant as spring blossoms, was rendered more delicate and fragile by its pallor and the blood at the corners of her lips. Yet the fierce determination in her eyes brought an unexpected comfort to Jiang Minglou, who claimed that beauties would envy one another. She cherished her beautiful junior sisters, believing they were deserving of her admiration. But suddenly she paused. The outer disciples, the appealing complexion, Lu Changfeng, these connections sparked a realization. Could this be Pei Xihe? Was she not said to possess a rather unsavory disposition, skilled only in schemes and deceit? Chapter 52. The calculation of spirit stones. Lu Changfeng cast a glance at Jiang Minglou, suspended in the air, and chose not to respond to her earlier taunts. He felt indifferent. Although he did not comprehend why Jiang Minglou consistently targeted him, it was ultimately inconsequential. Why should he be overly concerned? A foundational cultivator constructs 12 cyclone platforms, creating a spiritual abode capable of housing precious possessions and spiritual treasures. The Ice Breath Sword, a top-tier spiritual sword of the 6th rank, could not be contained by ordinary storage pouches, so he usually kept it within his spiritual void. He turned around, and his eyes unexpectedly met Pei Xihe's. Pei Xihe was somewhat astonished. The young man possessed extremely handsome features, with skin like cold jade. Yet he had the masculine handsomeness and sternness of a man, with deep features and a distinct jawline. His nose was like a hanging gallbladder, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was an extremely handsome young immortal lord, the most beautiful she had ever seen. When Lu Changfeng saw the girl's pale face, it did not detract from her beauty. The contours of her chin and side face were extremely beautiful. The bloodstains made her appear even more delicate. But the light flashing in her eyes was not weak. Pei Xihe barely straightened up, without the pressure from the heretical cultivator. The physical pain she had been enduring suddenly assailed her. She braced herself and smiled. Thank you, senior brother and senior sister, for saving my life. I, Pei Xihe, will never forget your kindness. Stepping through the air, Jiang Minglou landed in front of Pei Xihe. Her beauty was rich and vibrant, her features bright. Yet she carried a strange expression. You are a disciple of the Kunlun outer sect, named Pei Xihe? Pei Xihe was surprised by the hint of doubt and perplexity on her face, but she did not say anything. Senior sister, I am indeed Pei Xihe. Lu Changfeng and Jiang Minglou had come to hunt down this heretical cultivator. A glint of light flashed in Jiang Mingzhu's eyes. She had never really believed the plot of those storybooks. In the past, she had loathed the Pei Xihe depicted in the novels, who was malicious, brainless, and lived only by her good looks, bickering and jealous over a man. She utilized her connections to inquire about the outer disciples, discovering that such a person indeed existed, with a background as described. She had also heard rumors about her, which made her somewhat inclined to believe the sudden emergence of this tale in her mind. According to the accounts within the narrative, she had indeed acquired numerous treasures. Now, she had reached the 3rd stage of foundation establishment. However, it seemed that Pei Xihe was not in a similar situation. Consequently, The origins and source of this tale had become particularly intriguing. She concealed the probing and contemplation in her eyes, a fleeting glimmer of insight extinguishing almost instantly. The veracity of the narrative remained uncertain to her, and she could not consult the formidable figures in her family for guidance, leaving her feeling quite constrained. If it were false, what intentions lay behind its existence? Moreover, the ability to predict a portion of future events was a terrifying secret, one that even the members of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion would not dare to casually delve into. The hand behind it likely wielded immense power and influence over fate. Pei Xihe found herself momentarily stunned. Senior sister? Pei Xihe discerned that both individuals had already entered the Foundation establishment realm. The fluidity with which they had executed their kills hinted at their extraordinary prowess. A sense of envy stirred within her. Despite being of similar age, these prodigies had already ascended to the Foundation establishment realm. Yet, this envy had transformed over the years, stripped of the jealousy and discontent she had felt in her youth. Now, it was merely pure admiration. After the admiration came a resolve to focus on herself, to tread her own path diligently. She too was on the verge of Foundation establishment. In this life and death encounter, she had successfully comprehended the essence of the blade, and in her prime, she would indeed be capable of contending with an ordinary first-stage Foundation establishment practitioner. After all, the concepts of force and intent represent a formidable obstacle. Many sword cultivators may struggle to discern the traces of intent even upon reaching the 9th realm of Foundation establishment. She laughed, her beauty radiant and resplendent, akin to a pearl that perpetually shines with brilliance. Well, you are indeed impressive. This trial of the Foundation establishment demonic cultivator was originally arranged by my master and the master of this icy block for us. Yet you, merely in the chi refinement stage, can contend with him to such an extent. You owe us nothing. Rather, we should express our gratitude. This demon cultivator possesses a remarkable ability to flee, and your injury to him has made our task considerably easier. Pei Xihe smiled. Had it not been for the assistance of my senior brothers and sisters, I would have perished beneath the blade of that demon cultivator. I am fully aware of that. Pei Xihe had regained some strength. While Ding Wan and the brothers Jiao Shan and Jiao Hai had fallen into a state of unconsciousness due to the malevolent energy that had invaded their bodies, Pei Xihe approached them, taking out heart-calming pills and healing elixirs for them to consume. Otherwise, prolonged exposure would compromise their foundations. Jiang Minglou would never request assistance. She had never even passed items to others, so how could she be expected to help with administering pills? Lu Changfeng observed Pei Xihe, and in his cool, clear gaze, a flicker of light emerged. This girl possesses a tenacity and stubbornness worthy of a desperate struggle, coupled with a delicate and graceful nature, which is indeed rare. Furthermore, the contours of her chin and profile bear a resemblance to Ming Linlang. Recalling Ming Linlang, his eyes shimmered momentarily, and a sense of defeat and sorrow welled up within him. He understood that she, like the luminous moon in the sky, pursues the boundless path, unaware that she herself is as captivating as that very moon. He resolved not to disturb her tranquility. Jiang Minglou remained oblivious to Lu Changfeng's intricate psychological shifts. Upon hearing Pei Xihe's words, she waved her hand dismissively. No, this malevolent cultivator is worth 30,000 contribution points. Although the fatal wound he bears is inflicted by my azure strands, your blade and Lu Changfeng's sword have also dealt him grievous blows. We three should share the spoils equally. I shall not claim this trifling benefit for myself. Pei Xihe chuckled softly. It appeared that this senior brother was named Lu Changfeng, a name she recalled from years past as one of the preeminent talents upon entering the sect, a figure of renown who had advanced to the inner sect in recent years. Thus, this senior sister, by age and cultivation level, must be one of the illustrious trio spoken of in hushed tones: Jiang Minglou, Han Shan, or Ji Tongshan. Azure strands. The wooden vines from earlier must indeed be the legendary wood element spiritual root of Jiang Minglou. So it is senior sister Jiang and senior brother Lu. You have saved my life. How could I possibly share the contribution points with you? Let this serve as my gratitude towards both of you. Pei Xihe was shrewd in her dealings. These scions of noble families and prodigies of the sect often bore an air of superiority, nurtured by their privileged upbringing. To engage in petty schemes and seek to ingratiate oneself would be folly before them. Better to cleanse the ties of karma and emerge unencumbered. A sum of 10,000 contribution points was indeed considerable, yet she was not one to be overly attached. Her lack of overt ambition caught Lu Changfeng's eye, and her clarity of thought was genuinely refreshing. At that moment, Ding Wan and Jiao Shan, Jiao Hai, began to rouse from their slumber. Pei Xihe recounted the ensuing events, omitting the details of her own skirmish with Lin Zhao. The trio expressed their gratitude profusely, and Pei Xihe smiled warmly. There is no need for my senior brothers and sisters to take offense, but the elixirs I just administered to them include the 8th grade Tranquil Heart Pill and the 8th grade Protective Pill, which must be accounted for with spirit stones. Her voice was gentle yet clear, a soothing melody that resonated pleasantly. Each individual was charged 3,500 spirit stones. Ding Wan and Jiao Shan Jiao Hai were not surprised. After all, they had inquired beforehand about this junior sister Pei's formidable abilities, and they knew she would not allow others to take advantage of her. Every spirit stone had to be meticulously accounted for. Such a reputation for being meticulous was well earned. Han Minglou, however, found this intriguing. She had not expected Pei to be so straightforward, without presenting a selfless and benevolent facade before them. Lu Changfeng's eyes flickered with surprise. Such a female cultivator was indeed rare. Pei Xihe showed no signs of embarrassment, her smile radiant and poised. She had encountered similar situations during previous missions. Why should she feel indebted? Pei Xihe believed she owed them nothing, as her spirit stones were diligently accumulated one by one. Not to mention, she had already rendered them assistance. The debt lay with them, not her. What audacity! Pei Xihe was unaccustomed to such individuals, often calculating every single coin with precision. Spirit stones were quite beautiful. Even when they regarded her with that mercantile glint in their eyes, she felt it justified. Those unwilling to return even a few spirit stones, how could one expect gratitude from them? She would not swallow her grievances silently. Thus, rumors began to circulate, painting her as exceedingly miserly and scrupulous, a reputation solidified by the machinations of the envious. Fortunately, her capabilities were evident, and she never lacked for companions on her missions. Only the one behind the scenes, whom Pei Xihe knew all too well, was instigating matters. However, given the stature of the Li family, she could not afford to provoke them directly. Fortunately, Ding Wan and Jiao Shan and Jiao Hai were not of such ilk. They readily produced a small storage pouch, filled with spirit stones, and handed it to her. Initially, they had believed they would perish beneath the hand of this malevolent cultivator, but unexpectedly, fortune favored them with survival. Had it not been for junior sister Pei's unwavering support, they would never have awaited the assistance of their inner sect seniors. Moreover, if junior sister Pei had not promptly administered the medicinal pills, the vile energy of the evil cultivator would have ravaged their bodies. Their meridians and organs would be tainted by this foulness, and over time, their foundations would be utterly destroyed. The endeavor to restore their bodies to a normal state would demand an immeasurable investment of time and effort. This favor weighed heavily in their hearts, far more precious than those spirit stones. Pei Xihe weighed the 3 storage pouches in her hand, her eyes curving in delight. These 3 individuals were truly commendable, which is why she had so generously offered 8th grade medicinal pills to save them. She still bore the remnants of injuries sustained during her fierce duel with Lin Zhao. Even after consuming healing elixirs, her recovery would not be swift, particularly with the grievous wound inflicted by the spear formed from the banner. Thankfully, the bleeding had ceased. Pei Xihe appeared pale and haggard, yet she wore a smile that was no different from her usual demeanor, as if she remained oblivious to her pain. Lu Changfeng noticed her ashen face and frowned involuntarily. Han Minglou waved her delicate hand, summoning the storage pouch belonging to Lin Zhao directly to her. With a flick of her finger, a burst of azure spirit light erupted from the pouch. Lin Zhao has passed away, leaving behind this unclaimed storage bag, which is easily opened. With a rustle, the contents of the bag tumbled onto the grass. At this moment, Han Minglou shed her previous relaxation and languor. Her expression turned cold, her brows and eyes radiating the haughty detachment characteristic of one in power. With her fingertips, Han Minglou grasped a glimmer of light and directly seized a token. This token was entirely jet black, engraved with the image of a serpentine creature. Pei Xihe observed it closely, sensing its peculiarity. The serpent was depicted as consuming its own tail, the Ouroboros. The serpent's eyes, though merely carved upon the token, instilled a sudden unease within her, prompting her to hastily avert her gaze. Han Minglou tucked the token away with a swift motion, turning her attention to Lu Changfeng, whose expression had also turned grave. Indeed, it was the Ouroboros. Jiang Minglou reigned in her imposing aura and beckoned to gather a few more items. Subsequently, she utilized a brand new storage ring to collect the scattered spiritual stones and jade boxes from the ground, directly handing it to Pei Xihe. This token represents our true objective, and thus, we must ensure its safe transport. As for the other possessions of this malevolent cultivator, we shall surrender some of his dark artifacts and tainted items. After all, it was the three of us who vanquished him. We are entitled to take the body and the token, while the remaining items may be yours. Ding Wan, along with Zhao Shan and Zhao Hai, looked on with unrestrained envy, albeit merely as simple admiration. After all, it represented the wealth of a foundational cultivator. Yet, this was rightfully Pei Xihe's, for she had bravely resisted the malevolent cultivator and thus earned these spoils. Pei Xihe accepted the storage ring tossed by Jiang Minglou without the slightest hesitation. She beamed with a radiant smile. "Thank you, senior sister and senior brother. I shall graciously accept it." Her demeanor was poised and unfazed, as she deftly stowed the ring away. Jiang Minglou appreciated this straightforwardness. A question mark loomed over the authenticity of that tale in her mind. Many occurrences seemed to align, yet some diverged. If a hidden force were indeed orchestrating events with malicious intent, regardless of its formidable power, Jiang Minglou could not swallow her indignation. She was determined to extract a piece of flesh from it. A fleeting thought crossed her mind as she cast a glance at Lu Changfeng. His gaze towards Pei Xihe appeared rather innocent. She could discern Lu Changfeng's affections for Ming Linglang, yet Ming Linglang harbored no such feelings. Even without the so-called narrative, the two were inherently at odds, prompting her to huff internally. She exuded an air of pride, coupled with an innate nobility that was not off-putting, instead drawing others' attention irresistibly. "Ice block, I shall take my leave," she smiled at Pei Xihe, waving her hand in farewell. With her abundant spiritual energy, countless blue flowers materialized beneath her feet as she gracefully ascended into the void. Lu Changfeng glanced at Pei Xihe and Ding Wan, offering a polite bow before parting ways. After waving goodbye, he did not wait for their response. The ice breath sword appeared. His spiritual energy was equally pure, allowing him to soar on the sword ahead of time, his figure leaping onto the ice breath sword, vanishing into the horizon. Ding Wan's cheeks flushed slightly. Senior brother Lu truly lives up to the title of Ice Heart Immortal. Pei Xihe cast a glance at her, and indeed, the youth possessed an ethereal grace, strikingly handsome beyond measure. Gifted with a rare ice spiritual root and hailing from the esteemed Kunlun Lu family, he had already ascended to the ranks of foundational cultivators at such a tender age, firmly establishing himself as the heir apparent of the Lu family. Moreover, he had intervened to rescue them, naturally eliciting a sense of admiration from Ding Wan. While Pei Xihe was captivated by his appearance, she found it lacking in comparison to the allure of a spirit stone. She smiled softly. The three of them nodded in agreement. Their mission was now unequivocally concluded. Ding Wan suddenly recalled something and summoned her spiritual energy. Through the previously set array, she projected her voice across Changlu village, declaring that the malevolent spirits had been vanquished and no more calamities would befall the village. Once the array recognized its master, it would not be easily lost. Pei Xihe nodded, affirming that the task was indeed complete, yet she wondered if the villagers of Changlu would truly believe it. After all, they had experienced the terror of a malevolent spirit masquerading as a visitor. Human hearts are profoundly inscrutable. With a soft smile, she walked along the path of return with the others. Chapter 54. To prosper, one must first raise pigs. The treetops gently trembled, and shadows danced across the forest floor. Stirred by some unseen movement, Pei Xihe reacted swiftly, her right hand already grasping the hilt of her blade. Ding Wan and Zhao Shan Zhao Hai also responded promptly, positioning themselves protectively in front of her. As Pei Xihe bore the brunt of their injuries, they had dissipated the lingering malevolent energy within her. Her wounds were not as grave, merely some internal damage from the strike of spiritual energy. They had accepted her kindness and were determined to shield her. However, Pei Xihe suddenly relaxed slightly. She smiled gently at them. "We have been overly cautious. Look, it is merely a little green pig." The three of them focused their gaze, and indeed, a small green piglet emerged from the bushes. Unlike ordinary piglets, which are often quite dirty, this one was remarkably clean. Its hue was not the deep green that might evoke fear or disgust, but rather a soft, light green, warm in tone. It made a couple of adorable grunting sounds, resembling a playful juvenile, just a green-skinned creature. In the realm of cultivation, where myriad wonders abound, there are three-headed tigers, winged horses, and spiders adorned with scales, an endless array of marvels. Pei Xihe, having come from the mortal world, found her understanding of the cultivation world shattered time and again. She had long since grown accustomed to the extraordinary. She smiled again. Although her injuries were the most severe, her spiritual energy had remarkably recovered to about 80 or 90%, thanks to the effects of the elixir she had previously consumed, which nourished her damaged meridians and bones. Dingwan fixed her gaze on the little green piglet. It seemed to sense her attention and tilted its small head. Though still diminutive, it was exceptionally agile, emitting indistinct sounds from its mouth. Xiaohe, do you think this little piglet likes me? Pei Xihe discerned that this pig appeared to possess a certain spiritual quality. Although she was unaware of its breed, its lively nature at such a young age, coupled with its approach towards them, indicated a special affinity. Cultivators can form contracts with spirit beasts, thereby gaining their assistance. There are generally two approaches. One is to rely on formidable power to completely suppress the beastly entities, and the other is to cultivate a profound bond of friendship with them, compelling them to willingly serve. The most effective method is to nurture them from their infancy. For the outer disciples desiring to acquire beastly offspring, they can exchange their contribution points or directly purchase them with spirit stones at the market. The cost of these beastly younglings is substantial, requiring a significant amount of spirit stones or contribution points. Upon seeing the adorable little pig, Dingwan was clearly smitten. Why not try to hold it? If it agrees, it may very well be destined for you. Pei Xihe was also somewhat tempted, yet her interest did not run deep. Having raised pigs in her youth, waking early to gather fodder and prepare their meals, she was reluctant to become a pig-raising maiden once more. She acknowledged her mundane preferences. The fierce lions, snow leopards, and ice ferrets available in the market were all clever and charming, their combat prowess in adulthood rivaling foundational cultivators, exuding majesty and dominance. Why would she wish to rear a mere piglet? While others commanded tigers to inflict harm, would she be left to unleash a pig to wreak havoc? Dingwan nodded, reaching out to lift the little piglet. Zhao Shan and Zhao Hai also harbored a desire for a formidable contracted beast. Although they recognized the potential value of such a success, their hearts were not particularly swayed. However, the little green-skinned piglet, shimmering with a faint azure spirit light, suddenly slipped from Dingwan's grasp with a soft snort. Pei Xihe's gaze flickered. Dingwan was at the 11th level of qi training, her speed and precision far exceeding that of an ordinary person. How could this little pig evade her? A spark of interest ignited within her. Yet having allowed Dingwan to attempt, she could not retract her hand now. Little pig, do not run away. Dingwan's complexion bore a hint of frustration. After several attempts to catch the little pig, it effortlessly dodged her with a simple twist of its body, its tiny tail spinning playfully. The expression on the piglet's face seemed to carry a touch of mockery directed at her. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she thought, "If you do not fancy me, then I hold no affection for you either." However, the little pig scurried towards Pei Xihe, snorting as it nestled against her feet. Pei Xihe, somewhat astonished, bent down to gaze at the creature. Their eyes met, and within its small, twinkling eyes, there flickered a spark of humanity and keen intelligence. She gently lifted it into her arms, and to her surprise, the piglet offered no resistance, settling comfortably against her with an obedient demeanor. Upon closer inspection, the piglet was indeed plump and charmingly adorable. Suddenly, it leaned in closer, emitting a sound that was as indistinct as before, yet, with Pei Xihe so near, she discerned its meaning. Concealed from view by the pig, her pupils dilated slightly as she earnestly inquired, "Do you wish to accompany me?" Remarkably, the little pig seemed to comprehend her words, nuzzling against her hand in a gesture of affection and submission. Pei Xihe offered an apologetic smile towards Dingwan, who sighed in resignation. "Very well, it seems we are not fated to be. It is likely seeking out junior sister Pei. Indeed, such beauty attracts admiration, even from magical beasts." Her playful tone lightened the atmosphere considerably. Pei Xihe smiled gently, saying, "Sister, you jest. Let us proceed." The little pig nestled in her embrace grew surprisingly tranquil. However, Pei Xihe could distinctly hear the rapid pounding of her own heart. Thump, thump, tinged with excitement. Why had she so suddenly transformed from a reluctance to raise pigs to a resolute decision to adopt this little creature? The thought of her earlier aversion to becoming a pig-raising maiden made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She was the one who had struck herself. Yet, it mattered little. It was worth it. For 12 years, Pei Xihe had immersed herself in the vast ocean of knowledge at Kunlun, absorbing wisdom like a sponge. The rigors of her cultivation tasks often tested her patience, yet she recognized the necessity of honing her endurance, occasionally extending her training time. This was not a diversion, but rather a purposeful visit to the scripture pavilion to peruse texts that did not require contribution points for exchange. Born in a realm of mortals and now thriving in the world of cultivation, she sought to gradually expand her understanding of this mystical realm, enriching her previously limited perspective. The recent squeal of the little pig resonated clearly in her mind, evoking memories of the texts she had studied. The eastern classics of the mountains and seas once recorded. Qin Mountain, rich in gold and jade but devoid of stone. The Shui River springs forth, flowing northward into Gaozi, teeming with eels and adorned with patterned shells. There exists a beast, resembling a pig yet with teeth. It is named Dangkong. The cry of Dangkong heralds great abundance. When heard, the world rejoices in bountiful harvests. The auspicious sound of Dangkong signifies forthcoming prosperity, as this creature emerges to announce its blessings. Upon reflection, the little pig's squeal was unmistakably that of the Dangkong. At the moment of maturation, its form resembled that of a pig, measuring 6 feet in length and 4 feet in height, enveloped in a hue of deep azure. It possessed 2 prominent ears and 4 elongated tusks protruding from its mouth, akin to ivory, cradled outwardly. This azure-hued piglet, unsurprisingly, was indeed the young of the auspicious beast. Dangkong, renowned as a creature of good fortune, Dangkong was believed to bring prosperity, particularly the wealth that stirred her heart. How could one remain indifferent? Pei Xihe was not so easily convinced. Ding Wan and Zhao Shan Jiao Hai had suffered from ignorance, yet she would not fall into the same trap. When she was not engaged in cultivation, she devoted herself to the study of texts in the library, expanding her knowledge to avoid such pitfalls in moments like these. Moreover, since this little pig was willing to accompany her, it was a sign of their destined bond. Gazing at the small piglet nestled in her arms, whose eyelids lightly fluttered, a smile of delight illuminated Pei Xihe's delicate features. To achieve wealth, one must first nurture pigs. Truly, the ancients did not deceive me. Chapter 55. The piglet's grunt. Pei Xihe cradled the azure piglet in her arms, devoid of any unpleasant odor typically associated with ordinary pigs. Instead, a subtle fragrance of sandalwood permeated the air. Though her own body bore the marks of ghostly afflictions, remnants lingered even amidst the nurturing essence of spiritual energy. Yet, as the piglet nestled against her, a gentle warmth began to flow into her being. It was faint, but all traces of lingering malevolence within her melted away like snow beneath the radiant sun. Pei Xihe felt a wave of comfort envelop her, her heart affirming that this indeed was the young of Dangkong. She blinked her eyes, just as the piglet appeared to be in high spirits, its small eyes surveying her intently. "Since you are willing to follow me, how about we forge a pact?" She whispered softly to the little creature in her embrace. In ancient texts, it is recorded that the Kongrui beast is unlike ordinary demons. It possesses innate wisdom and is imbued with an aura of fortune. Pei Xihe firmly believes that the small piglet in her arms comprehends her intentions. Naturally cautious by nature, she remains vigilant regardless of the piglet's apparent affection towards her. The piglet's nose is soft, nuzzling against the back of her hand. Ahead of her, Dingwan, Zhao Shan, and Zhao Hai walk, oblivious to the faint glimmer of azure light pulsating at the center of the piglet's brow. This azure radiance is poised to descend upon Pei Xihe's hand. With a subtle movement of her eyes, she sharpens her spiritual energy into a blade, slicing her fingertip to extract a drop of essence that mingles with the azure glow. A sense of the mystical unfurls within her heart. The crimson and azure meld together, forming an intricate and enigmatic sigil. One half embeds itself into the piglet's brow, while the other gracefully settles upon the back of Pei Xihe's left hand, where a circular azure ring emerges, adorned with the delicate pattern of a blooming azure flower. Gradually, it fades from her hand. The contract is established. A glimmer of joy flickers in Pei Xihe's eyes. This is the method of contracting as passed down through the legacy of the Kongrui beast. Throughout history, contracts have been classified into 3 types: master-servant, equal, and symbiotic. The bond between Kongrui and her is one of equality. Through this contract, they are interconnected and can communicate, with the methods of their legacy being profoundly intricate. It encompasses wondrous aspects unattainable by ordinary contracts. It is not an absolute master-servant relationship, yet Pei Xihe finds contentment in this arrangement. Why should one presume to impose servitude upon another? To obsess over a master-servant contract is indeed laughable. Demons are born with pride. They would rather perish in battle than live as slaves. She gently caressed the smooth back of the little pig, its skin glistening with a delightful sheen, offering an exquisite tactile sensation. The azure-hued piglet nestled in her arms comfortably squinted its eyes. She could distinctly sense the pig's emotions, which filled her with a soothing warmth, consequently uplifting her spirits. As she scratched its chin, the little pig emitted a series of soft grunts. Pei Xihe could not help but chuckle. The three of them momentarily lost themselves in the moment. The girl, who had previously appeared pale and wan, now displayed a hint of rosy color on her lips, curving into a subtle smile. Pei Xihe's beauty was undeniable. Her parents, regardless of their character, possessed striking appearances. Both Pei Xihe and Zhang Hua were the most handsome individuals within a radius of several dozen miles. Pei Xihe had inherited the best features from them, enhanced by an ethereal charm that seemed to rejuvenate her very being. Her skin resembled the finest white jade, and her exquisitely delicate features were truly captivating. When she smiled, it was akin to the gentle rays of sunlight breaking through on a spring day. Even her companions felt that the recent dazzling beauty, Han Minglou, who was celebrated as a prodigy among the inner disciples, might pale in comparison to Pei Xihe. "Sister, what are you smiling about?" Dingwan could not help but feel a twinge of envy at Pei Xihe's stunning visage. As women, who could resist the allure of beauty? Yet, Pei Xihe's gentle disposition meant she had never allowed her looks to lead to arrogance, making her presence exceptionally pleasant. This beauty fostered a sense of intimacy. Pei Xihe's radiant smile held an undercurrent of sincerity that was subtly perceptible. "This little pig is so well behaved, it grunts so adorably. I think I shall name it Hengji. Would that be all right, little Hengji?" The pig nuzzled her fingertips, a compliant gesture of agreement. "What a peculiar creature this is. It appears rather charming." Dingwan felt a tinge of frustration, for it was precisely the little beast's adorability that made her wish to claim it as her own. Moreover, the cleverness evident in its small eyes hinted at the possibility of a unique beastly lineage, which would indeed be a tremendous gain. Alas, it seemed the creature favored strikingly beautiful individuals. Nevertheless, what was destined to be hers would come to her, and what was not, would not. This little beast appeared to have been drawn to Xiaohe, and her desires were futile. Pei Xihe merely smiled and shook her head. The mention of the Kong Rue beast detracted from its allure, potentially inviting complications she preferred to avoid. Zhao Shan and Zhao Hai, unable to discern the true call of the creature, treated it as a mere ordinary beast of considerable intelligence. Had they known it was a descendant of the auspicious beast Kong, their hearts might have been swayed by the allure of wealth and the temptation of profit, pushing them to their limits. Pei Xihe abhorred the notion of gambling on others' thresholds. She preferred to maintain the status quo, undisturbed. Upon reaching the Kunlun market, they felt a sense of security enveloping them. This marketplace, established through the alliance of powerful merchant factions within the Kunlun territory, thrived under the protection of various forces, including Kunlun itself. They did not part ways just yet. Instead, they proceeded to the mission hall to relay the details of their undertaking to the disciple on duty, thus concluding the mission. The 9-star mission yielded a reward of 10,000 contribution points, of which Pei Xihe claimed 5,000, having personally participated in vanquishing the malevolent cultivator Lin Zhao. The lives of the other 3 were also considered saved by her efforts, a distribution method unanimously agreed upon by Dingwan and Zhao Shan and Zhao Hai. Pei Xihe harbored no feelings of embarrassment. She accepted her situation with remarkable composure. She bore the brunt of the injuries among the 4. Yet she was fortunate not to have sustained any critical damage. She felt entirely justified in claiming her share of the contribution points, believing herself deserving of the reward. "Junior Sister Pei, I truly look forward to embarking on missions with you in the future. You are exceptionally reliable," Dingwan remarked with a smile. A sentiment echoed by Zhao Shan and Zhao Hai. Having dependable teammates is crucial in such perilous endeavors. Indeed, even a minor gesture or habit from a comrade can rescue one from peril and alter the course of events. They had discerned that the negative rumors surrounding Pei Xihe were merely the machinations of those with ill intent. Pei Xihe smiled, acknowledging the truth in Dingwan's words. The trio promptly waved their goodbyes to her. As Pei Xihe walked beneath the setting sun, the warm orange glow enveloped her dark hair, bestowing upon it a golden sheen. The young woman possessed a graceful figure. Even her silhouette exuded a unique beauty, yet it was predominantly marked by resolve. In that fleeting moment, they could scarcely distinguish whether it was the dazzling sunlight or the radiant girl who captivated their attention. Chapter 56. The mysterious crystal. She observed the small pig frolicking on the ground and waved her hand, retrieving a spirit fruit from her storage pouch. While not yet of superior quality, this fruit contained a modicum of spiritual essence and was delightfully sweet. She had never nurtured a magical beast before and pondered when she might visit the sutra repository to meticulously study the methods of raising such creatures. Fortunately, the little pig was not finicky. It wagged its tiny tail and eagerly devoured the spirit fruit with gusto. A cool, ethereal light emanated from its nose, dissipating the juices and seeds that would otherwise have splattered about. After consuming the spiritual fruit, it remained impeccably clean. It nuzzled against Pei Xihe's leg before frolicking joyfully in the small courtyard. Pei Xihe seldom tended to her garden, yet after residing in Kunlun for over 12 years, she occasionally cast seeds into a small patch of earth, sometimes by sheer happenstance. Initially sparse and unremarkable, upon closer inspection, the slender spiritual sprouts that had been trampled were now visibly revitalized. The auspicious beast, Dang Kong, heralded a bountiful year, truly living up to its reputation. A smile danced in Pei Xihe's eyes. This outing had proven immensely rewarding. Despite having endured life and death struggles, she had grasped the essence of blade intent, acquiring the ability to engage in cross-border combat. In a direct confrontation, she felt capable of contending with an average practitioner at the Foundation establishment stage. Furthermore, she had inherited a significant portion of Lin Zhao's wealth, a Foundation establishment cultivator, as well as the allegiance of the spirit creature. The abundance of gains left her somewhat incredulous. With a wave of her hand, several strands of spiritual energy fell upon the protective array within the courtyard. As the enclosure sealed, she observed the spirit creature still bounding about with glee before retreating into the inner chamber. A small ring fell into her palm, a storage ring, a superior artifact compared to storage bags. Pei Xihe couldn't help but marvel at the generosity of the aristocratic families. This storage ring, worth several hundred spiritual stones, had been so casually bestowed upon her. Excitement bubbled within her. Although Han Minglou had destroyed Lin Zhao's storage bag, causing its contents to spill forth, they had only managed to glimpse a fraction of what lay within. At this moment, Pei Xihe revealed a hint of curiosity in her brows and eyes. With a graceful wave of her hand, all the items from her storage ring were spread across the floor. She gazed at the translucent spirit stones, unable to suppress a smile that brightened her features. 1, 2, 3. She counted meticulously, each stone a testament to her diligence. The bodies of cultivators are cleansed by spiritual energy, granting them memories far superior to those of ordinary folk, so she was certain she would not miscount. With no immediate need for cultivation, she relished this rare moment of leisure, indulging in her favorite pastime. After a brief while, she finished counting, and her bright, inky eyes seemed to shimmer even more vibrantly. Indeed, the wealth of a Foundation establishment cultivator was substantial, over 43,000 inferior spirit stones, along with 3,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Additionally, there were 3 ninth-grade spiritual treasures and a small 8th-grade formation plate, accompanied by several spirit plants. A few bottles of fragrant pills revealed themselves, all of which were full-grade. The spiritual items prepared for cultivation by a Foundation establishment cultivator were all of considerable quality. Were it not for the assistance of Han Minglou and Lu Changfeng, even Lin Zhao's hidden assets could have exhausted her completely. She accepted everything without reservation, relishing the good fortune of acquiring such treasures. Notably, 1 ninth-grade spiritual plant was abundantly infused with spiritual energy, nearly reaching the level of an 8th-grade plant. If she were to refine this, it might very well lead her to the perfection of her 12th realm. By harnessing its rich spiritual energy, she could purify her internal organs, thereby completing her 12 spirals and enhancing them to a resilience capable of supporting the formation of a Dao platform. She picked up the wooden box containing this rare xianxia lingua. Such spiritual items could only be housed in jade boxes or vessels of unique materials. This wooden box emanated a fragrant sandalwood aroma, clearly indicating its superior quality, with strange patterns intricately engraved upon its surface. Pei Xihe gazed at the blooming flower, anticipating the moment when her injuries would heal, allowing her to refine this spiritual blossom. just as she was about to close the wooden box. An unexpected wave of unease washed over her. Her heightened intuition, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, had been honed through numerous missions. Something about this wooden box seemed amiss. Steeling herself, Pei Xihe had delicately extracted the spiritual flower and carefully placed it into a jade box she had prepared. With the flower secured, she returned her attention to the wooden box. Her five senses, sight, hearing, touch, taste, and feeling, were acutely attuned. She scrutinized the small wooden box with great intensity, gently tapping it to produce a faint sound. As she discerned the nuances, she enveloped her fingers in spiritual energy, cautiously exploring the interior of the box. It was then that she detected a small hidden latch, which she pressed gently. Indeed, a mechanism was concealed within. A thin panel detached, revealing a crystal resembling amber, which fell into Pei Xihe's palm. It was a deep purple hue, adorned with an intricate tapestry of runes. As it landed in her hand, a fleeting glimmer seemed to dance across its surface. Pei Xihe's expression turned grave. Was this something Lin Zhao had hidden within the box? Or was he unaware of its existence? In the celestial realm, distinctions existed between immortals and demons, with practitioners divided into righteous and demonic paths. However, both paths acknowledged the same two avenues. The demonic cultivators merely refined spiritual energy into demonic power, which, while equally potent, bore a more violent nature. Within the realm of cultivation, there existed domains of darkness as well. After pondering this, she resolved to surrender the crystal. As Pei Xihe focused intently on the deep purple crystal, she suddenly perceived a wondrous light emanating from it. Pei Xihe sensed an impending crisis and swiftly attempted to avert her gaze, shielding herself from the blinding light. Yet, it was already too late. Her eyes widened in shock as her right hand clutched the crystal, applying slight pressure that pierced her palm. Blood began to flow, saturating the crystal. To her astonishment, the dark purple shell of the crystal rapidly dissolved in her blood, transforming into a pure purple liquid. Each glimmering rune within it radiated brilliance, imbued with an eerie power that seemed capable of devouring all light. As Pei Xihe's consciousness began to fade, a sudden crash at her door jolted her back. Someone was forcefully banging on it. A flicker of azure light appeared within her spiritual realm, breaking through the chaotic mist. It bore an overwhelming might, as if it could consume everything in its path. She attempted to resist, but it was too late. The pure purple liquid had already begun to merge with her skin, entwining itself and manifesting as an extraordinarily mysterious tattoo upon her pristine flesh. Pei Xihe summoned all her spiritual energy to fend off the encroaching force, but to no avail. It was as if her efforts were being drawn back. In an instant, her 12 spirals of spiritual power were completely depleted. The surrounding spirit stones, which she had no time to mourn, were rapidly consumed by the tattoo, reduced to dust. The purple liquid morphed into a purple mandala, resembling a sinuous serpent that slithered up her arm. She desperately pushed her consciousness to its limits, only for it to finally settle upon her left shoulder. The purple flower, enchanting yet slightly ominous, gradually enveloped itself in a layer of shimmering silver. An immense surge of information flooded her mind, and in an instant, she collapsed into unconsciousness. In the final moments, a profound and imposing voice reverberated throughout the sea of consciousness. The heart of the Tao is tainted by the demonic, invincible since time immemorial. Chapter 57, Seed of the Demon Fragment. Pei Xihe slowly awakened. Beside her was Humming, anxiously nudging her face. Humming, sensing her unusual state through their bond, urgently pushed open the closed door. Her complexion had grown even paler. Pei Xihe gently stroked Humming's back, softly uttering, "Good Humming, I'm fine now, thank you." Indeed, she felt immense gratitude for Humming's auspicious presence, which had timely revived her consciousness. Otherwise, her spiritual awareness might have suffered even graver injury. This black and purple crystal possessed tremendous demonic power. Without Humming's protective aura, her spiritual consciousness had already been wounded, almost shattered. This crystal could not possibly belong to Lin Zhao. He could not possess such a rare artifact. For through the information in her mind, she had discerned the nature of this object. Her mind still felt somewhat hazy, and any attempt to focus brought sharp pain. Her sea of consciousness and mental prowess, owing to her extraordinary sixth senses, were indeed superior to those of other cultivators at the same level. Yet, she had nearly succumbed under the strain. For contained within was a legendary scripture, the seed of the demon Tao scripture. This scripture, known as the heart of the Tao seeds the demon, was rumored to be an unparalleled Taoist scripture. Moreover, it was a demonic scripture. What was sealed within this crystal was merely a fragment, less than a third of the whole. Yet, even this portion, in terms of its grade, far surpassed an ordinary second-grade scripture. This was truly supreme magic. If this were to be leaked, it is likely that the demonic cultivators from the demon realm would swarm forth to seize this fragment of scripture. Such a scripture has transcended mere words. Its essence manifests as the silvery purple mandala flower, blooming on her left shoulder. When it senses a cultivator capable of bearing this demonic scripture, it will forcibly infuse itself into the host. It is rather crude in its selection process, relying solely on the purity and resilience of the spiritual roots. Although Pei Xihe possesses 3 spiritual roots, in terms of purity, her 3 slender 9-inch roots are indeed sufficient to support this demonic scripture. It is deeply rooted within her dantian's spiritual core, and the mandala on her shoulder is merely its projection. Now, with a mere thought, she can conceal that mandala. Within her dantian, the originally immaculate spiritual roots have already been tainted by a mysterious purple aura from years past. Beneath it now blooms a captivating and fervent mandala. Kunlun represents the quintessential Taoist orthodoxy. While it does not adopt a confrontational stance towards demonic cultivators, they are not particularly esteemed either. Yet, despite this being a scripture of the demonic path, Pei Xihe cannot help but feel a stirring within her. Alas, it is a double-edged sword. She could never have dreamed of such an opportunity, let alone receiving precisely the initial portions of the practice. The cultivation of the Tao heart and the sowing of the demonic seed is divided into 5 major realms, condensing the Tao heart, giving birth to the demonic seed, slaying phantoms, manifesting all thoughts, and mastery over heaven and earth. The fragment precisely documents the first 2 realms. Yet the entry into this scripture begins with the condensation of the Tao heart. This is the Tao heart that the golden core cultivators once spoke of. If even a golden core cultivator struggles to comprehend the Tao heart, what hope does a mere qi refining practitioner like her possess? The first realm continuously hones the Tao heart cultivated by the practitioner, regarded not merely as a technique, but rather as a grand opportunity. This process of refining the Tao heart demands immense perseverance. Only those of great determination can achieve success. Upon succeeding, one possesses a flawless and perfect Tao heart, rendering the path of cultivation free from bottlenecks, akin to soaring through the azure sky. However, this extraordinary technique resembles a mere trinket, for only by solidifying the Tao heart can the practitioner embark on cultivation. How does one achieve such solidification? Pei Xihe sighed wryly. Hung, her adorable companion, nuzzled against her cheek with its soft, rounded snout, bringing her a moment of solace. At least now, both her sea of consciousness and body have endured wounds. It is better to possess a treasure than to have none at all. If cultivation proves unfeasible, she will focus on healing her injuries first. Embracing Hung, she rose to her feet. A smile crept upon her face as she gazed at Hung, the true embodiment of a fortune-bringing pig. Upon its arrival, she had received this fragment of the demonic scripture. Although she could not cultivate it, its concealed, terrifying value remained undeniable. This indeed qualifies as a fortuitous encounter of extraordinary proportions. She must take great care to conceal it, for if the existence of this world-shattering demonic text were to be discovered, it might spell disaster for her. Hung nestled obediently in her embrace, refraining from restlessness. Pei Xihe felt her heart soften as she carefully retrieved a 9th-grade spiritual herb collected by Lin Zhao, feeding it to Hung. Although the sight of a pig consuming spiritual flowers may seem whimsical, Hung clearly relished the treat, absorbing the spiritual energy entirely. It was still in its juvenile phase. Demonic beasts are categorized into juvenile, growth, and mature stages. Those with unique bloodlines often experience prolonged juvenile and growth periods, necessitating a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Hengji felt an abundance of spiritual energy coursing through him, invigorated by the ethereal flower. With joyful exclamations, he leapt from Pei Xihe's embrace and landed upon her bed, curling up and closing his eyes in a state of contentment. Pei Xihe smiled softly and retrieved a small blanket from the wardrobe to cover him. Her bed was spacious, and she settled on one side, closing her eyes to enter a meditative state. The surrounding spiritual energy was irresistibly drawn to her. As her triple spiritual roots simultaneously unleashed their power, the speed at which she absorbed the energy was extraordinary. under the refreshing flow of spiritual energy. Hengji shook his tiny body in delight. The blazing sun reigned in the sky, yet the cascading waterfall provided a refreshing respite from the heat. At the heart of the waterfall, on a stone dais, sat a young maiden. She radiated an ethereal beauty, her presence akin to moonlight upon jade, seemingly enveloped in a silvery glow. As she opened her eyes, they sparkled like a clear blue sky. With a surge of spiritual energy, the waterfall's flow abruptly ceased. As if commanded by her will, the waters became extensions of her intent, transforming into 9 ethereal dragons that danced midair. The surrounding spiritual energy of the water had been fully concentrated, coalescing into a brilliant blue orb. Ming Linlang rose gracefully, her toes barely touching the surface, and ascended to the blue orb. Around her, 6 circular blue sigils emerged, radiating an astonishingly mysterious luminescence. Minglin's blood, a sovereign of the waters of heaven and earth. Beneath her feet, the azure orb radiated a mesmerizing blue light, shattering the 9 azure dragons into fragments. The immense spirit of water surged into her being, finally breaking through the last vestige of her barriers. She had now entirely entered the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance, and she donned a flowing silver dress adorned with intricate blue patterns and dragon embroidery, befitting her name. Linlang, akin to exquisite jewels, a creation of unparalleled beauty and brilliance. Her features exuded a unique, ethereal beauty reminiscent of a cold moonlit night, gracefully astonishing like a celestial dragon. With a sword in hand, a glimmer flickered in her gaze as she pointed the blade, summoning the recently dispersed water dragons, transforming them into towering waves that surged forth. Lu Changfeng, I have made my intentions abundantly clear. In this life, I seek no romantic entanglements, only the path to immortality. Your distractions serve only to trouble me, and those who hinder my journey shall be my adversaries. With these words, she departed gracefully. The water sword, born from the tumultuous waves, descended upon the concealed location, unleashing a chilling aura. The water gradually transformed into ice, and the sword's energy erupted, shattering the icy blade into fragments. Lu Changfeng materialized, choosing not to evade, allowing the icy shards to slice through his skin. He had contemplated one final attempt, yet Ming Linlang remained more composed and resolute. He let out a bitter smile, ultimately resigning himself to his fate. Chapter 58. You may call me. Senior sister Pei Xihe awoke from her meditation, and upon opening her eyes, she was met with the pitiful gaze of Hu Hua looking at her. The contract instantly enlightened her to the meaning behind Hu Hua's expression. She previously possessed no experience in nurturing mystical beasts, and in her fervor for cultivation, she had forgotten to consider the needs of her companion. Humbly reflecting on what would happen if it were to feel hunger, I sincerely apologize, dear Humke, for neglecting to prepare sustenance in advance. Within her storage pouch lay provisions suitable for long-term preservation, yet they were insipid rations unfit for her beloved creature. Ultimately, she resorted to offering a fragment of a 9th-grade spiritual herb to Humke. It appeared that she needed to devise a proper diet for her companion. Relying solely on spiritual herbs was neither sustainable nor appropriate, especially since the seed of demon had taken root in her dantian, absorbing a substantial amount of spiritual energy to activate itself. To her dismay, the spiritual stones she had meticulously counted earlier had been reduced to mere fragments, and many spiritual plants had withered into dead vines and flowers. A pang of sorrow gripped her heart as she realized the loss. Fortunately, her belongings remained securely tucked away in her storage pouch, unaffected by this misfortune. The consumption of spiritual herbs by Humke primarily served to replenish its spiritual energy. It was not particularly fond of nibbling on flowers and grasses. Rising to her feet, Pei Xihe glanced at the time spirit clock that autonomously turned within the room. Realizing that she had been immersed in her cultivation for 2 days, the spiritual energy coursing through her body had begun to mend her physical injuries and alleviate the emptiness of her sea of consciousness. Presently, the ailment of her consciousness was nearly healed, and her physical wounds had mostly closed. With only a bit more tender care required, she faced no significant issues. Through her comprehension of the essence of the blade, her sensitivity to the flow of spiritual energy in the cosmos had become increasingly lucid and harmonious. The operation of her spiritual force had grown remarkably smooth, a testament to the benefits of a tranquil mind fostering cultivation. She drew forth the spring stream, fortunate that it belonged to the pinnacle of the 8th grade spiritual treasures, sustaining minimal where even in combat against Lin Zhao. Crafted from exquisite materials, even minor damages could mend themselves. With the blade in hand, she felt an invincible courage. Yet, there lingered a certain distinct sentiment, the resolute battle intent, seemingly capable of severing all, now eluded her like a fleeting blossom. As she gently caressed the blade's surface, a chill emanated from it, weaving its way through the air. The spring stream had accompanied her for over 8 years, a bond that had fully harmonized. Now, wielding it felt as seamless as an extension of her own being. Regrettably, upon reaching the foundational realm, she would need to prepare for a transition to a 7th grade spirit sword, for the spring stream would struggle to endure the foundational spiritual energy, risking wear and breakage. Beside her, Hummingbird, her companion, sensed her desire to venture outside, and the azure floral mark of their contract shimmered on her hand, drawing Hummingbird into the contract space. Although she was within the outer sect of Kunlun, Pei Xihe did not believe she alone could recognize Dang Kong. Attracting trouble would indeed be burdensome. While her strength had risen to a commendable level, allowing her to secure her place in the outer sect, she was reluctant to expend excessive energy and time weathering storms. Within the confines of the contract space, Hummingbird could rest well. With a wave, she dispelled the protective array surrounding her dwelling and opened the door. A frown creased her brow. It was truly unfortunate to encounter Meng Fu Ling at that precise moment. Now in her early 20s, Meng Fu Ling radiated the blossoming allure of womanhood. Having matured to 16, Pei Xihe was now acutely aware of the nature of her relationship with Li Huainan. The emotions stirred within her were indeed difficult to articulate. The sensation of relying on the sale of her own possessions, clinging to others, filled Pei Xihe with a profound sense of discomfort and revulsion. When Meng Fu Ling caught sight of Pei Xihe, her resplendent beauty was nearly impossible to ignore, suppressing the jealousy that bubbled within. She recognized that she was far from being a match for this impudent girl. With a disdainful huff, she turned on her heel to depart. Pei Xihe, oblivious to her thoughts, noted that despite possessing dual spiritual roots and not being inherently lacking in talent, Meng Fu Ling had only recently grazed the threshold of the 9th stage of qi refinement, currently peaking at the 8th stage. Logically, she should have at least advanced to the subsequent 3 stages. Yet, every time she undertook a mission, she was merely trailing behind Li Huainan, merely securing a nominal contribution point. The spirit stones and elixirs she relied upon came solely from him. What long-term benefits could this possibly yield for her? Noticing Meng Fu Ling's abrupt departure, Pei Xihe chose to disregard her. The tarnished reputation she had accumulated over the years was undeniably bolstered by her association with Li Huainan. After all, he was a member of the Li family. Even as a bastard son, the weight of his lineage afforded him influence. Even if he could not wield power directly, she could not afford to provoke the Li family's ire. It was akin to the fur of a tiger. The tiger may not care if a single hair falls, but should someone dare to pluck it, a single swipe could prove fatal. Reflecting on this left her feeling somewhat stifled, and she could only lament that circumstances often overshadow individual strength. Only when she ascended to a position surpassing that of the Li family would she truly be free to revel in her desires. In response to Meng Fu Ling's disdainful huff, she lifted her chin, displaying no trace of timidity, her expression radiant as the sun. The upcoming outer sect competition was merely 8 months away. Should she successfully break through to the foundation establishment stage, she would wield formidable combat prowess fueled by her mastery of blade intent. In a grand competition limited to those below the 3rd stage of foundation establishment, her strength could indeed propel her into the top 10, thereby securing the coveted status of an inner sect disciple. Once admitted to the inner sect, the distinction between her and the outer sect disciples would be akin to that of heaven and earth. Why then should she contend for fleeting glory with Meng Fu Ling and Li Huainan? Suddenly, a figure approached Meng Fu Ling. It was Li Huainan. He continued to idly sway his folding fan, yet his brow bore a hint of discontent. As a dual spiritual root cultivator, his aptitude surpassed that of Meng Fu Ling. Yet his rate of advancement could not match that of Pei Xihe. Now at the 11th stage of qi refinement, Pei Xihe firmly overshadowed him by an entire tier. Ever since he learned that Pei Xihe had surpassed him, he had seldom shown his face before her, feeling utterly humiliated. Yet what was this? Li Huainan had called out to Pei Xihe. "Senior sister Pei, why are you in such a hurry?" He inquired with a smile that lacked genuine cheer. The animosity between Pei Xihe and him had long been laid bare. Do you find me unattractive? What can I walk quickly? She retorted, her presence imposing as she maintained a firm advantage over Li Huainan. Was she to fear him? Furthermore, while I may casually refer to others as senior brothers or sisters without regard for hierarchy, that courtesy does not extend to you. After all, I am at the 12th stage of qi refinement, and you are merely Li Huainan, junior brother Li. Do not misaddress me. Address me as senior sister Pei. Her delicate face bore a stern expression, radiating an undeniable aura of authority. Even her cold demeanor was striking enough to leave both Meng Fuling and Li Huainan momentarily stunned. Li Huainan's inner fury and shame surged to a peak in an instant. With a sullen expression, he challenged, "Dare you join me on the martial arts arena for a contest? We can make the stakes substantial. I wager a foundation establishment pill. Do you dare to accept?" Pei Xihe's beautiful eyes flickered. If the martial arts platform were to determine stakes, both parties must offer treasures of equal value. A foundation establishment pill would require at least 50,000 spirit stones for her to procure. It was evident that this pill had been allocated to Li Huainan by the Li family, a clear advantage for the scion of a prestigious clan. She pursed her lips and smiled. Why wouldn't I dare? Chapter 59. The thawing winter snow. Did you hear that senior sister Pei plans to challenge senior brother Li on the training platform? How could I not? Senior brother Li has put forth a foundation establishment pill as the wager. What a grand gesture. Indeed, senior sister Pei is formidable, despite both being unanchored by family support. She managed to amass 50,000 spirit stones. You have no idea, I seldom see her elsewhere. When not cultivating, she is busy undertaking missions. No wonder she, with 3 spiritual roots, has reached the 12th level of qi refinement at such a young age. But isn't senior brother Li at the 11th level? How can he compete against the blade honed by senior sister Pei through her missions? Just watch. Since he dares to wager a foundation establishment pill, he must have confidence. The disciples below murmured among themselves, and as time flowed on, the once novice Pei Xihe had now become the revered senior sister in the eyes of others. She has cultivated her qi to the 12th realm, deserving the title of senior sister Pei, except for a few foundation-building practitioners who remain in seclusion. Pei Xihe stood gracefully on the high platform, her expression adorned with a gentle smile that seemed almost ethereal. Holding a long blade, her figure stood tall like a slender white poplar. Please, junior brother Li. The martial arts arena, forged from resilient bluestone, was impervious to anyone below the foundation-building stage. Upon the expansive platform, 2 luminous spheres flickered. One encased a jade box, from which a faint scent of medicinal herbs wafted. The other contained a storage bag filled with 50,000 spirit stones belonging to Pei Xihe. The victor would claim both treasures. An elder of foundation-building cultivation stood nearby, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, and cleared his throat. Let the match begin. Li Huainan positioned himself on the opposite side of the arena, wielding a long sword that gleamed with a chilling light. At the elder's command, he surged forward like a gust of wind, leaving behind several afterimages on the platform. Meng Fuling watched from below, her heart racing with anticipation, hoping fervently that this wretched girl would receive a thorough lesson. Pei Xihe remained unmoved. Her senses were honed to perfection, perceiving every subtle shift around her. With a slight shift of her right foot, she swiftly drew her blade, crafting an exquisite flourish before delivering a powerful strike. The astonishing blade aura erupted in an instant, sending Li Huainan hurtling backward. He let out a muffled groan, narrowly evading the razor-sharp edge. As their weapons clashed, Pei Xihe gripped her sword firmly, channeling her strength to its zenith, forcefully sending Li Huainan soaring through the air. Pei Xihe felt a sudden heaviness in her lower body as she forcefully pushed off the ground, leaping into the air with a horizontal strike. Upon the clash of blades, she immediately sensed something amiss. How could Li Huainan, a mere 11th realm cultivator, possess such formidable strength? No, it seemed that his power was even more profound than her own 12th realm energy at that moment. Li Huainan erupted into laughter, feeling an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. Little did you expect. I too have recently ascended to the 12th realm. A glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes. Yet, even as a 12th realm cultivator, he was still in the early stages. How could he be so powerful? Pei Xihe prided herself on her unique 3 spirit roots. Though her cultivation of the 3 spiritual techniques was more arduous than that of dual or single spirit roots, her energy was at least 3 times more substantial than theirs when utilizing techniques of the same grade. Li Huainan practiced a top-tier 6th grade technique, which could never surpass her spiritual power. Indeed, he could not surpass her. Hence, prior to his ascent to the stage, he had ingested a 7th-grade Zhuangyang pill, amplifying his energy 5 to 6-fold. He had learned that Pei Xihe had just completed a 9-star mission and was still recovering from her injuries. It was the perfect opportunity. Although this pill carried certain side effects, with proper care, it would not harm his foundation and would allow him to make that wretched girl pay the price. In truth, there was no deep-seated enmity between them, yet what Li Huainan despised most was the challenge to his status as a side-branch descendant. Moreover, how could someone with ostensibly inferior aptitude ascend so swiftly? He loathed those who, in his eyes, should be beneath him yet dared to rise. His jealousy was palpable, and Meng Fuling was not dissimilar in her sentiments. It could be said that these two were exceptionally well matched. Pei Xihe sensed his formidable spiritual power, akin to surging magma. Li Huainan possessed both fire and wood spiritual roots, with his fire root reaching an impressive 6 inches, showcasing exceptional aptitude. His cultivation technique was profound, flames billowing. Pei Xihe let out a soft snort. The remnants of her injuries throbbed subtly within her, yet she remained relatively unburdened. A wave of dark blue ice spiritual energy spread from her hand to the blade, igniting the chill of the cold iron. An icy ring unfurled from beneath her feet. Ice purification technique. Ice and fire clashed, each resisting the other. Pei Xihe wielded her long knife with an effortless grace, each strike swift and fierce, seemingly devoid of thought. The blade moved with unparalleled precision, leaving a trail of chilling brilliance. The 9th wave of the vast ocean manifested within the light of her blade, akin to a terrifying tempest rushing towards her adversary. For this wave was an expanse of blinding sword light. Pei Xihe's sword intent flourished. Every stroke and form was a seamless embodiment of natural artistry, imbued with a spirit that radiated unmatched sharpness. Kill. Li Huainan, relying on the explosive surge of power granted by elixirs, was barely holding his ground. Damn it, he thought fiercely. How could this insufferable girl wield such formidable swordsmanship? Each strike was bizarrely unstoppable, sharp enough to send shivers down his spine. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to resort to his hidden skills, yet she compelled him to do so. In a sudden burst, he hurled his sword towards Pei Xihe. Yet, unexpectedly, a crimson sword appeared in his hand. Was that a 7th-grade spirit sword? This was cheating. How could he contend with her 8th-grade spirit blade? After all, spirit treasures were inherently a part of one's strength. Who was to blame for her failure to procure a 7th-grade spirit treasure? The spectators below were abuzz with speculation, while Pei Xihe felt her pressure intensify. That crimson sword was indeed a legitimate 7th-grade weapon. Each encounter resonates like the harmonious sound of spring streams. As if unable to withstand the sharpness of the spiritual sword, leaving numerous scratches upon its blade. Li Huainan has indeed devoted considerable thought and resources to this contest. Had she been unprepared prior to her mission, she might have been caught off guard. However, now that she has comprehended the essence of the blade, the initiative remains firmly in her grasp. Standing tall, she unleashes a strike, accompanied by a clear ringing sound and an aura of chilling cold, with shards of ice condensing upon the blade, only to melt in an instant. The winter snow melts away. Ice and fire are inherently opposed. Yet with the technique of the 6 harmonies profound blade, a blaze erupts amidst the ice, leading to a dissolution of frost and an explosion of heat. This can unleash astonishing and mysterious power. Chapter 60. A storm approaches. Pei Xihe strikes, enveloping her attack with the dual energies of ice and fire, which, despite their inherent resistance, explode forth with formidable might due to their forced convergence, sending the red sword reeling. Suddenly, Pei Xihe's entire presence surges forth. Her blade intent unfathomable and elusive, wielded with such finesse that it resembles a concealed sharp edge. Look at senior sister Pei's swordplay, how swift it is. Has she truly grasped the essence of the blade? No way. That is something even foundational cultivators find difficult to comprehend. Yet, the ordinary sword momentum pales in comparison to her prowess. One can clearly see that Li Xixiang is being overwhelmed, despite wielding a 7th-grade spirit sword. Pei Xihe remains in a state of unity with her spirit, undeterred by the chaos below. Meanwhile, the foundational elder in charge of maintaining order briefly displays surprise and envy in his gaze. The essence of the blade. Today's young disciples are indeed stronger than ever. Possessing extraordinary talent, his discerning vision allowed him to perceive the essence of the blade's intent long before these disciples. It is indeed formidable that an outer sect disciple has honed their swordsmanship to such a profound level, evoking a sense of awe in the youth. Pei Xihe's spring stream fusion bore a few delicate spiritual patterns, now marred by the 7th grade spirit sword, causing her a pang of regret. Alas, as her strength ascended, the spring stream fusion became increasingly burdensome. With a graceful twist of her body, she wielded her long blade, conjuring 7 or 8 breathtaking blade energies. To distill the sword's aura to its utmost is to manifest blade energy. Each streak of blade energy resembled a colossal sword fiercely cleaving towards Li Huainan. Li Huainan could scarcely fathom why, despite having also transcended to the 12th realm, aided by the Zhuiyang pill and the 7th grade spirit sword, he still found himself at a disadvantage. Why was he unable to triumph over Pei Xihe? He felt utterly disheveled at this moment. The murmurs from the spectators disrupted his focus, causing his swordplay to grow increasingly chaotic. Blade intent. Had she truly comprehended blade intent? Why was it so unjust? The bitterness in his heart festered, sharpening his swordplay into a tempest of sharpness and ferocity. Pei Xihe's eyes glimmered with a subtle smile. The opportunity had arrived. With such temperament, how could he contend with her? Her swordplay flowed like a majestic dragon in flight, and in an instant, 3 beams of blade light pierced towards Li Huainan's vital points. With a swift motion, she positioned her blade against Li Huainan's neck. Junior brotherly, I concede. The blade's coldness, imbued with the chilling essence of cold iron, pricked his skin. This sword had indeed tasted the blood of numerous demonic beasts and even slayed cultivators. The indignation and resentment within Li Huainan evaporated in an instant. Gritting his teeth, he managed to force a smile. Senior Sister Pei, you are truly formidable. As your junior, I accept my defeat. Pei Xihe's lips curled into a smile, her eyes glinting with a cold light. Junior brotherly, it seems you have forgotten that one must not consume elixirs upon the martial arts platform. Li Huainan's pupils constricted. Senior Sister Pei, one must show mercy where it is due. He spoke softly, a hint of menace in his tone. Pei Xihe raised a radiant smile and whispered to Li Huainan, but I regard you as a mere dog. To strike a dog, one must be swift and decisive. She turned to the elder, her lips curling in a light laugh. Elder, I wish to report that Junior brotherly consumed forbidden elixirs before stepping onto the platform, thereby violating the rules of the martial arts stage. The elder's expression instantly grew grave. Indeed, he had felt Li Huainan's formidable spiritual energy. So that was it. Upon ascending the martial arts platform, the pressure of his foundation was unmistakable, and he let out a cold snort towards Li Huainan. A trip to the law enforcement hall is in order. Li Huainan's gaze flickered. The law enforcement hall was filled with members of the Li family, who would surely grant him some leniency, which emboldened his audacity. Alas, despite having deliberately targeted Pei Xihe when she was injured, having consumed the Zhuiyang pill and wielded a 7th grade spirit sword, he was still unable to surpass her. In that moment, he felt a twinge of confusion. Had he erred in his relentless pursuit of Pei Xihe? Though she hailed from humble origins, a practitioner of 3 spiritual roots, she possessed the ability to outshine him, a scion of a prestigious family. Even as a collateral branch, he bore the arrogance of a member of the Li clan. Perhaps this very defiance was the reason for his current standing. Pei Xihe waved her hand, and 2 luminous orbs descended into her palm. The foundation pill, priceless in the market, held an actual value exceeding 50,000 spiritual stones. A smile danced upon her lips. I truly appreciate Junior brotherly's generosity. Li Huainan shot her a venomous glare before turning away, departing alongside the elder. Plagued by the ache of overexertion, the injury within Pei Xihe throbbed faintly. Her lips were pallid, yet she betrayed not a trace of discomposure. Descending from the platform with a lithe grace, she noticed Meng fulling glaring daggers at her. Her feet touched the ground. What is it, Junior Sister Meng? Do you also desire to spar with me upon the training platform? Meng Fulling's face flushed crimson. Yet she dared not utter a word. Pei Xihe, whom even Li Huainan could not defeat, was simply too formidable. Where could she find the strength to challenge her? Her erstwhile allies, who would usually rally to her side, now resembled turtles withdrawing into their shells. In the days when Pei Xihe was young and feeble, they stood beside Meng Fulling, their words sharpest of all. Now, after Pei Xihe displayed her might as a 12th realm cultivator, they cowered in silence. Such was the suppression of sheer power. Seeing that Meng Fulling had no one to turn to, Pei Xihe felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Silencing others with one's own strength was truly gratifying. With a flick of her sleeve, she turned and departed, leaving Ming fulling in utter mortification. "Is it about to commence? What do you say?" retorted the slovenly blue-robed old man, tugging at his beard with ill temper. Beside the old man stood a youth, his mere presence radiating a captivating splendor. Ebony tresses were held in place by an 18-feathered crimson sun silver crown, and he exuded a mesmerizing tranquility, instilling a sense of unwavering steadfastness. He smiled, his lips curving gently. "Why so impatient, martial uncle?" The blue-robed old man cast a disgruntled glance at him. Hypocrite. His features were exquisitely handsome, with sword-like brows, starry eyes, and a finely sculpted nose. His figure was as upright and elegant as a verdant bamboo, clad in a robe of azure, embroidered with runes of gold and silver, and adorned with a circular jade pendant at the waist. He stood amidst a landscape of stones resembling jade and pines akin to emeralds. His beauty was unparalleled, unmatched in the realm. The ruins of the divine concealment sect were on the verge of emerging. How could we, the disciples of Kunlun, refrain from participating? The elderly man spoke with fervor, yet the youth displayed no hint of displeasure. His features were gentle, but an air of nobility and authority emanated from him. "Naturally, we must go." A spark of determination ignited in Song Ranzhen's eyes. "All disciples of Kunlun, those below the golden core stage, whether from the outer or inner sect, are encouraged to partake in the exploration of the divine concealment ruins, provided they so wish. The current generation of disciples must not grow complacent in their tranquility. A great calamity looms over this realm. We shall spare no effort to grow stronger." The old man in blue exhibited a glint of sharpness in his gaze. He looked towards the horizon, where the sky was a brilliant blue, clear and refreshing. Yet, beneath this facade, a storm threatened. The disciples of the heavenly mechanism sect were emerging, and a great disaster was imminent. Amidst the various stirrings, Kunlun must solidify its foundations and prepare to face any tempest that may arise. Chapter 61. The Realm of Divine Concealment within the pitch-black palace. A mass of black mist loomed upon the throne. This mist was unfathomably deep, from which only 2 points of crimson light could be discerned, eyes as red as blood, seemingly concealing a person or some unknown entity. Suddenly, a male voice resonated from the depths of the mist. Damnable thing. The voice was not one of agitation. It was rich and magnetic, imbued with an alluring charm. "Lin Zhao is dead. The item is lost, and that thing has chosen its master." As the black mist began to dissipate, the owner of those crimson eyes was revealed. His exposed skin radiated an unhealthy pallor, almost ghostly white. With crimson eyes and silvery hair, the man possessed an extraordinary beauty, exuding an aura reminiscent of a vengeful spirit. One could not help but wonder what the new master of the demons looked like, and whether the essence of his soul would be more delectable than that of an ordinary being. A fleeting glimmer of ruthless intensity flickered in his gaze, only to vanish swiftly. How intriguing it was that the celestial sect had begun to meddle in the affairs of the underworld. Surely, something significant was afoot. With a wave of his hand, wisps of azure smoke dispersed, transforming into ghostly soldiers, all possessing power surpassing that of the ghost kings. "Go, uncover the truth for me," commanded Mu Sheng, his eyes glinting with a menacing aura as the specters faded into the distance. Pei Xihe cradled a snow-white spiritual flower in her hands, emanating a radiant, pure light as she lifted it, her fingers forming intricate seals. She emptied her senses, immersing her mind entirely in the flow of her cultivation. Within her dantian, the 3-colored spiritual roots began to rotate gently in accordance with her will. The 3 techniques she practiced had merged seamlessly, allowing the spiritual energy to partake in a unified path of operation. Ice, fire, and metal energies surged toward her with great velocity. The snow-white spiritual flower, born from the purest snow and bathed in the essence of heaven and earth, while imbued with a chilling aura, exuded pure spiritual energy. Drawn by the immense force she generated, the spiritual energy began to be extracted in delicate strands. The extracted energy was exceptionally pure, imbued with the unique potency of the spiritual flower, capable of nourishing meridians and soothing muscles and bones. The ethereal essence of the xianxia linghua flows within her. Although her body had ostensibly healed, it still bore remnants of subtle injuries. Now, as the gentle spiritual energy enveloped her, it swiftly mended her wounds, bestowing upon her a sensation akin to basking in a warm spring. The circulation of her spiritual power accelerated, drawing in the surrounding spiritual essence. The xianxia linghua possesses 13 petals, and at this moment, One petal had been completely drained. Pei Xihe felt a surge of spiritual energy within her. In the 12th vortex, the spiritual power was being incessantly compressed. The vortex transformed the energy into a fine mist, enveloping her internal organs. This cleansing of the internal organs, ridding them of impurities, represents one of the most formidable challenges in the realm of qi cultivation. After all, the human body is frail, with the internal organs being its most vulnerable aspect. A minor misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. In her earlier, less advanced state, she had consumed elixirs, and much of the impurities from the 10th and 11th realms had been purged. Now, the spiritual energy manifested as mist, simmering within her organs. Pei Xihe peered inward, noticing wisps of dark energy emerging, swiftly extinguished by the spiritual mist. A sharp pain coursed through her body, a consequence of her organs undergoing this transformative process. She clenched her teeth, her brow furrowed in discomfort. It was indeed painful. However, those with superior constitutions endure fewer tribulations during this process. Take Han Minglou, for instance, who is a naturally gifted wood-type spirit body. Having consumed celestial liquids and spiritual meals from birth, her body is devoid of impurities, with pure and untainted blood. For prodigies like her, these latter realms merely lay a solid foundation, devoid of such hardships. In contrast, Pei Xihe hails from a realm of mortals, with the residues of earthly impurities having settled within her, compounded by the toxic remnants of the elixirs she once ingested. As she traversed the latter realms, each step brought with it the burden of pain. Yet it was worth it. The last remnants of discomfort and ache within her began to fade. The 13-petaled spirit flower before her had entirely withered, transforming into a mere withered blossom, reduced to ash by the turbulent energy swirling around her. Pei Xihe's spiritual power ascended to new heights. Previously, she had entered the late stage of the 12th realm. Now, through the refinement of this spirit flower, she had achieved complete mastery of the 12th realm. Every aspect of her being, her skin, muscles, blood, and internal organs, shed their impurities, leaving only a radiant clarity. Each inch of her divine body emanated a fragrant essence, unleashing spiritual power that sparkled like fragmented starlight throughout her form. She had finally attained the ultimate perfection in her cultivation, her body a vessel of harmony. When she opened her eyes, they shone like stars, bright as the dawn. Rising to her feet, her entire being moved lightly, producing crackling sounds akin to frying beans. Having reached the consummation of the 12th realm, she was now qualified to strive for the foundational stage. At just over 16 years of age, should she attain the foundational realm, by the time of the outer sect disciples competition, she would merely be 17 and would undoubtedly make a remarkable impression. Inner sect disciples and true disciples would have the opportunity to attempt this, rather than merely dreaming of it. Her heart surged with excitement, but she gradually found her composure. The next step was to seek a propitious moment to establish her foundation. Having just broken through to perfection, attempting to enter the foundational stage too hastily could lead to a precarious foundation, resulting in a diminished essence. Suddenly, a glimmer of light danced upon her wrist. Raising her arm, she saw the emblem of a first-class disciple, 3 golden marks radiating brilliance. The contribution points displayed had long surpassed 5 digits. She furrowed her brow. Having never encountered such a situation before, her fingertips brushing against the golden markings, a revelation surged into her mind. The hidden realm has opened. All cultivators below the golden core stage may enter. Disciples of Kunlun, if willing and having attained the 3 realms of qi refinement or above, may proceed. A myriad of emotions flickered in Pei Xihe's eyes. Those beneath the golden core may enter, while those at the 3 realms of qi refinement and beyond are eligible to participate. This implies that a practitioner at the 10th level of qi refinement may potentially face formidable opponents at the 9th level of foundation establishment, or even those on the verge of the golden core, representing a vast disparity in strength. She bit her lower lip, a hint of confusion dancing in her gaze. She had heard of the hidden realm, which was documented in an ancient text. It was described as a small world birthed by the heavens and earth. Rumors spoke of several terrifying sects that had emerged within, only to ultimately perish. The supreme inheritances of those sects attracted every cultivator. One day, they discovered that this realm would open once every century, allowing cultivators below the golden core to enter. Within, they could seek great fortunes for 3 months. Naturally, Kunlun had numerous records of entries into the hidden realm, which she had perused with great care. Traditionally, only inner disciples were permitted entry. Outer disciples, lacking sufficient strength, would merely become fodder. Yet now, why were outer disciples allowed to enter upon reaching the three realms of qi refinement? They would not be counted among inner disciples. Their lack of strength merely a burden that could drag down their inner counterparts. A glimmer of bewilderment crossed her eyes. The unusual hidden realm. Should she venture forth or not? Chapter 62. My desire to cross the waters. The confusion in Pei Xihe's gaze deepened. She had now reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. Within a span of 3 to 4 months, once she has stabilized her current cultivation, she can endeavor to construct the 12 cyclone platform. With the assistance of the foundational pill bestowed by Li Huainan, she need not fret over the possibility of failure. Success in her foundational stage is assured. Furthermore, her innate talent, characterized by the 3 paths of 9 inches of spiritual roots, is by no means insignificant. The jade tier she has condensed holds a firm promise of exceeding 5 colors. Her cultivation encompasses 3 methodologies, resulting in pure and solid spiritual energy, rendering her essence clear and untainted, in harmony with the heavens and the earth. Even the upper-grade foundational stage of 7 colors is not beyond her reach. She envisions a stable foundational realm, awaiting the momentous occasion of the outer disciples gathering to astonish all. According to her plan, she aims to ascend into the inner disciples, perhaps even becoming a true inheritor. Rumors abound regarding the myriad heavenly materials and earthly treasures within the hidden realm. Once a sanctuary for many grand sects, it is revered as a paradise of utmost purity, possessing spiritual energy that is at least tenfold that of the Kunlun outer gate. Additionally, the remnants of fallen sects have left behind numerous legacies, several of which are documented in the Kunlun manuscripts. Some have acquired fragments of the Luo Tianwood, enabling them to break through several minor realms in succession. Others have obtained superior methodologies, allowing them to leap through the dragon gate like a carp. These myriad possibilities suddenly crystallized in her mind. She recognized her hesitation, her insatiable greed. The legendary opportunities tantalized her spirit, gradually unearthing the avarice buried within her humanity. Pei Xihe had long been aware of the essence of her character, greedy, driven by ambition and desire, yearning to behold the scenery from the highest peaks. Thus, after more than a decade of cultivation, enduring solitude and persevering through arduous training, Pei Xihe is finally on the verge of ascending the small hill that is foundation establishment. However, what Pei Xihe desires is to stand at the highest peak, a place boundless and unobstructed. The divine hidden realm? Why wouldn't she go? The bewilderment in Pei Xihe's eyes dissipated. Of course, she would go. No matter how much Pei Xihe changes, she remains the same little girl from the spaceship, the one who aspired to become the sun. How could someone who wishes to become the sun be content with being a mere spark, however large, and then halt her progress? A sense of clarity suddenly dawned within Pei Xihe's heart, a refusal to yield. In her dantian, the mandala flower swayed gently, unnoticed. Its silver-purple radiance, quite concealed, scattered between the petals. Its choice of a master was not without its criteria. The nascent form of a Tao heart. Was it not gradually developing? Pei Xihe poured all of her 12th level qi, refining spiritual power, into the golden mark, allowing it to perceive her realm and confirming her intention to participate in the upcoming divine hidden realm. When a white mark appeared on the golden mark, everything was settled. Pei Xihe sighed softly. The chaos and confusion had faded from her eyes, replaced by a profound clarity. She had almost been led astray at that crucial moment. To sail against the current, one must either advance or be swept back. She had relied on diligent cultivation and a daring spirit to reach her current position. But the thought of relaxing had crept in. With 3 spiritual roots, without the aid of a suitable superior cultivation method and fortuitous opportunities, breaking through to the golden core realm before her lifespan as a foundation establishment cultivator expires would not be an easy feat. How could she even speak of her dream of attaining immortality? Although she had obtained the demon seed, where would the Tao heart come from to enter the first realm? What if she entered foundation establishment? On the path of cultivation, one encounters numerous realms such as the golden elixir, yuan ing, and transformation of spirit. Yet they remain but trifles in the grand scheme of the Tao. Cultivation is akin to navigating tumultuous seas, striving to carve out a celestial path uniquely one's own. How naive to believe that merely breaching a small wave would ensure a smooth journey ahead. Such thoughts are mere daydreams. I yearn to navigate these waters. I am determined to forge my own destiny. She refuses to accept this fate, this path, and her resolve only intensifies. Opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. One must seize them with tenacity. She would not concede before Lin Zhao. It was only through a desperate struggle that she grasped the essence of the blade and fortuitously acquired seed of demons. It was her boldness in the past that liberated her from a life of servitude. Within the realms of divine concealment, her strength indeed ranked among the lowest. Fellow disciples of the inner sect of Kunlun offered some measure of support, yet they too faced pressures from rival sects, rendering their assistance limited. But so what? Without confronting the tempests, one cannot truly master the course of their future. Pei Xihe resolutely clenched her fists. Having made her decision, she would no longer dwell in self-doubt or denial. Presently, she possessed over 27,000 contribution points and more than 64,000 spirit stones. She must prepare thoroughly before entering the realm of divine concealment, which would open in a month. She needed to secure a safe haven within, enhance her foundation, and bolster her strength to gain even a slight advantage. As she recalled the spirit stones and contribution points she had painstakingly amassed, her heart ached at the thought of parting with them. Yet, in the face of her own life, they seemed insignificant. She must adequately equip herself with formation plates, elixirs, talismans, and spiritual treasures. Han Minglou sat gracefully on the meditation mat, her beautiful eyes wide open as she absorbed the news that had reached her. The realm of the hidden divine, she mused. The Jiang family had long since received word. The venerable ancestor had personally emerged from seclusion to bestow upon her a protective treasure. Regardless of the perilous circumstances, it would ensure her survival. This invaluable artifact could entice even the most formidable cultivators of the Xiaoyao realm. Yet, Jiang Minglou was deserving of it. She was the embodiment of the purest bloodline within the Jiang family for a millennium, closest to their ancestor, the Emperor Jiang. The Emperor was a paragon. Transcending the great master realm, his bloodline infused with mysterious powers, steeped in formidable dread. The name Minglou, or Pearl, was conferred upon her by the ancestor himself. She was indeed the jewel of the Jiang family, though she was merely at the third stage of foundation establishment. She possessed the potential to contend fiercely in this hidden divine realm. How could she not venture forth? A gentle laugh escaped Minglunlang's lips as she brandished her azure sword. Her figure ethereal, with a simple white jade hairpin securing her long tresses. The hidden divine realm held secrets that her elders had personally imparted to her. She was well aware of the fortuity that lay within. Moreover, for those who seek the path, even in death, there is no regret. She had long since grasped this truth. The Taoist sects, Kunlun, Penglai, and the secret tower, were all in motion. A rugged man clad in a blue robe lounged on a stone, his legs casually crossed. His visage bore the marks of time, his beard unkempt. His long beard and hair obscured his original appearance, but the massive blade slung at his back, intimidatingly large, seemed to overshadow his very being. Yet, it rested comfortably at his waist, revealing no hint of discomfort. "Even I must take a look," he declared. He leaped down from the stone, his once formidable aura gradually waning with each step he took, until he ultimately descended to the foundational realm. A hearty laugh escaped him as he strode into the distance. Mysterious starlight flickered. Changqing's eyes held a dispassionate gaze as he waved the 7 orbs in his hand. Each orb shimmered with an enigmatic brilliance, as if each contained a miniature universe within. It appeared as if resplendent flames erupted within, coalescing countless stars and fires into his vision, conjuring boundless vistas. The heavens and earth became a crucible of flames, the great path a grinding wheel. Amidst the ashes, brilliance arose, granting a sense of immense freedom and ease within the vast cosmos. How intriguing it was, the fates of countless souls. Suddenly, one of the orbs burst forth with a radiance akin to a blazing sun. No, it was the sun itself, capable of incinerating a small world with ease. Changqing's eyes transformed into a mysterious gray, interwoven with countless runes. Layers of gray runes enveloped him in protection, yet to no avail. A terrifying blade of light appeared as if transcending from the void, slicing through the endless river of time and shattering all rules. It pierced everything. The runes could not withstand its brilliance. Even before its arrival, they shattered spontaneously. The blade of light struck directly at his soul. His eyes suddenly returned to normal. And one by one, the 7 orbs shattered. Changqing's face turned ashen, his lips oozing dark blood. His eyes remained tightly shut, blood seeping forth. After a moment, he managed to regain a semblance of strength. Truly, it was a colossal twist of fate. venturing to glimpse the dreadful entity dwelling beneath the river of time. Yet failing to even catch a glimpse resulted in being countered and losing half of one's life. Such fortune and destiny, unfathomable terror and enigma. The 7 celestial orbs, capable of capturing even fate, were no match for this wisp of backlash. A regrettable circumstance. His form vanished from this mystical space. Specks of starlight dimmed. Destiny in disarray. Chapter 63. Impoverishment. Pei Xihe had gently rested her chin on her hand. Her face was oval-shaped, with a delicate and refined chin and clear, smooth contours. Sister Mu, am I not here to patronize your business? Her eyes curved with a unique, gentle beauty. Mu Wan flicked her forehead. You little rascal, have you truly decided to risk your life in that divine concealment realm? It would be propitious for you to solidify your foundation here, wouldn't it? Mu Wan had long since reached the foundation establishment stage, and the past decade had left no trace on her face, only making her more gentle and reserved. Her aura had also deepened. Although her tone was playful, there was a hint of genuine concern in her eyes. The divine concealment realm was no trivial matter. The Dragon Tiger Orthodox sect, the Taoist sect, Penglai, Yueshan, Kunlun, the demonic realm, and the demon clan, these colossal forces would all take action. At this moment, she was only at the perfection of Qi training stage. Even if she were fortunate enough to establish her foundation there, she would only be at the first level of foundation establishment. Others were at the pinnacle of foundation establishment's 9th level of combat prowess, while she was merely at the floor of Qi training's 12th level of combat prowess. There were countless talented cultivators below the golden core stage from those major sections. Foundation establishment's 9th level, or even half-step golden core cultivators, prodigies who could battle beyond their level, were numerous. Treasures were desirable, but one had to have the life to claim them. The outer disciples will never be integrated into the ranks of the inner disciples. Isn't that fraught with peril? Pei Xihe rested her chin on her hand, yet her expression remained remarkably serene. Sister, do you believe I can reach the golden core? A seemingly nonsensical question escaped her lips. She released her chin, her eyes shimmering with a hint of seriousness. Sister, I am unwilling to resign myself to fate. Mu Wan's concern lingered in her gaze, eventually transforming into a resigned sigh. You, my dear girl. Indeed, she had watched this girl grow for over a decade. On the surface, they bore a slight resemblance, soft features that belied a sharp intellect hidden beneath a stubborn demeanor. Pei Xihe possessed an almost obsessive dedication to cultivation, one that even allowed her to overhear the comments of outer disciples in the marketplace. For over 12 years, she had practiced with the discipline of an ascetic. With 3 spiritual roots, she could not attain the pinnacle of Qi refinement without such sacrifices. If she were to stabilize her foundation and missed this opportunity in the hidden realm, how could Pei Xihe ever be content? She refused to remain stagnant at the foundation establishment stage. Her aspirations soared towards the golden core and even the Yuan Ing true monarch. She understood that seizing opportunities often required risking one's life. A myriad of emotions flickered in Mu Wan's eyes. She too had once entertained such thoughts when embarking on the path of cultivation. Yet now, she had long since quelled those ambitions. If you wish to go, then go. Prioritize your own well-being above all. So many words remained unspoken, ultimately distilled to this one sentiment. Pei Xihe had chuckled. Sister, I am not one to act selflessly. When danger arises, I will flee. I believe in preserving my life over risking it for others. Mu Wan chuckled in response, amusement dancing in her eyes. All right, come here. What do you wish to purchase? Today, dear sister, the treasure pavilion intends to empty your spirit stones. She possessed an exquisite grace and a lithe figure, yet did not exude an air of vulgarity. With a gentle sway, she approached. Pei Xihe rose to follow suit. Mu Wan waved her hand, and several wisps of ethereal light emanated from her fingertips. Before them materialized a wall adorned with numerous small compartments, each housing an array of rare treasures. The wall truly showcased a plethora of extraordinary items, talismans, elixirs, arrayed discs, spiritual artifacts, and even some enigmatic relics. Pei Xihe examined them meticulously. Mu Wan chuckled lightly. Choose wisely. These are the cherished possessions of my Kunlun treasure pavilion, and they do not come at a modest price, so mind your spiritual stones. Pei Xihe smiled faintly, for she had exchanged her contribution points for spiritual stones prior to her arrival. Additionally, she had accumulated rare materials, beast carcasses, and spiritual herbs over the years. Upon careful calculation, she realized she had amassed a total of 176,421 spiritual stones. It was time to make her purchases. With a flick of her finger, she summoned a stream of ethereal light, sweeping down the talismans displayed on the wall. She selected 10 8th grade talismans and 29th grade talismans, which cost her a staggering 30,000 spiritual stones, causing her heart to flutter with unease. After years of saving, she found herself on the verge of depleting her resources in a single day, yet purchasing was imperative. Pei Xihe then drew down several 8th grade elixirs using her spiritual energy. In the unpredictable world outside, one must be prepared for any eventuality. Ultimately, after a moment of steely resolve, she spent an additional 21,000 spiritual stones on a 7th grade life-preserving elixir. Having attained the pinnacle of qi training, the elixirs she procured were of the highest quality, commanding a slightly elevated price. She also selected 2 8th grade array discs, which set her back over 40,000 spiritual stones, one for offense and the other for defense. The protective array is more expensive, as it can conceal one's presence, thereby enhancing survival chances within the secret realm. Additionally, one requires various necessities in the minor secret realms, such as tents and provisions like spirit buns. A few sets of magical garments are also essential. Although these garments are 9th grade spiritual treasures, they possess protective capabilities, resisting the ordinary elements of water and fire while remaining perpetually clean, thus eliminating the need for her to perform purification spells. This greatly simplifies her daily life. Despite having worn the attire of a disciple of Kunlun for many years, within the realm of divine concealment, it is conceivable that she might encounter adversaries from Kunlun. Therefore, donning different clothing to masquerade as a casual practitioner would be considerably safer. After all, she is merely a 16-year-old girl. It is only natural for a young maiden to be drawn to splendid garments and beautiful flowers, the finest treasures of the world. Upon seeing those vibrant magical outfits, a flicker of joy brightened her features. Muwan observed this and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. With a wave of her hand, the brilliant garments transformed into subtle hues. In the realm of divine concealment, one must exercise utmost caution when lacking strength. It is imperative to remain inconspicuous. The more ordinary one can appear, the better. Even one's countenance must be concealed. Muwan felt a twinge of concern for her. Overly vivid colors could easily attract trouble without the backing of power. Pei Xihe nodded in understanding. She was well aware of the consequences of her current vibrant appearance in the absence of strength. Once she entered the divine concealment realm, she would daily consume a black essence pill to slightly alter her complexion to a more muted tone. Furthermore, she planned to use makeup to subtly obscure her features. While this might be bothersome, it ensured safety. She had already procured everything she needed, expending a total of 14,000 spirit stones, and she intended to retain some spirit stones for herself. In a humble abode, the wealth of spiritual stones serves as a reassuring resource for cultivation. Pei Xihe smiled at Muwan. "Sister, I shall take these." Muwan was pleasantly surprised that the girl, without any influential background, had managed to gather such a collection of spiritual stones. It was evident that behind these stones lay her sweat and toil, as she sought out her own cultivation methods and spiritual blade, persevering until this day. Muwan's spiritual energy stirred, and a silver ring materialized on the ring finger of her right hand, seemingly empty just moments before. She removed it, and, with a flick of her wrist, absorbed the items Pei Xihe had chosen into the ring. This was a storage ring, a more profound spatial treasure than storage pouches or bracelets. Pei Xihe was momentarily taken aback. "Sister Mu?" Muwan placed the ring into her hand. "For all these years, I have regarded you as my beloved sister. If you wish to strive, then do so. I shall not hinder you." This unique storage ring I acquired by chance can shield against the perception of those at the nascent soul stage and requires no spiritual power. It can be concealed at will once bound by a contract. You understand how to utilize it to its fullest potential, do you not? Inside, there lay a 1,000-faced pin, which, when worn as an earring, obscured one's appearance beneath the golden core stage. Muwan embraced Pei Xihe warmly. Chapter 64. Divine Concealment. Pei Xihe felt somewhat dazed. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she pressed her lips together, trying to suppress the warmth in her gaze. Yet, a few droplets of moisture escaped uncontrollably. "Thank you, sister." As she spoke, she felt the wetness spreading in her eyes. The genuine care Pei Xihe had received until now could be counted on one hand. She was not inherently strong. Rather, she simply lacked a sanctuary to shield her from the storms of life. Thus, she learned to confront the tempest alone. Muwan gently brushed away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Do not weep. Today, sister has amassed enough spirit stones for you, and I have earned a considerable share as well. Take it with peace of mind. Do not overthink. Once we enter the divine hidden realm, exercise utmost caution. Surviving is paramount above all else. Pei Xihe nodded earnestly, transforming her sorrow into a smile. I will. She flicked her finger, and the silver ring was levitated by her spiritual energy into the air. Her spiritual force sliced through her fingertip, and a drop of her essence blood flowed forth, directed towards the ring. Her spiritual energy surged towards the storage ring as well. Muwan relinquished her claim over the ring, allowing Pei Xihe to refine it directly. However, Pei Xihe was taken aback to discover that this storage ring was classified as a 7th-grade spiritual treasure, stirring her heart with emotion. She needed to gradually refine this object with her spiritual energy. As her energy flowed forth, it enveloped the silver ring, merging with her essence blood, imprinting her will within the treasure. After a brief moment, the silver ring descended into her hand. Pei Xihe slipped it onto her ring finger and probed with her will. Ordinary storage bags typically only possess a volume of 3 to 4 cubic meters, while storage bracelets are slightly better, accommodating around a dozen. This silver ring, however, boasted an impressive capacity nearing 100 cubic meters, remarkably vast, containing all the items she had acquired. As she scanned the contents with her will, her heart was further stirred. There were precisely 50,000 spirit stones neatly arranged within the ring. In a humble household, Muwan harbored concerns that she might exhaust the spirit stones she possessed. Thus, she prepared an offering of 50,000 spirit stones for her. For an ordinary foundation establishment practitioner, having a wealth of 70 to 80,000 spirit stones is quite commendable. The sight of these spirit stones brought forth a genuine display of emotion. Pei Xihe's eyes twinkled, and a hint of crimson warmth flooded her gaze. This gesture of kindness, she would remember. Lin Zhao, in truth, was quite affluent, especially considering he had expended a significant portion of his spirit stones while refining the spirit blood flower, leaving Pei Xihe with considerably less than half of what he had initially owned. The meager fortune that Pei Xihe had accumulated through her ascetic-like practice was nearly unattainable for an average qi refining cultivator. Yet she had been fortunate. Her missions often yielded unexpected rewards, from the corpses of beasts she hunted to the spirit herbs she chanced upon. Gradually, these treasures had amassed into her current wealth. Now, upon reflection, Pei Xihe possessed a little over 80,000 spirit stones, a sum sufficient for operating formation plates or assisting in her cultivation. With a flicker of thought, the small ring on her ring finger vanished. She gazed at her hands. Her fingers were not fleshy, having long been accustomed to wielding a blade. Initially, her palms bore thick calluses, yet the rigorous training through the 10th stage of qi refining had purged even those hardened grips. Now, her hands appeared delicate and smooth, her fingers resembling spring onions, pure and elongated, devoid of any trace of rings. At her waist, she wore a storage bag, and on her wrist, she donned a storage bracelet gifted by Han Minglou. Pei Xihe extracted 10,000 spirit stones from the ring, placing them into the storage bag and bracelet, and withdrew her flawed pill to store within. In this manner, even if she were to encounter robbers, she could effectively conceal the location of her wealth. A strategy akin to cheating. Who could possibly discern that the vast majority of her possessions were ensconced within the ring? The ring and storage bracelet, worn on the same hand, served to conceal each other. She cast another glance at the contents of the storage ring, a sigh escaping her lips. The sting of expending spirit stones gradually dissipated, for she had come to the realization that spirit stones were, by their very nature, meant to be spent, but with purpose and value. Pei Xihe had now done all that was within her power, and all that remained was to patiently await the opening of the divine hidden realm. Yet, cultivators at the 2nd, 3rd, or even the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage, or those at the threshold of the golden core, could suppress her with a mere gesture. Prodigies and exceptional talents emerged in endless streams, and she harbored no grand ambition to compete with such extraordinary beings. To live well and cultivate diligently were the demands she placed upon herself. She closed her eyes, composed her mind, and entered a state of cultivation. The surrounding spiritual energy was drawn towards her, transforming into pure spiritual power to nourish the 12 qi whirlpools. When the whirlpools were sufficiently resilient, it would be the opportune moment to construct the Dao platform. A month had elapsed. Pei Xihe awoke from her cultivation. The 12 qi whirlpools within her body had now been entirely imbued with tricolored spiritual power. A lustrous radiance interconnected them, and the 12 whirlpools had been thoroughly refined to perfection, interweaving with one another, already forming the foundation of the Tao platform. The white mark on Pei Xihe's wrist emitted a cool light. This divine hidden realm, it was rumored, had its entrance at a spatial rift, discovered by these great sects. They had employed countless resources and the efforts of mighty figures to construct a heaven-defying formation, firmly securing the entrance. In effect, they had also firmly grasped the divine hidden realm within the hands of the sections. Ordinary loose cultivators are fundamentally unable to gain entry, unless they possess exceptional luck and fortune or acquire a quota through their sect. Alternatively, they may stumble upon a few spatial rifts, risking life and limb to enter. In contrast, disciples of the sect can safely enter by virtue of their marks. This delineates the stark difference between loose cultivators and sect disciples. Pei Xihe felt a subtle surge of spiritual energy, her eyes gleaming with determination. The time had come, within this realm of divine concealment. She was resolute in seeking opportunities to mitigate the influence of her 3 spiritual roots, thereby broadening her path toward achieving the golden core. Her gaze was unwavering. The white mark radiated a dazzling light, enveloping her entirely. Disciples entering the realm of divine concealment are subject to random teleportation. Yet inner disciples are bestowed with a mark through esoteric methods wielded by formidable beings. This effectively shields them from the spatial restrictions of the realm, transporting them to a specific location. Conversely, outer disciples like Pei Xihe must confront the challenges alone. She did not perceive this as unjust. Inner disciples have been irrevocably branded with the Kunlun mark, diligently practicing the orthodox techniques of Kunlun, representing the genuine future power of Kunlun, a realm far beyond the capabilities of outer disciples. Outer disciples remain in a state of untamed development, many lacking in talent and foundational strength. Kunlun offers them a pathway to empowerment, yet they must strive independently. This, in itself, embodies fairness. Pei Xihe focused her mind, uncertain of where she would be teleported. It could be to flatlands, hills, forests, or lakes, or she might even face ferocious beasts upon arrival. Within the realm of divine concealment, the power of external cultivators is suppressed below the golden core level, whether human or beast. However, the native beasts within the realm may reach the golden core level, constrained beneath the nascent soul stage. It is a realm of brutal peril. The blinding light enveloped her completely as she closed her eyes. Yet, she was determined to carve a bloody path through the treacherous thorns. Chapter 65. My proficiency lies in winning hearts with virtue. When Pei Xihe reopened her eyes, she found herself in a serene jungle. Fortune favored her. She had not fallen into the vicinity of lakes or the territory of ferocious beasts. With light steps, Pei Xihe ventured forth. Humming, her companion was released. The Kongrue beast possessed an innate ability to sense danger and, through their bond, communicated to Pei Xihe that no peril lurked in this place, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Humming scurried to the ground, circling around Pei Xihe a few times. In its youthful stage, it possessed strength akin to that of an average practitioner in the late stages of qi refinement. Yet it brimmed with vitality. Pei Xihe lifted it into her embrace. Although Humming wished to scamper about on the ground, Pei Xihe held it close, and it did not resist, content to nestle in her arms. Before her lay a tranquil and profound forest, with lush foliage and towering trees that shielded her from the sun. The gentle chirping of ladybugs filled the air. Pei Xihe sensed an incredibly rich aura of spiritual energy surging towards her. The concentration of this energy surpassed that of her residence in Kunlun by at least tenfold. Being endowed with 3 strands of 9-inch spiritual roots, her affinity for spiritual energy was exceptional. Her body, refined through the trials of the 3 realms of qi refinement, was pure and ethereal. Here, the spiritual energy seemed to rush towards her in a frenzy. A flicker of joy crossed Pei Xihe's eyes. With such a density of spiritual energy, even if she merely engaged in stable cultivation, she would reap considerable benefits. However, she needed to swiftly seek a safe and secluded spot to enter seclusion and cultivate until she reached the foundation establishment stage. Humming sensed her thoughts and emitted a couple of soft sounds, drawing Pei Xihe's attention. It called out twice, beckoning her forth. Through the contract, Pei Xihe comprehended its essence. Follow me. She placed Hangji on the ground, and as the Kongrue beast alighted, the surrounding vegetation grew even more vibrant. It bounded ahead with a spirited rush, and Pei Xihe followed closely behind. After a brief moment, her eyes brimmed with admiration. Behind the thundering waterfall, a vine emerged. leading directly to a small crevice in the stone wall. This was indeed an exquisite retreat for seclusion. Hengji nudged her feet, and with a playful call, the Kongrue beast sought praise. Pei Xihe scooped it up and planted a fervent kiss upon it. Good Hengji, I adore you. Embracing Hengji, Pei Xihe ascended the vine and entered the small cave. A flicker of gold danced at her fingertips. The golden blade severed the vine, leaving behind only a potential vulnerability for any who might arrive here. Once she achieved foundational establishment, she would naturally be able to come and go freely, unencumbered by the vine. From her storage ring, she retrieved a vial of medicinal pills, exuding a fragrant aroma. It was a special 9th-grade spirit beast pill, specifically crafted for nourishing magical beasts. Hengji wrapped its front legs around the pill bottle, obediently finding a corner to settle in. The delightful flavor of the spirit beast pill was beneficial for its growth, a treat Pei Xihe had procured with care, and Hengji relished it immensely. Pei Xihe inhaled gently. The duration of foundational establishment varies. Some may only take a few hours or half a day, while others require at least a dozen days. No one could ascertain the exact timeline. Thus, Pei Xihe hesitated to commence her foundational establishment before entering the divine concealment realm, as she could not accurately gauge the time required. During the foundational process, the surrounding concentration of spiritual energy would also experience slight fluctuations. Pei Xihe aspired to create the perfect conditions for her breakthrough. The hue of the condensed jade step would significantly reflect the depth of her foundational essence. She yearned to challenge the upper tier of jade stages, from multicolored to 9-colored. Her foundation was remarkably solid, and her spiritual energy pure. It was not impossible for her to achieve the 7-colored jade stage in one forceful attempt. Some cultivators asserted that those at the lower jade stage would remain stagnant in the foundation building phase for life, while only those at the middle jade stage had the opportunity to ascend to the golden core realm, and those at the upper jade stage had the chance to strive for the nascent soul true monarch. No one had ever verified this, for life is filled with opportunities. Some cultivators, if they seized the moment, could undoubtedly rise above the rest. Pei Xihe still wished to attempt the upper jade stage. Even if she failed, with the foundation-building elixir as a safeguard, she would not suffer a setback in her cultivation. She closed her eyes, sitting cross-legged, her 5 hearts directed towards the heavens. Her breath gradually calming. She awaited the final explosion and transformation. A robust man swept away several cultivators before him with a single swing of his hammer. Towering at 9 feet, he possessed an exceptionally strong physique. Yet, he bore a cherubic face, appearing youthful and rather endearing. From his visage, one could still discern a hint of baby fat. He resembled a teenager despite being in his early 20s. "Jiangku, you are utterly unreasonable," exclaimed a young man. Clutching his chest and spitting blood, his eyes filled with loathing as he gazed at him. The young man named Jiangku chuckled, his innocent and youthful visage contrasting sharply with his coarse, robust voice. "Oh dear, I, Jiangku, am merely a person who persuades with reason. How can you accuse me without justification? Do not presume to bully me simply because you are numerous." Those struck in the chest by the giant hammer were left bewildered, uncertain whether to feel pain or anger. And yet, he claimed to persuade with virtue? They were, indeed, on the verge of being crushed. Jiangku's eyes widened in defiance. "Why should I not assert my authority? This mighty hammer I wield is called virtue. How can it not be seen as a means of winning hearts? You refuse to accept this? Then come, let us engage in a discourse. I am well versed in the art of persuasion through virtue." The first man to speak appeared on the verge of spitting blood and fury. "Shameless madman, are you, from Yashan, disregarding my esteemed status in Penglai?" he threatened. A flicker of derision crossed Jiangku's eyes. "I am not following my senior brother. You all are merely barking up the wrong tree. I arrived first, and these bluefish and lotus seeds are rightfully mine. If you are dissatisfied, let us discuss virtue further. I shall elevate your moral standards." Huashan's expression twisted in anger. The saintess had gone off in search of a great opportunity, leaving a place in Penglai for her return. They, as her disciples, did not wish to wait idly and thus ventured out for fortune. Unexpectedly, they encountered this notorious figure from Yashan. He cursed inwardly, feeling cursed himself. Jiangku scoffed audibly, showing no restraint in his mockery. "Are you afraid now? I am at the 7th level of foundation establishment, while you are merely at the 5th. What right do you have to act so arrogantly before me? Begone." Huashan shot him a resentful glance. "Withdraw." In their small group, he was the strongest. At the 5th level of foundation establishment, Jiangku, at the 7th level, had already entered the latter stages, approaching the vibrant realm of the eighth. His arrogance was matched only by his formidable strength. They were powerless to oppose him and had no choice but to concede. The pond teemed with at least a dozen bluefish, each a fine 8th-grade medicinal herb. In the center of the lotus flower lay a seed pod containing 7 or 8 seeds, each of exceptional 7th-grade quality. Despite his reluctance, retreat was inevitable in the face of overwhelming odds. Jiangku observed their retreating figures with disdain, letting out a scoff. Yet, almost immediately, a grave expression clouded his features. He hoped that the pool of green fish and lotus seeds would offer some assistance to his senior brother's injuries. Changfeng was a formidable half-step golden core cultivator, the pride of the Yashan disciples. Upon entering the hidden divine realm, he had encountered a late-stage golden core demon. In a bid to protect them, Changfeng had sustained severe injuries and now lay in a coma. Fortunately, the elixirs had preserved his life and foundational essence. However, if he did not awaken soon, they would lose their top combatant when the time came for the competition of opportunities in the hidden divine realm. Changfeng was unaware of how many chances would slip through their fingers, nor could Yashan fathom the extent of the losses they would incur. Chapter 66. The 7-colored jade steps. Pei Xihe focused her mind, allowing her spiritual energy to circulate with increasing rapidity. In her dantian, the 3 spiritual roots blossomed like tricolor begonia flowers, emanating a gentle and mysterious radiance. Within her body, 12 chi vortices formed a grand circular array. The surrounding spiritual energy was fervently drawn into her being. Pei Xihe formed hand seals, producing crisp sounds from various parts of her body. Her precious physique radiated a clear light, while the surrounding spiritual energy thickened into a mist. Each chi vortex began to spin at an accelerated pace, transforming into miniature suns that erupted with brilliant luminescence within her dantian. One vortex reached its zenith, morphing from a swirling form into a spherical shape. One by one, the 12 spherical vortices arranged themselves in a harmonious order. Within her dantian, a dazzling spectacle unfolded. The breath condensed and compressed repeatedly, then rapidly expanded. Pei Xihe was acutely aware that the most crucial moment was approaching. As her techniques operated, 3 paths of power surged simultaneously. The golden luo technique, the blazing sun skill, the ice clear method, the deep blue of ice, the radiant red of fire, and the resplendent gold. 12 swirling orbs burst forth with a series of explosive sounds. The brilliance of light rapidly coalesced. A Dao platform was constructed. Pain surged through Pei Xihe's senses. For a fleeting moment, she felt as though her dantian might explode. Yet, she could not succumb to unconsciousness. A circular platform was formed from the gathered light. Tricolored runes intertwined, yet remained distinct. An innate elegance gradually revealed itself. Pei Xihe altered her hand seal. The pain began to wane. With the emergence of the Dao platform, the pure essence of heaven and earth began to flow into her body. It felt as though her spiritual roots were bathed in a radiant glow, and a mysterious aura from the cosmos permeated her being. The 3 spiritual roots seemed to tremble slightly. More accurately, they appeared to grow a little. Establishing a foundation transcended the mundane, transforming her into a practitioner with an ethereal body, free from worldly impurities. This essence of heaven and earth was immensely beneficial to cultivators, steeped in profound mystery. At this moment, within Pei Xihe's dantian, a Dao platform settled steadily upon her spiritual roots. A luminous orb began to brew and grow at the center of the platform. At the center of the platform lay the spirit ruins, also known as the Purple Palace. The jade steps emerged from within, unlocking the great secrets of the body's treasures. Each step taken within the 9 realms of foundation building would unveil a jade step, developing the practitioner's physical form to a certain extent. Until all 9 steps were completed, the practitioner would unify the 9 jade steps, transforming the Dao platform back to the cosmos. Within her body, a golden elixir would be born, containing a miniature world within. From then on, she would be known as a golden elixir true person, the initial hearer of the Dao. Presently, all of Pei Xihe's spiritual energy surged toward that luminous orb, which gradually began to reveal distinct colors. Crimson, orange, yellow, green, azure, the vibrant jade steps manifested. The cerulean hue surged forth once more, creating a spectrum of 6 colors. Pei Xihe's spirit was intensely focused, her internal spiritual energy nearly depleted. She exerted every ounce of her remaining strength to propel herself toward the radiant orb. At last, a wisp of violet essence began to emerge, gradually expanding until it harmoniously blended with the other 6 colors. A superior 7-colored jade step. She had materialized it. She had truly accomplished it. Pei Xihe unified her spirit, drawing the spiritual energy back into her being. As the jade steps came into existence, the surrounding celestial energy swiftly surged into her body. This was the spiritual power returned by the heavens, heralding that Pei Xihe had finally entered the foundational realm. Her years of arduous cultivation had not been in vain. Pei Xihe opened her eyes, her heart racing with excitement, nearly overwhelmed with tears. Yet, the urge to weep quickly faded. She was elated. The grime that clung to her was purged as the pure energy entered her, cleansing the last remnants of her mortal impurities. With a delicate leap, she sprang from the waterfall, the flowing crystal waters washing away the dirt that marred her. Her robe shimmered with a radiant glow, becoming immaculate and refreshingly tidy once more. Adorning her right earlobe was a petite silver stud. In the clear waters, her visage lacked the original breathtaking beauty, presenting instead an ordinary, yet charming countenance. She longed to shout in exhilaration, but quickly quelled the thought. In this unfamiliar land, caution was paramount. She closed her eyes and smiled softly. The world seemed transformed. She could sense the dewdrops upon the grass, the cicadas chirping within the thickets. The humidity in the air felt like tiny droplets floating, brimming with spiritual energy. She could perceive it all with astonishing clarity at her will. This was a new realm. She sought a more lucid and profound comprehension of the world's intricacies, for this was the essence of her cultivation. Pei Xihe opened her eyes, inhaling deeply. Her countenance was unremarkable, and even her youthful, lithe figure was concealed. Only her almond-shaped eyes, as clear as pristine water and as luminous as radiant stars, betrayed her inner self. A soft chuckle escaped her lips. A superior jade tear, she mused, is not beyond my reach. The extreme chill lay hidden within the gently falling snowflakes. A flash of icy blue sword light streaked past. In Lu Changfeng's hand, the ice breath sword transformed into a cerulean dragon. Though merely at the 2nd level of foundation building, the power he exuded rivaled that of a mid-stage cultivator. His swordsmanship was exceptional, refined, and profound. In an instant, a myriad of icy blue sword shadows, terrifying cold, and sword energy erupted forth. Junior brother Lu's swordsmanship is truly remarkable. A maiden in violet raiment observed, her eyes brimming with admiration. She was a true disciple of the inner sect of Kunlun, a pale purple feather ornament adorning her waist. Her features were delicate, and a purple stamen graced the space between her brows. Su Qingyan flicked her hand, a wisp of violet spiritual energy shimmering at her fingertip. With a flick of her wrist, the energy shot out, transforming into a violet beam that pierced through a demon intent on ambushing Lu Changfeng. Lu Changfeng stood firm as a rock. His sword's point unleashed a burst of sword energy, piercing the skull of the demon leader, a 4th-level foundation building ape. His eyes betrayed no hint of discomposure. The icy blue sword gleamed, and with a flicker, it was once again pristine. Thank you for your assistance, Senior Sister Su. Even in the absence of Su Qingyan, he would remain unscathed, at most appearing somewhat disheveled, with no impact on the situation. Lu Changfeng maintained a frigid demeanor, his eyes betraying not a hint of disturbance. Su Qingyan smiled softly, remarking, Junior brother Lu, your swordsmanship is exquisite. I merely achieved success through repeated efforts. Beside them, Jiang Mingzhu observed with poise, her noble lineage and refined upbringing ensuring that she upheld an appropriate demeanor during this external training. She refrained from any unbecoming actions. Though inwardly she scoffed, for this senior sister Su, at the age of 39, had reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, just a step away from the nascent soul stage. To Jiang Mingzhu, Lu Changfeng appeared as enticing as a succulent morsel. Su Qingyan too, how undignified it was. Her feelings for Lu Changfeng were nearly inscribed upon her countenance. She averted her gaze, directing it toward the Kunlun camp, where Ming Linglang remained as aloof as a celestial being. Ming Linglang seemed to gaze into the distance. Having unexpectedly advanced swiftly to the 4th stage of foundation establishment, a sense of competitive spirit arose within Jiang Mingzhu, coupled with a tinge of concealed ambition. According to the narrative of the tale, this hidden realm was also a source of fortune for Ming Linglang, granting her numerous opportunities that solidified her foundation and propelled her to the late stage of foundation establishment. She wished to observe further, to discern its authenticity. Chapter 67. I teach you a blade. Pei Xihe moved with grace. As she wielded the long blade, the spiritual energy of the Foundation Establishment realm surged and splashed forth. Due to her spiritual roots and the three arts, her path of cultivation was fraught with greater challenges than that of ordinary practitioners. Yet, the three arts continuously expanded her meridians and dantian, allowing her to refine a seven-colored jade tear. In terms of spiritual energy, although she has only just made her breakthrough to the initial stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, her spiritual power is already comparable to that of an ordinary cultivator at the second or third stage of Foundation Establishment. Before her stands a wolf demon, remarkably agile. With a silvery white back, its elongated and sleek form adorned with mysterious white totemic patterns on its limbs and claws. It raises its head and howls to the heavens. The white totemic designs on its paws igniting in a brilliant radiance, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure. This beast's strength has reached the third stage of Foundation Establishment. Its wolf-like eyes are sharp and piercing, glinting with a hint of human-like shrewdness and scrutiny. Pei Xihe emanates a tricolor spiritual light, countering the beast with her own spiritual power. The spring stream blossoms into a dazzling display of spiritual patterns. Within the cold iron, dual forces of ice and gold surge forth. Pei Xihe wields her blade with incredible swiftness, resembling a brilliant ray of light as she strikes toward the wolf demon. Although she appears delicate and frail, the ferocity and decisiveness of her strike nearly sends shivers down one's spine. The wolf demon ignites the demonic flames on its claws, channeling a force derived from the very essence of fire to withstand her attack. Infuriated, the wolf demon extends its elongated claws and lunges fiercely at Pei Xihe, moving with an astonishing speed that belies its large frame. Pei Xihe positions her long blade defensively. The clash of its claws against her weapon creates a cacophony, the wolf's talons proving to be even harder than stone. As it opens its maw, a foul stench wafts through the air. The wolf demon, with its sharp fangs bared, aims to bite down on half of Pei Xihe's body. Gritting her teeth and frowning, Pei Xihe curses silently in her heart. She has constrained her breath to the utmost. Yet this wolf demon possesses an acute sense of smell. The critical point is that wolves are pack animals, leaving her uncertain whether this one is a solitary wolf. In the present moment, if she were to muster all her strength, she possessed a 90% chance of vanquishing the wolf demon. However, this would deplete her spiritual energy by at least 70%. Should she provoke a pack of wolves to pursue her, it would undoubtedly plunge her into a dire predicament. Her desire to flee was not an act of shame, but rather a decision born of careful contemplation, one that was most aligned with the current circumstances. Yet, the wolf demon would not relent. A tempest of fury swirled within Pei Xihe, yet her blade remained unwavering, as steadfast as a rock, repelling the demon's claws. The wolf demon obstructed every avenue of her escape, intent on severing her neck and shattering her bones. There was no further room for contemplation or worry. Inaction would lead to her demise. She would fight. Her spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave along the edge of her blade, a confluence of power. With one hand gripping the sword, her spiritual force deflected the wolf's claws, while her left hand ignited a sphere of searing flame. She hurled the fiery orb directly into the gaping maw of the wolf demon. Boom! It detonated with a fierce explosion, and taking advantage of the ensuing shockwave, Pei Xihe retreated several paces, swiftly regaining her balance. Once again, she wielded her sword with both hands. Her movements were as swift as lightning. Before the wolf demon could react, she drew her blade. The technique of blade extraction. In an instant, her spiritual energy erupted. Pei Xihe expended 3/4 of her energy, unleashing 7 formidable slashes aimed at the demon's vital points. The wolf demon was struck on its foreleg by her blade technique, blood splattering profusely, nearly severing it entirely. Yet, its ferocity only intensified as its malevolent energy surged, countering each of her strikes. Pei Xihe had awaited this moment. The vortex of demonic power tore into her exposed skin, leaving horrific lacerations. Strangely, she seemed oblivious to the pain. Even in its transformed state, the lumbar region remains the most vulnerable aspect of a wolf. Her blade, a vortex of honed steel, pierced the lupin demon's flank, drawing forth a reeking ichor. With a fierce tug, she withdrew the weapon. Tendrils of blade intent and energy trailing into the beast's form, wreaking havoc within. The savage glint in the wolf demon's eyes dimmed, its frame collapsing lifelessly upon the earth. Breath hitched in her chest, her inner energies in disarray, but she rallied her spirit. With a flick of her wrist, she collected the wolf demon's cadaver. What appeared to be a bracelet was in truth a ring, secreted upon her finger. A chorus of howls echoed through the air, and a sense of foreboding washed over. Her worst fears had materialized. This was no lone wolf. The pack was upon her. Escape, immediate escape. Her inner reservoir of spiritual energy was already depleted by 70 or 80%. Squeezing out the last vestiges of power, she channeled it into her feet. She had mastered a grade 8 spell known as Swift Wind, which granted her enhanced agility and speed. She dared not risk a brief aerial escape, for her reserves were too low. Moreover, this place was fraught with unseen dangers, and flight would expose her. Not long ago, she had witnessed a Foundation establishment cultivator, brimming with spiritual energy, attempt a momentary flight, only to be devoured by a gargantuan bird that appeared in a flash. The avian predator vanished as quickly as it came, but the oppressive aura it emitted sent shivers down her spine. It was a golden core beast, one that had evolved formidable demonic powers and possessed a physical form even more terrifying than that of a golden core cultivator. Only after the monstrous bird had departed did she dare to emerge from her hiding place. At this moment, countless luminous wolf eyes emerged from the shadows, fixated upon her. Each one belonged to a foundational tier beast, with sharp claws and formidable fangs, exuding an aura that sent shivers down Pei Xihe's spine. If she were to fall into the clutches of these wolf demons, she would be reduced to nothing but bone fragments. She summoned the wind beneath her feet, preparing to flee, when suddenly an overwhelming force, so terrifying that resistance was futile, bore down upon her. The gale that enveloped her feet shattered instantly. A wave of dread surged from within. What kind of existence had she encountered? Wasn't it said that the Silver Snow Wolf clan, even at maturity, only reached the foundational early stage of beasthood and required extraordinary fortune to ascend to the mid-stage? Yet, none had ever instilled such an insurmountable sense of terror in her. Pei Xihe stifled her inner tremors, diligently channeling the remaining spiritual energy within her to counteract the oppressive force, but it was utterly ineffective. "All right, little girl. I assure you that I mean you no harm," a male voice resonated. Pei Xihe instinctively wondered if her appearance had attracted trouble, only to realize she was adorned with a concealing spiritual treasure. Her current visage and figure should be unremarkable, almost mundane. She turned her gaze to the newcomer, a middle-aged man clad in a simple green robe. Although he too was at the foundational stage, how could he possess such overwhelming strength? This exceeded her comprehension. Even the golden core cultivators she had encountered in her memories did not wield such instantaneous power to subdue her. Changfeng regarded the seemingly plain girl, whose eyes sparkled like a galaxy. Observing her youthful age and the comprehension of blade intent, he surmised her prodigious talent in the way of the sword. "Today, I shall teach you a technique," he declared. Chapter 68. The blade of one's heart. Though he appeared to be a man in his 40s, he was referred to as an old man. Pei Xihe found this unremarkable. After all, those who have cultivated for over 300 years often begin to show signs of aging in their final century. The man before her might indeed be of considerable age. However, the realm of the hidden mysteries was predominantly held by various formidable factions, making it somewhat illogical for a disciple of his age to exist. In the outer sect of Kunlun, it was customary that if a disciple had not reached the foundation establishment by the age of 70, they would be deemed incapable of further progression, relegated instead to the role of a laborer. Even those fortunate enough to establish their foundations but unable to enter the inner sect would merely serve as elders, managing mundane affairs. The presence of this man here seemed utterly incongruous. Yet, Pei Xihe's contemplations were soon interrupted. Her gaze was fixed intently on the formidable blade he wielded. It was astonishingly broad, its length appearing to surpass that of the man himself. Despite its size, he wielded it with an ease that seemed entirely natural. With a gentle swing, he executed a strike that revealed layers of profound intricacies and traces of blade technique before her eyes. Although Pei Xihe's spiritual root was constrained by the limitations of 3 roots, her comprehension was unbound. Blessed with extraordinary senses and exceptional insight, she was instantaneously transported into an ineffably profound realm by that single stroke. Changfeng observed the shift in her expression and silently commended her as a promising talent. He had been watching for quite some time, noting the girl's decisive calmness and her adept mastery of the blade's intent. This was precisely why she, at the first stage of foundation establishment, could overpower a wolf demon comparable to those at the second or third stages. Although Zhao Qingtang found her appearance rather unremarkable, he could not help but appreciate the blade. Although she had never entertained the thought of taking on a disciple, a flicker of appreciation for talent ignited within her. The arrival of the wolf pack rendered her escape uncertain, compelling her to extend a hand to teach and rescue. Now, it was evident that Pei Xihe had gleaned insights from the strike, and a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. This was as it should be. Zhao Qingtang was undoubtedly well suited to mentor the next generation. The invisible ripples emanated from his great blade. Pei Xihe finally comprehended the source of his formidable strength. As he effortlessly subdued her with a mere gesture, what did it matter if he was at the foundation-building stage? He was harnessing the power of the world around him. With a 9-inch spiritual root, she was acutely sensitive to the aura of spiritual energy. The energies of heaven and earth converged with that strike, akin to countless droplets coalescing into a surging ocean. As the Azure Blade's aura was unleashed, the wolf demons scarcely had time to react before being utterly obliterated into a carnage of flesh and blood. The limitations of personal power pale in comparison to the boundless might of the universe. How could he not be powerful? A warning bell tolled in Pei Xihe's heart. Who on earth was this individual? It was inconceivable, absolutely impossible, that he was merely at the foundation-building stage. Pei Xihe had perused the ancient texts in the outer sect's library, and this level of comprehension transcended even the essence of Tao. It was known as harmonizing with heaven and earth. Should such a terrifying level of understanding truly exist, even an untrained mortal could, in a single night, attract the pillars of spiritual energy from the heavens, achieving the status of a nascent soul, true monarch, or even transcending to a divine transformation master. Suddenly, she felt parched, her tongue flicking over her dry lips. She wondered about the identity of this esteemed predecessor. Pei Xihe dared not invoke the name of Kunlun. What if this individual bore enmity toward them? Moreover, as an outer sect disciple, raising the banner of Kunlun might not yield any advantage. Observing Pei Xihe's excessively cautious demeanor, a hint of amusement stirred within him. The elderly gentleman kindly imparted to her the essence of a blade technique, yet she, in her cautious demeanor, seemed to overthink the matter. It was not that she was disliked. Rather, what once intrigued him about this young girl had suddenly lost its charm. He waved his hand dismissively. As a rustic villager, he offered a fleeting lesson in swordplay, leaving the extent of her learning to fate, and declared his departure. Pei Xihe quickly realized that her instinctive wariness had created an invisible barrier between them. Yet Zhao Qingtang moved even more swiftly, almost as if traversing 1,000 miles in a single step. She barely had time to inquire, "Senior, what is the name of this technique?" By the time her question left her lips, Zhao Qingtang's figure had completely vanished from her sight, leaving only a fleeting echo, the blade of free will. The phrase lingered in the air, prompting a slight curl of her lips. In this world, how many things truly aligned with one's desires? Pei Xihe had quickly grasped the situation. Her excessive caution had indeed been somewhat injurious. This was likely how her senior perceived her. A master would naturally possess a temperament. For those of exceptional skill had long shed the constraints that bound them. Had she not inadvertently erected a wall between them? Why would anyone else feel compelled to approach her? A twinge of regret flickered within Pei Xihe, yet she swiftly brushed it aside. Her cautious nature had saved her countless times. Thus, she felt no inclination to alter it, nor could she. It was through meticulous vigilance that she had survived thus far, with nowhere to retreat and standing alone. If she were to falter, what hope would she have? She dispelled these convoluted emotions from her mind. The preceding strike had a truly seismic impact on her. It not only annihilated the Lupin demons, but also cleaved a significant fissure into her nascent blade intent, which had only just begun to manifest, thus broadening her path forward. Countless realms lie beyond blade intent, and the Tao of the blade is profoundly vast and boundless. The blade in one's grasp is the keenest weapon. Ming Linlang brandished her sword, her chi transforming into myriad streams of water. Autumn Shadow, in her possession, radiated astonishing light. A 6th-grade superior spiritual sword was indeed suitable even for a golden core adept. The water flowed gently, yet concealed within were countless sword auras and sword radiances. Ming Linlong's left hand caressed the blade, eliciting a layer of azure. and the water spirit patterns upon the sword ignited inch by inch. Vortices of water manifested around her. She pointed her sword's tip. Ming stood in midair, a serpentine demon beneath her feet. A python, having become a demon, had regenerated its potent venom, and it spewed forth a dense, purple miasma. Ming Linlang remained unfazed, her expression serene. Sword intent. She had comprehended sword intent. A 6th-grade sword manual, luminous reflections of flowing water and spring breeze. One strike, elegant and frigid. Countless swords emerged simultaneously from the water vortices, instantly transforming into a firmament of water swords. Dense and numerous, they evolved from elegance into splendor. A boundless expanse of aquatic hues, a limitless panorama of sword shadows. Vanquish. She parted her vermilion lips, her eyes gleaming with a hint of frost. Countless water swords descended, obliterating the poisonous fog and utterly annihilating the serpent demon into a bloody, indistinct mess. Ming Linlang was indeed exceptionally gifted, effortlessly slaying a Foundation Establishment 5th Realm demon. A man flew to her side. He possesses a handsome visage and a demeanor that is quite affable. Yet beneath it lies a trace of pride that even he himself finds hard to discern. Ming Linlang, holding her sword, cupped her hands in greeting. Senior brother, you flatter me. As a cultivator in the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment, how could I possibly capture the attention of someone as accomplished as you, who has stepped into the Golden Core realm? This individual is indeed a disciple of the inner sect of Kunlun, and also one of the most formidable among them. Changqing smiled. Junior sister, your resolve in seeking the Tao is unwavering, and your talent is unparalleled. It may not be long before you surpass me. Ming Linlang merely smiled in response, choosing not to speak. She was certain she would indeed surpass him. Her life and heart were devoted to the path of cultivation. Ascending the great Tao does not concern itself with titles such as senior brother or junior sister. Her sole aim was to surpass everyone before her and tread an invincible path. As a side note, the senior brother seeks to showcase his prowess, yet still maintains a veneer of humility. Perhaps you will soon catch up to me. Ming Linlang thought to herself, how eloquent. This little one is quite perceptive. Of course, I will catch up to you. Is this not a matter of course, a task easily accomplished? The inner thoughts of Ming Linlang. A remarkably self-assured and resolute beauty. Chapter 69. Azure Cloud and Verdant Grass. Pei Xihe stumbled upon a significant opportunity. That enigmatic elder showed little interest in the carcasses and demon cores of the wolf demons, yet Pei Xihe did. When a demonic beast reaches the Foundation Establishment stage and produces a demon core, it develops a semblance of intelligence and will destroy its core upon facing death. The one Pei Xihe had just slain was such a case. However, Zhao Qingtang's actions were different. With an aura of dominance, he eradicated all of the wolf demons without exception. Indeed, it was annihilation. The blade, imbued solely with foundational spiritual energy, nevertheless possessed an inscrutable power capable of annihilating all. The wolf demon was caught off guard, and it was highly probable that its demon core remained intact. Pei Xihe meticulously gathered and selected the valuable items from the scene. Indeed, she acquired 11 flawless foundational demon cores. This marked her second encounter with such cores, the first, a fiery tiger demon core. Bestowed upon her the blazing divine ability and facilitated her remarkable ascent to the 8th stage of Qi refinement. The demon core of the wolf, radiating a gentle white luminance, was a true foundational demon core. It contained demonic energy incomparable to that of the fiery tiger core. Pei Xihe collected everything with precision. The medicinal pills she had previously consumed were now taking effect, restoring her spiritual energy to about 70 to 80%. With a gentle exhale, she stifled her contemplation of the blade's implications. The pervasive stench of blood in the vicinity was alarming, as it would likely soon attract other wild beasts and demon clans. Pei Xihe gazed intently at the azure blade aura, her expression a tapestry of complex emotions. That azure hue seemed to imprint itself upon her very soul before she turned away. Her encounter with the wolf demon had stemmed from inadvertently straying into a cave. She had barely reached its entrance when the wolf demon had ambushed her, forcing her into this predicament. Moving with grace, Pei Xihe invoked her spiritual energy to restore her robe to its former pristine condition, erasing all traces of blood and foul odor. With a healing pill consumed, the wounds began to scab over. Silently, she traversed through dense thickets, parting the swaying branches. At last, she returned to the entrance of the cave. Pei Xihe exhibited an acute sensitivity to spiritual energy, perceiving a dense concentration of it gathering in this locale, while a gentle whisper from the contract space alerted her to the anomalies present. With Kong Rue's protective aura enveloping her, she possessed an extraordinary intuition regarding these peculiarities. She tread lightly upon the ground, her footsteps making not a sound. The cave entrance was remarkably concealed, shrouded by entwining vines. Pei Xihe parted the layers of foliage and ventured inside. The light was dim, casting an air of profundity. Here, she dared not ignite a torch, uncertain whether other dangers lurked beyond the wolf demon that had ambushed her previously. A glimmer of spiritual light flickered in her eyes. As a foundational cultivator, her body had shed its mundane shell, allowing her vision to remain unimpeded even in the darkest of nights. She extended her senses, discerning an emptiness that gradually eased her apprehension. A peculiar fragrance wafted through the air, growing more pronounced as she delved deeper. It was exquisitely delightful, yet refreshingly light. Not overwhelming to the senses. Pei Xihe's heartbeat quickened slightly. Such a captivating aroma must signify the presence of extraordinary treasures. Having recently entered the first realm of foundation establishment, and having absorbed the essence of 11 demon cores, combined with the spiritual items she carried for refinement, she was already poised to break through to the second realm. This pace of cultivation is noteworthy. In the outside world, achieving a breakthrough in a minor foundational realm through rigorous seclusion could take a gifted individual at least a year, while those of lesser aptitude might find themselves struggling for 5 or 6 years to even touch the threshold. Pei Xihe could not help but reaffirm her decision to enter the realm of divine concealment, for within this sanctuary, the spiritual energy was extraordinarily abundant, facilitating her advancement in foundation establishment. After several intense battles, she swiftly secured her position, obtaining a demon pill and a couple of 8th-grade spiritual herbs. With this, she had laid a solid foundation for a breakthrough to the second stage of foundation establishment. Common demon pills, even those from early-stage foundation beasts, typically require at least 40 or 50,000 spirit stones as a baseline and are still in high demand. In the Kunlun region, venturing into the depths of the forest to hunt for demon pills entails the risk of being targeted by golden core demon beasts or even nascent soul demon beasts, making it a perilous endeavor fraught with danger. A surge of excitement welled up within Pei Xihe. If this spiritual object were to strengthen further, she would be ready to transcend her current realm. Achieving the second stage would enhance her power significantly, granting her greater stability. She ventured deeper, catching sight of a glimmer. The air was thick with moisture, and she sensed a dampness, the spiritual energy abundant and more profound than that outside the cave. Her gaze fell upon a tranquil pool, its water crystal clear and pristine like a mirror. At its center stood a blue-white herb, its stem partially submerged, anchored to a stone at the bottom of the pool, while the other half emerged into the air, emanating a fragrance from the pale yellow flowers adorning its tip. Pei Xihe licked her lips, her eyes reflecting a flicker of fervor. 7th grade. This was a 7th-grade spiritual herb, Xinjiang Yinxiao. The potency of the herb was remarkably pure and profound. It was said that for every inch, there were 10 years of growth, and the older the herb, the stronger its efficacy. Upon closer inspection, this particular specimen was already over 7 inches tall, easily qualifying as a spiritual herb aged 70 years. If she were to truly refine it, not only would it not harm her foundational essence, but it would also nourish her corporeal form, significantly broadening her meridians. She summoned her spiritual energy, manifesting a spectral hand upon the surface of the pool. Caution had become ingrained in her very being, and after years of undertaking missions, she had witnessed all manners of circumstances. Indeed, just as the spectral hand was about to make contact with the ethereal herb, the tranquil surface of the pool erupted in tumultuous ripples. A crimson shadow surged forth, causing cascading waves. It was a serpent, a slender, crimson demon snake. Its head was triangular, with vertically slit pupils. Its body, over a meter in length, was adorned with intricate scales that formed a dense tapestry of bizarre red patterns. Emerging from the water, its eyes glimmered with a chilling malevolence. When it came to celestial materials and treasures, beasts possessed a sharper sensitivity than humans, and it was often the case that spiritual materials were guarded by such creatures. Pei Xihe swung her blade, channeling her spiritual energy into a gust of wind, aiming to cast the crimson serpent aside. However, the serpent emanated a blood-red flame, disregarding the gale and directly lunging towards Pei Xihe's neck. The triangular-headed snake harbored deadly venom. How could Pei Xihe allow it to approach? With a razor-sharp blade, she struck at the serpent's head. Though the serpent's head was diminutive, Pei Xihe's aim was precise, honed through years of practice. Crack! To her astonishment, the crimson serpent had cultivated a body as hard as iron, sustaining no damage whatsoever. A glint of determination sparked in Pei Xihe's eyes. Her golden spiritual energy surged violently, enveloping the blade in a resplendent glow, exuding an aura of near terror. In the realm of existence, opportunities were claimed by the capable. The azure cloud grass, she has firmly grasped it. Chapter 70. The Secrets Beneath the Pool. Pei Xihe ignited the power of the golden net, channeling the chilling strength of the cold iron within the spring stream fusion. Instantly, a crimson line was etched upon the serpent's head. The snake's blood exuded a nauseating stench, causing profound disgust as it splattered onto the ground, hissing ominously. This blood was laced with corrosive toxins. Pei Xihe's heart tightened with apprehension. She must not come into contact with this blood. A few mystical patterns on the spring stream fusion in her hand were marred by the blood, but with a swift motion of her spiritual energy, she sent the blood splattering away. Once more, she swung her blade, swift and precise, aiming to strike the serpent at its vital point. The long serpent was slender and remarkably agile. It coiled around her blade, employing flexibility to counter rigidity, its surface ablaze with a fierce red glow. Clearly a manifestation of formidable demonic prowess, standing resilient against Pei Xihe's golden net's spiritual power, showing no signs of yielding. This red serpent's cultivation was already at the pinnacle of the foundational stage, an apex strength among its early ranks. Pei Xihe unleashed a blue spiritual talisman with her left hand. The wind talisman transformed into cutting blades, directly slicing through the serpent's surface. Fueled by her spiritual energy, the wind talisman erupted with a force 3 to 4 times greater than that infused into it. The crimson flames enveloping the serpent appeared to be slightly overwhelmed by the wind blades. Pei Xihe's left hand struck the hilt of her blade forcefully. As an unending stream of icy golden spiritual power surged forth, unleashing a chilling aura and sharpness from the cold iron. The waves of the blade surged forth. The intense tremors directly repelled the red serpent. Pei Xihe wielded her blade with grandiose movements. The intent of her blade flowed seamlessly, her technique exquisite. Even with a target as slender as the red serpent, it did not hinder her prowess in the slightest. Suddenly, a vision of a blue blade aura emerged in Pei Xihe's mind. The unparalleled sense of naturalness. The memory of that strike felt as if it were delivered by the heavens themselves, embodying the will of the predecessors, under his command. Perhaps it was not a mere borrowing of the forces of nature, but rather a melding of one's own will with the cosmos, thus allowing my intent to harness the powers of the universe and execute that unmatched strike. This profound realization suddenly erupted within Pei Xihe's heart, akin to enlightenment. A peculiar, hazy expression flickered in her eyes. The crimson serpent seized the opportunity, swiftly regaining its balance and lunging forward like a blood-red sword aimed at Pei Xihe. In an instant, the confusion in her gaze dissipated. With her hands gripping the blade, she radiated a dazzling tricolor spiritual energy. In that fleeting moment, the roots of her spirit and her techniques unleashed a terrifying suction, drawing in the surrounding spiritual essence at an astonishing speed. Ice, fire, gold. Her current realm fell far short of Zhao Qingtang's formidable power and mastery. Pei Xihe became the vessel, using her spirit roots and techniques as a catalyst, simultaneously summoning the spiritual energy of the universe. The 9-inch spirit root was her foundation. With a flicker of insight in her heart, she briefly commanded all the incoming spiritual energy, coalescing it into her current strike. Pei Xihe swung her blade, though it lacked the usual meticulous finesse. The blade's radiance was dense and potent. It was simple. She wielded the sword. This strike, imbued with extraordinary significance, intertwined with the spiritual energy swirling around her. The ice slowed its form, the gold shattered its serpentine scales, and the fire scorched its flesh. That strike could not be evaded by the crimson serpent. It landed squarely upon its body. The spiritual energy within Pei Xihe's body was being depleted rapidly. Just wielding that blade had consumed 50 to 60% of her reserves. Yet, her eyes gleamed with a hint of elation and astonishment. This strike still paled in comparison to Zhao Qingtang's, which was separated by an insurmountable chasm. Zhao Qingtang moved with effortless grace, imposing his will, transcending his cultivation realm, and merging with the very fabric of the cosmos, employing the boundless spiritual energy of heaven and earth to suppress all creation. Pei Xihe, however, lacked such profound comprehension and state of mind. Instead, she forcefully drew upon the ambient spiritual energy through her exceptional 9-inch spiritual roots. Driven by her blade intent, she commanded the spiritual energy, unleashing a surge of power far exceeding her current cultivation level in a fleeting instant. The serpent's body still quivered slightly. Pei Xihe's spring brook blade tip pierced directly into the serpent's head. Deprived of the demon's power to protect it, its steel-like flesh and iron hide became limp and collapsed. Finally, the red serpent demon was utterly annihilated. Pei Xihe's mind was clear as she swiftly extracted the serpent's gall, where she indeed discovered a slightly shattered crimson demon core. It retained a remarkable 70 to 80% integrity, with the demonic and rune imprints still distinctly visible. Pei Xihe suppressed the joy in her heart. With that single strike, she could decisively slay a Foundation Establishment stage early peaked serpent demon. This meant that her combat prowess, due to that one blade, could rival that of a Foundation Establishment stage 4th layer cultivator. Of course, this was in comparison to ordinary Foundation Establishment stage 4th layer cultivators. Those who entered this hidden realm today were largely sect geniuses and scions of influential families. Their cultivation techniques and Taoist arts were invariably profound and vast, and the spiritual treasures they wielded were of an even higher grade. She would not be presumptuous. Pei Xihe couldn't help but grow more curious about the identity of that mysterious senior. Bearing a long sword larger than herself, this was undoubtedly a striking characteristic. She resolved that upon exiting the realm of invisibility, she would diligently inquire further. She summoned her spiritual energy, transforming it into blazing flames to incinerate the serpent demon's corporeal form. With a light touch of her toes, Pei Xihe descended gracefully to the center of the pool. Within her dantian, a spiritual repository known as the Lingshu Purple Mansion was formed, capable of storing various items. However, the interior of a cultivator's body is exceedingly delicate and sensitive. Thus, the Lingshu storage is seldom utilized by cultivators, reserved only for items of paramount importance. Such items include life-preserving elixirs and contracted spiritual treasures, with the Lingshu primarily serving as a sanctuary for life-saving possessions. Pei Xihe entrusted her solitary 7th-grade life-preserving elixir and several talismans into it. Presently, lacking a suitable high-quality jade box to contain this 7th-grade spiritual herb, she feared its medicinal potency would gradually dissipate. By stowing it within the Lingshu, she could preserve its efficacy to the greatest extent, and even if some potency were to fade, it would merely be absorbed back into her own body. The Qingjiang Yunqiao was gently enveloped by her spiritual energy, and Pei Xihe's dantian emitted a soft, radiant glow as it assimilated the herb. Pei Xihe scrutinized the small pool before her. The water was remarkably clear, yet the spiritual energy within it was rather sparse. How, then, could it nurture a 7th-grade spiritual herb? Doubts flickered in her mind. The pool appeared to be crystal clear, and the red serpent could not have concealed anything from her keen sight. Thus, what mysteries lay at the bottom of this pool? With a delicate tap of her toes, she stirred a sense of curiosity. The absence of a warning from her instincts suggested that no significant danger lurked within the waters. Therefore, she felt compelled to explore further. When one encounters an opportunity, it must be seized. One cannot remain stagnant out of fear of potential peril. To abandon the pursuit of immortality for such reasons would be folly. The practitioner is inherently engaged in a struggle for survival, navigating through the vast expanse of the celestial sea throughout their life. After half an hour, Pei Xihe rose. She affixed to herself a water-repelling talisman and a golden body talisman. Once adequately prepared, she leaped into the pool. Gradually, she descended. A faint ray of light emanated from beneath a massive boulder. Channeling her full spiritual energy through her hands, Pei Xihe pushed against the boulder, and an overwhelming force drew her entirely within. Chapter 71. A Hidden Paradise. Pei Xihe remained ever vigilant. Even when swept away by the white light, her body swaying and enveloped in a profound dizziness, she bit her tongue sharply upon landing and regained her composure. As she surveyed her surroundings, she discovered a small realm. Delight illuminated her eyes. Here, the grass flourished and flowers bloomed. The sky was a pristine blue, and tranquility reigned. Radiant sunlight graced the ground. Yet the sun itself was nowhere to be seen. Pei Xihe suddenly realized that she had been transported from the bottom of the pool to this secluded space. The hidden realm is, in essence, a miniature world governed by the forces of nature, its spatial laws indistinguishable from those of the outside world, thereby capable of accommodating the emergence of such a small space. The spiritual energy here was even more abundant than that of the external realm. The overflowing spiritual essence was continuously absorbed by the azure cloud grasses from the pool. The amount absorbed matched precisely the overflow, resulting in the pool's diminished spiritual energy. It was likely that the crimson serpent was concealed within this small space, thriving on the abundant spiritual energy that enabled it to cultivate to such an extraordinary level of demonic power. Pei Xihe pondered in her heart, questioning the true nature of this place. It is well known that within the realm of the divine seclusion, there exist numerous fates and legacies. However, lurking beneath the surface are grave dangers. Those fortunate enough to seize opportunities and emerge from the divine seclusion may soar to legendary heights, yet countless others, even upon encountering such chances, have perished due to the accompanying perils, their souls extinguished. The true extent of the buried remains within this mystical realm remains a mystery. Pei Xihe's mental energy surged forth, and upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, her psychic power notably increased. Now, within a 10-mile radius, she could summon her mental force to discern her surroundings with clarity. After several searches, she released a gentle sound. Huanji, the demon beast of the Kong clan, possessed a heightened sensitivity to danger, surpassing that of her kind. As Huanji emitted a few excited calls, conveying a sense of safety, she finally felt at ease. Huanji frolicked on the grass with its 4 tiny hooves, having been cooped up since Pei Xihe entered the divine seclusion. A twinge of guilt stirred within her. The lively and spirited young Huanji had indeed been stifled. Yet, within this perilous realm, where golden core demon beasts roamed, she could not ensure its safety. Although Huanji bore a unique bloodline and exuded auspicious energy, its combat prowess was not particularly remarkable among demon kind. At present, Huanji's demonic cultivation had reached the late Qi refinement stage, nearing the subsequent realms. To those formidable golden core demon beasts, Huanji, with its special lineage, was akin to a tempting morsel. It could potentially nourish their own bloodlines, possibly evolving into even more powerful abilities. Pei Xihe dared not take such a risk, thus confining Huanji within her contracted space. Fortunately, Huanji was understanding. Despite its daily lethargy, it did not bear any ill will towards her. In this moment, the little creature frolicked with unbridled joy, its playful sounds echoing endlessly. Pei Xihe couldn't help but chuckle softly, allowing it the freedom to dart about. This place was a sanctuary of sorts, a rare find, and she felt herself relax a little. Meanwhile, she meticulously explored the confines of her surroundings. As she extended her mental energy, she discerned that this space was circular in shape. Surrounding it was an impenetrable fog, through which her thoughts could not penetrate. This was a void stream, a buffer zone where the realm of the divine concealed itself, merging with this small space. Thus far, she had encountered no anomalies. After careful contemplation, she realized that this cave, devoid of the ethereal energy of the Yun Chao, bore no distinction from the ordinary. It was exceedingly concealed. Furthermore, should anyone stumble upon this place and gaze upon the pool, the absence of the central Xinjiang Yun Chao would render the slightly enchanted water unremarkable. The pool's depths were clearly visible, and an ordinary person would think nothing of it. Had it not been for the mysterious appearance of the crimson serpent, Pei Xihe would have remained oblivious to the hidden wonders within. As she began to absorb the spiritual energy of this place, the dissipated essence would significantly diminish, enhancing her safety. Perhaps it would be wise to prepare for the absorption of demon cores and spiritual herbs here, aiming for a breakthrough to the second stage of foundation establishment. With this intention, she summoned the little creature. It nuzzled her fingers and emitted a few soft sounds. "If you wish to play, then play," she encouraged. "It is rare to find such a safe haven. Please keep watch for me as I prepare for my breakthrough. If you would." The creature, displaying a spark of intelligence, nodded in understanding. Pei Xihe then settled herself cross-legged upon the grass, producing 11 demon wolf cores, 1 serpent demon core, and 3 8th-grade spiritual herbs. This was indeed a substantial investment in her cultivation. With both hands forming a seal, a tricolor luminescence diffused outwards, enveloping both the demon core and the spiritual herbs entirely. The demon core contained an exceedingly violent demonic power. To transform it into spiritual qi would result in a loss of 30 to 40%. Further loss would occur in solidifying and compressing it into one's own spiritual power. Thus, the true demonic power contained within the demon core was sufficient to overwhelm Pei Xihe at her current state, yet it was perfectly suited for her cultivation. After all, she was a human cultivator, not a demon beast, and her formidable physical body was sufficient to withstand most of the impact. Refining it would result in the loss of more than half of its power. The demonic power within the demon core was extracted, carrying with it a violent and fierce baleful aura. Pei Xihe used her own spiritual power as a buffer, disassembling the demonic power thread by thread back into spiritual qi. This was akin to weaving cloth. The myriad spiritual qi in the world were like individual cotton fibers. Cultivators, demon clans, and demonic cultivators wove them into spiritual power. Demonic power and demonic force using different techniques. Though the paths diverged, the source was the same. However, after disassembly, there would inevitably be attrition. So the demonic power was absorbed, transformed into spiritual qi, then condensed into spiritual power, returning to Pei Xihe's body. Above her Tao platform, the spiritual void faintly glowed, containing numerous mysterious runes, with tricolor spiritual power flashing alternately. The ice purity art, golden net spell, and scorching sun skill operated rapidly. As the spiritual power condensed, a seven-colored jade step above it became increasingly clear, emitting a limpid radiance. Until this jade step became increasingly crystalline and translucent, Pei Xihe felt her dantian was incredibly full. A faint movement came from the spiritual void, and she had touched the barrier of the second realm. She channeled all of her spiritual power, fiercely ing this barrier. The spiritual void moved even more intensely. After a prolonged moment, the Tao platform within her radiated with a myriad of colors, giving birth to another jade step. Pei Xihe's aura underwent a profound transformation, becoming deep and steady. She absorbed the essence of demon cores and spiritual herbs to advance. Although it had been less than half a month since her breakthrough from the foundation establishment stage, this achievement was largely attributed to the exceptional environment of the divine hidden realm and numerous fortuitous encounters. Her foundation remained solid, and her spiritual energy pure. Pei Xihe opened her eyes, and a cascade of delicate spiritual light scattered from her being. The foundation establishment physical form embodies great mysteries, and this realm is precisely about continually excavating potential from within one's body to form jade steps. With the emergence of 9 jade steps, her potential was fully realized. The 9 jade steps reintegrated into the Tao platform, breaking open the spiritual void and transforming into a golden core. The joy in Pei Xihe's eyes was unmistakable. The speed at which she advanced through realms was astonishing. Within half a month, she had progressed a full stage in foundation establishment. Solidifying her foundation in the process, how could one not be elated? Hengqi, sensing her delight, leaped into her embrace, chirping incessantly. Pei Xihe retrieved a spirit beast pill to feed the little creature, affectionately stroking its tiny head. Since adopting Hengqi, her fortunes had indeed been on the rise. Chapter 72, Azure Xian and the Radiant Moon. Pei Xihe rose to her feet, her previous injuries completely healed. Her spiritual energy surged, now at least 70 to 80% deeper than before her advancement. She felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and exhilaration. Not only had she advanced to the second realm, but she had also firmly established her position thanks to the abundant spiritual energy in this place. Yet, Pei Xihe was astute and perceptive, pondering that the spatial phenomena here must have a reason for existence. What might she have overlooked in this realm? Suddenly, her gaze was drawn to the sky above. Though the sun was absent, an inexplicable light permeated the surroundings. Was it that during my cultivation, this place had never known darkness? Upon hearing Pei Xihe's inquiry, the little creature flicked its tail and nodded in response. Pei Xihe gazed intently at the sky, a growing sense of doubt settling in her heart. She squinted her eyes. Without the sun, light still flourished, and the dawn knew no night. This small space, abundant with flourishing flora, must be governed by a semblance of temporal laws. Yet, Pei Xihe had yet to touch upon the realm of such laws, rendering her unable to grasp their essence. After much contemplation, she found herself unable to quell the curiosity and desire for exploration that stirred within her. The spring stream emerged in her hand, infused with resplendent golden spiritual energy. Now at the second stage of foundation establishment, her spiritual power surged with formidable strength. With a swift motion, she raised her long blade, a sharp and fierce aura emanating from its tip. With a decisive swing, she struck towards the celestial canvas above. The blade, augmented by golden spiritual energy, unleashed in unstoppable force, shimmering with a golden hue as it cleaved towards the heavens. Yet, she knew that such an act could hardly alter the sky. After all, even the grandmasters found it arduous to shake the very heavens, let alone a mere foundation cultivator like herself. Yet, to her astonishment, she heard the sound of collision. She lifted her gaze, fixating intently on the celestial expanse. The sky had been rent open by her blade's might, akin to a flawless sheet of paper effortlessly punctured by her strike. Pei Xihe's swordsmanship was astonishingly swift, one cut after another. A flurry of blade shadows cascaded towards the heavens, unleashing waves of tremendous energy propelled by her intent. In the blink of an eye, the celestial canvas bore a multitude of wounds. Pei Xihe gathered her full focus, and there, beneath the ruptured sky, she beheld a crescent moon suspended in the true heavens above. The once serene canopy above was shattered by her actions, plunging the surroundings into a somber darkness. Illuminated only by the gentle glow of a crescent moon, the breached canopy gradually transformed into a scattering of luminous motes, which converged into the embrace of the crescent moon. This moon exhibited an exquisite and ethereal hue of pale azure, its light soft and tender, reminiscent of being bathed in endless holy radiance. However, as Pei Xihe concentrated her spiritual energy and focused her gaze, she realized that this crescent was not a genuine celestial body, but a quintessential spiritual artifact. A spark of fervor ignited within her eyes. The crescent was adorned with an intricate array of incomprehensible runes, the enigmatic power within them intoxicating. How could she remain unmoved by such a sight? Moreover, having journeyed to this point and coincidentally unraveled the enigma of the canopy, she felt a profound connection to this crescent moon. Pei Xihe summoned every ounce of her spiritual energy. As a foundational practitioner, she had just begun to form her corporeal essence and could momentarily traverse the skies with her spiritual power. She felt light and unburdened, using her energy as fuel to approach the crescent moon. Yet, as she drew nearer, the pale azure moonlight intensified, radiating an even stronger brilliance. An overwhelming pressure suddenly descended upon her, causing Pei Xihe to be violently repelled. She quickly regained her composure, although the protective golden talismans adorning her had shattered. It was as if the crescent moon itself repelled her proximity, instinctively driving her away. Pei Xihe was unwilling to concede. Who could easily relinquish such a fortuitous treasure within reach? Gritting her teeth, she affixed 3 more golden talismans to herself. After all, she had risked everything to seek survival and opportunity in this hidden realm. With renewed determination, she propelled herself forward, charging directly towards the luminous crescent moon. The crescent's moonlight surged, as if incensed by her audacity. A myriad of moonlight chains coalesced in an instant, surging towards several vital points of Pei Xihe with lethal intent. The formidable force emanating from them was potent enough to annihilate cultivators at the mid to late stages of foundation establishment. In desperation, she tore open a life-preserving talisman from her Dantian's spiritual void and hastily swallowed a 7th-grade elixir. Though it pained her greatly, the more she cherished her talismans and medicinal pills, the more resolute she became in her determination to seize this crescent moon. The energies of her second realm surged forth in a wild explosion, forming a protective spiritual shield. In a mere moment, the moonlight chains tore through her defenses. The brilliance of her protective talisman flared brightly. With a swift motion, Pei Xihe wielded her long blade, conjuring myriad blade shadows in the blink of an eye. The clang of blades echoed as they clashed against the chains hurtling towards her. Yet, her speed noticeably diminished under the mysterious suppression of the moonlight, which hindered her spiritual energy. Gritting her teeth, she sensed a moonlight chain approaching from behind. Channeling all her spiritual power, she redirected the strength of her protective talismans to that location. However, 3 chains pierced through her flesh, inflicting excruciating pain. Yet, leveraging the rebound force from the chains striking her talisman shield, Pei Xihe surged forward towards the crescent moon. The moon hung in the sky, ethereal and dreamlike. Yet, in close proximity, Pei Xihe realized that this moon was not far removed from her own form. She embraced the pale azure crescent, her wounds bleeding profusely, staining it with crimson. In an instant, the moon transformed from its serene azure hue to a strikingly blood-red, eerie spectacle. Pei Xihe summoned her full spiritual and mental energy, attempting to forcibly refine the moon. This month is not a true month. Rather, It is a manifestation of a unique spiritual essence, a celestial creation that can be regarded as an innate spiritual entity. Such an entity can be claimed through a covenant, much like the extraordinary flames and rare waters, allowing one to refine it into a part of oneself, thereby significantly enhancing one's power. Moreover, it inherently possesses remarkable potential for growth. How could Pei Xihe possibly allow such a treasure to slip through her fingers? Although this treasure is formidable, it has yet to develop sufficient spiritual intelligence, granting her the opportunity to refine it as part of herself. Her mental energy was continuously severed by the brilliance of the clear moon, and Pei Xihe endured the excruciating pain in her mind. Her own mental energy already surpassed that of several cultivators at the same level. She could withstand it. Like a frenzy, she poured her spiritual force and mixed it with her own lifeblood into it. This was a tug-of-war. The loss of blood rendered her delicate face pale, yet her eyes remained fiercely determined. At last, her mental energy penetrated the clear moon. She began to act like a thief, frantically plundering and absorbing the pure essence within its core to nourish herself. She marked every corner with her imprint, extending her mental energy to claim this mysterious realm as her own. Gradually, the chains of moonlight binding her dissipated. The luminous radiance no longer exerted pressure upon her. Rather, as it descended upon her, her wounds began to heal rapidly. A shift stirred within Pei Xihe. The crescent moon, pale blue in hue, continually shrank until it fell into her hands. This object was named the Azure Radiant Moon. Suddenly, the brilliance of this moon vanished from the heavens, and golden characters began to float in the previously pitch-black night sky, descending upon Pei Xihe. Chapter 73. The divine art of the radiant moon unleashed a tremendous influx of information, crashing into Pei Xihe's consciousness. She summoned all her mental strength to withstand it. Having now broken through to the foundational stage, Pei Xihe's capacity to endure within her consciousness has become increasingly robust. She scrutinizes the golden characters as they merge into her very being. With each inscription that embeds itself, the azure moon in her palm emanates a refreshing radiance, suggesting a profound connection between the two. There are a total of 5 golden characters. This ancient script is unfamiliar to Pei Xihe, yet it exudes an aura both mysterious and terrifying, imbued with an intrinsic, archaic elegance. As she thoroughly refines the flow of information within her mind, a complex expression flickers in her eyes. A sensation akin to serendipity envelopes her, rendering the experience somewhat surreal. These 5 golden characters embody a lineage. Scattered throughout the realm of divine obscurity are innumerable legacies, remnants of the grand sects that have transcended time. At this moment, she has fortuitously encountered one of these legacies. The 5 characters represent 5 distinct forms of 7th-tier Dao techniques: shadowed gaze, pure flame, mystic water, radiant star, and flowing frost. When she masters these 5 techniques to their fullest potential, the golden characters now etched in her consciousness will converge as one, giving rise to a divine art born from the azure moon. The stronger the azure moon, the more formidable this divine art becomes, destined to be at least of 6th-tier profundity. How could this not fill her with uncontainable joy? Currently, her highest cultivation is merely approaching the 7th-tier quality of the 6 Harmonies Mystic Blade. This is the essence of fortuitous inheritance. To encounter it and seize it is to ascend to unparalleled heights. How many yearn for such an opportunity, pursuing it tirelessly? Clenching her palm, the radiant moon vanishes within her grasp, and within her dantian, a crescent of azure-white light cascades forth. Her ability to absorb and refine spiritual energy has been significantly enhanced. To her astonishment, this luminous moon harbored such profound mysteries. Although the enhancement was but a mere fraction, its cumulative effects on cultivation were self-evident over time. The perilous gamble for opportunity she had just undertaken proved to be incredibly worthwhile. Pei Xihe absorbed the crescent moon's energy, propelling her from the initial stage of the second realm to its latter phase. With the guardian spirit of this space now absent, the once abundant spiritual energy began to deplete rapidly. Following the path she had taken, Pei Xihe leaped forward, enveloped once more in a radiant light that transported her away. As this small realm approached collapse, it was prudent to depart swiftly. With a deft flick of her feet, Pei Xihe glided gracefully to the surface of the pool, akin to a fish navigating through water. Suddenly, the water rippled, revealing a foot submerged within. A jolt of alarm surged through her, having recently obtained her opportunity and inheritance. She felt akin to a startled bird, brimming with vigilance. The pool's crystalline clarity made it evident that its owner had also sensed the disturbance below. In an instant, shards of solid ice materialized, shooting forth from the depths towards her. The sound of rustling garments accompanied them. Pei Xihe cursed her misfortune inwardly. What an inconvenience! She possessed an ice spiritual root within her, allowing her to summon formidable ice energy at will. She attempted to manipulate the solidifying ice in reverse. However, the chilling aura emanating from it was overwhelmingly potent and difficult to control. Gritting her teeth, she conjured a series of ice shields before her to deflect the piercing shards. With unparalleled agility, Pei Xihe leapt from the bottom of the pool, only to catch sight of a figure clad in white, with a sword in hand. The ice-blue longsword emanated a chilling aura that seemed capable of freezing one's very blood, accompanied by a fierce intent. This individual was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Moreover, one could discern a profound depth to their cultivation, possessing the strength to transcend realms. She clenched her teeth tightly. Damn it, this is it. But wait, that sword looks familiar? Lu Shixiao, you must be mistaken. I am also a disciple of Kunlun. She called out urgently. Pei Xihe, ever adaptable, preferred to avoid confrontation when possible. After all, she was not mute and could explain herself. The man in white was none other than Lu Changfeng. Holding the icy breath of his sword, his expression bore hints of anger and embarrassment, his eyes radiating a chilling, murderous intent. Yet, upon hearing her sudden call, he paused. Her voice was quite melodious, and despite the urgency, it remained distinctly clear. It seemed he had heard it somewhere before. Dressed solely in a white garment, his complexion was tinged with a hint of crimson. Lu Changfeng pondered for a moment. Since she was a Kunlun disciple, but not within the inner sect, she must belong to the outer sect. He redirected his sword energy, striking the adjacent stone wall. Pei Xihe observed this display of sword energy, inwardly relieved. It was fortunate that she was not the only one blessed with fortune in this world of cultivators. The last time she had seen Lu Changfeng, he was at the early stage of foundation establishment, yet he had evidently gained significant benefits within the realm of the divine, rapidly advancing to mid-stage foundation establishment. The force of this sword energy was truly terrifying. One could fear that even a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator would find it formidable to withstand a single blow. You are an outer sect disciple? Pei Xihe immediately raised her wrist, revealing 3 golden scars. Clarity shimmered around Lu Changfeng, resolving into azure and white raiment. Cerulean dragons, embroidered with meticulous detail, coiled upon the silvery fabric, accentuating his striking handsomeness. Pei Xihe remained indecisive, uncertain of Lu Changfeng's true nature. Though he was reputed to be aloof and detached, befitting the title of the Ice-Heart Immortal Lord, Pei Xihe preferred to rely on her own judgment rather than hearsay. The fact that he had stayed his hand in the throes of anger upon learning she was a fellow disciple was agreeable to her. Lu Changfeng's brow furrowed. Stationed here as part of the Kunlun contingent, he, accustomed to luxury since childhood, had discovered this secluded spring. He had disrobed, with one foot already immersed in the water, when a figure unexpectedly emerged, a woman, no less. Her features were unremarkable, yet her eyes possessed a striking luminosity that sparked a sense of familiarity. He was not one to suppress his thoughts or endure discomfort. Have we not met before? He inquired. Pei Xihe had just emerged from the water. Despite the water-repelling talisman that allowed her to breathe underwater, she was still damp. She had just channeled her spiritual power to restore her robes to dryness when she heard Lu Changfeng's question, reminding her of her disguise. After a moment's deliberation, Pei Xihe smiled, removing the earring from her lobe. As her facial concealment was dispelled, her ordinary face transformed into one of radiant beauty. Even Lu Changfeng could not help but feel as though a light had been kindled before him. The maiden's skin, as delicate and translucent as white jade, blossomed into a stunning visage, inspiring a sense of awe. Pei Xihe clasped her fists and bowed respectfully to Lu Changfeng. Thank you, senior brother, for your mercy. I was previously on a mission in the Kunlun forest domain when I happened to encounter you and senior sister slaying the evil cultivator's disciples. Beneath this lake lies a small space abundant in spiritual energy, which I utilized to break through to the second realm. I continued my cultivation until the space collapsed, at which point I emerged. In just a few words, Pei Xihe conveyed a mixture of 7 parts truth and 3 parts falsehood, concealing the matter of Hao Yue while still providing ample credibility. Her sincere gaze sparkled like stars, and Lu Changfeng, upon meeting her eyes, felt a conviction of nearly 90%. Author's note: the plot and emotional arcs intertwine. If one finds them unappealing, feel free to skip that segment and regard Lu Changfeng as a mere passerby, focusing solely on the narrative. True women never falter in their pursuits due to men. Following this volume, Ghost Gate's Hidden Shadows, comes Heaven and Earth's Dawn, which chronicles the heroine's initial phase of advancement, a narrative of trial and growth. It may not be explosive, but the subsequent volume, We Are All Dragons, promises a display of her full potential, ensuring exhilarating moments without any sense of oppression. Chapter 74. How can a good person have such a mouth? Lu Changfeng recalled Pei Xihe, the outer sect disciple he had encountered while pursuing Lin Zhao. He regarded her with a sense of curiosity. Have you truly reached the second stage of foundation establishment so swiftly? After speaking, he felt a twinge of confusion. Where exactly was this? It was the hidden realm, where everyone entered in search of opportunities and inheritances. Had he not also ascended from the early stages of foundation establishment to the fourth stage at an astonishing pace? In the early and mid stages of foundation establishment, known as the third and fourth realms, practitioners often encounter a formidable obstacle. Some may toil for over a decade without grasping the threshold. Lu Changfeng's cultivation of the Long Bing, Wan Shui Gui Xianju, is a genuine approach. Nearing the second grade, yet he has only recently attained the second layer of his cultivation. The rapid progression of this technique has facilitated his swift advancement through 2 realms, resulting in his current level of attainment. Each practitioner discovers opportunities and treasures unique to their own fate within this realm, which remain profound secrets, impervious to the curiosity of others. Even those as close as spouses or siblings may harbor unspoken feelings of estrangement. Just as he was about to utter something, Pei Xihe lifted her lips in a smile. Her beauty radiated like spring blossoms, perpetually adorned with a hint of mirth. Contrasting starkly with her earlier cold demeanor during the confrontation with Lin Zhao, Pei Xihe spoke candidly, revealing that she fortuitously acquired a rare 7th-grade spiritual entity while in the hidden realm, which she refined in seclusion, thus propelling her to the foundational stage and subsequently to the second realm. Senior brother, you too appear to possess a rich aura and exceptional cultivation. I have yet to congratulate you on your further ascendance. Her honesty was refreshing, her eyes gleaming with sincerity, and her words seamlessly woven. Upon reflection, it was not implausible that she had already reached the late stages of the 12th realm, now advancing to the second stage of foundation establishment. Lu Changfeng nodded in acknowledgement. The composure of this outer sect junior brought a sense of ease. Pei Xihe smiled softly, yet within her heart, she scoffed vehemently. What of the ice-heart immortal lord? Does he understand the nuances of human interaction? Silence speaks volumes. Those who struggle to articulate their thoughts often choose to remain quiet, as if aware of their own limitations. In the realm of cultivation, it is common knowledge that one should refrain from inquiring about another's level of attainment unless a close bond exists, particularly when their encounters have been limited to but a few. Why would he even ask, as if her ascension to the second realm were a monumental event? Is he not also experiencing his own advancement to the mid-stage? Pei Xihe felt a slight diminishment of her favorable impression, yet she maintained an impeccable facade, revealing not a hint of her inner thoughts. Suddenly, Changfeng spoke up. We are both disciples of Kunlun. Now that you have reached the foundation establishment stage, would you join us? Our mission this time is to seek the elusive eternal grass, the crimson sky fruit, and the ice soul salt within this hidden realm. Though you are at the foundation establishment stage, you are still in the early phase. Our team comprises 7 seniors who are on the verge of breaking into the golden core stage. Your presence would significantly enhance our safety. Pei Xihe was taken aback. This proposition bore both advantages and disadvantages. The benefit was clear. Her safety would be assured, and traveling with the larger group would grant her access to far more perilous yet rewarding opportunities. Indeed, her safety would increase by at least 70% if she chose to accompany them. However, the challenge lay in the fact that integrating with the inner disciples, who were the bedrock of the sect, would not be a simple matter. She had learned that inner disciples received a precious scroll from Kunlun, a 6th-grade technique known as Kunlun Quebec. This technique could temporarily augment one's spiritual power and, when combined with the disciple's own energy, could manifest numerous extraordinary methods, a testament to the teachings passed down through the Kunlun lineage. The inner disciples share a tacit understanding, making it difficult for an outer disciple like her to integrate. If she were to face exclusion, she would struggle to contend with the local bullies, and would inevitably suffer significant losses. Moreover, should she truly uncover any fortuitous opportunities, she could not monopolize them. Instead, she would have to compete with them for treasures amidst their perilous quests. The life-extending herb, the crimson heaven fruit, and the ice soul salt are all legendary treasures said to emerge within this realm of divine concealment. The life-extending herb grows an inch every 70 years, and only at 3 inches does it possess medicinal efficacy, allowing for the concoction of longevity elixirs that can extend one's lifespan by 100 years, a rarity of immense value. With numerous esoteric applications, the crimson heaven fruit and ice soul salt are unique treasures that can only be found in this divine realm, worth their weight in gold. In the outside world, these spiritual entities are elusive, unable to thrive for various reasons. Lu Changfeng discerned Pei Xihe's hesitation and turmoil, prompting his curiosity. He decided to speak candidly. "Are you still unwilling to join our Kunlun team?" Pei Xihe felt a surge of frustration at his bluntness. How could a decent person speak so carelessly? The implication that she hesitated to acknowledge her status as a Kunlun disciple resembled treachery, which was utterly absurd. Could he not articulate something more gracious? She shook her head internally, piecing together the situation. This individual likely grew up accustomed to being the center of attention, never needing to be cautious or thoughtful in his speech. She sighed inwardly, contemplating the legends surrounding this realm, which spoke of inner and outer territories. They had been randomly transported to the outer region, where dangers abound, while the inner realm teems with fierce beasts and opportunities for spiritual treasures. The creatures dwelling within are formidable demons of the Golden Core stage. At present, she is merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. The notion of entering such a realm alone is akin to a fool's dream. Yet, Pei Xihe could not suppress her desire to take a glimpse. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she donned the concealing spiritual artifact, swiftly restoring her appearance to an unremarkable state. "I am truly grateful and would certainly wish to join. I hope Brother Lu can assist in recommending me." Upon observing her disguise her visage once more, Lu Changfeng contemplated briefly and grasped her intentions. An exceptionally striking appearance, like hers, is difficult to maintain and may invite danger. While traveling with fellow sect members is manageable, encountering practitioners from other factions could be perilous. Thus, this concealment would serve her well. He nodded with an air of distinction and turned to exit the cave. Pei Xihe followed quietly in his wake. Although she no longer possessed the advantage of her beauty to integrate into this group, she could nonetheless mitigate potential troubles. For her allure often incited jealousy among female cultivators and desire among their male counterparts. Moreover, being recommended by Lu Changfeng would further diminish, if not extinguish, any insinuations of impropriety. Regardless of how one viewed it, complications were inevitable. With her thoughts thoroughly considered and her resolve firm, she ceased to hesitate. Parting the vines, she emerged from the cave. She was met with numerous inquisitive gazes, many exuding an imposing aura, their depths unfathomable to her. Pei Xihe offered an appropriate smile, revealing the 3 golden markings on her wrist, channeling spiritual energy to emit the unique luminous sigils of Kunlun. "Greetings, esteemed brothers and sisters. I am a disciple of the outer sect of Kunlun and hope to journey alongside you." As a digression, Pei Xihe wore a cheerful smile, though her heart harbored unspoken grievances. Chapter 75. The ancestral legacy. Pei Xihe exuded an air of grace, her composure undisturbed by the inquisitive gazes of those around her. Lu Changfeng offered a polite salute to a young man standing at a distance. "Senior Brother Gu, this individual is my fellow disciple from the outer sect of Kunlun. I fortuitously encountered her within a cave. Her name is Pei Xihe, and she has now attained the 2nd stage of foundation establishment. I believe she may accompany us." Pei Xihe followed his gesture, her gaze landing on the young man. He was strikingly handsome, possessing a gentle demeanor devoid of any sharpness. He smiled, meeting Pei Xihe's eyes. Gu Shaoqing's gaze held a subtle scrutiny. Pei Xihe clasped her hands in greeting. "It is an honor to meet you, Senior Brother Gu. I am an outer sect disciple named Pei Xihe, and I have recently broken through to the 2nd stage of foundation establishment. I hope to travel alongside you and the senior brothers and sisters, and I assure you that I will not hinder your progress." The disciples of Kunlun's inner sect were divided into 6 factions, with this particular group, led by Gu Shaoqing, comprised of 7 formidable practitioners at the half-step Golden Core stage. Naturally, they regarded the 2nd stage of foundation establishment with indifference. However, as a fellow disciple of Kunlun, despite the distinctions between inner and outer sects, she appeared poised to enter the inner sect in due time, prompting the possibility of their future camaraderie and support. Changqing smiled warmly. Junior sister, you jest. Please feel at ease. The surrounding senior brothers and sisters responded with gentle smiles. Pei Xihe's unflinching and unrestrained demeanor endeared her to them, and although her appearance was unremarkable, she radiated a comforting presence. Her eyes shimmered with a touch of luster and brilliance, rendering her otherwise ordinary features somewhat pleasing to the eye. Su Qingyin, initially perturbed and vigilant due to the presence of a woman by Lu Changfeng's side, felt a sense of relief upon witnessing the seemingly mundane visage of Pei Xihe. She exhaled softly, internally scoffing twice. A faint aura of purple mist surrounded her, lending an extraordinary quality to her presence. Recently, Su Qingyin had gained some insights through her cultivation, placing her at the cusp of the golden core level. Should she manage to break through to the golden core before reaching a century of age, the possibility of entering the ranks of the prodigies would be within her grasp. With these newfound insights, she was determined to devote herself to her practice, delving into the subtleties of her craft. Her gaze was fixed on Pei Xihe, who, sensing the scrutiny, turned to meet her eyes. There was an extraordinarily beautiful face before her. Han Minglou, locking eyes with Pei Xihe, exchanged a knowing smile, acknowledging her intelligence. How astute! Han Minglou chuckled softly, recognizing that Pei Xihe's beauty was indeed remarkable. Yet, she was merely an outer sect disciple, newly established in her foundation, lacking the noble lineage to safeguard herself. In the realm of half-step golden cores, concealing one's appearance was the wisest course of action. With a naturally discerning heart, akin to that of the Jiang family, she would not expose Pei Xihe's circumstances. However, the thought lingered. Would anything truly transpire between Pei Xihe and Lu Changfeng? Han Minglou dismissed the contemplation, lacking the excess sympathy or compassion to indulge in such musings. She would simply observe. This would also serve to validate the authenticity of the tales she had heard. Even if she found Pei Xihe to be a commendable individual, she would not jeopardize her own interests in the slightest. Han Minglou acknowledged her own coldness and selfishness. She was born to be in a position of power, having learned the ways of emperors. Reflecting on this, a hint of chilliness and detachment flickered in her eyes. Pei Xihe greeted her senior brothers and sisters with a smile, seemingly endowed with a remarkable quality that allowed her to swiftly integrate into her surroundings. Even amidst the superficial harmony, she managed to foster a sense of camaraderie. Lu Changfeng, observing Pei Xihe's affable demeanor, felt a twinge of amusement within. With a light touch of his toes, he gracefully leapt onto a nearby stone, having recently broken through 2 minor realms to reach the 4th level of foundation establishment. He aimed to augment his leverage in the pursuit of opportunities within the realm of divine concealment. Coupled with the Lu family's secret arts, he was naturally capable of traversing realms in battle. However, it was imperative to stabilize his newfound strength. Pei Xihe caught a glimpse of this, then averted her gaze. Her intentions were clear. She sought to harness the power of the Kunlun inner sect to penetrate the inner sanctum of the divine concealment realm in pursuit of greater fortunes. Radiant hues of 9 colors enveloped the central figure, a woman whose platinum hair cascaded down to her waist. Her eyes and brows, as if painted, resembled an exquisite landscape painting. Adorned in a pristine white gown embellished with resplendent golden mystical runes, she exuded a regal elegance, a unique beauty permeating the space around her. The saintess of Penglai, Jiushi, bore the divine patterns on her forehead that shone with layers of brilliance, resisting the overwhelming pressure emanating from a looming bronze gate. Jiushi was already a half-step golden core cultivator, supported by 5 equally skilled practitioners behind her. Yet, she struggled immensely, her spiritual energy surging like a tempestuous tide, clashing violently against the terrifying force exerted by the bronze door. Countless mysterious runes flickered across her skin, counteracting the immense pressure far exceeding that of the foundation establishment stage. Clutched in her 10 fingers was a peculiar strand of gold, akin to a silken thread, which she launched fiercely toward the bronze gate, yet it proved futile. In an instant, a wave-like flame surged from the bronze door, incinerating the golden threads completely. Jiushi staggered back several steps, spitting out a mouthful of dark blood. The 5 cultivators behind her appeared as pallid as parchment, utterly weakened. Her visage, though pale, possessed a certain haunting beauty. It seemed imperative to disseminate this news. A man behind her hastily interjected, "Saintess, this is a legacy left by the peach blossom ancestor. Are we truly going to?" Jiushi swiftly regained her composure and spoke softly. "If my senses are correct, we will need at least 100 half-step golden elixirs. Only by uniting the strength of multiple factions can we hope to breach this bronze gate. Her eyes sparkled with determination. The Peach Blossom Ancestor was a legendary figure of her era, said to have attained enlightenment beneath a peach tree, subsequently manifesting a second peach blossom body. A single petal from this blossom could strike down heavenly thunder, marking her as an invincible presence. Who would not covet the legacy she left behind? The effort they expended to ascertain this location was immense. How could they willingly share it? Yet, they had no choice. She parted her lips to command. Send word to the various sects allied with Kunlun, informing them that I have located the legacy of the Peach Blossom Ancestor and wish to share it with all sections. The man, though reluctant, suppressed his discontent. The Peach Blossom Ancestor. Pei Xihe felt a jolt within her at this revelation. This was the legendary figure from tens of thousands of years ago, a grandmaster who faced heavenly thunder and successfully ascended, an unparalleled immortal. She swallowed hard, feeling that the time spent socializing with those inner disciples had been well worth it. If she were to be all alone, how would she ever have the opportunity to uncover the secrets of the Peach Blossom Ancestor's legacy, let alone dare to venture into the inner sanctum? She licked her lips. Even a mere fragment of the legendary ancestor's inheritance would be sufficient for her own cultivation. Chapter 76, Is the Peach Blossom Ancestor also a three-spirit root? Pei Xihe sat serenely aboard the spiritual vessel, diligently practicing her arts. This was the privilege of the inner disciples. The sect valued them highly and had specially bestowed upon her the fifth-grade spiritual treasure, the heavenly spirit boat. Although the spiritual energy required to operate it was immense, the combined efforts of several half-step Golden Core seniors sufficed perfectly. The heavenly spirit boat possessed the remarkable ability to conceal one's aura and dispel illusions. While soaring through the skies, it eluded detection by anyone below the Golden Core level. Only those at the nascent soul stage might perceive their presence, making it an exceedingly secure existence within this inner realm. Pei Xihe had acquired 5 volumes of 7th-grade Dao techniques, a level of mastery she had never before attained. After careful consideration, she resolved to first practice the technique Clear Flame. This fire-based Dao art bore some resemblance to the demon clan's divine ability, Blazing Flame, and would allow her to grasp the fundamentals more swiftly. Having absorbed the Demon Wolf and Crimson Serpent's demon cores, she had gained a fragment of their powers. Yet, the techniques of lower-tier demons were far less intricate than the high-grade Dao arts. As she endeavored to cultivate Clear Flame, she paid no heed to the 2 seals. The surrounding fire's spiritual energy was irresistibly drawn to her. With her 9-inch spiritual root, she held a distinct advantage in absorbing this energy. The fire's spiritual energy surged into her body, where it was refined into fire's spiritual power through the operation of Scorching Sun technique. She immersed herself in the profound mysteries carried by the golden characters inscribed before her. By means of this wisp of limpid flame, it can transform into a myriad of forms such as fiery nets and blades, possessing formidable power that far surpasses ordinary spiritual flames. Pei Xihe circulated the spiritual power within her body along the trajectory of the. Within her, she attempted to condense a limpid flame seed bit by bit. Endowed with exceptional comprehension, the golden characters gradually metamorphosed into a scripture, clearly manifesting within the sea of her consciousness. Upon opening her eyes once more, Pei Xihe had already condensed 30% of the limpid flame seed within her. She was confident in forming it completely within 7 days, thereby stepping into the first realm. Limpid flame illumination, purgatory flame, soul purifying fire. Mastery of all 3 realms signifies great accomplishment. She exhaled a breath of turbid air. Cultivating Taoist arts likewise places one's spiritual power in a cycle of depletion and restoration, thereby accelerating the speed of condensation. Her spiritual power was likewise refined as a result, serving as a form of cultivation. Pei Xihe currently resided in the 2nd realm of foundation establishment. Due to the 3 cultivation methods, her spiritual power could rival that of ordinary cultivators in the 3rd realm of foundation establishment. With the augmentation of Saber Intent, the Saber technique imparted by her predecessor, Azure Profound Bright Moon, Taoist arts, and the assistance of talismans, pills, and arrayed discs, she ought to be able to contend against mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Before the Azure Profound Bright Moon was refined by her, the Moonlight Chains could bind and slay late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Now that it had fused as one with her, the spiritual power it consumed needed to be provided by herself. If she were to exhaust all of her spiritual power, it could serve as a formidable trump card for a surprise attack. Pei Xihe clenched her fists, glancing at those senior brothers and sisters in the half-step golden core realm. Their auras as profound and substantial as mountains and rivers. She was not yet sufficient, and had to strive even harder. Merely hearing the name of the peach blossom ancestor does not equate to truly understanding her life and experiences. Pei Xihe, with a boldness that bordered on audacity, approached an elder sister to cultivate a connection. The elder sister, possessing a round and charming visage, radiated a delightful disposition. Pei Xihe sensed the absence of any discernible arrogance that other senior brothers and sisters exhibited towards her. Lin Jiaojiao, with a gentle smile, retrieved a scroll from her storage ring. Junior sister, she said softly, this is the Kunlun mirror, distributed among inner disciples. It contains numerous biographies and records of spiritual artifacts. I shall lend it to you. Simply return it after you have perused its contents. Best of luck. Once you gain entry to the inner sect, you will receive one for yourself. Pei Xihe nodded, her eyes bright and obedient, resembling an endearing young creature, imbued with a hint of innocence. She stepped aside, examining the scroll in her hands. The material, akin to jade yet resembling a blend of bamboo and wood, was indistinguishable in nature and emanated a refreshing aura upon contact. It was divided into 3 segments, pliable and foldable, truly wondrous in design. The 3 prominent characters inscribed at the center read, Kunlun mirror. Apart from these characters, the scroll bore no other writing, yet several wisps of phosphorescence danced within its confines. As Pei Xihe concentrated, a thread of mental energy coiled around her fingertips. With her intent guiding her, the miraculous artifact responded, manifesting strokes of ink-black characters upon the scroll. She meticulously studied the recorded life of the peach blossom ancestor. A legacy left by a formidable being, the site held countless perils and trials, with the ancestor's life experiences and character offering profound insights. However, suddenly, a tempest surged within her tranquil gaze as she fixated intently on a particular line. Peach blossom ancestor, is it a 3 spiritual root? Pei Xihe found herself on the verge of losing control of her emotions, her breathing becoming labored. Her unusual behavior drew the attention of those around her. But upon noticing that she merely held the Kunlun jade, which they all possessed, they were intrigued but did not pry. Realizing her lapse in composure, Pei Xihe took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure as she fixed her gaze upon the lines of text. The peach blossom ancestor possessed the innate gift of 3 spiritual roots, metal, wood, and water. These roots nourished one another, surpassing Pei Xihe's conflicting roots by a significant margin. Yet, even so, her extraordinary talent was remarkable. Regrettably, only a few lines were dedicated to her. The peach blossom ancestor's early cultivation was unremarkable, but she later surpassed others, forming her core at 60, barely qualifying as having superior talent. However, she broke through successively, forming her nascent soul at 100. Within a mere century, she attained the position of a deity transformation venerable, embarking on her legendary path. During this time, she held a great secret. Ambition ignited within Pei Xihe's heart, and for a fleeting moment, her eyes gleamed with unparalleled sharpness, which she quickly concealed. Pei Xihe felt a surge of excitement, but she forced herself to remain calm. The peach blossom ancestor's legacy would undoubtedly attract countless formidable prodigies seeking to explore it. If she wished to contend for this opportunity and uncover the secret to resolving the issue of spiritual roots, she would undoubtedly face numerous hardships. However, she would not be deterred. Her bright eyes shone with unwavering determination. If she could truly resolve the shortcomings of her 3 spiritual roots, her 9-inch top-tier spiritual root aptitude could be fully unleashed. Even if it requires risking one's life, what harm could there be in trying? Pei Xihe was uncertain whether she possessed the requisite fate to attain her desires, yet she believed that one must attempt even the most arduous tasks before passing judgment. Her hands clenched slightly. Within her dantian, the silver-purple mandala appeared to pulse with newfound vitality. Upon the bronze door, intricate carvings of vibrant peach blossoms adorned its surface. Although these were mere engravings devoid of color, they imparted the sensation of being immersed in a sea of peach blossoms. The densely packed runes shimmered mysteriously, exuding an enigmatic allure. Jiaoxi raised her chin, her beauty unparalleled. Ladies and gentlemen, let us strike together. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth from 100 individuals at the semi-golden core stage, bombarding the runes upon the bronze door. As the relentless assault continued, the runes grew increasingly faint until, with a resounding explosion, they shattered completely. The door swung open. Chapter 77. The 7 suspended arrays Jiao, she was enveloped in a radiant glow, her platinum hair seemingly radiating a divine light. Her eyes sparkled subtly, and a gentle smile graced her lips. Having made the first discovery, the forces of Pinlai sought to seize the opportunity. Jiao, she declared with clarity, "This territory belongs to Pinlai, as decreed by this holy maiden. Enter. Let us proceed." A multitude of figures surged forth simultaneously, rushing into the bronze door. Pinlai was not without its own contingent. The vast expanse of the divine hidden realm prompted them to inform all the factions within this region. The forces included the demon realms Huan, the Shahu, the Tianyu, alongside the righteous sects of Pinlai, Kunlun, Yashan, and Taoist sects, as well as the ever-mysterious secret pavilion. There are a total of 8 formidable factions, each led by a charismatic leader who invigorates the spirits of their disciples, prompting numerous figures to leap into the ancient bronze gate. On this occasion, Pei Xihe wore a serious expression on her petite face. Changqing eloquently delivered a stirring speech. Lin Xiaojiao, feeling rather bored, found Pei Xihe's earnest demeanor quite amusing and whispered to her, "Junior sister, disregard whatever senior brother says. You are merely an outer disciple. When confronted with challenges, quickly retreat and do not overestimate your capabilities. He insists on making this journey everywhere, and I am utterly tired of hearing it." Pei Xihe couldn't help but find humor in her words, yet she understood that displaying indifference would only draw disdain. She appeared somewhat bewildered, nodding blankly in response to Lin Jiaojiao's counsel, before suddenly breaking into a smile. "Thank you, senior sister Lin, for your concern." Lin Jiaojiao, with her round and charming face, was ultimately an inner disciple, her eyes glimmering with a hint of brilliance as she gazed upon the bronze gate. "Junior sister, take good care of yourself. I fear I shall be too preoccupied within to attend to anyone else." She was at the 8th level of the foundation establishment stage, equally gifted, and in the quest for opportunities, who could afford to look after others. Pei Xihe nodded in understanding, just as Changqing concluded his address. A subtle sharpness flickered across his originally gentle visage. With a vigorous wave of his arm, he garnered the disciples' enthusiastic response. "Let us proceed." Pei Xihe observed the inner disciples around her, their forms shimmering with an extraordinary golden radiance. Kunlun K, she mused inwardly, recognizing this as the mystical technique practiced by the inner disciples. As she attuned herself to the fluctuations and movements of the energy, she realized its profound complexity. The collective power of the disciples coalesced, their right hands deftly tracing out intricate seals in unison. The exchange of spiritual energy intensified, doubling their strength, and in an instant, a terrifying force erupted, transforming the group from Kunlun into fleeting lights. Pei Xihe, not being an inner sect disciple, was unable to utilize the Kunlun Quebec fortunately. Lin Jiaojiao bestowed upon her a surge of spiritual power, allowing Pei Xihe to activate the wind-riding technique beneath her feet, barely keeping pace with them as they entered the bronze door together. Enveloped by a gentle, nurturing force, she found herself in a realm entirely different from before. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by a sea of pink peach blossoms. The peach trees were densely clustered, their petals floating gracefully through the air. Legend has it that the ancestral master had a profound affinity for peach blossoms and had once comprehended the Tao beneath their boughs. Thus, the scenery of this secret realm was fittingly aligned with that tale. Jiang Mingzhu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. She yearned for the ancestral master's legacy. Renowned for mastering both wood and water pathways, though it was said that she seldom employed the golden spiritual route, with her innate talent for the wood element. If she were to inherit such a legacy, the heights of her potential were beyond imagination. Adorning her porcelain white wrist were golden and silver bangles. Suddenly, they erupted with a dazzling array of runes, causing her expression to shift dramatically as she instinctively raised her hand in defense. The bangles clinked as they transformed into a multitude of golden and silver runes, safeguarding her being. The golden runes shielded her body, while the silver runes protected her soul, forming a nearly perfect defense. Yet, to her shock, the layers of runes began to shatter under the onslaught. Jiang Mingzhu deftly tore a talisman from her grasp, flinging it forth, managing to repel the attack. Her countenance hardened. Had it not been for the protective nature of the day and night bangles, she would have been in grave peril. Was her fortune truly so dismal? As she turned to confront her assailant, she discovered that it was merely a single petal of peach blossom. Once sharp and unstoppable like a blade, it now dissipated its ethereal energy, resembling an ordinary petal. Yet, none dared to relax. Pei Xihe felt an alarm ringing in her heart. How unfortunate to encounter such peril upon entry. Fortunately, Jiang Mingzhu wielded a 6th-grade spirit treasure, and her talisman was also a 7th-grade one. Had it been Pei Xihe herself, would she have survived? It seems she possesses a modicum of fortune. Gu Changqing's gaze bore a fierce intensity. This was the 7 hanging formation of the peach blossom ancestor. Every formation is rooted in the principles of qi, yin, and yang, the 4 symbols, and the 8 trigrams. The peach blossom ancestor uniquely crafted this 7 hanging formation with its 8 trigram positions, where 7 paths led to the imminent threat of death, and only one offered a chance of life. The remaining 7 were fraught with peril. One must refrain from acting recklessly. Ji Changbai, break the formation. A disciple stepped forth, having mastered the art of formations to an exquisite degree. Ji Changbai formed seals with his hands, his spiritual energy radiating outward, and a singular eye seemed to manifest at his brow, a focal point belonging to a formation master. With this eye, he perceived every trace within the formation, every ebb of spiritual energy. After a brief moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. The eye at his brow emitted a beam of light, directing itself toward a specific location. There lies the exit. Gu Changqing shouted, "Move." This was Pei Xihe's first venture into a secret realm of such magnitude, and a twinge of anxiety stirred within her. She took a deep breath and hurriedly kept pace with the main group. She affixed several gold body talismans to herself without hesitation. She couldn't afford to lament over the value of these talismans. If they couldn't protect her, they would merely be pieces of waste paper. Her toes danced lightly. As ethereal energy coalesced into azure runes at their tips, her movements executed with unparalleled swiftness, devoid of any hesitation or delay. Lu Changfeng, gripping his ice breath sword, chanced upon her graceful silhouette during a turn, his heart secretly admiring her poise. In an instant, as their steps shifted towards the portal of life, a terrifying force emanated from the flurry of peach blossoms around them. The petals, delicate as they were, now cast a chilling aura upon their sight. Each peach blossom from the trees detached and scattered, only to rapidly regenerate as if boundless. They surged towards them with alarming velocity. Gu Changqing was the first to unleash his inner energy. With a stern countenance, he commanded, "Form the formation." The disciples of Kunlun regained their composure, channeling their spiritual energy simultaneously. Invoking the Kunlun Quebec, beams of golden light shot forth from various positions, creating a perfectly aligned and harmoniously radiant spiritual light. Kunlun disciples, like rivers converging into the sea, stood steadfast as a mountain. The Kunlun protective cloud formation, a massive shield materialized, intercepting the fierce onslaught of petals. Pei Xihe, sheltered within, felt immense gratitude for being part of the main force. Venturing through this sea of blossoms alone would have been exceedingly daunting for her. As a novice disciple at the foundational level, she understood that remaining calm and composed was already fulfilling her duty. They maintained the formation, swiftly approaching the portal of life. Finally, they reached the threshold, and in that moment, the myriad petals that had once been as sharp as blades softened, cascading gently around them. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. It seemed the secret realm possessed a certain sentience, as there always existed a semblance of similarity and connection among those of the same sect, ensuring their transport together. The various sects and powers seemed to have been transported to different locations. Gu Changqing's brows slightly relaxed. Let us go. Chapter 78. The clear flame and bright moon. Upon exiting the peach blossom forest, a grand palace unfolded before them. The plaque of the palace bore no inscriptions. Instead, a single peach blossom was intricately carved upon the jade-like horizontal sign. It appeared as though a unique pigment had been applied, causing the pink petals to blossom on the jade plaque, remarkably lifelike. Pei Xihe's eyes reflected a hint of awe. Gazing at the peach blossom, she felt an overwhelming presence, akin to observing a range of towering mountains. It was extraordinarily mystical. Gu Changqing commanded the formation to tighten and pushed open the palace doors. Within, individuals had already gathered. The 8 major forces were present, yet surprisingly, Kunlun had arrived last. Gu Changqing cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Yashan. The relationship between Kunlun and Yashan had always been amicable. However, Gu Changqing harbored some doubts. Each sect had a certain understanding of the prodigies entering the divine hidden realm. Jiang Ku should belong to the team of his senior brother, Ji Fengyan, yet he had not seen Ji Fengyan. The leader, clad in blue robes, wore a sword at his waist and bore a calm, smiling expression. Zhang Yunfan, he announced, exuding a sense of chivalry characteristic of the martial world. It has been a while, Brother Gu. Gu Changqing responded with a smile. Greetings, senior brother Zhang. Zhang Yufan was a few years his senior, and addressing him as senior brother was entirely appropriate. Gu Changqing then turned his gaze towards a mirror in the grand hall, where individuals were entering. He inquired of Zhang Yunfan, senior brother, do you know what this is? Zhang Yunfan responded. This Peng Lai seems to possess extensive knowledge. The Holy Maiden of Nine Tides informed us that this mirror, known as the discernment mirror, must be overcome before we can enter the inner sanctum. Gu Changqing nodded. His gaze fixed upon the mirror. After a period of careful observation, he realized that it conjured a doppelganger mirroring one's own cultivation realm. Challengers were then transported to a peculiar dimension to engage in combat with their spectral counterparts. Multiple individuals could partake in this trial collectively. Initiating the ordeal merely required channeling one's spiritual energy into the mirror's surface. The more decisively one triumphed, the more auspicious the region within the inner sanctum to which they would be transported. Gu Changqing pondered, a battle against one's equal? Not an insurmountable challenge. However, it appears that our company must necessarily part ways here. Shortly thereafter, the Kunlun disciples dissolved their formation and commenced their individual trials. Possessing the Kunlun mirror and the Kunlun gateway, they retained the ability to sense one another's presence. Pei Xihe, however, found herself in a somewhat awkward predicament, bereft of any such artifacts as an outer disciple. Yet, having arrived at this juncture, retreat was unthinkable. She did not dwell excessively on the perils of separation from her comrades upon entering the mirror's domain. With equal resolve, she propelled her spiritual energy toward the mirror's surface. In an instant, the scenery surrounding her underwent a drastic transformation. Within the confines of a secluded space, a dueling platform materialized, upon which stood a faceless automaton, possessing only limbs and fists. Its cultivation base matched the second level of foundation establishment, yet its frame was forged of iron and steel, impervious to pain, rendering it a formidable adversary. Pei Xihe inhaled deeply and ascended the dueling platform with a lithe leap. Her feet touched down lightly, and the Springbrook Melt sword was already firmly grasped in her palm. The spiritual patterns etched upon its surface bore the marks of prior corrosion by the venom of the crimson serpent, and its edges were slightly worn. Nevertheless, it still gleamed with a chilling light. The ironclad automaton emanated a radiant aura of spiritual energy and launched a fierce assault. Pei Xihe's countenance remained serene. If extraordinary performances could be transmitted to superior inner sanctums, then she would be unable to conceal herself. Fortunately, this arena is situated within a minor dimensional space, rendering her hidden cards invisible to all. She raised her blade in defense, leveraging the recoil to retreat several paces. With a nimble push off her toes, her spiritual energy buoyed her form, propelling her into the air. Suddenly, a crescent moon of azure and white materialized behind her, casting a gentle yet suppressive glow. The movements of the puppet were instantaneously hindered. Pei Xihe raised her long blade, and azure flames ignited along its length. This fire was unlike ordinary spiritual flames. It seemed to possess a unique spirit and charm. The clear flame seed runes shimmered upon the azure moon, emanating a soft yet formidable aura. In an instant, the crescent moon ignited with azure fire. Suddenly, the gentle moonlight transformed, imbued with an intense heat. The moonlight morphed into luminous needles, interwoven with azure flames, shooting forth to ensnare the puppet firmly in place. With both hands gripping the blade, the clear flame, versatile in nature, could serve offensive, defensive, or supportive roles. Under this enhancement, her blade radiated terrifying power. Although her current realm was low, her combat prowess among those of the same rank was far from negligible. With a single stroke, she conjured 6 blades. The 6 harmonious mystic blades were unleashed in an instant, merging into one. They manifested as a colossal blade aura, slicing towards the puppet. A resounding impact echoed. This strike from Pei Xihe, infused with blade intent, clear flame, and the strength of the azure moon, could likely cleave through even a mid-stage foundation establishment powerhouse. What of the puppet, forged from metal and stone? In an instant, it shattered into countless fragments. Pei Xihe was enveloped in a cascade of white light. A gentle voice resonated, entering the first-tier area. A smile graced the corners of Pei Xihe's lips. For her curiosity regarding the method by which the peach blossom ancestor resolved the issues of her 3 spiritual roots was insatiable. Though uncertain of success, she felt compelled to endeavor. Gradually, she faded from this miniature dimensional space. The palace of the peach blossom ancestor was divided into inner and outer chambers. In truth, The inner sanctum was a separate small space created by the formation of the outer hall. In the blink of an eye, Pei Xihe had entered the inner hall. Surrounding her was only dim light, but for a foundation-building cultivator, the ability to see in the dark was inconsequential. She treaded cautiously, brushing her fingers against the thousand-faced pin adorning her earlobe. Now separated from the Kunlun team, she heightened her vigilance to its utmost. Any cultivator that appeared could potentially be at the mid or late stages of foundation building, or even on the verge of the golden core stage. Caution was paramount. She traversed the corridors of the palace until she encountered a small door. A flicker of curiosity ignited within her, yet she hesitated, torn between entering or refraining. Suddenly, a thought from her contracted companion, humming, resonated in her mind. Their bond allowed for a mutual understanding, and a flicker of delight blossomed in Pei Xihe's heart. Carefully, she pushed open the door beside her and, after ensuring it was securely closed, affixed several sealing talismans to it, rendering the entrance difficult to breach. Within this modest chamber, the azure flames ignited in her palm, casting a gentle yet bright glow that illuminated the space. Approaching the counter, she discovered numerous jade vials. Channeling her spiritual energy into her hand, she uncorked one vial, and a rich aura of spiritual essence wafted through the air. Surprise ignited in her eyes. This was spiritual liquid. The spiritual liquid is crafted from spiritual stones as the base, infused with numerous spiritual herbs, and refined into a liquid form. Every drop is imbued with extraordinarily pure spiritual energy, containing the potency of the herbs, renowned for its remarkable efficacy in solidifying foundations and healing wounds. A single vial of this spiritual liquid is worth at least 70 to 80,000 spiritual stones. Upon opening the vial, the dispersing vapor, when inhaled, refreshes her entirely, allowing her spiritual energy to flow with unparalleled ease. This indicates that its efficacy has not diminished with the passage of time. Moreover, there are not merely 1 or 2 vials on the counter. Rather, there are more than 10. Pei Xihe's eyes seem to shine brightly, as if reflecting the image of the spiritual stones. However, her rationality swiftly tempers her delight. This spiritual liquid could likely sustain her cultivation to the peak of foundation establishment. Alas, her inner xianxia currently requires this spiritual liquid far more. Before merging with her, xianxia was a celestial spiritual entity, seemingly a legacy of a certain sect. She possesses only the Taoist techniques and some vague records. Beyond that, her knowledge is unclear. The operation of the heavens follows certain rules. When a human cultivator merges with celestial spiritual entities, the power of these entities is inevitably diminished. Xianxia holds boundless potential and can absorb spiritual energy to grow. Due to the intrinsic nature of its spirit, it is capable of absorbing spiritual liquid more swiftly and effectively than Pei Xihe, resulting in a far more rapid enhancement of its power. While the growth of one's own strength is undoubtedly paramount, she currently finds herself in a place of inheritance, where time is of the essence. Should Xianxia absorb the spiritual liquid, it could potentially evolve into a formidable trump card. In the face of those prodigies, she may yet have a fighting chance. Contemplating this, a sense of determination solidified within her. With a deft flick of her fingers, she uncorked all the bottles. Channeling her spiritual energy, the Xianxia manifested behind her once more. In an instant, guided by her intent, the spiritual liquid was drawn to the Xianxia. 17 bottles yielded not a single drop, resting securely on the counter, their interiors immaculate. A significant flow of spiritual liquid spiraled around the Qingyue, and with each movement, the moonlight's clarity seemed to intensify. The Xianxia required some time to fully absorb the essence. Once completed, it could very well pose a threat to the pinnacle of foundational establishment. A glimmer of mischievous delight danced in her eyes. With a subtle motion of her fingertips, she resealed the bottles. The residual drops of spiritual liquid on the lids exuded a fragrant aroma. Who would be so fortunate as to acquire these bottles? Pei Xihe mused quietly, pondering the serendipity of whoever might obtain the bottles she had left behind. They certainly possessed significant collectible value. Meanwhile, her 3 spiritual roots stirred gently within her, ensuring that the slight loss incurred during the absorption by Xianxia was completely reclaimed. This assimilation would ultimately transform into her cultivation, and Pei Xihe felt on the verge of reaching the 3rd realm of foundational establishment. She removed the sealing talisman affixed to the door. Fortune smiled upon her, as no one was present in that place. With a light and nimble gait, she closed the door behind her and departed. The longbow was drawn, its pure golden surface adorned with resplendent azure runes, emanating terrifying waves of spiritual energy. Jioshi's platinum hair cascaded to her waist, her eyes bearing a hint of indifference as she held the Kingsnow jade. Spiritual energy surged violently, coalescing into a brilliant azure golden hue at the center of the bow. An arrow, seemingly honed to an unparalleled sharpness, was ready to pierce through anything in its path. The target of its lethal point was none other than Jiang Ke. In his right hand, he gripped a colossal hammer, while his left hand clutched a snow-white jade pendant. Exquisite and translucent, as if forged from ice and snow, entirely composed of spiritual essence. Under the oppressive aura of the arrow, Jiang Ke felt as though his very being was on the verge of being rent asunder. He smiled, having long heard of the unparalleled prowess of the Saintess of Pei. Eager to experience it firsthand, Jiushi, a half-step golden core, was formidable, yet he was no feeble adversary. The Kingsnow jade possessed miraculous healing properties, crucial for his senior brother's awakening. Having procured it with great difficulty, he could not afford to relinquish it. Jiushi's expression remained unperturbed, devoid of unnecessary embellishments. "Then you shall perish," she declared. Though they belonged to the same sect, the ties between Pei and Yashan were tenuous at best, often fraught with friction. As the saintess, her status was exceedingly elevated, even if her cultivation was merely at the foundation establishment stage. She could eradicate Changfeng without fear, for Pei would surely shield her. Thus, she resolved to act with unbridled decisiveness. If she wished to kill, she would do so without hesitation. The elongated arrow soared forth, its terrifying aura sealing off the entirety of Jiang Ke's surrounding space, leaving him no avenue for evasion. Jiang Ke swiftly stowed away the azure snow jade, grasping the colossal hammer with both hands, unleashing the totality of his spiritual energy. The projectile traversed the air with such velocity that it produced sonic booms and ignited sparks, its surface crawling with an unparalleled metallic sharpness, seemingly insurmountable. Jiang Ke channeled his spiritual force, attempting to shatter the assault with brute strength, his physique emitting explosive sounds. The force was so immense that it caused the very air to fracture. The hammer collided with the arrow. Bang! Despite Jiang Ke's attainment of the 9th level of the foundation establishment stage, and his exceptionally robust physique, he was unable to withstand even a single arrow from Jiushi. Being directly blasted away, a crater marred his spiritual hammer, and his chest was lacerated by the arrow's piercing energy, causing blood to gush forth. His formidable physique rapidly began to mend the wounds. Jiang Ke spat, expelling a mouthful of blood. Damn it, he was truly no match for Jiushi. The selection of the Pei Saintess occurred every 3 centuries, chosen from among a multitude of supremely gifted women, selecting the most exceptional individual to commune with the Pei sacred spirit. Be it constitution, talent, comprehension, or innate potential, she was the epitome of perfection. Cultivating the second-grade Taoist scripture, 9 heavens rainbow profound strategy, her spiritual power was such that she could likely contend with an ordinary early-stage golden core cultivator and emerge victorious. Jioshi's gaze remained indifferent. "Not bad," she remarked. To retain a semblance of vitality after her strike was a testament to his formidable physique and the purity of his 9th-level spiritual energy. But it ends here. Golden threads surged forth from her palm, manipulating the azure gold longbow suspended in the air. Jiushi, possessing the unparalleled 9-inch 9 golden spiritual root, conjured this lethal arrow from her very essence, exuding an aura of murderous intent that was terrifying in its intensity. With a golden thread drawn taut, 3 arrows were loosed in unison. Enhanced by the pattern of the gentle breeze, the spiritual arrows surged forth with the swiftness of thunder. In that fleeting moment, a resolute glimmer flickered within Jiang Ke's eyes. The spiritual energy coursing through him seemed to surge violently, as if his very flesh were being torn asunder. Amidst this surge of power, he forcefully shattered Jioshi's spiritual confinement. Releasing the colossal hammer from his grasp, he tore apart a 6th-grade teleportation talisman. In an instant, the talisman disintegrated, unleashing a burst of pure white radiance that enveloped him completely. Jioshi's eyes reflected a hint of astonishment. The secret technique he had just employed appeared to have cost Jiang Ke nearly half his life, radiating spiritual energy that seemed to approach the golden core realm in an instant. Such decisiveness was indeed rare. She did not display anger or any superfluous emotion. The Saintess of Pei exuded an air of tranquility that transcended her age and status. Having been struck by her arrow, Jiang Ke bore the lingering trace of her long rainbow golden aura, slowly pursuing him nonetheless. Chapter 80. Can Pei Xihe truly be a kind-hearted individual? In the shadowy corridors of the enigmatic palace, Xianxia stumbled forward, his steps unsteady. He had been incessantly consuming medicinal pills to prevent his corporeal form from shattering. Activating the cliff mountain collapse technique, his spiritual energy surged 5 or 6-fold in that brief moment, allowing him to tear through Jioshi's oppressive force and narrowly escape. Blood trickled from the corner of his lips, his internal energy was in disarray, and his meridians were torn, an excruciating pain enveloping his nerves. A fierce golden essence surged within him, rampaging violently as it threatened to obliterate the energies of the medicinal pills meant to restore his physical form. His footsteps grew increasingly sluggish. It was intolerable, and Xianxia's brow furrowed deeply. The golden spiritual energy within him was precisely the catalyst for Jioshi's relentless pursuit. Unable to extricate himself from this predicament, escape was rendered impossible. The moment he secured the Song Shuiyu, Jiushi was already upon him. In the realm of opportunity, the capable shall prevail. How could Jiushi possibly overlook such a treasure as the Song Shuiyu? This artifact, a peak 7th grade material nearing the 6th, was said to be a rare essence of the heavens and earth, forged by the fusion of water and wood spiritual powers, renowned for its formidable healing properties. To encounter such fortuitous circumstances was indeed a blessing, yet the arrival of Jiushi cast a shadow over it all. The elation Xianxia felt upon acquiring the treasure was now overshadowed by the despair of confronting Jiushi. Ultimately, he collapsed heavily onto the ground. The potency of the elixir struggled against the sharpness of the golden energy. His injuries could only be deemed precariously stable. At this rate, it seemed inevitable that Jiushi would soon arrive. He painfully closed his eyes. Should his senior brother's wounds linger, none could predict the potential deterioration. His brother had sustained injuries to protect them, and should his condition worsen, jeopardizing his foundation, how could they ever repay him? Suddenly, a delicate sound of footsteps approached. Although the owner appeared to possess the ability to conceal themselves, they simultaneously exuded a powerful physique and keen senses. Pei Xihe cautiously drew near, her entire being brimming with spiritual energy, poised for any imminent threat. With a flick of her fingers, she sent forth a wisp of spiritual energy towards the figure lying on the ground. Is she still alive? A woman's voice echoed in Xianxia's mind. He had lost the ability to move, his entire body racked with pain, barely managing to utter a sound. Help? Help! He found himself inexplicably placing hope in a stranger he had never met. However, his consciousness gradually became indistinct, and he was on the verge of completely losing control over his body. Song Shuiyu existed within his spiritual realm. A pang of sorrow welled up within him. Song Shuiyu had remarkable healing properties, yet the process of refinement required a considerable amount of time to nourish the physical body and meridians. Otherwise, he would not have found himself in such a desperate situation, clinging foolishly to hope. He would have long since refined it to restore his mobility and escape. If it truly came to the final moment, he feared he would have no choice but to relinquish this jade. Would Jiushi spare his life? He feared the answer was no. The saintess of Penglai had always been extraordinary, her thoughts serene, yet resolutely domineering. He had heard of Jiushi. Anyone who defied her rarely met a favorable end. He had completely lost awareness. Would Pei Xihe come to his rescue? She smiled broadly. Did she present herself as a benevolent and immaculate little fairy? What kindness could Pei Xihe possibly possess? How laughable! With her extraordinary senses, Pei Xihe perceived that the individual seemed entirely devoid of awareness and extended her hand, channeling a fragment of spiritual power to nudge him. There was indeed no response. Her smile deepened. She exhibited no trace of feminine modesty, stepping forward boldly to explore the figure of Jiangke. Oh, a large gash had opened across his chest. No wonder he appeared so feeble. She paused momentarily, possessing a similar 9-inch golden spiritual root. She sensed an extremely terrifying golden aura within him. This aura was of the metal element, yet it overshadowed the golden spiritual power within Pei Xihe herself. It was utterly dominant. Pei Xihe's expression grew complex. What kind of monstrous entity had he provoked? Nevertheless, her hands did not cease their movements. From his waist, she retrieved 2 storage bags, yanked a storage bracelet from his wrist, and extracted 2 storage talismans from her bosom. The cost of such talismans is exceedingly high, essentially starting at the 8th rank, possessing effects akin to those of storage treasures, yet more discreet. The higher the grade, the more adept the storage capabilities, although it cannot compare to Pei Xihe's ring. Keeping it close at hand ensures remarkable safety, making it difficult to detect. He is indeed a cautious young man. She meticulously ensured that no remnants remained. Pei Xihe had been accompanied by Mu Wan, who imparted some worldly wisdom and exposed her to the myriad sights of the marketplace. It is undoubtedly commendable to rescue the injured by the roadside, for kindness is a tale worth telling. However, Pei Xihe would not feel compelled to save anyone. She would refrain from picking up the man, opting instead to seize the storage bag upon him. Even if he were to perish, she would not be the cause of his demise, thus she felt no guilt. Besides, what a pity it would be to let that storage bag go to waste. So, she took it without hesitation, believing that one should seize opportunities when they arise. She was aware that her actions lacked chivalry and honor, yet she never intended to embody such ideals. Being meticulous and somewhat stingy suited her just fine, and Pei Xihe accepted this about herself. Rising to her feet, she should have departed immediately, yet her steps were uncharacteristically slow. She was genuinely intrigued by the sharp aura of gold. It was astonishing to realize just how potent golden spiritual energy could be. As this thought crossed her mind, the azure moonlight within her stirred, unexpectedly manifesting behind her. This was a direct result of her curiosity and fervent exploration. A cascade of azure-white moonlight descended, extracting strands of mysterious golden energy from Jiang Ke's body. As the golden energy was drawn out, Jiang Ke's wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate. Pei Xihe was acutely aware that his physical form was exceedingly robust, inducing a measure of astonishment within him. He promptly gathered the items he had extricated from him into a silver ring, vowing not to relinquish them lightly. Once in her possession, they were not to be easily surrendered. Strands of brilliant golden light were drawn away, subdued by the silvery radiance of the moon. She was unwilling to linger, turning on her heel to depart. Now, her conscience was unburdened. Without her intervention, he would have perished. With the vitality around him now growing stronger, she deemed it fitting to exchange such favors for these possessions. In a twist of fate, she had inadvertently saved his life. Even if he were to seek her out later, he would owe her a debt of life and death, and would dare not act against her. Should anyone pursue him, it would be prudent for her to vacate the premises swiftly, prioritizing her safety. In the blink of an eye, she slipped away from that place. Jioshi's eyes reflected palpable astonishment as she had just been soaring through the air when she abruptly came to a halt. The golden light that had been anchored to Jiang Ke was suddenly severed, leaving her disoriented. How could someone assist him in expelling the golden aura? A flicker of contemplation crossed her mind, followed by a resigned sigh. It appeared to be Jiang Ke's fortune, without the golden light as a beacon. Locating him would not be a simple task. Moreover, within the legacy of the Peach Blossom ancestor, she was reluctant to invest excessive time in this matter. She was scheming for something of greater significance, the true inheritance of her ancestor. She would not jeopardize the substantial for the trivial. Thus, the Xianxia jade would indeed be a boon for Jiang Ke. Chapter 81. Refining the long rainbow. Pei Xihe sensed the azure moonlight within her body, cascading with an enigmatic brilliance, transforming into intricate runes that subdued the golden light. A pensive contemplation arose within her. It seemed that the mysteries of the azure moonlight still held secrets yet to be unraveled. She was fortunate to obtain this clear moonlight and refine it, merging with it, which was indeed a remarkable stroke of fate. Her spirits lifted considerably. Her originally swift pace gradually slowed, as she had already ventured quite a distance. Pei Xihe felt a desire to sit down and count the treasures she had just gathered from the storage devices she had touched. However, she suddenly recalled that the man had been drained of that sharp golden energy by her, and his physical form was rapidly healing. Such formidable life force was undoubtedly indicative of his survival. All these storage items bore his mental imprint. If she did not quickly refine them, would she be waiting for him to come knocking? She sought a secluded chamber, sealing her surroundings, and ignited a blue flame with her fingertips. With a swift flick, she directed the clear flame to incinerate the imprint within. Only by eradicating the mental imprint of that male cultivator could she safely claim the treasures within. As she began to burn away the imprint, she sensed its formidable strength. To leave such an imprint, the master must at least be in the late foundation establishment stage. She licked her lips, realizing the enormity of her undertaking. To think that cultivators of the late foundation establishment had been reduced to such a state. These prodigious talents were truly exceptional. She gathered her spiritual energy, urging the clear flame. She had cultivated the clear flame to the first level, and the 3 levels of clear flame could amplify its power threefold. Now, she was nearing the second level. Even though this male cultivator's realm was strong, his imprint could hardly manifest even 1/10 of its potential. The clear flame slowly burned, gradually erasing the imprint. Pei Xihe's mental energy probed within, a smile of barely contained delight playing at her lips. This truly befits the assets of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Amounting to over 100,000 low-grade spirit stones and more than 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones. There are also numerous elixirs and talismans. She even espied several grade 7 pills and grade 7 talismans. Several spirit herbs, brimming with spiritual energy, have instantly plumped her purse. It is even more bountiful than the spirit stones she had previously obtained by emptying her coffers, suppressing the elation in her heart. Pei Xihe discarded the storage items on the ground, transferring the cultivation resources within to the silver ring on her finger. The concealed storage ring is indeed useful. In this way, everything is secure. As long as she does not take out anything with obvious markings, she will not be traced. Pei Xihe continued to venture towards the center. After all, the closer to the center, the denser the spiritual energy. Pei Xihe possessed an exceptional talent for sensing spiritual energy. She extinguished the burning clear flame, and the surroundings returned to darkness and silence. Igniting the clear flame consumed a considerable amount of her spiritual power, but fortunately, her spiritual power was more abundant than that of ordinary cultivators, allowing her to ignite it at will. She desired to continue advancing towards the center, but suddenly hesitated. No. She had seen the late-stage foundation establishment male cultivator. Having been injured to such an extent, Pei Xihe admitted that a hint of apprehension had arisen in her heart. Her strength and cultivation realm were too weak and low. She was unsure if she could even deter that man, let alone those several terrifyingly monstrous individuals. Could she truly contend for even a sliver of opportunity by going there? She took a deep breath and once again sat cross-legged on the futon on the ground. The surrounding spiritual energy was growing denser, but it had not yet erupted. Behind Pei Xihe emerged a round of azure-white crescent moon, with strands of gold thread tightly locked within dense runes. As her heart's desire manifested, a golden wisp of ethereal energy was liberated from the constraints of runes and descended into her being. In an instant, an overwhelmingly terrifying sharpness erupted, as if it sought to rend her meridians asunder. This level of golden essence surpassed anything attainable through the golden luo technique. With a sudden cough, Pei Xihe expelled a mouthful of foul blood. Her body trembled slightly, and in a fleeting moment, the spiritual energy enveloping her surged forth, wrapping around the golden thread in layers, barely managing to suppress it. A bold notion flickered in Pei Xihe's mind. With such a refined golden spirit, if she could refine it, might she grasp a fraction of the rules it embodied? If she were to truly seize even a fragment of its essence, combined with her recent resources, could she perhaps break through to the mid-stage? It was worth a try. Possessing exceptional comprehension, Pei Xihe turned her introspective gaze inward. That golden thread was like the sharpest of blades, rampaging within her, threatening to tear apart the very spiritual energy she employed to contain it. She began to perceive the underlying principles. Gold, the sharpest of the 5 elements, thrives amidst all things in the world. It is both piercing and resilient. Serving as a guardian, it became evident that the golden thread represented a spirit that was 8 parts offensive and 2 parts defensive. Through this golden strand, she glimpsed a fragment of a greater truth. Instinctively, she adjusted the operational pathway of her long-practiced golden luo technique. As she delved deeper into the understanding of that radiant golden energy, the thread began to disintegrate spontaneously. As the essence of something without roots or origin is comprehended, it ceases to be an absolute killing move. The shattered golden strands transformed into pure golden essence, merging into her golden luo spiritual power. It seemed that her golden luo spiritual power underwent an intangible metamorphosis. The golden threads binding the azure profound bright moon behind her unraveled one by one, each strand being refined and absorbed by her. As early as when she deciphered the first strand of rainbow golden light chi, she had already broken through the bottleneck of her cultivation realm. Comprehension propelled her cultivation, ushering her into the 3rd stage of foundation establishment. Now, she generously absorbed the surrounding spirit stones she had just obtained, drawing them all into her body. The spiritual energy transformed from the spirit stones was tempered and solidified by her with those strands of golden light chi, and her cultivation level rapidly increased. From the early stage of the 3rd realm to the middle stage, and then to the late stage, she had already comprehended a sliver of a senior's saber technique. So there was no need to worry about her mental state not keeping up with her cultivation realm. At this moment, the increase in spiritual power was almost a natural occurrence. Jiangku abruptly awoke from the ground. He had previously consumed a large number of elixirs, and his physical body possessed extremely strong regenerative abilities. By the time he awoke, his injuries had already healed more than halfway. He was astonished to sense within his body that the terrifying golden energy seemed to be gone. Could someone have helped him dissolve that sharp golden chi? But suddenly, he was stunned, patting himself all over. Utterly empty. Fortunately, the azure snow jade was within his spiritual abode. That person had not killed him. If his spiritual abode did not collapse, it would naturally remain undiscovered. He quickly rose to his feet. What kind of person had he encountered? He had been robbed clean, and he could no longer sense the spiritual imprints he had left behind. But in the end, he had preserved his life and the azure snow jade. Chapter 82. Those who seek to wield the blade against me must be cut down beneath it as the surrounding spirit stones shattered. The dense aura of spiritual energy from the environment was drawn into Pei Xihe's being. Within her dantian, 3 radiant, multicolored jade steps emanated a shimmering brilliance atop the Tao platform, quivering intensely within the spiritual abyss. All the golden light of the long rainbow had been completely refined by her. She seemed to embody a unique sharpness and resilience, exuding an aura of gold. The spiritual power within her began to subtly trend towards being predominantly golden in nature. Under the suppression of this golden spiritual energy, the ice and fire energies experienced a diminished sense of restraint compared to their usual state. Consequently, her cultivation speed appeared to accelerate remarkably. With a 9-inch spiritual root, she had merely been constrained by the limitations of a triple root. The flow of spiritual power within her quickened, racing fervently towards the Tao platform in the spiritual abyss. Time became indeterminate within the abyss as she devoured the spiritual energy. Suddenly, a crisp sound resonated in her ear, emanating from within her. Within the spiritual abyss, another burst of multicolored light emerged, transforming into a jade step, the 4th jade step, indicating the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Had she been cultivating steadily in Kunlun, she would likely have just managed to break through to the 1st stage of foundation establishment, perhaps still in the phase of solidifying her cultivation. Now, however, her progress was as if blessed by divine assistance, surging forward with astonishing rapidity. She had broken through 2 realms, advancing from the initial stage to the mid-stage of foundation establishment, all thanks to a series of fortuitous encounters, the guidance of that mysterious predecessor's blade, the azure moonlight, the enigmatic golden spirit, and the resources accumulated over time. One misstep would have been disastrous. She opened her eyes and sprang to her feet. As the spiritual energy within the Lingshu surged around her, creating a tempest of power, Pei Xihe's eyes sparkled with brilliance. It was accomplished. She had truly grasped the subtle transformations within the golden essence, propelling her to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. A mere 1 or 2 hours had elapsed, and Pei Xihe swiftly organized herself. She darted out of the chamber, hurrying towards the area saturated with spiritual energy. It seemed that the surrounding energy was on the verge of reaching a critical point, set to erupt within 3 hours. Her intuition, a premonition of sorts, was remarkably accurate. She glided through the secluded palace corridors, navigating through one hall after another. Pei Xihe came to a halt, suppressing a scoff. Her journey through the inner sanctum had been smooth sailing until this final hurdle. Before her stood a male cultivator, grinning maliciously. Hand over your treasures. The act of killing for riches was not confined to rogue cultivators robbing disciples of sections. Now, with various sects dispersed, each acted independently. The act of murder and plunder was not unheard of. Firstly, her cultivation level was evidently not that of a top-tier prodigy, protected by influential elders, should she perish. It would go unnoticed. Murder was merely murder. Secondly, the various sects harbored their own conflicts and grievances. Even if the sects were aware, they would not declare war over a minor disciple. Pei Xihe scrutinized the man's cultivation. He was at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Yet his aura was significantly more potent than hers. Was he at the 5th realm? Or perhaps more likely, the 6th realm? Pei Xihe was reluctant to waste any more time. She swiftly removed the storage bracelet from her wrist and the storage pouch from her waist, tossing them toward him. Brother, I implore you, spare my life. I assure you, I shall avoid crossing your path in the future. Pei Xihe wore a face brimming with ingratiation. The male cultivator, Ji Chun, was somewhat perplexed. This was not how it was supposed to unfold. Shouldn't she be resisting fiercely, engaging in a fierce battle, ultimately leading to her demise at his hands? Yet, he found himself grasping a storage bracelet and a storage bag, observing Pei Xihe's attempt to flee. His entire being surged with spiritual energy, reaching the peak of the 6th realm. He conjured a barrier of spiritual force to obstruct her escape route. Tossing the storage bracelet and bag aside, he leisurely employed his mental prowess to scrutinize the situation. His gaze turned malevolent. "You wretched girl. Whom do you think you are fooling? Just a few hundred spirit stones. Even cultivators of the third realm post-G refinement would scorn such a meager sum." He ceased his idle chatter and brazenly struck. If he were to slay the girl before him, the treasures she possessed would become his by default as her spiritual essence disintegrated. Pei Xihe sighed internally. Indeed, she had underestimated the situation. Drawing forth her blade, Chun Jianrong, she unleashed the full force of her cultivation at the fourth foundation realm. The blade clashed fiercely against the formidable torrent of his spiritual energy. Ji-chun snorted derisively within. In his grip lay a long spear, a seventh-grade spiritual treasure, the flame lance. The crimson tassel flickered like spiritual fire, radiating an intense red brilliance. A wave of searing heat erupting forth. The multitude of spear shadows bore down on her, the seventh-grade treasure overwhelming Chun Jianrong. The blade, already somewhat worn from her previous encounter with the red serpent, trembled with each collision against the spear. Pei Xihe understood the urgency. She could not afford to delay and needed to resolve the conflict swiftly. Although Chun Jianrong fell short in rank, her swordsmanship was not inferior to his spear technique. Taking a deep breath, she unleashed the golden spiritual energy coursing through her being. Currently, Jin Luo's spiritual prowess seems to have undergone a remarkable transformation, far surpassing the capabilities of a sixth-tier technique. The golden light is exceptionally sharp, enveloping the blade of her sword. The shadow of her sword surges, infused with azure flames. With the advancement of her spiritual energy, her azure flame technique has now evolved to the second level. Upon her blade, two azure fire patterns emanate a heat comparable to the crimson tassels of a long spear. The azure flames and Jin Luo's fierce spirit intertwine, resulting in an intense clash of energies between the sword and spear. Pei Xihe retreated several dozen steps, suddenly planting her feet firmly on the ground, leveraging the force to soar into the air. From above, she struck down with her sword. Empowered by her sword intent, this strike appeared to conjure countless sword lights, encasing her opponent in 6 formidable sword waves. The 9 layers of Songlong manifested, the icy spiritual energy dissipating and unleashing a chill that suppressed the flames. Ji-chun could scarcely believe that a mere 4th-tier female cultivator could wield such consummate swordsmanship, even possessing profound sword intent. The sword intent, infused with its wielder's will, locked onto him, leaving him utterly unable to evade this strike. He abruptly unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, flames erupting around him as if he were reborn from fire. He thrust his spear with the 7th-tier technique, Heavenly Ghost Flame Piercer. As a member of the Demon Domain's Heavenly Ghost sect, he was incredulous that he, being 2 minor realms above his opponent, might face defeat. The collision of the 6 formidable manifestations of spiritual energy from the spear and the sword waves ensued. Suddenly, Pei Xihe's 3 spiritual roots erupted in unison, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy. With a will to wield her sword, she channeled the celestial energy to deliver a decisive blow. Bang! The force sent the male cultivator flying. Pei Xihe expended a significant portion of her spiritual energy. Yet being at the 4th tier, her power far exceeded her previous capabilities, allowing her to retain some strength after the strike. She bore no significant injuries and, summoning her strength, pressed the advantage. Before Ji-chun could react, she plunged a knife into his heart. Pei Xihe had already taken a life before. Her gaze now reflected a certain coldness, devoid of the trepidation and bewilderment that accompanied her first kill. Those who dared to threaten her would meet the blade without mercy. She watched him passively as he drew his last breath. Pei Xihe withdrew the knife, claiming both the 7th-tier spirit spear and his possessions for herself. Chapter 83. The Hidden Peach Blossom. A thin sheen of sweat covered Pei Xihe's body. Although her cultivation level remained lower than those in the late foundation establishment stage, or even those who had reached perfection, her combat prowess was formidable. As long as she did not face those with exceedingly refined techniques, high-quality spiritual treasures, and deep-rooted backgrounds, her cultivation strength was still commendable. Previously, in defeating the male cultivator, she had expended 7 or 8 parts of her spiritual energy and wasted considerable time. Sensing the increasingly dense spiritual energy in the air, she felt a surge of urgency. With a swift motion, she drew all of Ji-chun's storage treasures towards herself, reattaching her own storage bag and bracelet. The flames flickered gently, erasing his essence completely before she cast the remnants into the silver ring, no longer willing to squander time. Standing beside Jiang Minglou were several disciples of Kunlun, totaling 7. They formed a 7-star formation, simultaneously activating the Kunlun throne. Golden light intertwined, coalescing into the 7-star array. Jiang Minglou was among them, having received a series of fortunate opportunities. Now just a step away from the late stage of Foundation establishment. At the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment's 6 realms, she bore a proud countenance, unflinching even in the presence of formidable adversaries who had reached the threshold of the Golden Core. Despite the fact that the other 6 disciples from Kunlun were all adept practitioners in the late stages of Foundation establishment, she stood as the heart of their formation, the nucleus around which they centered. The 7 stars aligned, and spiritual energy converged. Jiang Mingzhu's aura surged to the level of consummate Foundation establishment. In her hand, a cerulean whip danced like a spirit serpent. Her crimson lips parted slightly, revealing disdain. Her gaze was imbued with cold indifference and murderous intent. Before her stood but 2 figures, one clad in black, the other in white. They were the brothers Chang Xiao and Chang Huan from the Demon Domain's Hahuan sect, renowned for their prowess as perfected Foundation establishment cultivators. United in purpose, they had even vanquished those who stood at the threshold of the Golden Core. The black-clad Chang Xiao and the white-clad Chang Huan bore strikingly similar features, and though they were men, their smiles were imbued with an alluring charm. "How intriguing, little girl," they purred. "You have no idea how many young maidens seek to cultivate with us. We have taken a liking to you, so do not be foolishly unaware of your fortune." Their brows arched with a hint of chilling intent. This young lady hailed from Kunlun, and the 7 disciples were not easily trifled with. Yet, she possessed an artifact from the revered peach blossom ancestor, and it was imperative that they seize it. Upon Jiang Mingzhu's wrist, a crimson cord threaded through a petal of jade resembling a peach blossom, an artifact she had just acquired from her ancestor. It emanated a trace of the peach blossom ancestor's essence, and should one gain access to its true legacy, unimaginable benefits and advantages might be obtained. Jiang Mingzhu chose not to engage in further discourse. A silvery light flickered at her brow, and an ancient totemic script manifested before her. The azure tendrils unfurl as if sprouting from tinder buds, transforming into countless strands of ethereal blue light, reminiscent of myriad willow branches. The Wanmu Tianluanju is a 3rd-tier Dao scripture, while the Jiang family's secret emperor's law approaches the legacy of a 2nd-tier Dao scripture. Jiang Mingzhu's eyes shimmer with pride. She shall not be inferior to anyone, and those who dare to obstruct her shall meet their demise. With a delicate gesture, she weaves her fingers into seals, causing the azure strands to surge and envelop the area, creating a verdant sea. This treasure, procured by her master, has become her innate spiritual plant. The azure tendrils, possessing an ancient bloodline, are a celestial vine that grows stronger with her development, now rivaling any 6th-tier spiritual treasure. The azure vines, akin to long spears, suddenly dart towards the 2 men. The brothers' expressions hardened. They had not anticipated such a formidable challenge. Yet, they were not to be underestimated. Without absolute confidence, they would not have engaged. Their spiritual energies, one black and one white, exuded a terrifying corrosive power, and when intertwined, they tore through the mass of azure vines. United in intent, their strengths combined, each brother stood as a paragon of half-step golden core prowess. The torrent of spiritual energy surged like a flood towards Jiang Mingzhu. However, she remained unperturbed, unwilling to squander time in this confrontation. The silver totemic script at her brow fully manifested. Jiang, the ancient emperor. Jiang Mingzhu is the heir of the Jiang dynasty. In an instant, a towering silhouette seemed to materialize behind her, as if just awakened from the void. Jiang Mingzhu's aura surged dramatically. Just moments ago, the 7 stars formation gathered spiritual energy, propelling her to the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Now, with the ethereal shadows behind her augmenting her power, her aura was inexorably nearing the realm of golden elixir. It could even be said that had it not been for the constraints of this realm, which limited cultivators to the golden elixir stage, she would have already briefly attained the combat prowess of such a level through this secret technique. Her flowing azure locks radiated with divine brilliance, while her eyes, filled with both joy and fear, reflected sheer terror. Under the gaze of the ethereal figures, they found themselves utterly paralyzed. How could they not comprehend the perilousness of their situation? Their earlier arrogance and overconfidence in their victory were nothing short of foolishness. At this moment, Jiang Mingzhu exuded an aura entirely distinct from before. Silver runes emerged upon her skin, weaving intricate patterns. The bloodline of the Jiang emperor had awakened within her. Her eyes, cold yet regal, held an air of authority. The emperor commanded, "Kill." Boom. A torrent of spiritual energy surged through the heavens and earth, transformed by her mere utterance into a fearsome scythe, reaping lives. As a sovereign, her words dictated the laws of the universe, upholding the will of the emperor. She declared, "Slay." Countless azure strands thickened, manifesting an array of azure-long spears that shot forth in an instant. The two adversaries were annihilated in the wake of her single strike. The silver character for Jiang between her brows dissipated, and her aura gradually waned. Han Minglou let out a sigh of relief. Damn it, those nuisances had cost her an inordinate amount of time. The 6 disciples of Kunlun behind her, all of Jiang lineage, regarded her with deep respect. At the moment she activated the imperial bloodline, their own blood surged with fervor, their hearts swelling with pride to the utmost. This was reverence born from bloodline. Jiang Minglou turned her gaze towards the 2 corpses as a Jiang family disciple began to clean up the aftermath and scavenge for resources. Just as she was about to speak, a surge of spiritual tide approached, causing her expression to shift. Damn it! She had no time to speak and swiftly rushed towards the source. The disciples behind her quickly comprehended her intent and followed in her wake. The true legacy left by the peach blossom ancestor had awakened. The previous inheritance had been concealed to an extreme degree. It was only through her family's treasured artifacts and her own 9-inch pure wood spirit root that she had managed to sense the flow of spiritual energy and discern the direction. However, with the eruption of spiritual tides, the location of the inheritance was exposed, and countless half-step golden core cultivators would soon grasp what was happening. Hastily making their way towards the hidden peach blossom treasure, Jiang Minglou needed to hasten her approach to that place. Seizing the initiative was of utmost importance, despite her confidence. She did not believe she could gain any advantage amidst 100 half-step golden core practitioners. She resolutely tore apart a 6th-grade talisman, transforming herself into a bolt of lightning that shot forward with incredible speed. Chapter 84. The Secret of the Celestial Spirit Root. Update: upon reaching 1,000 collections on Qidian, Pei Xihe finally arrived at the source. A radiant sphere surrounded by 5 white jade-like cushions. However, encircling the sphere was a circle with a segment missing. She observed 2 recently left traces, indicating that a total of 7 had just vanished. This meant the inheritance could only be contested by 7 individuals. With her 3 9-inch spirit roots, she possessed an unparalleled sensitivity to spiritual energy, a distinct advantage that had brought her here. Previously, this location had been exceedingly concealed, nearly impossible to find, but now, with the spiritual tide's eruption, the inheritance point was laid bare. Through her mental perception, she sensed dozens, even hundreds, of terrifying auras rapidly approaching. She swiftly moved towards the nearest white jade cushion. At this moment, several half-step golden core cultivators had already arrived. Upon witnessing the limited number of white jade cushions, one cannot help but grasp the gravity of the situation. Numerous streams of spiritual energy surged forth like a raging river, striking with relentless force. "How dare you, scoundrel!" Yet, it was too late. Several golden talismans upon Pei Xihe shattered in response, and she herself coughed up a mouthful of foul blood. Nevertheless, she clutched a white jade cushion as a soft, pinkish spiritual light enveloped her, allowing her to vanish into the luminous core. Her heart swelled with uncontainable joy. She had secured a coveted spot within this realm of fierce spiritual energy. After her disappearance, the remaining 4 cushions were engulfed in fierce contention. Jiang Minglou had arrived early, and, upon seeing Pei Xihe's transformed visage, silently remarked on her good fortune. Recalling her 3 9-inch spirit roots, she realized that her spiritual sensitivity was indeed unparalleled, providing a reasonable explanation for her prowess. Ignoring the chaos within her body, she forcefully activated her imperial blood once more. A fearsome phantom materialized behind her, exuding an invincible aura that subdued the approaching cultivators. The phantom extended its hand and seized a white jade cushion. Within mere breaths, the remaining cushions were claimed in a whirlwind of competition. A figure clad in white, riding a sword, approached the tumultuous scene. Lu Changfeng sighed softly. Despite his haste, he had still missed the opportunity. Alas, he would seek the treasures left behind by the ancestors within this inner hall. Fortune favors the bold, while loss befalls the unprepared. Yet Pei Xihe had arrived at this sacred place of inheritance. For a moment, the pain from her recent injuries felt negligible. Well, perhaps not entirely painless. She hastily retrieved a 7th-grade Yulu pill, recently obtained from a male cultivator. This elixir possesses remarkable efficacy in healing wounds. Upon ingestion, Pei Xihe felt a significant relief in her body, especially considering the injuries left by the half-step golden elixir. She could not afford to delay their treatment. She surveyed her surroundings, enveloped in a shroud of white mist, unsure of her location. It appeared that 7 meditation cushions and 7 individuals were not gathered in the same place to receive their inheritance. After a few moments of contemplation, she resolved to take a step forward. Having arrived at this juncture, exploration was imperative. As the white mist gradually receded, she discerned a soft pink hue. Fixing her gaze, Pei Xihe beheld a rather large peach blossom tree. The tree, with its stout trunk, bore the marks of age yet remained lush with foliage. The branches were adorned with countless peach blossoms, which, when a gentle breeze swept through, cascaded down like a rain of petals. She felt no trace of malevolence. Unlike the previous 7 suspended formations, this was indeed a genuine peach blossom tree. The ground was carpeted with fallen petals, and beside the tree stood a set of azure stone tables and benches. A woman clad in pink sat upon one of the benches, her head resting on the table, clutching a wine cup, as if intoxicated. Petals of pink adorned her upper body, rendering her features somewhat indistinct. As Pei Xihe approached, the woman appeared to awaken. The petals tumbled from her form, revealing her true visage, no longer obscured by the blossoms. It was difficult to ascertain whether the tree's vibrant flowers or the woman's beauty surpassed the other. Her long, dark hair cascaded freely, and she emanated a natural, unrestrained beauty that delivered a profound visual impact. This allure transcended mere appearance, while Pei Xihe's own beauty could rival hers. It was the enchanting aura that truly captivated the heart. Pei Xihe cautiously inquired, "May I ask who this esteemed sister is?" The woman smiled, her countenance reminiscent of the boundless beauty of early spring. "Have you not come here seeking my legacy? Why then do you ask my identity?" Her voice, akin to a clear spring cascading down a deep ravine, was enchanting beyond measure. Pei Xihe instantly understood, bowing respectfully in greeting. "I have the honor to meet the ancestor. I seek your inheritance." She spoke directly, concealing nothing, aware that any pretense would be futile before the legendary figure of the peach blossom ancestor, even if it was merely a fragment of her thought manifested as an illusion. "Ha ha." The woman's laughter rang like the chime of silver bells. "Straightforwardness is delightful. I like it. But I must see your true visage, my dear descendant." Pei Xihe removed her ear studs, revealing a beauty that rivaled the very essence of perfection. Both women possessed an unparalleled allure, rare in this world. Qingshu gazed at the breathtaking sight before her, her brows unfurling in satisfaction. "This is splendid, my heir. Even your appearance must not be ordinary." She rose to her feet, a unique aura of authority erupting from her presence, causing the blossoms to freeze in midair. Pei Xihe found herself without the slightest chance to resist, as Qingshu approached her directly. With a graceful motion, she lifted a wine cup and poured a drink for Pei Xihe. "Drink it." Pei Xihe did not hesitate, though naturally cautious and ever wary. She recognized the necessity of this moment following the prior incident with her predecessor's blade. The individual before her, even if just a remnant of the ancestor's essence spanning millennia, was beyond her capacity to defy. Rather than harboring reservations, she accepted the cup and drank heartily. The spicy liquor cascaded down her throat, rendering her complexion a shade of crimson. In Qingshu's eyes, there was a glimmer of admiration. She was fond of spirited, clever young girls who were also remarkably beautiful. As the liquid settled in her stomach, Pei Xihe felt her cultivation, which had progressed from the pinnacle of qi refinement to the 4th stage of foundation establishment within this wondrous realm, becoming extraordinarily solid. It could even be described as reaching a state of utmost concentration. The 4 rainbow-hued jade steps appeared to be bathed in a layer of brilliance, radiant and luminous, seemingly imbued with a hint of silver. This silver was representative of the 8th color, yet she had merely reached the zenith of the 7th. This single cup of wine had remarkably elevated her foundational essence. Truly, it was astonishingly powerful. "Thank you, esteemed senior." Her complexion still retained a tinge of rosy hue. As Pei Xihe had never partaken of alcohol before, Qingshu resumed her seat on the bluestone bench, presumably eager to learn how to resolve the issue of the 3 spiritual roots. In the realm of spiritual roots, 1 signifies the superior, 2 denote the intermediate, 3 represent the inferior, while 4 or 5 are deemed mixed. To break free from the constraints of multiple spiritual roots, most individuals are aware only of the method of cleansing them. Yet, they remain oblivious to the pinnacle of spiritual roots, surpassing the 9-inch roots. Known as the heavenly spiritual roots. The heavenly spiritual roots can only emerge from the transformation of 9-inch roots, disregarding the limitations of multiple roots and possessing innate abilities far exceeding those of the 9-inch roots. Since you wish to know, then take a seat and allow me to elucidate. As an aside, the plot is gradually falling into place, naturally. The protagonist's talent will reach its zenith in the end, a quintessential hallmark of a legendary figure, Chapter 85. The imperial gold Pei Xihe swallowed hard. Her heart raced with fervor, as if it were about to leap from her chest. She yearned to escape the constraints of the 3 spiritual roots that bound her. Taking a deep breath, she settled onto the bluestone bench opposite Qingshu, seeking her guidance. Qingshu idly plucked a petal from a peach blossom, her smile radiant as the brilliant light of spring. Spiritual roots serve as the foundation for a cultivator's practice, predetermined at birth, yet, regardless of their nature, even the most exceptional 9-inch root cannot truly connect with the heavens. Spiritual roots are the means by which we extract ethereal energy from the cosmos to nourish ourselves, ultimately tethering us to the earthly realm. The heavenly spiritual root, however, can be regarded as an embodiment of celestial will. A flicker of intensity flashed in her eyes. I, too, once possessed 3 spiritual roots. Betrayed by treachery, I found myself in dire straits, and it was only at the brink of death that I stumbled upon fortuitous opportunities. She set down her wine cup, her demeanor serene and unburdened. I obtained a piece of divine phoenix wood, which, upon entering my body, purified my wood spiritual root, allowing me to achieve the heavenly wood spiritual root. That transformation was excruciating, piercing to the bone, and tormenting to the soul, akin to 1,000 knives and the gnawing of myriad insects. She gazed at Pei Xihe with a smile. Only those who possess a 9-inch spiritual root can be regarded as half a step toward the heavenly spiritual root, with the potential to attain it. I was born with both water and wood as 9-inch roots, while my metal root measured 7 inches. At the moment of my transformation, I discovered the true water of heaven, which enabled me to metamorphose into the heavenly water spiritual root, propelling me forward with great momentum. Pei Xihe felt a surge of excitement. She, too, possessed 3 9-inch spiritual roots. Did this mean she might have the chance to cultivate and achieve the 3 heavenly spiritual roots? Qingshu is a being of extraordinary caliber, capable of discerning Pei Xihe's thoughts with merely a glance. She smiles gently. In my earlier years, when I aspired to elevate my golden spiritual root to a heavenly one, I acquired a piece of celestial gold. Only elements of such rank, those reaching or even surpassing the 1st grade, can enhance spiritual roots. Yet, I met with failure. At that time, I was already a half-step grandmaster, having gleaned insights from the creation of heaven and earth, and I realized that only a 9-inch spiritual root could withstand the formidable power of such divine materials. You, my dear girl, are indeed favored by destiny, possessing 3 9-inch spiritual roots. Perhaps you truly have the fortune to achieve the 3 great heavenly roots. Pei Xihe's heart surged with excitement. Her cheeks flushed a deeper shade from the wine, now radiating an even more vibrant hue as her exhilaration mounted. Qingshu found this quite amusing. After all, she was but a young girl attempting to conceal her emotions, yet could not suppress them. Do not harbor such naive dreams. Divine materials of this world are not easily sought, and the agony of shedding skin, tearing muscles, and breaking bones is not easily endured. It was only through considerable fortune that I attained the dual heavenly roots. Qingshu rose gracefully, her delicate pink attire radiant and her appearance as splendid as the hues of the rainbow. Her stature possessed a unique elegance and fortitude. This is the legendary peach blossom ancestor from millennia ago. She is unparalleled in beauty and talent, a prodigious figure who has overshadowed a generation of extraordinary individuals, a rarity in countless years. Since you have come to me and fortuitously possess a 9-inch golden spiritual root, it is indeed a destined opportunity. The celestial gold I once discovered shall be bestowed upon you. However, this celestial gold is not located here. It resides in a mysterious realm. Her jade-like hand emerged, as if rending through the very fabric of space. Pei Xihe was momentarily stunned, merely a phantom, yet possessing such divine power. It was difficult to fathom the true extent of the real body's capabilities. From the void, Qingshu produced an object that shimmered with an intensely terrifying divine radiance. Devoid of any discernible shape, it resembled a common, diminutive stone. However, it gleamed with 9 resplendent colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, violet, silver, and gold. The light alone seemed capable of piercing through countless existences, and its aura appeared to be irresistible and suppressive. Pei Xihe merely glanced at it and felt as though her very soul had been wounded. Qingshu promptly shielded her with a ray of pink light, preventing her from being harmed by the celestial metal's pressure. One by one, peach petals were levitated from the ground, moving towards the celestial metal to seal it. 7 petals completely enveloped the metal, locking away all of its divine radiance. Only then did Pei Xihe feel some relief. This? Her mind reeled somewhat. She was unable to withstand even the celestial metal's pressure, so how was she to refine it? Qingshu smiled. This celestial metal is named 9-colored Grand Emperor Gold. It is a divine object surpassing even first-grade materials, even more potent than the Wudong wood and heavenly true water that I once merged into my spiritual root. It is quite a boon for you. I am now bestowing it upon you. A hint of seriousness flickered in her eyes, a departure from her earlier playfulness and levity. Pei Xihe stood up, both respectful and earnest. Thank you for this gift, senior. Your great kindness will be forever etched in my heart. Haha. Qingshu abruptly cast aside her solemnity and burst into laughter once more. Fate has intertwined our paths, and there is no need for concern. You 7 have entered my lineage, and I shall bestow upon you the most suitable gifts. I will impart the memories of my experiences in refining the celestial treasures of heaven and earth, sealing this divine gold to contain all its essence within you. Imperceptible to outsiders. This divine gold is exceedingly formidable. Until you reach the golden core stage, you shall lack the ability to refine it. The timing of your refinement is for you to determine, as I shall not intervene. She gracefully approached Pei Xihe, her figure swaying, her gaze imbued with the sentiments of a mentor observing a junior. This little one bore a striking resemblance to her younger self, both possessed of 3 spiritual roots, both fiercely competitive and daring in ambition. Qingshu was willing to offer her assistance. The divine gold, sealed within 7 petals of peach blossom, was grasped in her hand and subsequently infused into Pei Xihe's spiritual abode. With a delicate finger, she pressed against Pei Xihe's forehead, and an immense surge of Qingshu's experiential memories flooded into her mind, yet Qingshu gently nurtured this influx into her consciousness. Pei Xihe closed her eyes, gradually embracing the wealth of knowledge that belonged to Qingshu. Qingshu sighed softly, observing Pei Xihe's closed eyes, her exquisite visage untouched by the passage of time, and smiled gently. This little girl truly resonated with her temperament, thus, she resolved to assist her one final time. She plucked a branch from the peach tree, which in an instant transformed into a peachwood hairpin. Having once possessed a golden spiritual root that could not keep pace with the dual elemental roots of water and wood, she had abandoned her cultivation beyond the confines of the 3 spiritual roots, leaving her with no techniques to pass on. Therefore, she gifted Pei Xihe this peach blossom hairpin, a symbol of the legacy she would inherit here. With a tender gesture, she adorned Pei Xihe with it. With ebony hair adorned by a wooden hairpin, the beauty resembles a stunning jade swan. Remember, the matter of the celestial gold must remain undisclosed. The possession of such treasures brings forth peril. Even the formidable beings among the Grand Masters may find themselves tempted to take action. Her form dissipated from this place, since the 7 legacies have already been passed down. The mission of her ethereal apparition has reached its conclusion. Chapter 86. The finale. Pei Xihe opened her eyes once more, and the presence of Qingshu had vanished. She removed the peach blossom hairpin from her hair. Its touch was akin to cold jade, smooth and supple, devoid of any splinters. Though crafted from peach wood, the pin did not exhibit the texture or hue of wood. Rather, it bore a pale pink color, reminiscent of jade, truly wondrous. Furthermore, it possessed the power to dispel evil and vanquish demons. The peach blossoms at the end of the hairpin appeared lifelike, as if they were real. It was not merely a beautiful hairpin. It was a magical artifact, surpassing the spiritual treasures. A rarity even among the prodigious heirs of esteemed lineages still reliant on spiritual treasures. She had acquired a relic from the peach blossom ancestor, a hairpin that would make even those of the highest echelons of power yearn for it. Yet, as it was crafted for her by Qingshu, no one could seize it. Pei Xihe chuckled softly. I shall name you Changming, the everlasting pin. To this day, the name of the peach blossom ancestor remains unknown to her. She etched it deeply in her heart, knowing that if she truly succeeded, it would be enough to transform her life entirely. This kindness she would repay even if it meant traversing mountains of knives and seas of fire. The Supreme Emperor's gold was sealed within her spiritual realm, ruthlessly sweeping away all the vital items she had stored for her survival. Though she lost crucial possessions from her spiritual realm, it was worth the sacrifice. Pei Xihe could never divulge the matter of the celestial gold. Thus, this peach blossom hairpin serves as the perfect cover. This was also the final protection bestowed upon her by the peach blossom ancestor. A profound grace that resonated deeply within her being. The enormous peach tree gradually faded from view, and Pei Xihe understood that she was about to be transported away. In haste, she adorned her earlobe with the thousand-faced nail. In the next instant, her form vanished from that place. Han Minglou emerged from the realm of inheritance. Floating within her dantian was a 13-petaled peach blossom, each petal inscribed with intricate runes, exuding an aura of unfathomable power. The Peach Blossom Heavenly Source Sutra was a renowned scripture of Qing, a three-tiered doctrine that she had comprehended herself, imbued with formidable potential for growth. The Peach Blossom ancestor Qing had only provided the foundational elements, while the deeper understanding of this scripture required her personal insight and continual expansion, ultimately evolving into a unique and unparalleled sacred text that suited her perfectly. The attainment of a first-tier scripture was not beyond reach. Han Minglou felt a sense of satisfaction. Upon stepping out of the realm of inheritance, she discovered that she was still in the vicinity of the luminous orb from earlier. The 8 major forces had already gathered, re-establishing their factions. A silver light illuminated the character Jiang on her forehead, clearly signifying her identity as a member of the Jiang family. Unfazed by anyone, she understood that those who dared to provoke her should carefully consider the terrifying repercussions from the Jiang family, which would spare no effort in seeking vengeance. Indeed, apart from the Kunlun faction, the others were eager to interrogate her about the inheritance she had received, yet they refrained from doing so. Such was the stark reality. The Jiang family was not to be trifled with, a lineage formidable enough to rival sects of ancient power. With a smile, Changqing from the Kunlun faction addressed Han Minglou, congratulating her on her fortuitous acquisition. Han Minglou returned the gesture with a graceful smile, radiating an extraordinary beauty. "Brother, you flatter me. It is merely fortuitous, and I owe my gratitude to your protection at this moment." Naturally, the gathering of Kunlun disciples here instills caution in other factions, thereby ensuring greater safety. Changqing wore a serene smile, refraining from inquiring about the fortuitous opportunity she had encountered. However, when Pei Xihe stepped forth, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The practitioners from the 8 major factions fixated their gazes upon her, including those from Kunlun, who were astonished that a mere disciple of the 4th realm, an outer sect member, had managed to secure such a coveted position. 7 slots, many half-step golden core cultivators had failed to contend for one. And it seemed she had stumbled upon extraordinary luck. As several formidable half-step golden core practitioners stirred, they sought to exert pressure upon her. Curious to unveil the hidden secrets she possessed, Changqing snorted coldly and unleashed his spiritual power. Witnessing his stance, the remaining half-step golden core members of the Kunlun contingent simultaneously erupted with overwhelming might. "Who dares?" Changqing's voice cut through the tension. Though he envied Pei Xihe's acquisition of a legacy, she was a Kunlun disciple. Even as an outer sect member, she belonged to them. Should she find herself in peril at this juncture, it would be a slap in the face to Kunlun. "Who dares to lay a finger on my Kunlun disciples? I, Changqing, am willing to engage." As their combined auras surged, the restless energies of those poised to act reluctantly subdued. Pei Xihe, recognizing the shifting tides, promptly aligned herself with the Kunlun faction. With immense gratitude, she smiled warmly. "Thank you, brother, for your protection. Even for the sake of Kunlun's reputation." He had ultimately rescued her from dire straits. She removed the peach blossom hairpin adorning her head, instantly drawing countless gazes towards her. Penglai Jiushi, Tianyu Yuanshan, and Taoist Jin Songshan. These extraordinary prodigies could not help but cast their gazes in her direction. Pei Xihe exhibited a hint of timidity. "By sheer happenstance, I found myself here and managed to seize a meditation cushion. Regrettably, I possess a trifecta of spiritual roots. I intended to beseech the elder for teachings, but all I received was a mere hairpin. Upon acquiring it, I discovered it was indeed a magical artifact, though regrettably, it is only I who can wield it." It was evident that Changqing and the others, even merely attempting to probe with their thoughts, were met with a sensation akin to being cut. This reasoning, when paired with the aura of her trifecta of spiritual roots, indeed seemed plausible. Such a trifling number of spiritual roots is truly a squander of the elder's legacy. While magical artifacts are precious, they pale in comparison to the inheritance of high-tier Taoist scriptures. Thus, it remains solely for her use. What interest could they possibly have in her? Everyone soon relinquished their intrigue. Indeed, the persuasive weight of possessing trifecta spiritual roots is overwhelming. It is only natural that the elder would be reluctant to grant her the teachings, especially considering her unremarkable cultivation, appearance, and demeanor. It appears she has merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck to have obtained a meditation cushion. Such a waste of resources. Gu Changqing smiled calmly. The fortuitous opportunities of my junior sister truly evoke envy. With time, she may yet achieve great heights. With diligent practice, she could soon enter our inner circle. Pei Xihe's eyes sparkled with determination. Brother, I will certainly strive to improve. However, Jiang Mingzhu's gaze flickered with skepticism. Having witnessed Pei Xihe's true nature and cautious demeanor, she remained unconvinced. Yet, choosing not to expose her, she found satisfaction in her own gains and felt content. Jiushi, on the other hand, scrutinized her for a few moments. The golden aura surrounding that woman bore a resemblance to her own long energy. How intriguing indeed. However, the disparity was vast. The spiritual power cultivated from mere 5th or 6th rank techniques could not possibly rival her long rainbow chi. Thus, she chose to disregard it. Adorning her neck was a red silk necklace, and she wore a crystal orb that encased a twisted wooden thread. The peach blossom longevity silk was indeed the boon she had acquired. Between life and death, it allowed for the rebirth of withered wood, the revival of the deceased, and the restoration of flesh to bone. It was an unparalleled life-preserving treasure, akin to a second life. The scripture she practiced was exceedingly formidable. The sharpness of gold was akin to a double-edged sword, and a moment's carelessness could lead to the ruin of her foundation. This longevity silk bestowed a continuous flow of vitality, sufficient to safeguard her tranquility and cultivation. Thus, she felt quite content. The legacy of the peach blossom ancestor had finally drawn to a close.